Hi everyone, we're here for the British 24 Hour and I'm Gracie Mitchell, and this weekend I'll be taking on the greatest distance travelled solo in a 24-hour outdoor kart race. But first, I'm going to take you on a paddock show.
Whoa, I don't think you will. I don't think you will. You've got enough to do this weekend. Give the microphone to Mr. Butterworth and we'll go and do what we do, Tom.
Thanks, Gracie, for the lovely introduction there. We'll be having a chat with her later. So yes, welcome to the Paddock Show for the 2025 edition of the British 24 Hour. First of all, we're going to nip over and speak to the guys in Apollo, I think.
Yeah, well, there was a few more here before, but let's surprise Nottage. Harry, 24 Hour, we're in with Paragon for this one. We've done one already this year over at Le Mans, but in with Paragon in owners this weekend. Feeling good?
Yeah, car's feeling mega, mate.
Yeah, to be fair, when I arrived yesterday, you were out in the car and you were going through the wiggles at a fair rate of knots, chucking it around like a dog toy, really. Kart looks like it's handling reasonably well.
Yeah, we're struggling a bit with the rear, but other than that, we're trying to sort it out. Once that's done, it'll be sweet.
So the kart was chucking you round rather than you chucking it round?
No, I was chucking that round, but it weren't sticking.
Good stuff. Right, let's carry on and keep the show rolling. Tom's found someone.
Vernon, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you. Really good. This must be about your 30th, 40th British 24 Hour. Not that I'm saying you're older or anything.
Something like that, yes.
How many have you done, do you think?
I reckon 25, maybe.
25 24 hours. So
something like that, yeah.
One for every year this side of the millennium.
Basically, yes. yeah, exactly that.
And who are you with this year?
I'm with Porsche Sport.
Okay.
Number 26.
Been out yet?
No, about to go out in the higher kart now and give it a go. Not been in the kart for a year, so it's going to be fun.
Great stuff. All right, well, we'll catch up with you later. If you've never witnessed Vernon driving, the man is an absolute machine.
He is an absolute machine.
I
thought you were going to get run over by an absolute machine mid-interview. As Paul backs the fork truck into the paddock. Yeah, we'll head into the top paddock first, Tom, I think, and then we'll swing round and head through the bottom paddock and try and catch most of our owner drivers.
So we've got 21. No, is it 21? 21 owner teams.
Should we get a live update, Tom?
Yeah, I've already spoken to Alfie.
Yeah,
and I wanted to call him.
Direct feedback, Alfie. He's covered the Alfano up. It's like being at Red Bull pre-season testing. He's covered up some lap times. How are we feeling before the 24?
Not too bad. I mean, it's been a year. Well, it's been a year since we've raced around Teesside competitively. Second time in a Haas kart around this track. Usually it's always been a mess, but I have a lot of confidence in the team, a lot of confidence in the kart, and progress this week has been mint. Can't complain at all.
Good stuff. Brave choice as well, the white suit. Obviously hoping it doesn't rain.
No, I mean, I think it's dry forecast. It was dry forecast last year. We got the suits made for the team this year for BPEC, and even with the weather for the BPEC season, we've been all right, but it's just working on the kart at the same time as wearing the suit. Obviously, you can see the oil all over it, but that's about it.
Alfie, I just wanted to ask as well, or rather, you were telling me earlier. So you've got the white suit, which we've said is pretty brave. But Oscar's got a green helmet, and is it a green suit as well?
He does, yeah. So we have been mistaken for Mario and Luigi.
There we go. Right. So they're going full Mario Kart, Mario and Luigi. Alfie being the Mario side of that pairing.
Of course.
We've got
two RAF teams, Tom, this weekend as well. Are you heading in?
You dive in? How's it going?
Hello, how are you doing? Yeah, not by yourself. How are you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Right, so two teams this weekend. Who have we got driving for them?
We have a mixture from the RAF and we have a Navy individual as well who's helping us out.
Okay.
We've got lads from Marwen, Blythe Norton, Lehman and Wellington doing between both karts. Yeah.
Okay, who's the most senior member of the team? Let's do it in terms of rank.
Rob Small is our senior with experience and rank.
Which means he's got the least amount of control over anything that happens in the team, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We don't trust him with anything.
Okay, guys, well, lovely to meet you all. Thank you very much.
This side of the awning thought they'd escaped, Tom, and they have not escaped. 7 kart by the look of it, gents. So that takes us up to 6 different chassis on the track this weekend. Practice so far, when did you arrive?
Arrived on Tuesday, set up Tuesday, got the kart ready on Wednesday, started out yesterday, just getting like small teething issues out of the way, and as you can see right now, wasn't handling very well at the front, so just getting some changes in now. I'll go back on track and just pray that the changes have actually worked.
Yeah, it does seem quite grippy. We've had a lot of drifting on here the last couple of weeks, so even offline does look to be quite grippy. There's plenty there, so hopefully no drizzle, because if not, then it'll be like a sheet ice.
Yesterday was fun when it was raining.
Yeah.
A couple of lads were out when it was raining, and it was good fun watching. I was on the side, so I was happy.
Oh, played a blinder. Good stuff. Tom's already on his way out of that side, and Cameron might have to follow me. I don't think he can squeeze through that.
So 6 different chassis this weekend.
6 different chassis.
So we've got Apollo.
Yes.
Which we've just spoken to a couple of guys from them. We've got a 7 kart. We're going to go round and see MS. We've got a chat with Marcus as well that I've tried to arrange.
From Wraith. Yeah. And obviously you've just spoke to Alfie. He's on a Haas.
On a Haas.
And we've got Boneheads there on a right chassis as well. Go that way, Tom.
Let's grab a quick word with Adam. He looks to be the second busiest man in the paddock this weekend.
Give me all of about 2 minutes.
2 whole minutes. So we're going to have to
fill for 2 minutes.
Tom.
You guys fill. Give me 2 minutes.
Oh, but is it?
Let's go and speak to Paragon.
Is it a pit stop style 2 minutes? Right.
Let's grab Will.
Oh, Tom's going to have a chat with Will.
Will, how are you?
Very good, you?
Yes, feeling absolutely fantastic, despite last night's antics. Yeah. So talk us through Paragon. What's the team? Who's in it? Yeah. Chances for this weekend?
So it's me, Arthur, Tapper's over there, Callum and Nottage. I mean, chances look good. I mean, Murray's put a sensational tune on the kart. Nottage is rapid, the whole team's rapid. I mean, chances look good for the win, I'll tell you.
Fair enough, thank you very much. This hat made a big appearance last night, didn't it? Very popular. Yeah. Just mind how red his neck is. I think Davey's going to try and grab the guys here.
No, Adam's roped in some help from Mark Tate to try and bring this 2 minutes down. Right, are we nearly there, Adam? I think you're stalling. I think you're stalling in a hope that we'll move away and go and see somebody else, and I don't think we will. We can make this paddock show last as long as you want it to.
Have we only got 3 in the team?
No, that's
because we've got 3 names on the side of the chassis.
No,
that's all.
That's BPEC.
That's BPEC.
So Adam appears to be just tracking the front end up here. Bit of caster, Adam.
Yeah, caster's faster, isn't it?
Ah, of course. Loads of it.
Caster's faster. 2 seconds, boys.
Come on.
You're not live, are you?
Pretty much.
Well, yeah. It's a one-take special, this, Adam, and
these really are the benefits of live filming.
You really are ruining it for us. God, do you know who finds it? Do you know who finds it funny, Lewis? Gary Orr finds it funny. Gary, we're back. Hello. We might as well. You're joining in on the fill process. We see you once a year when you come and spanner for Adam at the British 24. Are we on spanners again?
Tomorrow night, yeah, I'll give him a hand. Yes, obviously. Wheel changes. We've got to be fastest again this year. Fastest last year, fastest this year.
Yeah, roped into the night shift. Yeah. Whether you're racing or whether you're part of a team and helping out, there's just something special about this event, isn't there?
Yeah, it's the only one I come to. I don't go on the BPEX now. The last time I seen a go-kart was this time last year. So I come down, don't mind helping him out, and he's all right on a good day. But he's all right.
So,
put up with him, don't you?
Well, you do. Hopefully, he doesn't have to do any caster in the race, because could take him out of contention, Tom.
It takes an hour. Right, do you know? Well, that's a good point, actually. The engine changes that these guys do, you've never seen anything like it. They are super, super quick. Oh, do you know what we should do? We should talk about race control in Apollo.
We will. Just bring in them. We'll just show you what happens during one of these engine changes quickly. So, Underneath here, 2 engine mounts there. They normally have somebody down there waiting. 2 engine mounts off 1 and 2. Throttle cable up on the top here. Fuel on the front there. 1 engine off, 1 engine on. Chain guard comes off as well. Pop back on. Normally get 1 off and 1 back on. The cart is off the ground and back down inside a minute when we have the need for an engine change. I think he's free now, Tom. Get him before he finds another job to do.
Right, so Adam, walk us through the team this weekend.
So it's quiet this year. 3 teams. We've got Paragon over there. I've got a higher team, which is James, who used to race with Therapy. They've roped a team together to come and do the race. And obviously Father Steve over there with the OAP corner, we call this one.
OAP corner. All of pension age-ish.
Yeah, so no elite teams this year. Just with it not being a BPEC Championship event anymore, we decided to have a break because we've been very, very busy this summer, and the lead up to this, people don't see how much time goes into the lead up of a 24, so we were like, no, we'll park it this year, probably have another go next year. But yeah, just a quiet awning for us this year.
So chances for the kart, of course, Nexus winners on Apollo last year as well, so first time an Apollo kart's won the 24-hour. Do you think you're going to go well this year?
Murray over there, fingers crossed, if his drivers keep it together, the pace they've got, and if they have a clean race, I would like to see him in the top 3. I think, yeah, right under the bus there, Murray, no pressure, pal. So yeah, I think they'll be in pro, and we've got a couple of clubman teams. If we can get a podium with the clubman teams, we'll be over the moon with that.
Brilliant stuff. All right, thanks. Go well, and we'll catch up with you during the race as well.
Good. Busy time, of course, for Apollo outside of the pro karts. They're developing cadet chassis, Tom, in both Hondas and in the Rotax and Waterswift classes. So busy time for Apollo. They've got half the team here. They've got the rest of the team.
Is it Wilton?
They've got at Wilton, and they've got some of the team at Kimbolton as well. So plenty of development going on outside of pro karts. But you know, Adam, they're sticking with his roots, and obviously the team doing well in BPEC. Paragon, I think, have got a really good chance, not only in pro, but with the limited number of elite teams this weekend, Tom. I think they've got a real chance of an outright podium. And if ever there was going to be a team that was going to win that wasn't an elite team, given that the limited numbers this year are in that elite class, we could well see a pro team take an outright victory if a few of the favourites come into harm.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a good chance of it. Well, the outright victory, yes, is definitely on the cards for a pro team this year. But well, I mean, we're definitely going to see at least one on the podium, aren't we?
Yes,
we've only got 2 elite teams this year, so we're definitely going to see a pro team on the overall podium. But how many we get on the overall podium, I'm not sure. David, let's nip into the Army guys first, and then we'll go across
let's
to
go. We'll see if they can recruit Tom.
So we're going to go and grab Marcus here, who's like he's the builder of the race chassis. So, hi Marcus. You can grab you quickly. So just talk us through the race chassis that we're running this year. First time it's been on the track in the British 24 Hour. So just talk us through it, how it's gone this weekend, and what your hopes are for the weekend.
Yep, it's going right for our first time here. No problems at the moment. Just finding setup for it because we're all new to it. So is the Army are new to it. And just working out the tyres as well. So we're running old tyres until tomorrow. New tyres, probably change all the setup again for it. And
just enjoying it.
Just enjoying it, and it's touch wood. It hasn't fallen apart yet.
Yeah, well, that is always a good sign. And these guys as well, they only signed on at 9 o'clock this morning.
Signed on 9 o'clock this morning. They come up, Wales, Cambridgeshire, to help the Army out, and they decided to help the Army out and also run their own car.
Have a go themselves.
Yes.
Brilliant stuff. All right, thank you very much, Marcus. We'll slide over and have a quick chat with George. So, George, you're part of the Army team as well. We've got to show the back of George's suit as well. Pretty nice.
As well.
So, George, talk us through the team. Talk us through how it came together with the Army side of things, and what you all do, and just talk us through the team.
So I've been with the Army team itself for now. This is my 3rd season in what we run in the Armed Forces Karting Championship.
this was an opportunity as a team, as a cohesion piece, to run into a bigger endurance event. And Teesside, you ain't going to get much bigger as far as I'm concerned. Myself, I've served in the Army 13 years, part of the Royal Logistics Corps as a marine engineer. Within our paddock, we have 6 drivers here for this weekend. We also have 4 mechanics. Split with those responsibilities is other roles, such, for example, I do the cooking for the team as well. I also do the marketing side. We've got chief mechanics, we've got team managers. There are varied roles. You have to double hat in a lot of places. My piece on Teesside circuit, one, it's massive. I think it's a very technical track. It's huge. There's a lot to remember, a lot of corners. So finding our feet here has been a bit of a struggle. We, much like as Marcus has said, we're on used old tyres. So we know the grip levels aren't there yet, but that should improve come tomorrow. Using Wraith chassis. This is new ground to us, as he mentioned. But this is a partnership. Marcus wanted to see what his product could do on the track. We now know that this is his first opportunity at Teesside, and we are honoured as a team to test that chassis and hopefully give it the result it deserves.
Well, you're certainly going to push it to its limits anyway here this weekend. So great stuff. Thanks very much, George, for talking to us. And I'm sure we'll try and grab George for the commentary box during the race as well. David's over that side, and he's going to head into MS.
Well, it was, but the Isle of Man contingent was here, but they've moved over there, so I'm going to head over there and have a chat with them. Well represented again. Drivers from the Isle of Man. Dan, always good for an interview. I was just saying there with the Isle of Man, always well represented at the British 24. But more familiar to us, known as the Isle of Dan, because it's the only name for anyone that ever lives there.
Correct. If you want to race karts, you need to be called Dan.
So we've had, well, Crosley's not here, but in your kart we've got you, and we've got Dan Martin as well. So who else is in the 111?
We've got Westy, Craig and Ike, wherever he is, hiding.
Probably doing what he's done all morning, leaning against the barrier at the D chicane.
Or disappeared to the toilet for suspiciously long periods of time.
Oh, is it nerves because he stepped into the 111?
Nerves or, yeah, bad dinner last night.
Oh, well, I don't know where to go from there, Dan, so I'm going to move on and let Tom do some talking. You've killed me.
I'm going to grab the busiest man in the paddock if you can spare us 30 seconds.
Of course, anything for you, Buzz.
How's it going, Howard? How many teams have we got this time?
We've got 12 out in the race, but we've brought extra carts. We actually brought 18 carts, some of the test carts, but we've got 12 out. 11 of ours, well, 12 of ours, but one's Gracie, who's doing the world record attempt. Yep. See if she can beat Pedals from last year. Yeah. So everything's going okay at the moment, but it probably won't.
Well, that's always the way, isn't it? Plan for chaos is the general rule.
You can't fix it till it's broke. So that's the general rule of thumb. You know, just do your best you can in prep, and then when it breaks, we'll fix it.
Of course, the full factory works entry that I like to call it, the 43. Who have we got in that this year?
Yeah, so we've got the three normal drivers, which is Josh Falkus, Connor Lucas, and Ryan Cannon. And then added to that is Jack Morris, who's a regular with us anyway in different Teesside Stig, and Jack Dex, who runs the JDR Rotax wing of our operation. So on paper it's a good team, but who knows? You know, one hire car in the wrong direction and we'll all be going to sleep at midnight.
Exactly that. Even with 12 carts as well. So hedging your bets, but yeah, great stuff, and yeah, good luck for this weekend. Okay. Go well.
Thanks.
Cheers, Howard. Thank you very much.
Gracie Mitchell stickers are appearing all over the paddock.
Are they?
I've been stickered. Right, let's head in the awning. See if
have
we
a
can
quick
have
wander
a chat.
through, because we're running tight on time now, David. Believe it or not,
we are tight on time, but you see, plenty of prep going on. Tyres going on, rims down there. It's very, very busy in here, say, with 12 carts. A minute ago, Dan said he didn't know where Ike Needham was. We found him. He's in the corner, hiding all by himself over here. There he is. Right. I was sort of hoping that Connor was in here, but he's not, because he's evaded an interview, and I thought I could maybe box him in a corner.
We'll try and get him on
for
the...
But he's not in here, Tom, is he? So, yeah, right.
We'll try and get him onto the commentary box for the for a quick chat during the race.
It's been about 4 years, and I thought I'd succeeded when I pinned Falkus down for an interview, but I need to complete the set and get a Connor Lucas interview.
All right, well, we'll try and arrange that as well, but I think that's going to bring to an end the Paddock show for the owners for this time. So we'll catch you in a moment with the hire car entries.
I really want to do like a Neil Warnock where I walk up and just go.
Well, without further ado, let's get straight into the Paddock Show for the hire kart teams 2025.
Lots of them, Tom. 67 hire entries for the 2025 British 24-hour. We've got no idea what order in because it's a random kart allocation. Everybody picks a kart by number, then they just come and find the one with the corresponding number in the seat. But we found the police immediately.
Oh, or have they found us?
I don't know. Do you know what? Because when I went, we found the police, and they went, oh, Lisa's going to do an interview for us. Yeah, well, no, you do it to yourself. Yeah, if you'd have just kept quiet, we'd have chatted to one of them. Yeah, but you went, oh, and then you just sort of tuned. Oh, yeah, come on, I'm getting slightly distracted by the fella in the gold trousers. So we've done Le Mans, slightly different conditions because it was beating down with sun in Le Mans. Very different for the British, very different challenge as well.
Yeah, this wind isn't like Le Mans, is it, at all? So, although I'm fat and heavy, so I'm happy it won't blow me off the track. But we'll see, won't we? Yeah. We haven't done any laps yet, so.
No. So we get 2 hours of practice. Like I say, very different track to Le Mans. It's much more physically demanding, is the British.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's a lot bumpier, isn't it? And corner down there, it's going to hurt a lot, isn't it, really?
It's the infamous rib bend, what makes the 24 what it is. Right, we're going to carry on. Tom's already found someone.
I'm with the guys at Sloth, with Sid the Sloth as honorary mascot.
Looks
yeah,
like me.
That's it. Sid the Sloth himself is over getting his steering wheel taken off so he can get fitted. And he's actually got a suit that looks identical to that, so when he walks over, you'll see what.
Has he got a face that looks like that as well?
A little bit, but you can't. But he's got a ponytail on the front and the back.
Oh, okay.
So you can't miss him.
Okay, so talk us through the team.
Well, generally, I don't really know much of them because they all worked at Extreme. In the years that I was away, I've only returned in the last 4 weeks.
That's Extreme Karting Edinburgh.
Yeah, that's correct.
Let's give them the plug.
So, yeah, I mean, Craig's been at Extreme Karting for 15 years now, so anybody who's worked there will know Craig. He's the guy who entered the team this year and seems to be the one who's most desperate for a good finish.
And what class are we in?
Whatever the novice class is. I'm the only person who's had a chance at doing the 24 before. These guys are all brand new to it. But last time I only did 2 stints, so I've not had quite as much experience as some of the other.
Well, last time you were here during the day and then you went to work at Larkhall the following day, didn't you?
That's correct. On the Saturday night, as I drove up the road, Dan Sterling, the track manager, drove down the road, and we passed each other somewhere on the A66.
Gave each other a wave. Well, lovely to see you back. I like this. I like the helmet.
Posh Spice.
Posh Spice, yes.
TTT Siders have played a blinder just by having one of the best Nassau panels that we've seen, just so that we can. It's a nice, easy spot, Tom. That's what we like as commentators.
We certainly do, and
we don't like making
it looks
it
like
hard.
an umbrella, and hopefully we won't need one.
No, we're going to have a quick chat with Bottas Boys.
Oh, hello. Great name, but you spelled it wrong. It's a U instead of an O.
Bottas Boys.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah.
So to be fair, yeah, probably. It sounds like a boy band does Butters Boys. Bottas Boys. Connor, tell me the story. If you don't, if it's not,
we're
good.
Okay, yeah. So my old man in 2022 for his 60th birthday thought it would be a good idea to race the British 24-hour. He was raising money for various charities. Spent most of the race at the back end of the grid with a lot of help from other drivers. And in November, after 1 year battle with cancer, he passed. And I thought it would be fitting this year to race as Bottas Boys in honour of him, and my 3 teammates were all quite close with him as well, so it's nice to know it means as much to the other 3 as it will to me, and we fight till the end.
Yeah. But basically broke out the BPEC squad from 23.
Yes, yeah, hopefully it goes a lot better in 23 because we only finished, we did Pro Kart and we only finished 9 laps ahead of the higher class of winners, so it'd be nice to finish ahead of all the other higher karts again, but in higher.
Yeah, so you've got are you wearing the 23 Prime suits as well? You all fit in them?
Alan just struggled to get it on. I've been running mine this year to try and break it in. Again, I've put on a bit of timber since, but it fits, just.
Good stuff. Connor, thank you, mate, and I'm sure he'll be proud of you, mate.
I've grabbed Danny Bean.
For the Danny Bean song?
Not literally, no, we forgot the Danny Bean song, but Danny Bean, for those of you who don't know, one of our regular racers in the Owner-Driver Sprint Series as well, going very well this year.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, and we're in the BJMD team in hires, which I've just sat and worked out is Brandon, Jake, Danny and Matthew, but there's also Seb, who we've not mentioned in the team name.
Yeah, he was a late entry.
Right. Just throwing him in, but not bothered to change the team name.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right, so hopes for the race?
Finish it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Just simple as that. Good stuff. All right, well, nice and easy, and good luck and go well. Lots of sponsors as well on that one.
Tom, I've jumped straight into the middle, like the difficult area. Freddie, in with quick finishers. We did Le Mans, we're doing the British. But tell me the story behind the team.
Well, the team started from Team Sport Newcastle. There was a group of about 4 of us doing member events, and then just gradually grew as we started doing social events and just trying to get more people karting with us and just have a laugh, really, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got a lot more members now.
Yes.
And we do like to wear our race suits outside of racing as well.
Just a little bit, only for special occasions, like the F1 movie, which was fun. It was fun. Well, I think people thought we were actual racing drivers, which was quite a fun experience, because we were posing for photos and also, and free popcorn, mate. So
free popcorn.
Free popcorn.
Well, every cloud. Right, we're going to keep the show rolling, but I've lost Tom. He's all the way up there. He's found the man with the gold trousers.
Right, I'm over here with Speed in Squealberg. Hello. Brilliant team name. I love the Nassau panel as well. You can the Bigfoot panel you can see here. All Jurassic Park based. I love it. All full team kit as well, which you can see on the back. So just introduce everybody. Who are you? What's your experience here? What are we doing? Apart from a 24-hour, obviously.
I'm just here to make the teas and coffees. So that's my role, and obviously look good doing it, of course. No, I'm Barry. I'm the clown. We've got 2 Bens, James and Christian. This is our 3rd year at the 24T side. Looking forward to it. So, yeah.
Okay. What team name were you last time? Because you weren't Speed in Squealberg, were you?
Yeah, so first year was I'm with Stupid, what's your excuse? Once again, I'm with Crazy Eye. Then last year was JK Racing. And then this year we've decided to go for Speed in Squealberg.
I love it. I genuinely do love it. And you've got lights on the cart as well, which makes it easier for us to spot in commentary.
Still time to tell if the lights are going to work properly or not.
What colour are the lights?
Multicoloured.
Okay, that's all right then. So long as they're not red, green or yellow, you'll be fine.
Cool. I'm going to do 2 here, Tom. I'm going to speak with Richard Cannon to start with, mainly because walking through the paddock on the way in, you pointed to the Lockwell Hill karting badge and went, you make sure you mention us a lot, but you can mention yourself a lot. We've done this for years now. Every year you tell me you bring your helmet, you bring your suit, and never actually race. Are we going to see you? You did?
I had one go. Yeah, I had one go last year when everybody was tired, so that's when I jumped in it.
I've seen you go around Lockwell Hill. You can pedal. You know what you're doing. Probably the fastest cannon in your family.
I'll leave it to the younger ones now. Let them have a go.
I want you to answer the controversial question. Are you the fastest cannon in your family?
It depends on all sorts of things. If it's wet, yes. If it's dry, sometimes.
Still yes.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Rich. All the very best. Got 2 Lockwell Hill teams. I'm just going to step in here as well and have a quick chat. We'll start with Max. Max, we're racing a bunch of friends basically in your team. Tell me who we've got.
Finney Marshall. We got what I think is Danny Bean though this
but
time.
It's not,
but
it's
Isaac. Rowan, Finn's little brother, maybe Max, and wherever Freddie's gone, and Marty. So
yeah, so we've got plenty. Just here to enjoy it, I'm guessing, or pick a podium up.
Hopefully to win it in rental, but do what we can do.
Yeah, good stuff. Right, Tom's over there again. He's keeping it easy. I'm going down the middle all the time.
What I'm doing is I'm coming down this side and then I'm going to go down that side and David can do all the hard work down the middle. So, steal up this way. Where's he gone? Oh, he's here. He's here. I didn't even see that. Right, Ashley, another one of our, former now owner-driver Sprint Series drivers. So racing in hires in High Road Motorsport. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we're with High Road Motorsport, so we do a lot of track days here, getting kids out of karts into cars. So we got a couple of race clears, me and Max Coates. So yeah, we're trying to progress and bring kids up from the karts to the cars and progress on to being racing drivers, really.
So getting them on the ladder, but with a roof over their head.
Yeah, that's potentially we are. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
And how's it going?
Yeah, we've had our first track day here a couple of weeks ago. Went really well. Had some good drivers. They're ready for Croft now, so yeah, really good. Really enjoying it as well.
Brilliant. I think I'll probably see you there, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So hopes for this weekend?
Just keep it out the gravel, keep it on the black stuff, really, and let them do
A
as
lot of
best we
people
can.
are saying, yeah. Just keep it out the gravel at Rib.
Yeah. First corner is always the worst one, isn't it? When you're out in it and there's 80 odd karts hitting that first corner, it's just keeping it on the black stuff and getting round and keep going.
Have we got a strategy yet? Who's taking the start? Do we know?
Yeah, Kieran. Obviously, Kieran was in Rotax a couple of years ago, so he's going to be doing the start for us this year. So it's new to first 24-hour for him as well. So see how it goes.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy it. If it's your first one, definitely enjoy. Thanks for talking to us. David?
I'm in the middle, Tom. We've got a random kart allocation, and somehow Newmarket Hornets and Buzzing Hornets have ended up next to each other. Traditional Nassau panel for the Buzzing Hornets, but somebody spent a couple of quid and got a new one for Newmarket Hornets. Ayrton Senna inspired, and seeing as you've got the hat on as well, we'll have a quick chat. We've been doing this for a long time. We came out of EKL and Northampton Karting League and things like that. We're still turning up there every year for the British 24-hour. What makes it so special?
Oh, it's just the pinnacle of the year for me. This absolutely is what we got. 90 karts going around together. Absolutely love it. Bring the two teams. We based at Red Lodge. Take drivers from there. Get as many as I can. We've got new drivers in the Buzzing Hornets team, so they're more of the rookie team. Established team in here. Last year, 3 hours away from our first ever trophy. Engine goes. Back we come again. New strategy. New driver in the lineup. Hope for the best.
We've drafted Lewis Nurse in. Is he the secret weapon?
We'll find out in 36 hours.
Good stuff. Right. Tom's over there. He's found Core Blimey. He always finds Core Blimey racing.
I do always find Core Blimey racing, but the reason is that they're normally at the front of the field as well, so it gives us plenty to talk about. So Ben Winter I am with, and Ben, well, first of all, talk us through the team, and then talk us through a little bit about what you do when you're not racing in 24 hours.
Oh, okay. So Core Blimey Racing, we're running 3 karts, which we pretty much have done since 2018. We managed to win in 2023, which was a rain-stricken race.
It was mildly moist, that one, wasn't it?
It wasn't an official 24-hour, let's put it that way.
That was the one where we'd have been better off with a submarine.
Exactly that one, and we did have one, luckily, that we went karting with. So that was a really good year. But we raise money for charity every single year. I think last year we raised over 1,600, which is incredible.
And who are you raising money for?
So this year we're raising money for Guts UK. One of our drivers in the team is got something to do with that charity, so we're supporting that one for this weekend. So there is a donation link on our social media that we'll really appreciate if people wouldn't mind. We're getting told off, but I won't have time to talk about my other stuff.
No, you can. Yeah, let's tell us.
Oh, super. So, yep, I've got a new role at Kart Silverstone, brand new kart track opening up later this year. Bookings have gone live today for the rental karts, which is really exciting. So they could book from 1st of December onwards.
So it opens on the 1st of December?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's what you can book from.
Right, okay. Yes. So there'll be unofficial testing until then?
Oh, definitely.
We'll have a soft opening. We'll have a soft opening down at Silverstone.
I'll definitely be having a few goes. So.
I'll look for my invite on the emails. Lovely to speak to you, Ben. Thank you very much.
We had loads of people up here, and then they all got told to leave, so we don't. So we'll talk about some karts. That's a 66 higher with Paul Franklin on the front of theirs. Big fan of Boom. They've gone for green. Not many teams have green, so nice, easy spot for us.
Well, likewise over on the far side.
I just want to quickly give a shout out to Team Yellow Racing, because at Le Mans they rocked up and bought us some yellow Fanta in 35-degree heat. That's a yellow Fanta, lemon Fanta in 35-degree heat. Absolute heroes.
So we've got ABC Racing, of course, with this beautifully bright livery. Henry Trina in that one. We've got the Teesside Academy kart as well. Normally we speak to some of these guys as well. But, as we said, the grids just had to be cleared. But we've got Addison Smith, Joseph Yao, Oscar Ward, Pip Morris on the panel there.
Big shout out to TRX as well. Their team boss Amanda picked up our sort of Spirit of the Event award at Le Mans for running 3 teams. They'll have a three-team entry once again this weekend.
We've got Mild Runnings, another great team name as well. Not Hot Runnings, not Cool Runnings, Mild Runnings. Love that one. It's up there with Speed in Squealberg for me.
Yeah. Thomas, your steering wheel being fitted?
It's not, no.
No, we'll carry on then.
That's why we're here. Another one with a lovely individual looking Bigfoot panel as well. And I like the helmet as well. We're not going to have any trouble spotting that one, are we? On the paddock. In fact, let's grab a driver. Tell us who you are and where you come from.
I'm Jack, and I'm from Birmingham area.
Okay. And what's the hopes for this weekend?
To finish the race.
Okay. A lot of people have said that.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of confidence in finishing by the sound of it.
It's an endurance race. The aim is to finish.
Well, the clue's in the name. It is an endurance test.
Exactly.
Okay. So, other than that, if you make it to the finish, where are we hoping to be?
Yeah, let's just say first.
There we go. Confidence. I like it. It's in the bag. Beautiful.
One of the drivers from the 36 has arrived just in time for a chat, although he is holding paper in his chops. Good. Tell me about your team this weekend.
So we're Mulsanne Racing, and this will be my 9th race, so hopefully we can finish quite high up this time.
You've been there or thereabouts for a couple of years. We hoping to take a trophy.
Hopefully. We've been a little bit unlucky, but I think this year we've got a strong team. 5 drivers. It's going to be a hot one, so I think a lot of teams will put the best drivers out first, tire them out, and then hopefully we can make some places up at the end.
Good stuff. Right, where's? Oh, he's still talking. Is he talking? Have you got any? Tom, have you found someone?
I've got the 666 car of the Spirit of Formula Karting, and we are a multinational team.
Yes.
So
we come from Spain, from Granada, from the south of Spain.
Beautiful, lovely part of the world.
Wow.
How are you finding the weather here compared to Spain at the moment?
40 degrees today, yesterday.
40 degrees?
Yes.
Slightly different here then.
Yes.
Yeah. Really cold, really windy also. Yesterday a bit of raining. We are not used to all the rain and everything, so yeah, it's so different.
And experience in the wet karting, have we got any of that?
Yes, there in Spain I've done a few rainy races. I think we are really good. Let's see.
And on slicks?
On the slicks, yes.
Okay, right, brave, confident. Okay.
From India.
And we've got an Indian driver as well, so all the way from India. We've got Spanish, and we've got English drivers in the team, or British drivers in the team as well. So, yeah, lovely to see you all, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for talking to us. David's down here.
I'm down here. Kart but no drivers for cartwheelers. Just want to give a bit of a shout out to Jonathan Allen. Himself and his partner Alice announced in the week that they're expecting a baby in December, so congratulations to both of them. And a team that I support this team because they're from Sheffield and so am I. That's Steel City Racers.
But I also like the livery because it's a bit of a throwback to a 90s Williams style.
Yes, it is.
96 and 7?
Yes.
Style of livery.
It is, yes, but we can't mention the exact
No,
style.
we can't mention this style, but you'll work it out, I'm sure.
Bonato have gone for the traditional, very subtle livery for their Nassau panel once again.
I'm still wondering whether we're going to get an animal helmet cover coming out. Animal from the Muppets.
Chalmers in the final stint.
Yes.
The honey monster. Mind the weighted
yes, I
seat.
nearly fell on my backside then. But yeah, we get Rob Chalmers out normally for the final stint of the race with some kind of honey monster or animal from the Muppets sort of helmet cover. Always provides a lot of hilarity.
Yeah, highest Tom. It's a massive class as always. We expect the elite runners to be at the front, but in all classes I think it's going to be very, very strong, be very difficult to pick winners, and that's what makes Highers such a special class.
Indeed, everybody's on identical equipment. It really does come down to the team, the drivers and the pit stops. Putting it all together, as I said earlier on, it's called an endurance race for a reason.
It is. Talking of teams, Tom, we've got a team of 4 in the commentary box. We've got myself, yourself, we've got Ewan O'Leary returning from last year, and a new name in Ross McIntyre, who we can't wait to welcome in the commentary box. It'll be yourself starting. Excited for another one?
Always. Cannot wait for this one. I mean, just look at the field here, and then we've got, what, 22 now, I think?
22 with a late entry.
Owners as well, yeah, with a late entry, which we covered in the owner paddock show. So yeah, raring to go. Cannot wait. Absolutely buzzing for this one. It's going to be another cracker.
So it's time to head up to the commentary box for the greatest spectacle in UK motorsport. It's time for the 2025 British 24-hour race. On commentary for the start of the race, Tom Butterworth and Ewan O'Leary.
Good morning and welcome to the 2025 edition of the British 24-hour here at Teesside Motorsport Park. Lovely to have you with us. Welcome along. My name is Tom Butterworth. Alongside me, Ewan O'Leary, Ross McIntyre, and of course, the man, the legend, David Sullivan. David and Ross will be joining us a little bit later. Alongside me right now, we have Ewan O'Leary. Welcome, Ewan. Welcome back for your second year.
Thanks for having me back again. I'm pleased to be back. I thoroughly enjoyed last year, and yeah, another 24 hours ahead of us. So very, very excited.
And as you can see, we have our grid formed up already. Just going to make our way down it. We've got our honorary starter there, just to the right-hand side of the shot. That's going to be Madison Lucas. He's going to wave the Union flag for us and start the race. We were going to get her to say, drivers, start your engines, but she's 1 year old and she's not quite mastered that part yet. Yes, we have our honorary starter. There she is. Absolutely gorgeous. And she's going to be waving the Union flag to start the race. We have a Le Mans style start as well as tradition here. Drivers will start on the opposite side of the grid. They will sprint across to their karts, jump in, and the race will be live.
Yeah, absolutely. Just to see him through the starting grid here. That's 4th placed to begin this race. On the pole, you will have just seen a moment ago, MS Soco Select in number 43 in the Owners Elite Division. One of just 2 entries we have in that division. The 42 Lucas Racing Car. It's also an elite class owner. We've also got the pro owners and the club owners, of course, to look out for here over the course of the 24 hours, along with 4 higher kart classes as well, all of which have completed their qualifying this morning and are lined up on this very, very long front straight, and they're taking almost the whole of it to begin this race in just about 15 minutes time.
Yeah, they're right the way through the cut through as well, that extends back through hairpin 3 and almost all the way to South Bank, so they will just use that cut. Obviously they will not need to take hairpin 3 and 4 on the opening lap. They will just drive straight down and into the first corner, which will be Howells. They will not take the chicane either for the opening lap. Josh Falk has stuck it on pole position in the 43 MS Soco Select. Multiple Teesside owner driver sprint champion here is Josh Falkus, comes with a huge pedigree, and they've got quite the lineup as well this year with Connor Lucas as well, another multiple owner driver sprint champion here, as well as multiple 24-hour winner, Josh Falkus as well. Ryan Cannon, former British kart champion. Jack Morris as well, who we nicknamed the Teesside Stig for the amount of experience he has around here. Another champion in the owner driver sprint series, and of course Jack Dex as well, team owner of Jack Dex Racing, and well, the list of accolades for Jack, we could be here for the full 3 hours that I'm going to be on, just naming stuff that Jack's done. So yeah, they are probably, I would say, the favourites going into this race. I mean, they stuck it on pole. They've got the lineup, they've got the experience, they've got the quality. They're going to be favourites going into this one. The big target on their back. Everybody's going to be wanting to beat the 43 car of Soko Select. We've got just walking in front of the commentary box, so you can't actually see on camera, but just walking in front of the commentary box, Adam Nichols, who runs Apollo Karts and the owners. Nexus Sport winners last year not returning to defend their title, but Apollo are still here. They're running 3 karts this weekend as well. We'd start to move into the higher kart class as well. See some of these beautiful Bigfoot panels that we've got on the karts.
You just see as well the grid. I think has just been given the order to clear. So really getting off the grid, or other than those drivers who, some of whom just sat in the seat at the moment, getting themselves acclimatised, getting themselves ready for this Le Mans start, which is so iconic to this race and so traditional as well. It's a great thing that we have at the start of the 24 hours. But realistically, you're not going to lose it unless you fall over or something at this stage. Here we go.
That's Gracie Mitchell there, who we've got an interview with that will play out during the stream. Gracie Mitchell running as a solo driver here this weekend, trying to set a 24-hour world record for the greatest distance travelled by a driver. We had the previous record set here last year by Chris Pedlingham of 1,004 laps. So he did crack the 1,000 lap barrier. That's Gracie's first target, but also look, let's not beat about the bush. That's going to be an incredibly difficult goal to achieve, knowing the efforts that Pedals went through last year to get that record. But even if Gracie doesn't achieve that, she will still set a record for the furthest distance travelled by a female driver solo in a 24-hour kart race. So either way, we're going to have a new world record.
It's good to have world records, and for the second year in a row as well. Whether we get to that 1,004 laps, we will find out over the course of the next 24 hours. But records aside, what an achievement it is to even attempt that kind of thing, by the way. 24 hours being in a kart, driving pretty much the whole time. A couple of breaks here and there will be required for a little bit of food, maybe a toilet stop here and there as well. Pit stops might be a little bit longer than what you're going to see from the race-winning teams here. Feel that achievement of 24 hours driving in one go. It's a remarkable thing.
It's an overwhelming feeling, I think is probably the best way to describe it. You are overcome with emotion at the end of it, whether you are in the car or whether, and I'm speaking from experience, whether you're in the car or whether you're on the sidelines watching or whether you're commentating even. It's a very overwhelming experience. It's deeply emotional at the end of a 24-hour race. Everybody is just so tired. We've all been through so much, and yet it flies by. It goes by so quickly. Pole position for hires as well. We didn't mention them. Sam Barrett qualified. Lockwell Hill won in the higher pro class on pole position. Peter Brett put the Apex Twin Selected Works kart on pole position. On second place for the higher class, and Peter Brett set the fastest lap last month at Le Mans as well, and put it on pole position, I think, for Le Mans. It's certainly right up there.
That's to be determined.
Yeah, my memory's not so good, even though it was only a month ago. A lot happened that weekend.
Definitely set the fastest lap at Le Mans.
But definitely set the fastest lap, yeah. So there's pedigree there as well. Within hires as well, ones to watch out for. Teesside Tigers, of course, returning. Multiple champions and getting a wave as well from Teesside Tigers. They looked good in practice yesterday. We're very happy with their machinery. Race for Ruben. They won a couple of years ago and last year as well. So yeah, pedigree there. They're a little bit down the order. Where are they? Race for Ruben, I think about 10th or 11th maybe. In fact, let me count up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, about 20th actually for Race for Ruben. But watch them come through the grid. Another one to watch out for, and probably one of my favourite names as well, Speeding Squealberg.
Oh, nice.
With the Jurassic Park livery on the front of their car as well. Great design, great team name. It'll be easy to spot as well from the commentary box as well as on camera. keep an eye out for them, possibly making their way up the order as well. So plenty to watch out for in hires as well as owners. As usual, we have 6 classes. 7 classes.
7, yeah.
7 classes.
Yeah.
7 classes. Owners are split into elite, pro, and clubman, and then we have the higher classes split into elite, pro, clubman, and we have a novice class as well, rookie class.
Yeah, absolutely. So, 7 classes to keep across. We'll try and keep you updated every hour on who is where. We'll decide which way around we're going to do it. We'll do owners 1 hour and hires the next, because there are approaching 90. I don't actually get the full the actual number at the end. How many actually are starting here? Somewhere around 90 this year. I can't remember.
I think it's about 86, 87. Right. So yeah, something close to that. We had a couple of late entries, like very, very late entries. One of the older teams entered at 9 a.m. Friday morning.
Nice.
So yeah, we're. You know what we'll do? We'll determine how many there are when they cross the line for the first time.
Yeah. Someone might have stuck in the back door this morning.
Exactly. You never know.
No.
You never know. There could be a team drop out. There could be more come in. So we have had qualifying and practice this morning for both classes, but we will know the official number when they come over the line for the first time.
Yes. For now, we're not entirely sure, but
it's a lot.
Yeah,
it goes almost all the way to red car. That's how far down the field that they are.
It is a long way down there. They're taking up pretty much the entire front straight. As you say, they have taken out obviously the chicane for this first lap. That will be put in obviously for the rest of the race, and of course those hairpins, those at the back, won't have to drive through those. But engines are being fired. We are still 7 minutes or so away from the beginning of the 24 hours, but as the engine's fired, I'll be able to hear that drumming noise in the background now that is not going to stop now for a whole day.
The low rumble of 4-stroke 200cc Honda engines rumbling away as they warm up, ready for the start of the race. Fired quite early. We've still got about 7 minutes to go, but drivers are ready and they are prepped on the other side of the grid now. So you never know, we might actually start early, which would be unusual but not unprecedented. But we will wait to see whether anybody. Doesn't look like we've got any activity right at the front of the grid at the moment, so it looks like we're okay.
And it doesn't look like all the drivers are ready either, by the way, to actually run across the start-finish straight. Of course, this traditional Le Mans start that is going to mix up the grid to begin with. Actually, the qualifying position is obviously important to get yourself towards the very far end of that front straight. But in terms of where you actually lift off, it's very much about how fast you can run. Get yourself ready seated into the kart.
Yeah, well, I've had a few people doing practice starts. In fact, I've seen a few people doing practice starts, so already practicing sprinting across, jumping into the machinery, and away they go. It's tricky to do, particularly with the higher class, because they've got the big panel to sort of navigate when they're jumping in. You'll see a lot of them, certainly towards the front, they won't even sit down in the seat properly. They will literally just jump, put their foot on the accelerator, and then figure everything else out once it's rolling. So you'll see that a little bit as well. What you'll also find is every single one of them will end up on the right hand side of the track. The left, as we're looking at it there, where they're all stood at the moment. So my advice, from the years I've been watching this, my advice would always be get the car out and get it rolling, and then go left as quick as you can and find yourself a gap, because everybody else is going to be on the right. They're going to be on the grass through the D chicane. It's going to be bedlam. Just stay out of it.
But if you're a fast starter and you've started, especially if you've started better than the person who's just in front of you, then you can't really go to the left because they're already parked there. So it's very difficult to manoeuvre yourself around on this very busy grid. So we can see the flag being readied.
So Paul Franklin will be our official starter, flag in hand and ready to go. That's our clerk of the course, as well as is Nigel Moore. You can see on the right hand side as well, legendary racer, legendary member of the TSI team as well, Nigel Moore. And it looks like we might be getting ready to go. Still a couple of minutes, I think. David's still on the grid, so that's a good sign that we're not going to be going quite yet. the other problem that we're going to have as well that we haven't mentioned so far is the MS carts liveries are all very similar.
Oh, good.
Which I've said is something that I don't want repeated next year. Yes, they've got different coloured numbers on for the different classes they're in, but 43 and 42, we're only going to be able to tell them apart at night because they've got different coloured lights on them.
Okay.
During the day, it's all going to be down to the drivers and the drivers' helmets.
They've done that much at least for us. They've made themselves distinguishable in the night. I'd rather it that way around than the other way around because it's going to be difficult in the night as we know. But yeah, it's not a commentator's dream that as they.
No, they've already been reprimanded by the commentators
Yes.
for
their actions.
for single livery across at least 3 carts. I think it's 4 if you include Gracie's one as well. There are the MS kart crew for the most part, the ones who aren't quite driving yet. So they've got a big scaffolding sort of section just before the turn 1 at Howells. Of course, turn 1 isn't turn 1 because we've got the D chicane, so we do the D chicane and then we do Howells, but Howells is kind of traditionally known as turn 1.
Yeah, and it is turn 1 in this race anyway because obviously the D chicane is not travelled in the opening lap, but for all of the 1100 or however many laps this race is going to end up being for those race leading karts, they will have to go through the chicane. We're just about 2 minutes away from 12 o'clock. Still not quite ready just yet, although maybe we are going to have an early start. Everybody does seem to be in position now. Somebody sat down over there, one of the drivers, so hopefully they stand up in time for the race start. Which
Paul will ready the flag, and that will give us the signal that we're about to get going. Hopefully a nice clean start. Everybody making it through certainly turn 1 cleanly, but it will all start to come together once again once they head down to Ribbs Bend, which is the first right-hander of the course. Downhill, very bumpy section of the track. The rear end of the karts lift up in the air. So the Union flag is up in the air. The race is about to get going. And we are go for the British 24-hour 2025. Everybody making their way across the track cleanly. We've had no incidents so far. Everybody is in the karts and they are away and racing and heading down to Ribbs Bend for the first time.
Contact on the front straight, 690 didn't get off to a very quick start in the higher class, and it was nearly 4 wide as they came past us on the start-finish line first time round. Oh, and there is a spinner through turn 1 as well. 2 spinners towards the back end of the higher kart class, but other than that, a clean start anyway at the front and the end of the field.
There they go. So we've got recovering karts already from Ribbs Bend and from Howells as the leaders are stretching away and into hairpin 1. So they're down the back straight already. Drivers and helpers sprinting their way up the track to try and get clear before the leaders come through. But at the minute it is the 43 kart of MS Soco Select leading the way.
Yeah, good start from them at the front end of the field. In fact, all the leaders actually look like they got off to a pretty good start in the owners class. You can already see a bit of a difference in terms of the owner and higher karts that are just separating themselves already. Lap traffic not yet a problem, but it won't be very long until it is. There comes 43 over the line at the end of lap number 1. 22 follows in, and a good start from kart 15. MS Urban Blue moving up to 3rd place ahead of 111.
Yeah, they have had a good start, good opening lap for them. 2 places gained for them. 3 places gained for King Brothers Racing. They are currently leading the clubman class for them. Gracie Mitchell down in P20, but gets a good, clean opening lap and has made her way through. Leader in Hires, Lockwell Hill 1 have held on to their pole position. Apex Twin Selected Works likewise. Both of those are 1st and 2nd. In the higher class, but also in higher pro class. MFP Interceptors leader in higher clubman. They crossed the line 3rd. They qualified 3rd as well. Corblimey Racing 113, 4th place in hires. They are your leaders in the higher class.
Another spin in the bottom end of the higher karts class out of the final corner. Just a couple of moments ago for Sloth Racing. They're one of the higher rookie class karts. According to our suit-coloured, helmet-colour things, I think that was Craig McCann who started there as a look down the inside for the lead, coming into the hairpins.
Yeah, hairpin 3 and 4. That was Paragon Motorsport, who were 2nd place all the way through that opening lap, now challenging for the lead. And we've got a contact warning going out, or we've got a warning going out for this 69 kart as well. But Yes, challenging for the lead already, Paragon Motorsport.
Yeah.
Putting Falkus under pressure. Got MS Urban Blue in 3rd place and MSJSR in 4th in the 111. They're now starting to gap the rest of the field behind them. MS Lucas in the 42. They actually gained a position that lap, and they're now trying to make it a 5-kart train. We've also got a warning out for the 77 of King Brothers Racing, so perhaps that was them making... well, they've overtook 2 on that lap and moved themselves up to 8th place. So potentially some contact as they made their way through, and they're already down the back straight again for the 3rd time. The back of the owners, of the hire car, they are only just exiting the D chicane. The leaders already into hairpin 3 and 4.
Yeah, that traffic won't be far away now for those higher carts that are towards the back end, side by side for 2nd place, just coming over the start-finish line at the moment as Kart 15 tries to squeeze through. That's MS Urban Blue trying to get past Paragon Motorsport and couldn't quite do it into the D chicane that time around as they came past. But MS Soko Select still leading as it is side by side for 2nd and a change.
A change, and also a change for 3rd as well, as JSR went through, and now MS Lucas has moved through. So the MS kart sort of beating up a little bit the Apollo chassis Paragon kart, as all 3 of them freight trained through that section. Gap has opened up now to the leader, Josh Falkus, MS Soko Select. But what we haven't mentioned so far, Ewan, is the weather conditions here and how windy it is. Now, it's a massive, hugely strong tailwind down the back straight and down this straight as well as they turn into South Bank Corner. And then they will get a strong crosswind pushing them from the right to the left as they head through South Bank as well. So very, very difficult conditions, but certainly not ideal for slipstreaming down the back straight. If we had a headwind, you would see that gap closed up immediately. 4-4-3. Going side by side with Paragon as well, and it looks like Paragon might have just waved them through. I think they did wave through the MSJDR car.
Oh, there's David there nearly getting hit into turn 1, but yeah, it looked like it. The 111 going backwards a little bit actually in the early part of this race, but this time around they are single file. This top 6 who have broken away at the front end of the field. This is the mountain section, and they'll come through here, as you say, onto this back straight, the longest straight on this track, which normally, big slipstreaming opportunity, big chance down the end of the straight, but with this tailwind, it's a lot more difficult. Nose to tail for the lead.
But what we've seen is, although we've got an early pit stop as well, but what we've seen is because of that tailwind, yes, the slipstream effect isn't as strong down the back straight, but it's massive coming out of hairpin 4 and down onto the front straight, which is and across the start-finish line, which is what we'll probably see again here as the leaders now catch the very back of the higher carts. They're going to start making their way through that, and that is going to be them now in traffic for 24 hours. As 433 gets very sideways, I think that's Alfie Briggs driving that one. We'll come on to him and his experience and qualities a little bit later on, but yeah, got very sideways through hairpin 4 and now has lost the back of that train of 5.
That was very, very close through those hairpins on the final final corners there. That last lap, that was a change, was it? Was that
a change for the lead.
Yeah. 15 goes through on the inside into Rib Bend. An opportunistic move, really. Got the run out of turn number 1, and then inside at Rib Bend to take the lead. This is super close for the race lead, though, at the moment, as 15 takes this race lead into the traffic again now and into our view again on the back straight.
So what we're going to see is...
On another change.
And Falkus has taken the lead back. So what we're going to see is we've got a spinner at hairpin 1. Is that an 89?
69 maybe? We're not quite, our eyes aren't quite good enough to see, but they are out of the barriers.
I think it might be quick finishes. I think you might be right. It might be 69 quick finishes.
Steady. And now we'll rejoin, but yeah, they've already had a warning, by the way, for contact earlier on here today. They have now had a spin. They'll drop towards the back end of the field. As that yellow flag came out, by the way, the leaders were coming past, and I'm not sure all of them were really abiding by the rules, to be honest, about not overtaking under yellows, but let's see about that a little bit later on.
Depends where the yellow flag was. If it was at Marshall Post 1, I think they were okay because they were overtaking into the wiggles. But we shall see. Fuel bay sign on the Digi flag has gone out as well, so the fuel bay is now open and official. So we have got, as we try and catch them coming through the shot, there's your leader now, 43, Soko Select, working his way through the traffic cleanly. We've seen this from Josh Falkus year after year after year. Extremely good in traffic, scythes his way through as he tucks in through the single file wiggle section and then dives down the inside of the hire kart class.
And this is such the key point in the race. Traffic is never going to be thicker than this for the owners division. So it's really important for these guys to get through cleanly this time round. Because it isn't ever going to be this bad again. Although, as you say, it's going to be relentless for 24 hours.
Change for the lead in hire car as Lockwell Hill 1 dropped 4 places on that lap. Apex Twin Selected Works now the hire car leaders. ABC Racing now P2, Corblimey 3rd. BJMD, we expected them to come through certainly in the early part of the race. We'll see what their experience is going to be like through the full 24 hours. They are owner-driver Sprint Series drivers here in the Pro Karts usually. Then we've got Lockwell Hill 1 now P27 overall and 5th in hires.
Was that them getting bumped down again, or was that them making up a place?
They are 4th now in that class. They've been good, kind enough to put fluorescent tape on the kart for us.
Thank you for that. That's very good. And they're going down the inside.
And down the inside for 3rd
towards
now.
South Bank for 3rd place. So a change for 3rd place. The podium positions in the hires so far. As you say, Lockwell Hill losing 4 places, on one lap. They've gained 2 of those back again. Now just 2 more for them to retake the lead.
There we go. We're going to try and pick them up on camera here as they come over the start-finish line. So here are your hire kart leaders. That's them there. That is going to be ABC Racing now taking the lead of hires from Corblimey Racing on that lap. Corblimey Racing, you've got Ed Bars in there, nicknamed by myself and David as the Messiah. He's currently P2.
And there they come in out of Rib Bend on your screens as well. Side by side for 4th place there. Slipping through on the inside. That might have been the 3 kart actually going backwards a place. The Apex Twin Selective Works kart. Unsure, couldn't quite identify that.
Lockwell Hill are definitely back up to 3rd now.
Yeah, definitely up to 3rd again.
So that's that is really helpful with that tape on the car because we can spot that a mile away. So they're up to 3rd. They're going to start pushing away now. Now the thing with the challenges for 2nd, challenges Ed Bars for 2nd place, and then loses a place coming out of hairpin 4. It's going to be a drag race now down to South Bank, but Pete Barr for Apex Twin Selected Works opts to tuck in instead. I think he didn't get the best of exits as it turned out, but looks like is that BJMD have possibly moved through? Yes, they did for a second there, and now they've lost 3rd place again. So all action in the hire kart class.
First warning for contact of the day. Black and white flag to kart 434. That's MSJDR2. So they are the unlucky ones. Well, I'll say unlucky.
They're currently 19th overall.
Yeah, they are towards the back end of the owners division at the beginning of this race. Already a warning for contact for them, I presume, as they were coming through traffic for the first time.
Still look at this train. This is what I was saying about the wind. Down the back straight, there won't be much overtaking like we normally see. You normally see them drag up behind each other. They'll fan out down the back straight, but because the tailwind is so strong, that lead is getting a big push. As much as the car at the back is, as the overall race leader starts to make his way through and put the hire kart class 1 lap down for the first time. So there goes Falkus now with a big gap back to MS Urban Blue. So we've got both our leaders in shot at the same time. There goes Josh Falkus. Everybody in the hire karts now 1 lap down when they come over the line this time. ABC Racing still leading from Corblimey Racing, and then it's going to be Lockwell Hill in 3rd place.
We do already, by the way, have a kart 3 laps down. Too slow, too serious. Didn't make the fuel bay in qualifying, and so that was the kart we saw on pit lane very early on.
Yeah, so they are well off strategy now and hoping for a full course yellow to be able to catch back up and make some inroads into that. Well, what I was saying about the wind is that because they're going to get that slipstream out of hairpin 3 and 4, we're going to see a lot more overtaking into the D chicane and into rib bend, because they're going to get the slipstream effect coming out of the D chicane and through Howells as well. That's going to open up the opportunities into rib bend, whereas it will deny the opportunities that we usually see into hairpin 1 and 2 and into the wiggle section down the back straight, just because of how strong it is. In fact, we've got a what they call a windbreaker type flag. We've got them dotted around the circuit. You'll see them with various sponsorship. In fact, you can see them in the shot there. And one of them is almost flat. It's blowing that hard. The one there, in between hairpin 1 and 2.
I was looking actually earlier on and wondering what happens if that gets dislodged there. I hope it's stuck into the ground firmly, because it is under real strain here. The wind, by the way, for those who are not here at the circuit, over 30 miles an hour at the moment at Teesside, so very, very strong. It definitely wasn't like this last year.
I can guarantee that the owner drivers who have got the speedo option on their onboard lap counter, onboard lap timers that they've got, most of them running Micron or Alfano lap timers on the steering wheel. Those that have got the speed on there will probably be seeing speeds that they've never seen before coming into the wiggles and into hairpin 1. Yeah, I would imagine we're going to be hitting record speeds here. 43's Jack Morris, I've just been told. So Teesside Stig has taken the start, not Josh Falkers. Similar helmets, identical suits.
I think
easy mistake to make.
I think they're indistinguishable, to be honest, when they're actually sat in there, the MS Soco Select guys. So yeah, that's very understandable. Jack Morris starting this kart and has done a good job as well through the traffic. 3.5 seconds as they came through last time around. That was at the end of lap 10 of many in this race. They've got a very, very long way to go. Yellow flag out just in front of us here, and a black and white flag on a board being shown as well. 171, the latest to receive a warning for contact. That brief yellow flag has now been pulled in as one of the marshals just runs across the circuit. We'll be back under full green flag racing once again.
So the elite class now running 1 and 2 in owners, with our pros running 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and our first clubman is the King Brothers racing car in 8th place. So the class system showing already that it's working very well. All the pro class drivers are 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and then it's all of our clubman class as well. So the class system showing on pace that it's working very, very well. That will change throughout the race when mechanical issues and various other issues, pit stops and shorter stints and things like that come into play. So that will juggle itself around, but it shows that the class system is working. Likewise in hires, the top 2 are higher elites. Then we've got 3 higher pros. So it's ABC Racing, Corblimey Racing 113 in the elites. Then it's Lockwell Hill 1, BJMD and Apex Twin Selected Works. Then we've got the first of our clubman class drivers as well, 508 MFP Interceptors. They are 28th, 31st and 32nd is our higher clubman. 2nd and 3rd, they're Bargain Racing and Tockwith 1. And then 34th and 35th, they are 1st and 2nd in the higher rookies, so Barry R's Wacky Racers, and the EDK 24T Yellow, so that's the English Deaf Karting Team, and then Teessiders, they are 39th overall and 3rd place in rookie.
Another warning, first warning I should say, from first curb warning for the cartwheelers in 34. That is the first time, as I say, that we've seen that so far today. Cartwheelers are one of the highest pro class karts. They were, I think, in the same... they were in club last year, where they finished in 4th, 12th overall in the higher kart division overall, and 34th in 2024 overall. To go with number 34, that fitted quite nicely. They, though, have got their first curb warning of the day and the first curb warning of the race.
Indeed, MS Urban Blue have set a new fastest lap of the race on lap 12. It's about the usual time that we see the overall fastest lap of the race, believe it or not, is around about lap 12. 1:12.369, so we'll see whether that stands for long. It's usually around this point in the race when they've made their way through the traffic for the first time. They get a couple more clear laps before they catch the back of the pack again. and that's when we usually see the fastest laps come in, because the tyres are all hot, the engines are nice and warmed up, the driver's nice and warmed up, they've had a good go at it for a few laps, and then we start to see these fastest laps come in, and it'll be, I would imagine then it's going to probably be the early hours of the morning, the golden hour again, when drivers bolt on fresh tyres in the morning session.
Yeah.
And we might see that get broken.
Yeah, last year, lap 10 was the fastest lap set by Nexus Sport, the eventual winners. Although I'm not even sure they were leading at the time. They definitely weren't sure of victory then. They had a very, very long way to go. But, yeah, that was a new lap record. I don't know if you're expecting that to be broken again this year.
I think the wind conditions will have something to do with that.
That's a good point. Because, the only reason I mention it is because that's a 0.6 of a second difference between the fastest lap last year, which, as I say, was a record, and the so far fastest lap here, which has been set by number 15, MS Urban Blue.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect, with these conditions, I wouldn't expect us to be getting close to that. The reason for that is, yes, you've got that massive tailwind coming down the back straight, but it's a huge headwind coming out of hairpin 4, and it affects you all the way up the mountain section, which is the slowest section of the track as well, through that wiggle section or through the chicane and going up the hill. It's the slowest portion of the track, and yeah, you're trying to climb up what is essentially the north face of the Eiger in a car with a 30-mile-an-hour headwind.
Yeah, so yeah, it advantages you in one place, and then obviously it takes away in the other. So yeah, that does make it difficult. Much better on a still day, as we watch a couple of hires come through. Here's that for the lead. Actually,
that is for the lead. Core Blimey Racing have now taken the lead away from ABC. So Ed Bars, the Messiah, has taken the lead in hires from ABC Racing. Lockwell Hill 1 still showing well in third place overall and leading Hire Pro.
Yeah, that was...
Got that good group together still.
Yeah, and not far behind, Apex Twin Selective Works and BGMD are all there as well. Actually, just behind them, the MFP Interceptors as well. That is the leader of the club class in the hires as well. So that's 3 class leaders, as well as a battle between the top 6 or 7 in the overall hires. There they are, coming down the back straight now, back towards us, and the hairpins again, as the gentle and slow run of traffic continues. More owners right behind them, as is going to be a constant now for the rest of this race.
Yeah, they're just off the back, aren't they, of that group, the MFP Interceptors, so they're the higher clubman leaders. Just a bit of a gap in between. They need a bit of a slipstream, I think, to help close back in on that group of 5. And that's ideal for them, being in the clubman class of the 3rd tier here in the hires, and absolutely ideal for them to be able to move away from Bargain Racing, who are currently 2nd in class. But the rest of the field, and it is a big field in that clubman class as well.
A change, 3rd place overall in the hires, but for the class lead, Apex Twin Selective Works getting ahead of Lockwell Hill. We can see them here coming into Rib Bend with some more owners coming through. Lockwell Hill try and get back past again. Nicely done. Exactly how you are a hire kart driver. Watch as an owner comes past, follow them through. That was a very opportunistic move to move back onto the overall podium in hires, but perhaps more importantly, the class lead.
Yeah, and Bargain Racing and Teesside Tigers, you could see at the back of the shot as they came through there, just urging, I think it was Bargain Racing, urging Teesside Tigers just to look forward and drive, because they want to work together and close that gap back in that's clearly going out. Teesside Tigers 29th overall, 7th in the higher kart class at the moment, but 3rd in higher elite, and there's a big gap opened up between them and that group. We said that are at the front of the higher karts. Paragon Motorsport 22, meanwhile, have taken 2nd place away from both MS Lucas and MS Urban Blue, as they've moved back up to P2 in owners. We've got a car off at hairpin 1.
Oh, yeah, we do. Oh, and an owner, and did just clip there. One of the owners came through and just clipped them with the rear right.
Was that I think that was Topworth Motorsport in the 78.
It looked like it had 3 numbers to me, but maybe I'm wrong. That cart's still stuck there, and the marshal's still on the opposite side of the road. I think it might actually be beached on the stones and the rocks out there. So they'll need a bit of assistance to get back moving again. And that front right doesn't look quite right unless. Yeah.
Oh, it's Lockwell Hill, and they've buckled the front left. Front right. Sorry, front right is track rod completely gone. So that'll need recovery, and potentially our first full course yellow. But we'll keep an eye on that one, and we'll bring you how that's going to work as well if we do go under full course yellow. But this is a disaster for Lockwell Hill 1, as we've got 2 karts off under yellow flag into hairpin 1, and one of those I believe is one of the Petit Bouchon entries.
Yeah, this is a big incident now down at the hairpins. Drivers will have to slow down, and the marshal's telling them to do so as well. Contact as well as the 3 kart there got into, that's Cod Builders getting into one of the hires in front of them. Those 2 hires now get disconnected, and one of them had to be restarted again. They're now back going again.
Those 2 karts now look like they're about to get underway again, but just trying to find a gap in the traffic, and they are away, but we're still awaiting recovery for Lockwell Hill.
It is.
So they are going to be tumbling down the order now, and, well, will most likely be last at this rate very, very quickly. The recovery kart is out, new addition for this year at hairpin 1. So we've got a recovery quad, should it need that, but if it can be dragged back, that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, can it be dragged back with that front right wheel?
Yeah, because what we're doing is that they lift it up.
Oh,
it's got like a tow bar on the back of it.
I was assuming it was just being dragged along the ground like normal if it was out of fuel or something, but no, that's...
So that's currently being dragged through hairpin 2.
And it just crosses the road there effectively as... that's a change for the lead, is it?
It's not.
Oh,
that's
second,
P2.
sorry. Yeah,
P2
second.
in owners, so that's Paragon Motorsport now. As we said, they've taken P2 away from MS Lucas.
There's MS Soko Select just go past our window quite a long way in front of that battle for second and third now. The official gap 5.1, that's another second they've added to that in the last couple of moments. 1.3 seconds quicker for MS Soko Select and Morris that last time around.
So T-side Stig living up to his reputation. Moving away at the front of this one, as he said. Ewan 5.1 seconds, half a second back then to MS Lucas. They're 5.6 behind them. We've got 9 seconds now for MS Urban Blue and MS JDR.
That looked like 39 to me, Tom, as it came past us there. That
it might be Lockwell Hill. No, it is.
Lockwell Hill 2.
Is it Lockwell Hill 2?
Yeah, the 38 is still running okay.
Okay, yes, it is. Right, okay, so that's right. But what they've done there is the same issue that we've got with the MS cards. They've also put yellow fluorescent tape on it.
Very good fluorescent yellow tape, but not twice.
Could have put green or orange on it or something like that, but yeah. Well.
But there we go. They've gone back to the pit lane. So apologies. Well, they would have known, I guess, which kart it was. So we've not panicked anybody there, I don't think. But I once nearly gave someone a heart attack at a karting track when I got someone wrong like that when they were leading. But anyway, yeah, that was 39. Sorry, not 38. So they will drop to the back. Too slow, too serious. Still at the back of the field after having come into the pit lane on the opening. Well, not quite the opening lap of the race, sorry, but very early on. I think Lockwell Hill 2, as far as I can see, only the second kart to actually head down pit lane at all in the first 25 minutes. It's been a very clean start. That is our first noted incident of the day, really.
In fact, yes, you're right. And we haven't even seen anybody off at Rib Bend either.
No, that's very unusual.
It doesn't mean that nobody's been in there. It just means that we haven't seen anybody. We've got the 96 coming in as well.
That's one of the hires.
That is Piston Heads. They're coming in early, so they're off strategy as well. Looked like a regular scheduled stop, but we'll keep an eye on what's going on with them. I'm sure we'll get some updates as well.
Yeah, that's the team that finished 4th place in the rookies of the higher class last year. They have moved up to higher club this year, but an early stop for them. Don't forget that some of them missed the fuel bay at the end of hires qualifying. So I'm not sure that was one of them. That's not one of the ones that we've got in our list. But they may just be doing a different strategy or whatever. And there they are getting some fuel. It doesn't look unscheduled, that's for sure. It just looks like it needs a bit more fuel.
Yeah, there's no arms waving around and pointing at things. And, it looks
shouting,
like it's just getting off schedule. And getting off schedule by, 27 minutes is not a bad shout.
No, not a bad idea, just to do something a little bit different. I find especially this first pit stop of the day, where it can get really, really busy on pit lane. It's not a bad idea. Just get your first pit stop out of the way. Know that you're not going to run out of fuel out on the circuit or anything silly like that. Just come into pit lane by yourself, because as you may know, maybe you don't know if you're watching this, we have a limited amount of fuel bays in this race. That will especially come into force when we have a full course yellow, which surely at some point in the next 24 hours we will do. That will be a real thing. Queuing for fuel, getting in for fuel at the right time is a massive, massive factor in this race. So getting the first one out of the way without issues is not the worst idea.
Well, 88 entries we've got. There we have live pictures of Lockwell Hill 2 being repaired and having that tracking repaired. 88 carts to get through a pit lane at any one time. And I think there's 2 fuel bays. There's normally 2 fuel pumps. So everybody in the hires, of which there's 65 entries in hires, they are going to be all coming in somewhere around, I would imagine, an hour and 15 minutes to an hour 45. So you've got 65 entries to get through in half an hour, give or take.
Yeah.
And owners to throw into that mix as well, who will be coming in around about an hour and 10 to an hour and 30, hour and 35. So all of our runners, with the exception of Lockwell Hill 2, I would imagine, are going to be coming in that window. So it's going to be extremely busy. And like you say, Ewan, strategy of getting in when those fuel bays are empty is absolutely paramount, particularly for the early part of the stop.
Yeah.
So, the early part of this race. So what they will do is they will have spotters in pit lane. Well, most teams will have spotters in pit lane, and you'll have probably 5 or 6 laps where you can probably come in at the start of it if it's clear, but you've also you build yourself a buffer of 5 or 6 laps where if it's busy we can still go round. If it's busy we can still go round, and we'll get in at the prime opportunity rather than run the fuel until it's dry and then box no matter what.
Yeah, obviously a lot of these teams are here just to have a bit of fun, and they'll just come in sort of whenever they want to, and they'll queue if they have to. But some of these teams who want to win this race overall will take this very, very seriously, and as you say, will give themselves just those few laps of window. That should be enough. If you do sort of 5 laps or so, should be enough to see you not have to queue at some point in those 5 laps. So yes, you want to extend that fuel stint as much as possible, but it's not quite as important as coming into a clean fuel bay and not having to queue for fuel like you're in the supermarket.
Just having a look at our biggest movers through the race so far. So we've got Barry R's Wacky Racers in 32nd place overall, the 911. They're in higher rookie, and they are up 14 spots on where they qualified. Tider Sport,
Tider, I think.
Tider Sport, they are up 18 places since the start of the race. Likewise, Steel City, Bottas Boys, they're up 18 places. 19 places gained for Le Petit Bouchon 3, that's LPBRT 3 on your timing. Also, we haven't shouted out the live timing link yet, which we should do as well. If you do want to follow live timing, you can go to results.alphatiming.co.uk/24-hour live. And there's our live timing screen at the side of the track.
Yeah.
But also, we haven't shouted out our comments section in YouTube, which by the looks of things has gone a bit crazy, actually. So, yes, please get in touch through YouTube. If you're watching on Facebook or anything like that, you'll need to go to YouTube and find the link. It's TSK-Motorsport Media. That's what you need to be searching for. Click the live button and you can go right to it. There are, of course, links posted to the Teesside Motorsports page, as well as pretty much everyone's socials that's taking part here as well. Click the link. It will bring you through to YouTube, and you can leave us a comment as well. Get in touch and we'll try and give you a shout out, of which I haven't even had to dip into those yet, such has been the excitement of the race. But we'll bring you some comments shortly.
And more excitement as well, coming towards hairpin 1, as someone's gone straight through the barriers there. It's one of the owners, straight through the barriers there, and those now need repairing down at hairpin 1.
Yep, that's gone a long way off as for SKA Racing. They were in 9th overall, 2nd in the clubman class for owners.
Yeah, they're about 5 seconds off KBR, so that's going to be a change now. DWS 2 in kart 58 will go through, so AMC Racing. SKA still dropping through the field here. Where are they going to end up out here? There they go, over the line. They are now 16th, so that is a loss of 7 places in just that one lap.
David has just been in touch to say Lockwell Hill 2 are now back out, and there's the shot of the mechanics bay for the hires, now clear of karts.
Yeah, so that's the first mechanical issue of the day, now out of the way. We'll, of course, keep you across all of the mechanical problems and everything else going on down there on pit lane. But
just having a look at the shot there that we had briefly that shows you right the way across Middlesbrough and out to the riverside. Very dark clouds look like they might be incoming.
And it's coming from the direction where the wind is, which there's a spinner through hairpin 4 as well.
Yeah, the wind is very much coming from that direction. Lovely blue sky overhead at the moment, but it doesn't look like that's going to last very long. There wasn't much of a threat of rain at the start of today. I'm just going to check the weather app, actually, and see if that has increased. It hasn't. It's still showing 7-8%.
Yeah,
but those clouds look very threatening, Ewan. I'd be keeping an eye on that.
There was a real light bit of rain for 10 seconds. I don't know if you noticed it. I was just inside, and there was... Yeah, a very, very slight bit of rain, about 11 o'clock. It wouldn't have affected anything. It was so light. So he goes straight off there through the chicane. The maximum I got to was about 10% chance of rain, maybe, before 5 o'clock tonight. Other than that, very, very low chance of rain. But, 10% chance, still a chance, and it is looking pretty dark over there. So,
with the exception of the wind, it should be perfect race conditions for the entire 24-hour. However... I'm not sure whether it's lying to us or not.
And not too warm either, by the way.
Yeah, it is quite chilly, but good for the engines, though.
Yeah.
You get nice, cool air straight through, and that will help develop some power as well.
Just coming past our window there was the battle for 6th place overall between MS-JSR and MS Urban Orange. You'll see them coming through here into Rib Bend on your screen. There they go now through on the apex. That's 111 ahead of 125. So 111 falling through the field a little bit in the early part of this race. A couple of positions lost. They started 3rd, 2nd. They were definitely in the top 3 in qualifying. And now they have just slipped a little bit to the just outside the top 5. There they are, slipping left and right through traffic. And they are ahead of 125 still in that battle for 6th place.
MS Urban Orange starting to, as you said, make some inroads. It's still Paragon Motorsport leading the pro. Quick shot there of Gracie Mitchell, still on her world record attempt. She's heading down towards Rib Bend, just slicing her way through the hires. A beautiful move from Gracie as she continues on. And we've got Chris Pedlingham watching, actually. He's been in touch. He texted me just before the start of the race to say that he is watching and keeping an eye out. I'm sure he's wishing Gracie well.
We've got
he says he doesn't like listening to the feed. He just wants to be here. And
that's why he drove 24 hours last year.
Well, exactly. And I got a message from Anthony Pogson as well, chief strategist for Offline Motorsport, last night as well, and racer as well. Let's not take it away from Poggy. And he was saying that he's missing it. So I think they'll be back next year. It's right to have a year off after everything that went on last year. I think they're right to have a year off this year, and I'm sure they will come back as strong as ever. And there is Gracie, just taking it easy, taking it steady. You can see no risks through the higher carts, picking her way through. See moving around the outside. I did an interview with Gracie, which will play out once the race starts to calm down a little bit. But we'll play an interview with Gracie. She was fantastic to interview yesterday. She talks very, very well of her season, of her exploits, and everything else that she does, as well as world record attempts. Trying to get to F1 Academy, that's the goal at the moment. is to get onto that grid and then go from there, really. And I'm sure she's got the talent and the resources with a little bit of sponsorship backing that they could do with. I think if they get that, pretty sure she'll be there sooner rather than later. She's racing in everything and anything that they can put her behind the wheel of at the moment. So
why not?
Fun Cup, Ginetta G55s in the Iberian Supercar Championships, who's testing an F4 on Thursday, or GB4 at Anglesey on Thursday. So single seaters, tin tops, GT3s, GT4s, GT3s,
everything,
and karts.
Yes.
Yeah. There's not much that she can't get behind the wheel of at the moment.
Yeah, and showing that certainly not lacking in endurance over the course of a long stint. If that's what you're looking for, that is a very, very long effort for Gracie here today. So we'll keep checking in and see where she's got to over the course of 24 hours. But the main goal there has got to be just finishing rather than actually any sort of actual position. It's just getting to the end of 24 hours.
Just keep circling.
Yeah.
Just keep circling as much as you can. Jack Morris in MS SoCo Select just putting in a new personal best, extends the gap out 7.7 seconds now, the lead back to now MS Lucas, who have taken second place away. And in fact, there is Jack Morris just about to come into shot. That's not Jack Morris, is it?
No, that was...
Oh, it is. That is Jack Morris in the 43.
Yeah,
see this same livery.
Howard!
Howard, you're going to feel my wrath when I see you, Howard Lucas. Everybody putting this same livery on. It's throwing us right off here in the commentary box. But there goes Jack. That's your overall race leader. Personal best lap time around. I don't think it's going to be that this time, as he's overtaken a few hires, plus Gracie Mitchell as well. So Gracie's now one lap down. So everybody up to 20th place has now been lapped by your race leader.
Yeah, just 19 on the lead lap. At the end of last year, by the way, just 2 karts were on the lead lap, which is pretty impressive in itself. I don't know if you have the exact figure to the thousandths what the gap was. About 20 seconds, something like that, between first and second at the end of last year's owners finish. It was between Nexus Sport and MS SoCo Select, of course.
I can pull it up, Ewan.
Okay. It's about 19 seconds, 20 seconds, something like that. It was very, very close. MS SoCo Select, though, getting off to a very good start here. But, you know, it was the kind of race where it just toed and froed again and again and again. And, you know, full course yellows and everything playing into the equation. And eventually, MS SoCo Select came out on top with the victory by
19.1 seconds.
There we go. Even closer.
No, it was Nexus Sport won it by 19.1 seconds from SoCo Select.
Of course, yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. Yeah, an amazing race last year. It really was between that top 2. And I'm hoping we're going to get something similar here. Although having said that, you know, as you say, MS SoCo Select leading by over 8 seconds here and continue to extend their advantage as well. And MS Lucas extending their advantage over Paragon Motorsport as well. That's now 1.2 seconds after making that pass for second.
Let's have a dip into the live chat comments for the first time today. So we've got Lorneo Kennedy is saying good luck to the TRX team. Well, they've got plenty of entries here. So same as Le Mans. They have scattered their entries across the hire kart field, plenty of them. Good luck at Apex Twin Selected Works and Apex Twin Racing as well, coming from Dominica. We've got Monica getting in touch to say best luck to every team, but most of all Century Sim, who are the absolute best in her eyes. Jace is saying come on the army lads, and we've got best of luck to Mulsanne Racing from Stephen Shelley. Michael Burke, of course, has been in touch, always is in touch during a 24-hour race, watching from Australia. We've got support coming in for Core Blimey and William Foltz from Tishy Mac. Who else have we got? Liam Archer wishing good luck to the quick finishers. And we've got... who else have we got? Flossie and Dad Karting saying best of luck to Nathan Williams and the rest of the team in 171. I'm going to try and pull up who that is. 171.
So I'm just trying to, while you're doing that, just looking for the leaders in the hires class at the moment. They're still very close, the top 4. I think they're just about to come across the line now. 113, Corblimey leading the race. There they are, just coming across the line now. So Corblimey Racing ahead of ABC Racing, Lockwell Hill 1, and Apex Twin Selected Works 4 in a row at the front of the hires class.
MS Window Doctor is 171.
There we go. Do you know where they're running at the moment? It's going to take an age to find, isn't it? In the never-ending
171.
list.
No, they are 18th overall.
Oh, there they are. Well done. There we go. Yeah, as I said earlier, we're not quite sure what the actual end starting number was going to be, but it is 88 carts that have started. And there is Sloth Racing's driver into the mechanic bay. So front left getting a bit of attention there. What is the problem? We will try and find that out. Give you some updates in a few moments' time.
Possibly another track rod, potentially. And the gentleman there that's in the middle with the slightly bald head, should we say? That's Jack Morris's dad.
All right.
Who's helping out here once again. Owen Morris, another legend of the G-side track. Cole Clark Racing has been in touch. That'll be Andy Clark. It says he's not able to be there this year, but watching and supporting KVR from home. So nice to have you with us, Andy. One of our usual Le Mans teams that we have, and track marshals as well, British Marshal group as well. So they go all over the world with Formula One and various other series. So we got.
It's on your screen there, by the way. Sloth Racing did get back out onto the circuit. Sorry.
A few people saying that they're having issues with sound, and then others saying that some are not having issues with sound. So we're not
hopefully it's fine.
Yeah, hopefully it's fine. I will just check all our connections here to make sure 100% that we're all plugged in fine. But just a few people in the comments are saying that it keeps cutting out. Not quite sure what would be causing that, but try refreshing it and see if that works.
Someone just pressing mute.
Yeah, just turn it off and on again. That'll normally work. And we've got and Connor Jupp's been in touch as well to saying good luck all. Well, we're missing you, Connor. He's had a few goes here in the 24. Former world karting champion Connor Jupp as well. So he definitely comes with some pedigree. And a shame that you can't be here this weekend, Connor. But I'm sure you'll be back for another go, possibly next year, as 433 MSJDR are having a ding-dong, I think it's safe to say, down the back straight now with MS Urban Blue. So 4th and 5th place overall, but 2nd in the pro class. They head round hairpin 3 and 4.
Yeah, we'll see.
And they're about to come over the start-finish line for 2nd place in the pro class of owners, and they're nose to tail. It's Alfie Briggs, and I'm going to try and find out who is in that MS Urban Blue car.
I'll just
think it might be Ocean Buck.
Yeah, I think that's correct based on the information we got earlier. Anyway, that is correct.
So Ocean Buck qualified it, didn't they?
Yeah. So that is probably the case. Still into the mountain section now for those two, and a little bit of highest traffic that they just had cleared, and 15 not quite as close, but they're going to be exceptionally close as they get down in towards the S's here at the end of the back straight. Oh, just slipped through on one of them. Actually, is that the battle for the lead in the hires, or is that another group of 4 maybe somewhere else? Seeing the fluorescent yellow.
They're a little bit further down the order.
Yeah, maybe.
But yeah, they're not quite coming through the front of the pack. There's our leaders coming through there, just in front of the commentary box.
Yes. Okay.
So they're coming through now. But yeah, Alfie Briggs with a massive block pass on the previous lap at hairpin 3 really pushed Urban Blue out wide and made sure to get that move completed, but did get it done, and they're coming through over start-finish line now as another one goes across not just the D chicane, but the grass as well, so that is a long way off. Extremely tricky part of the track is that D chicane. It looks simple enough when you just look at it on the track with your eyes, with the camera. it looks like it's a straight right, left, and then right again, and it is anything but that, because it's got a big rise and fall effect to it. Plus the middle of the D chicane, the left-hander, it's got essentially two apex curbs on it, so you just take it as one single left-hander, but it's off camber, so it rises as you go in through, it dips on as you go through the right, then it rises as you hit the left, but then that's off camber, so you're then being pushed to the right, and then it drops down again through the left, and there's a big dip there as well that you pretty much straddle.
David Sullivan reporting a few drops of rain out there on the circuit.
Well, he'll feel it first.
Very good. Is our weather tester out there, whatever you call that. Yeah, it will not be affecting anything at the moment, but it is a few drops by the sounds of things. Is that 404?
It was definitely in the four.
It is in the 400s.
Digits. 404 mild runnings.
Yeah, they are off the circuit down at hairpin 1. Apparently the rain stopped straight away again, so that was very short-lived.
Yeah, so just a bit in the air.
Yeah.
And the other thing that we haven't covered so far is if it does rain, slick tyres all round, no matter what.
Yeah.
We don't run wet tyres here in the endurance racing series and in 24-hour series. We only run slick tyres. And we've seen it over the years where you'd be better off with a submarine than you would a go-kart, and yet we still run slick tyres and still make it work, and everybody just tootles round safely, really, is the best way to put it. It's like driving on ice. You get to hairpin 1, and you just, about 100 metres before hairpin 1, you put full lock in and just wait for it to eventually turn.
And that camera shot there we just got a couple of moments ago was pointing towards the very dark clouds you will have just seen on your screen a moment ago. That camera was pointing the direction the wind is blowing from.
There we go.
So there you go. So we're looking out. If you were stood there, let's say, next to that camera, the wind would be hitting you in the face.
At 30 miles an hour.
At 30 miles an hour.
Yeah.
So those dark clouds are effectively coming here. Now, whether it is just going to make it a little bit dark, a little bit gloomy for a little while, I don't know. But
very threatening.
It is very, very threatening out there. And you'll know this better than me. Last year was a dry race. I was here for that. But tell us about the years previous and the weather we've had interrupting this race in the last few years.
Well, a few years ago we had the race had to end prematurely because of the deluge that came down. It was relentless and it was heavy and the track was completely flooded. Another year we had to have a delayed start by, I believe it was about 2.5 hours. We got a 37,000 litre tanker in to pump water out of the track and into the tank. And that took all, as far as I know, all 37,000 litres.
Wow.
Near enough. We filled it and just try and get the race underway. So we've had some bad incidences weather over the last few years. However, last year was pretty good. We managed to set a world record for solo distance travel by a kart driver, which you wouldn't be able to do if the conditions weren't ideal.
No.
And it looks like we're going to be fairly lucky again this year, we would hope.
Yeah, but if it is going to rain, it will come before 5, based on the forecast that I saw earlier on this week.
And it will come in this section first.
Yeah, yes.
This is the section of the track that will be hit first by the weather.
Just where you want it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, through Ribspan. Yeah, that's exactly where you want it to hit. No, quite the opposite.
That gravel track will suddenly become very, very well populated as everybody slides off the circuit down there. But let's see. The sun has, as we've been talking about, it just come out on this other half of the circuit. Not this half you're looking at the moment, but the other half down where the last 2 hairpins of the racetrack are. It is starting to become a little bit more sunny there again. So these weather conditions are going to change a lot, but not expecting it to have a huge impact on the race this year.
I'm still keeping my eye on the battle for second place in pro class in owners because they've come back together. So Alfie and Ocean have come back together, and I think Ocean may have a little bit of an axe to grind based on the pass that was received earlier on. They're going to come into shot in a couple of seconds' time. We'll see. There goes Jack Morrissey, race leader. Somebody's just recovering up the hill. And this is the problem with how steep it is up that hill. You just can't get any acceleration. There go your second and third overall. That's Paragon Motorsport and MS Lucas. They are nose to tail as well. So they've formed a train of two, and then we've got another duo for fourth and fifth.
They're a lot closer than they were at the start of this lap. It was nearly a second for second and third at the beginning of this lap, but no longer. There's a million hire carts there. They've just had to come through a remarkable bit of traffic. Still, even at this stage, it's going to remain that way for another 24 hours. Your favourite team, Speed and Spielberg, have got a contact warning.
Yes, favourite team name, yes. I think they're right up there. It's something we're definitely going to have a challenge and possibly a poll on as well. Is favourite team name. We'll select our nominees, and I'm sure we can come up with something. As I'm looking at Alfie Briggs has now gapped MS Urban Blue through that bit of traffic that they've encountered this lap. There wasn't a huge amount of it, but they've definitely opened up a bit of a gap there as Alfie Briggs.
Yeah, they're in that same bit of traffic that really closed up the battle for second place. So there's an explanation visually, in case you needed it, of just how traffic can affect battles. It can help the kart in front. It can help the kart behind catch up. It just depends which way the traffic falls. And that's the look of the draw. It gives and takes over the course of the race. It roughly evens out over the course. You get roughly the same amount of bad luck as you do good luck.
Exactly that. It works. Yeah, it's an ebb and flow. Over 24 hours, it's going to make a huge difference. But it's just getting through there cleanly is going to make an even bigger difference, because if one of these owners gets tangled up with a hire cart in the wrong direction, the hire carts are built very, very much to last.
Sorry, a kart rejoining there through the D chicane, but I thought they were going to come straight onto the racing line there, but use that helpful little bit of tarmac runoff you can see there to get back going again.
Well, what I was trying to explain there is that the hire carts are built to do 3, 4, 5 seasons of this kind of racing, full seasons, and they will do multiple 24-hour races. So they're built with the wraparound bumper. They're much heavier. They're much sturdier than the owner carts, which some drivers will change chassis at the end of an owner-driver sprint season. They will just do the owner-driver sprint season, then they'll change chassis. Now, to put that in perspective, they're putting in an entire season's worth of mileage into a chassis just in this race. And that doesn't include some of them that have been here testing since Tuesday. So a lot of mileage goes into these carts, and then they essentially, they'll either get sold, or depending on the condition of them, they may well just go in the skip.
Yeah.
So they're a lot softer. There's a lot more flex in them. We'll see them coming through hairpin 1, 2, and particularly this one through 4. You'll see them lifting that inside rear wheel. They're a lot softer chassis. They're not built with the same strength. So they get tangled up with the hire carts in the wrong place, so they hit the wrong part of the cart, and it could very well be game over for them. They need to take the risk out of it.
Just coming through on your screen now, through Rib Bend is the battle for second place again between Paragon Motorsport and MS Lucas. In Kart 22, Harry Nottage ahead of Jake Brooker in 42 for MS Lucas. So that is a change since the last time we talked about it. Anyway, the pro kart, class kart, getting past the elite class kart there, but they're all in this race for an overall position, and now they're coming towards hairpin 1 and 2. You can see them on your screen. So much traffic again. 3, 4 wide for hire carts in front. A big slide for one of them. Ooh, goodness me, how do you get through this? Look at this.
4 wide down the back straight. Here we go.
Unbelievable.
And then they still managed to pick themselves through. Speed and Spielberg are involved in that. Right, okay. They've got themselves into some sort of order as they head into hairpin 3. Then they go side by side again through hairpin 4. And are they all going to come out in line-ish? Welcome to hire kart racing at the British 24 Hour. If you've never been here before, that's how it goes pretty much for 24 hours.
Unbelievable. And it's going to stay this busy as well. It's not like, real-world kart sort of 24-hour racing you've really seen. This is, most of these karts are going to stay here right from the start to the finish. It takes its toll, but not here. It is going to be busy to the very end of this race. as busy as it has been for hour 1, which is coming towards the conclusion now, and it will be this busy at 12 o'clock tomorrow as well.
Yes, it absolutely will be. Just dipping back into the live comments, we've got Max Prentice has been in touch. Max Prentice has been in touch. Max, yes, he said good luck or missing it. Yeah, well, another one that we'd either the flag's gone off. The flag's gone off now.
Well, they've gone past, so I guess
they've gone past and taken it, but normally it's left up there because they didn't come in. So. Not sure what that issue is. I'm sure David will be down there finding out for us. He can hear us over the PA. He's got us in his ears as well. So we've got...
we do actually have a few in pit lane right now. So in terms of actually making this into a fuel stop as well, and whatever, this is going to be a bit more difficult. We've got way more stoppers now in the race. So this is going to be a little bit more difficult to make your pit stop. We've had an hour and we've not had many stops yet, so not many of those teams are doing the whole, let's pit before it gets too busy strategy.
It's certainly what I would do if I was in their situation. I'd be getting in on around the hour mark, or it's one of two choices. You've either got to get in early and undercut everybody, or you've got to get in late and overcut everybody because you don't want to be in while everybody else is pitting. So you've got to then lift and coast to try and eke more fuel out of it.
In that strategy, though, you are hoping that you've got more than the rest of the field. You don't necessarily know that as much as you do know that there'll be that you can come in after. Is that 125?
Yes, MS Urban Orange have now pitted.
Okay.
So we'll try and get that. We've got the 333 in as well, which is
that's FRS Lemon.
Oh, that's a shame for them as well.
They're looking at the rear end of that cart and the engine. I'm not very technical. What's going on here?
That's your airbox that we're looking at.
I'm a rubbish mechanic.
And that's in the hand. That looks like it's a new HT lead for the spark plug is going on. So possibly that the engine's dying. It's not receiving a good enough spark, or it's not transferring through properly. But that's being replaced by the looks of things.
So the first of our big contenders at the front of either owners or hires into the pit lane, and it's MS Urban Orange. As I say, we'll try and get some word on what the issue is down there when we can. But
I'm keeping an eye on my text updates to see whether anything's coming through.
First mechanical flag of the race, as we are 30 seconds from the first hour.
Look at how strong the wind is. That's the dust from the motocross track blowing across the circuit, and I should point out as well that's also blowing across my car that's parked up there as well. So this is MS Urban Orange. They are in now. What's the issue here? It looks like an engine being changed. The left-hand engine, there it goes, off the car already. Now you're going to see how quickly they can do this down at the MS team. 2 bolts underneath the engine. They'll be coming straight off. The throttle cable comes out. The chain gets disconnected. The chain will go back on. The throttle will go back in. The engine goes on and gets bolted in, and they will be away almost as quick as I can say it.
There we go.
And there you go. That's it. That's an engine change.
Unbelievable. Driver gets in almost like the start of the race, and off and away again. 125 back into the race again. I presume as well they will have taken this as a fuel stop as well.
Yeah, there'll be a fuel stop as well because it's a mechanical stop. It's not a for owners. Yes, and because it's not a penalty. Yes, absolutely able to take fuel. So that will be a double stint for, I think that's James de Havilland possibly in that one.
Yeah, your guess is as good. Oh, we haven't got the.
Well, I've got a red and white helmet on David's notes, so I think that's James de Havilland in for MS Urban Orange, but we'll now essentially be doing a double stint.
Yeah, and that'll be over 2 hours stretching in, as long as there isn't a full course yellow or something. You'd imagine that in 10 minutes, 15, 20 minutes time maybe, that the driver who is planned to get into the kart next will start to maybe get ready, at least, maybe not put the helmet on, but certainly get into sort of ready-ish position to take over if there's a full course yellow.
So such is the pace of our owner karts versus the hire karts. I don't even think with that stop that Core Blimey Racing are going to, in fact they haven't.
No.
Core Blimey Racing aren't going to overtake them. So in fact they're still 3 laps in front of Core Blimey Racing, are MS Urban Orange after only an hour of racing with an extra stop. So Core Blimey Racing 5 laps down on the overall leader, but of course in that higher car class.
Is that one of our first driver changes of the day, maybe, for Toitster?
Chukta Racing.
Chukta, sorry.
Chukta Racing, yes. One of our Scottish contingent.
I was trying to say that German. That's
They've not had,
German team.
the Scottish teams have not had the best of luck so far this weekend because where were they? Sloth Racing, they were in earlier on with an issue, weren't they? And they're another one of our Scottish teams.
I spun on lap 1 as well. So, yeah, a couple of problems for them. Chukta, did you say?
Chukta.
Chukta. Wow, I'm going to get that wrong so many times in this race. They are now last after that pit stop in. They're last in the higher clubman, sorry, not last overall. That, of course, is still Lockwell Hill, although they are still back in the race, so anything can happen from here.
It's a self-disparaging term for people from the Highlands.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. So they've come a long way, haven't they?
Yes.
Goodness me. Brief yellow flag down there at hairpin 1, by the way. There was a higher off, but rejoined quite quickly.
In fairness, I would have no clue either how to pronounce it, but now I live there. Not in the Highlands, but I live in Scotland. So yeah.
I see.
Yeah. So sometimes it's not just self-disparaging, it's just disparaging.
There we go. We'll see how many times you have to teach me how to say that over the course.
I'll write it out phonetically for you.
Yeah, thank you. That will be that will be helpful. Yeah, so just over an hour gone here in the British 24-hour here at Teesside. MS Soco Select still leading the way by nearly 12 seconds over MS Lucas, who are still having that battle with Paragon Motorsport in second and third place. We'll try and pick them up at some point along the way as well.
And I understand, I've just been handing a note that says David is ready to have a chat. No idea who he's chatting to, but he's ready to chat. I mean, he's always ready to chat, is that lad? But we'll throw to him anyway, and let's see who he's got, and then we'll run down the order once we come back from that.
To chat to. What I have is updates from the first hour of the race. We've just seen the owner driver MS Urban Orange in with an engine problem. It was a cracked exhaust. The exhaust came off, so they were called in under a mechanical flag. They took fuel and went back out, as they said on commentary. James de Havilland doing a second stint for them. In Hires, it's been a fairly quiet opening hour down here in the mechanical bay. Too slow, too serious. They didn't take on any fuel in practice and had to wait until lap 5 to come in. They ran out of fuel in that opening 5 minutes, came in and refilled. Lockwell Hill 2 were the first ones onto the mechanics bay behind me. They had a broken front track rod. They took no fuel in that. They came straight through. So they are out. They'll be due in the pits in around about 40 minutes for fuel. Sloth Racing were in with a front left puncture. They did take fuel, so they'll be back out for a full stint. FRS Lemon are the most recent visitors into the mechanics bay. They had a spark plug cap issue, so that's the cutting out their right rear engine. Other than that, it's been a fairly quiet opening hour down here in the mechanics bay. And actually, if you're still with me, recovery quad heading off down towards Rib Bend, so we might actually have somebody coming in around about 2 or 3 minutes time, and we've actually got our first full course yellow of the race, I believe. So let's have a quick walk round, see if we've got somebody off. I think it could be down at Rib Bend or the mountain, but it looks like we could have our first full course yellow of the race, and what that may well mean is we might see a few of the owner teams coming into pit lane. It'll be about 15 minutes early if it is, but as you can see, people running from that direction, Kev. We've got loads of people coming. We might be seeing some of the owner teams in for some early pit stops, so we'll head back to the commentary box for what's going to be a hive of activity down here in pit lane.
Okay, back to you, Adam.
We do have a full course yellow out there on the circuit, I do believe. First one of the day coming out after 1 hour and 5 minutes. So the track will just quieten down just a little bit. Gracie, and there is 747 stopped at hairpin 1. We also have a cart stopped out of Rib Bend.
Kobe. Yeah, we've got a car off at Rib Bend and driver out of the car as well. I'm wondering whether that's Gracie Mitchell.
Well, Gracie Mitchell's in pit lane now, as far as this timing screen is showing me.
We've got the leader pitting as well. So this is going to confuse things now because MS Lucas, the 42 kart, will become our default race leader and will have to back the pack up as far as they can. Now, what all drivers have been told to do is basically keep up with the kart in front, which keeps up with the kart in front, which keeps up with the kart in front, and eventually we should have one large train of karts heading down the track behind the leader.
Gracie Mitchell's only in for fuel.
Right, okay. So that's not Gracie that's down there with the kart on the left-hand side.
No.
It's a driver in a red suit. I'm looking for who's moved down the order.
Oh, sorry as well. Sorry, Tom. We've got second and third both in as well.
RAF Spitfires possibly. There's Gracie's car on the right-hand side. Okay, so that's fine. So it's not Gracie that's been involved down at Rib Bend. Could possibly be RAF Spitfires who have dropped 4 places on that lap as well. So it could be those. The driver looks to be out and okay. There goes your race leader. Or was race leader before we had the full course yellow.
Oh my word! And they're coming out into this. So who actually is the leader at the moment is the question, because
well,
MS
it was
Lucas
42, but they were pitted, so it's going to be 433 MSJDR.
But I think MS Soko will have come out behind.
Well, well behind. Yeah, but they've made a quick pit stop. So whoever was behind the 43, the higher cart that was behind the 43, now becomes the pace cart.
Right.
Because they were the front of the train. The leaders pitted, so they'll now be at the front of the train. We've got another train coming through here, which is fine. They're off the back a little bit and spread out, but that's fine. But what they've been told to do really is try and close up the gap in front as the wooden blocks have been scattered at the entry to the pit lane as well. Not sure who caused that, but we've got the train now here. In fact, this was the driver who was behind 43, so doing an excellent job. I'll try and pick up a number of who that is just to give them a shout out to say very, very well done on that situation. It is going to change our order around significantly because there will now be teams essentially 3/4 of a lap behind.
Some people are going to lose a lot of a lap, aren't they? Yeah.
They are going to lose a lot of a lap, but like we say, a long way to go yet. And it looks like actually the 43, their stop was so good that they've come out in about 13th or 14th in that train.
They're not far behind. We'll get a proper view on the order in a moment when they come through, but just to give you an idea of the driver changes, Ryan Cannon has got into MS Soko. Jake Brooker is doubling in MS Lucas, and Harry Nottage doubling in Paragon Motorsport kart as well in 22. So those are the driver changes or not so far. And here they come past pit lane. Oh dear, that's an overtake under safety car. Oh, well,
they're diving into the pits, weren't they?
Oh, and a crash down there as well into pit lane. 15, that was
MS Urban
Blue. Yeah. They went past MSJDR into the pit lane under full course yellow conditions, and then they hit each other, which I don't think is going to impress race control very much.
No, they've scattered the wooden blocks as well on the entry to the pit, so that's now a danger that needs sorting out while we're under full course yellow. It's actually Chukta Racing who we were talking to before.
Comes to a stop.
They're stopped.
This is why you want to avoid, on some occasions, you want to avoid pit lane under full course yellow conditions because it gets very, very busy. There is 111
That's
MSJDR.
Sloth Racing just moving out. That's Murray Adams pushing that out. He's part of the Apollo kart team. There is Adam Nichols, the owner of the Apollo kart group. He is there sorting out the DWS of 58. But now we have a full-on train queue waiting for fuel. Cartwheelers are in there as well. The 111 MSJSR. We'll wait to see whether there's going to be any kind of punishment or retribution for the incident coming into pit lane. That's your Cobb Builders team as well. They're in the queue for fuel.
And more double stints, by the way, in the overall leaders category. Alfie, or the owners category, sorry, I should say. Alfie Briggs doubling in 4.33, and Oceanback doubling in 15 as well. So the only driver change among the top 5 was for Ryan Cannon, who got into MS Soko.
And Steve Nichols has now gone out in the 58 as well, that we just saw fueling up the DWS entry. Steve Nichols, who raced in the Le Mans Hire race last month. He was part of the 999 Met Police Motor Club team, who had an incident during practice yesterday where they managed to break their Bigfoot panel by slamming into the side of another kart during practice, another hire kart during practice, broke the Bigfoot panel off at the bottom, and I wrote that down on my notes as a failed T-pack attempt.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Yeah.
By the police.
Yeah.
But, of course, what we have at Le Mans as well is we have a speed gun at Le Mans, and the police last year, not so much this year, but last year, they received rather a few fines for speeding in the pit lane.
Oh, dear.
Which amused David and I no end.
Yes. So out on the circuit, the quad has just come back into pit lane. So are we expected this year for the main group to come back to the start-finish line before we start, or are we going to just start whenever?
It'll go green when it goes green.
Okay.
Let's find out.
Yeah, let's find out. We've got... I'll go through actually how many is on the lead lap when we begin again, because that's going to be confusing otherwise. But none of the top 5 in the hires, this top 5 who've been battling so close throughout the whole of the race so far, none of them have lost a lap or gained a lap over the course of this last few moments. In fact, I'm not sure how many it is actually. It's approaching 20 hires have all stayed on the lead lap here, which is a very large number of hires still involved, and effectively even closer together than they were before at the beginning of this race. So we'll be going back green shortly, you'd imagine. We've been under yellow for nearly 10 minutes now, but the first full course yellow of the day is going to draw to a close shortly, you would think.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll run through the order as quick as we can then. Let's give you a running order as we stand at the moment. So bear in mind this is affected by the full course yellow, but it's showing MS Soko Select, your overall race leaders at the moment. King Brothers Racing currently in the pits in P2 overall, followed by AMC Racing. They are P3, both in the owner clubman class. Then you've got Paragon Motorsport P4. They are your leaders in owner pro. Are we going green? Nope.
Yeah.
Yes.
Green.
We are green
flag.
But I don't think that they've seen that.
Well, the leaders won't have done. The first 2 won't, but now the rest of them will. So some more coming into pit lane just as we go back green flag racing. But at the front end of the field, we are green racing again. And as you say, MS Soko are leading, and their gap is a lot bigger after that first full course yellow of the day. So MS Soko are leading. AMC Racing, will be in second place, but they are leading the owners' club class.
And that's Ryan Cannon now, as we said, in the 43, who is now got the entire track in front of him.
Yeah.
Completely clear.
Yeah, this is an absolute dream now on this restart. Not many hires are actually in front of Cannon at the restart here of this first full course yellow of the day. For the rest of the hires, though, it is super close, and they are coming through. All
is out of the car and looks to be okay. It looked like a fairly gentle spin. It's just what damage has been done with hires, and it's being carried across the track.
Back onto the circuit again and carried into pit lane. Are they going straight to pit lane here? Oh no, they're just going to this. No, they are going to pit lane.
Yeah, it's being carried off the track and removed.
The front left. Excuse me. The front left's broken. The front left is broken on that kart, so that will need some repairing. We have had a couple of mechanicals come through on the last couple of moments, but for some of these karts, the 68 Team Skyvo Racing kart lost a chain in the Hires, and the kart that brought out that that first full course yellow of the day, which was 747 FSR Kobe, that had a bent front left stub axle. So those are the two latest mechanical problems down on pit lane.
Yes, indeed. So RAF Spitfires have dropped way down the order, so we're expecting that they were the ones off at Rib Bend.
Okay.
And that has either been recovered or possibly, by the looks of how it seemed on camera, retired.
Okay.
So we may need the Black Pen of Doom
Yes.
for them, but we'll keep an eye on it anyway. I'm sure David will be round there, or one of our guys will be round there shortly to the RAF awning to find out what's the situation with the Spitfires. We're looking at the owner class, the higher class at the moment. I keep getting them mixed up. I don't know why, I've been doing this for years. The higher class mixed up. That was Ed Bars battling away with Lockwell Hill 1, and now we've got Speed in Squealburg as well. So that's Core Blimey Racing 113 and Lockwell Hill 1 for the overall lead in Hires, but they are in different classes. That's the 200 of the Boneheads with a seat repair for their right chassis cars. We've got 6 chassis here as well this weekend. We'll probably get into that a little bit later on, the different types of chassis and their strengths and weaknesses. But the right chassis there getting a new seat, or certainly having the seat tightened up, and issues for those ongoing. So what we'll do now, we're back up to racing speed again. Let's bring you a running order, a full running order. Now it's settled back down again. So MS Soco Select leading overall, leading owner elite. AMC Racing second overall, leading owner clubman, and third overall is 22 Paragon Motorsport. They are leading owner pro. Then we've got SKA, MS JDR, JDR2, MS Urban Blue, MS Lucas, MS JSR2 and MS JSR are 9th and 10th. They finish off your top 10. Then we've got KBR, King Brothers Racing, P11, P12 for DWS2 with Tocquist Motorsports in 13th. RF Precision Vulcans are 14th. Tocquist Motorsport, actually the first car a lap down, P13 now. MS Urban Orange, 15th. Cobb Builders 16th with MS Window Doctor 17th. Gracie Mitchell in P18 overall, 2 laps down, still running very well, is Gracie Mitchell on her 24-hour solo record attempt. Army Motorsport P19, we saw them off a moment ago at the exit of the D chicane. We'll see whether they drop down. So the leader in higher class overall is Core Blimey Racing 113. They are also P20 on the road now. 1 minute 21.299 is their best lap of the race. They are in the higher elite class. Lockwell Hill 1 leading higher pro. They are second overall in Hires. Apex Twin Selected Works, they are third, with ABC Racing second in higher elite. They are fourth overall on the road. Then we've got our first higher clubman team. They are Bargain Racing. They've come through 241. Bargain Racing 24th overall.
A rear right puncture, is that maybe?
That's a that's come off the rim and
completely off there. So 747 with more problems. They actually just got a meatball, by the way, while you were just going through that order.
Which will probably be for a puncture.
And it looks like contact induced. Sorry, that looks like a wheel rub on the side of their car.
So Bargain Racing 24th overall. They're leading higher club, followed by MFP Interceptors and Tocquist 1. All on the same lap as well, so 24th, 25th, 26th. Then we've got Track Limits by Storm Group. TRX Motorsport, LPBR2 are the first of our Le Petit Bouchon entries. Teesside Academy NRG, they are 30th overall. Teesside Tigers 31st and Race for Ruben 32nd. They're all fairly close together on track as well, so we'll keep an eye for them working together. Then we've got EDK 24T Yellow. They are the leader in higher rookie, and they are 33rd overall. Scenario 77, 34th. Team Yellow Racing 555 are 35th, with Bonato in 36th. Second and third in higher rookies are 37th and 38th overall. They are TTT Siders and Barry R's Wacky Racers. They're 37th and 38th, as I mentioned. TRX Motorsport Pro, they are 39th, with Boneheads now dropping to 40th place overall in the owner class. Le Petit Bouchon won in the higher elites. They are 41st overall, but do watch for them coming through. They are setting personal best laps and matching them lap after lap now, so they must be in a little bit of clear air. And watch for Le Petit Bouchon 1 coming through. They finished last year they finished second overall in hires last year for LPBRT1, so keep an eye on them. Speeding Spielberg, they are 42nd overall. Then you've got Bottas Boys, the Spirit of Formula Karting, Newmarket Hornets, Century Sim Racing, Quick Finishers Racing, Eat Sleep Race Repeat, Braking Badly, and BJMD are now 50th overall. I would imagine they are they in the pits potentially? I can't see them circulating on live timing. But they are 50th overall. Then we've got Accelerate Kent Brewery, TRX Motorsport Rookie, CRB 313, MPMC 999, Straight Through Crew. The Cartwheelers are 56th. Then we've got 57th for CBR 213. 58th is Pegasus, 59th Catastrophe Crew, and then We Racing are the top 60. Then we have Have a Go Racing, Piston Heads, Mulsanne Racing, Hyro Motorsport Academy, EDK 24T Blue, Turn 1 Sim Racing, Boom are 67th, LPBRT 3, they are 68th, then it's Steel City Racers and Porsche Sport 69th and 70th. So I think these are we're starting to get into the teams that have had mechanicals. Mild Runnings 71st with Newmarket Buzzing Hornets 72nd, Apex Twin we saw off with the engine issue earlier. Happy Days, A66 Higher, 75th, FRS Lemon, 76th, then it's Tida Sport. FSR Kobe we saw in the pits a moment ago. They've been in for a while now with their issues with the puncture. Team Skyvo Racing are 79th, then it's Sloth, Too Slow, Too Serious, Formula None, JJH Racing, Crash Test Dummies, Chukta Racing, Lockwell Hill 2 we saw with a big loss of time early on in the race, and then we've got RAF Precision Spitfires still off the track as well with their issue down at Rib Bend, and now Apex Predators are the last of our classified runners, but they are running at Apex Predators and just set a personal best lap as well.
So just on the RAF 121 that you were just mentioning there, been off the circuit for a while. I think they're back out. I'm not sure whether they are back out yet, but bent left stub axle for them and a new steering wheel as well. So that was the mechanical problem for them. As a mechanical problem, well, not mechanical, but a couple of slow carts right in front of us there very briefly. But other than that big crash on the way towards the DC chicane, it was a pretty clean restart from everybody. So fair play for that, because most of the 88 were on top of each other as they restarted there, and we went back clean again.
Another queue starts to form. We're at that time now where drivers haven't stopped under full course yellow, are now making their way in for the first of their scheduled stops, and dipping back into the live chat comments as well. Scroll up. Everybody's getting in touch, Ewan.
So I'm looking for 233 in the hires, which looks to have stopped some point in the recent past. But I'll get back to that in a moment.
Richard Jewell, I don't think it's the one that's the famous one. He's got in touch and said, "Hi, brilliant commentary, but can you have a run through of the drivers and cart numbers, please?" Well, yes, Richard, I've just done that just for you. Well, let's say it was just for you anyway.
Yeah, because you didn't say that before.
Elliot is asking for a shout out. So there you go, Elliot. Hi, Elliot. In fact, no, we're not going to give Elliot a shout out.
Because they asked.
No, you don't get shout out if you ask Elliot. And then Matt McClure is saying, glad Elliot in 121 walked away from that. A long way to go to get the kart back out. But actually, they were already back out.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they did really, really well to recover that quickly and get it back out on track. As we said, bent left stub axle and a new steering wheel. Well, new steering wheel sounds like, or that usually is caused by driver impact.
Right. Yeah.
You don't tend to need a new steering wheel unless
Just generally.
either the thing is sheared completely because of curbing, or the driver's head-butted it.
Yeah.
Is probably the best way to put it. Core Blimey Racing 113 are in the pits. Just
yes.
seen them come in.
Thank you.
So they were our leaders in higher class. They are in. They'd already moved their way up to 19th place overall, but they're now in the pits for their first scheduled stop, an hour and a half into the race, almost exactly. So that is very much timed for them.
Yep, and that's 10 laps, by the way, after BJMD, who have already been in. The reason I keep talking about them is because... because they're the only ones of that front five. We saw a front five running together for most of the first part of the race in the highest division. They were all running very closely. BGMD were the first ones in. They came in about 11 minutes ago, which I think was just after the restart, maybe a lap or two after the restart. So they came into pit lane. We'll see where Core Blimey Rating end up in relation to them, because that is their first stop of the day.
Yeah, we'll see how it shakes out. Be interesting to see how it shakes out with the ones who pitted under full course yellow as well. I think the higher teams who did pit under full course yellow are going to start making their way up the order very quickly, as the ones who didn't do make their way into the pits. And I'm told by David that Ed Bars is double stinting in that.
It's going to be a long first stint, that, isn't it? About 3 hours.
Yeah, double stint. Yeah, we'll be around about 3 hours. I mean, he's good for it.
Yeah.
He's... it's not like we haven't seen him do this before, and it's not like it's his first rodeo in a 24-hour either for Ed Bars. He's very experienced in this kind of race. Done BUKC 24 hours, I believe, as well as Le Mans, and here a few times. So, yeah, definitely not his first rodeo.
Oh, sorry.
Another one just went straight on over the grass at the TSK, which that's a long way off. I mean, you've got that corner very wrong if you're going that far off.
Yeah, definitely. More news in from David about 15. MS Urban Blue were running in the top 5 for most of the first part of the race, but they had to stop very soon after the restart, and that's their second stop of the day. In fact, they're the only ones inside the top 14 to have made 2 pit stops. Apparently, they hit the barrier on the way in for their first fuel stop.
You covered.
So right.
It was them that came together with...
I didn't connect those dots. Okay.
Yeah, with MSJDR.
Okay. So they hit the barrier on the way to the pit lane. So they were prohibited from fueling, had to go around again. That makes sense. Thanks for that.
So essentially a drive-through penalty.
Right, yeah.
For them.
Yeah.
So that's okay. So that's clarified that. We did say whether... it was of their own making, because they tried to overtake under full course yellow on the entry to pit lane where there's a chicane.
Is that rain over there at Mountain? I'm trying to see through the TV screen where it's, TV screens are famously difficult to see rain through. But
well, the front end of MS Urban Blue just came through there and looked like it had got decent front end grip on it. So
yeah,
I'm not sure it's raining, but there might be a bit of moisture in the air.
Very dark suddenly out there on the circuit. Need David Sullivan to stick his head in the air again and.
Come out of the awning, David. Tell us what's going on.
We'll find out very quickly.
Lockwell Hill 1 also in the pits as well. So they were second overall in hires.
Yep.
Before the first round of scheduled pit stops. So they then became the default leaders of hires. Now they're in the pits. So Apex Twin Selected Works
and
will be pitting.
Flynn Claxton is waiting to get into that cart.
We've got a slow-moving cart down the back straight. We'll try and pick a number up as they come past. It's going to be very difficult with this camera.
And it's going to be very difficult for us to see with our own eyes as well as they come into our view. We are not going to be able to see that, but it looks dead stick.
It's going to need recovery.
It does, doesn't it?
Is that Connor Botting? I'd need to see the front end again to see whether it's going to be... Oh, there we go. I think that's zoomed in as far as we can get as well, so we're still not going to get a number. And it's not quite far enough around either for me to get the binoculars out and have a look and see if I can see a number myself.
It's just behind that tyre wall,
It's just behind the tyre wall, which is blocking us from the commentary box as well. So if we can get it about another 50 yards, we'll tell you who it is.
At Teesside Academy, about to make a driver change. Oscar Waugh is going to get into that cart in a moment. Not sure how close they are to a pit stop. They're not in right now. Then maybe they've already... No, they haven't made it yet. So they'll be in shortly for their first driver change of the afternoon, just over an hour and a half into this race.
And there's the recovery cart, and it's now become a pusher cart as well as a puller cart.
There we go. And side by side, careful with overtaking under yellows here. It's going to be a right train coming in front of us now in a moment as they make it past the bumping cart, which is going very quickly, I've got to say.
Yeah, he's pushing them along well as Teesside Tigers take evasive action through the wiggles as they try and make their way through.
Hello. They're taking the apex there. And now they'll just pull to the outside. Stay on the outside
it's definitely got some power, isn't it? Because
well,
through the corners it's able to leave the pusher cart behind.
Well, I'm not sure it's got any power at all.
I don't think he should be turning right here, though. He should be staying way to the outside of the track.
Yeah.
But no, he is going to cut down, isn't he?
Yeah. And they've all got to be careful just to pass these two single file as well. Make sure they're not passing under yellows. Just still covering this incident at the moment. They will get into pit lane now in just a short while. At the end of that, it's great.
This has been a great addition. The pusher cart.
Yeah, it has.
The pusher puller cart.
I think it's going to cut down on full course yellows.
It
quite
certainly is.
significantly.
Yeah, and look how quickly it got back as well.
Yeah, almost too quick into the.
No, I like it. This is a great addition. It's the 62 of the Bottas boys.
Can we have a look in there? Does it look like there's any fuel left in that tank? Can't see quite. But yeah, looks like.
Well, as I say, it definitely had power through the corners.
I'm not sure it did. You see, I think they were just turning, without hitting the brakes.
They didn't get out and try and restart the engines, did they? So
no, they're
trying to
is there anything in that tank there?
It looks pretty empty, doesn't it? I'm not going to lie.
That's empty.
It does look fairly dry, and that's an hour and 35 minutes when that happened. So, yeah, that does look a bit dry.
Have to get Connor in here later on. I've commented on Connor, I'm pretty sure, in sim racing a few years ago on online. So, anyway, he's. I'm sure it's not his fault. He should have been told to come into pit lane by somebody. You would have thought.
We've got Kieran Savage getting in the Hyro Motorsport kart, David's told us, and Kieran is another one who's done plenty of Rotax races here around Teesside, so this is going to feel fairly slow and sedate for him, really. I mean, plenty of action going on, but compared to driving a Rotax around here, it's going to be a fairly mild affair. So, Apex Twin Selected Works have now cycled to the front of the higher class. They are in higher pro. ABC Racing P2, they're 7 seconds behind though. Yep. Then we've got a big group.
Yep.
Headed by Bargain Racing 241. They are the leaders in higher clubmen. So we've got higher pro, higher elite and higher clubmen in that order. And they're all your class leaders. Then, so Bargain Racing leading that from MFP Interceptors, and TRX Motorsport are in there. LPBRT2 are in that group as well. It goes all the way down to TTT Siders in 31st. They're around about half a lap behind your class leading Apex Twin Selected Works, who are doing a bit of a, I think they're doing a bit of a hare and tortoise kind of job at the moment with their team. We've seen that I think it's Pete Barr who drives for them, and very, very quick driver. But what we've seen with Apex Twin Selected Works, particularly at Le Mans, was really, really quick in a couple of stints, and then not quite as quick, I think it's fair to say, in the next two and then it picks back up again.
Yeah.
So they're a bit yo-yo, up and down.
Team. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on them over the course of the day, as we will with everybody. Paul White is waiting for Race for Ruben. So I guess a driver change there. I haven't spoken much about Race for Ruben actually so far in this.
Quietly going
broadcast.
about their business.
Yeah, last year's higher class winners at Race for Ruben.
3rd place in higher elite at the moment.
There you go. There you go.
So again, showing their class. They've overtaken Teesside Tigers and Teesside Academy NRG. I did say earlier on that I thought they were going to start working together. Those 3 will know each other's racecraft inside and out. I'm not sure who's out in the Academy car, NRG, Teesside Academy NRG. They're going to be coming across the line fairly shortly, so I'll be able to pick them out. Keep an eye out for them. They've got a red and blue Bigfoot panel. Well, there's Race for Ruben, there's Teesside Tigers, there is the Academy car.
39 Lockwood Hill 2 comes in quite slowly. That's not their first problem today. Whether this is a problem or not, I'm not entirely sure. Somebody's hit the what are they called again? Those that chicane before the fuel bay.
Oh, the wooden block.
Yeah, the wooden. That's it. The wooden. Someone's hit those again on the way in. So
it's Pip Morris that's out in the Teesside Academy NRG car, and actually just dropped a place on that lap to Team Bonato, who've come through. So they're 3rd place in higher club, Bonato. Just demoted Teesside Academy down another spot.
So overall, we've got just 9 karts on the lead lap now. MS Soko leading the way ahead of Paragon Motorsport, MS JDR in 4.33, and MS Lucas, who are down to 4th now, although they are battling away with JDR2, the club leaders in the owners class.
Briggs
There
diving to the inside of 2 higher karts as he made it through South Bank. Alfie with leaving absolutely nothing on the table there as he came through South Bank. Yeah, just it had an arm in the air as well as he came over the start-finish line. Not sure what that was about, but crikey, that was risky, to say the least.
Pit stop for the higher elites leaders. That is ABC Racing. They're only the elite leaders as of right now because of the pit stops. Core Blimey Racing were in front before, and they have come out in front of all the other elites so far. But that's an extra 9 minutes or so for ABC Racing on that tank. Oh, it's a penalty. Sorry, David's just said it's a penalty. Yeah, I'm sure that's the ABC Racing 116 he's talking about. That's a penalty apparently for them. There's Lockwood Hill getting back going again after another pit stop.
So Apex Twin Selected Works are the highest car up the order who have not yet made a stop, and they are currently leading the higher kart class. Other karts who have not made a pit stop yet are Bargain Racing. They are with a stop, as do TRX, LPBRT2, etc., all the way down to 33rd. So Core Blimey Racing are 3rd in the... No, they are the 3rd in the group of karts that have made a stop, although Bonato are now in the pits for their first stop. So we're going to see this cycle through over the next few laps now, and the order will sort itself out. Bargain Racing also in for their first stop as well. So it looks like, well, we'll see where ABC Racing file out in relation to CBR.
Yeah, David says they were on the blocks, didn't get any fuel and going round again. So that's that is.
Oh, so they were the ones who skittled on the entry to the pit lane. Was
Maybe.
ABC?
I didn't see it actually get hit.
No, but you saw that it had been hit.
Yes,
didn't
yeah,
you?
yeah.
So
yeah,
that
yeah.
would be what that was for.
Perhaps, yeah. Do get close. Somebody else just very nearly did the same, but
yeah, I mean, why risk it?
I don't understand.
There's also as well, which another thing that we haven't mentioned yet. As you actually enter the pit lane, there are some cones, and the cones have got tennis balls on them. And if you knock the tennis ball off, away you go again. Round you go.
Low-tech solution there, but good,
well, it absolutely works.
A good
contact warning for the 95. That's race for Ruben. So Paul White is back to being Paul White again. Hi, Paul. Welcome back. We've had very calm, very organised, and very, I think, professional way of going racing for Paul White for the last few races that we've seen him in. He's now gone back out in the 95 and immediately picks up a contact warning. So the usual Paul White is back. His imposter has been replaced.
Someone racing under his name. The last one. No, ABC Racing are now in again, and the driver's not happy, according to David Sullivan. I'm not sure whether we can get some vision of that. Or
Well, it was the driver that hit the block. That's Henry Trina getting in.
To ABC?
Into ABC.
Yeah.
And Henry Trina set the fastest lap last year for ABC Racing on lap 737. So Henry Trina in ABC is going to start moving that kart back towards the very top of the higher kart field, you would imagine.
That's the sort of golden hour you were talking about earlier on, I would imagine. That's that 700-ish.
Yeah.
Sounds about right for the morning.
About that time, yes. So Apex Twin Selected Works still owe us a stop, an hour and 45 they've done now. And they still owe us a pit stop. So they are going very long. This is what I was saying about whether there's Newmarket Buzzing Hornets, they're in. But whether they are, whether it's better to undercut or overcut. Now you've had the full course yellow and you didn't pit under full course yellow. You have to go as long as you can. Of course, with that full course yellow, they'll have barely used any fuel travelling around. It'll have been on idle for most of the time.
Yeah.
So let's say we were under full course yellow for 7-8 minutes.
It's 10.
10 minutes.
10.
Then you can go 10 minutes longer.
Yeah,
theoretically.
effectively, yeah. Yes.
Although, some not quite as far as others, as we found out.
Yeah.
with karts running out of fuel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we have already seen that so far today. Drizzle out there on the circuit very, very briefly, but has ended almost as quickly as it started. So it's still threatening to rain here, although we've not seen enough moisture, I don't think, to call this year a wet edition.
Teesside Tigers in the pits now for their first stop, as are Barriers Wacky Racers, as are Teamside Academy, NRG as well. So two of our elite class teams both pitting on the same lap. Your overall leader, MS Soco Select, now leading by the tune of 11 seconds from Paragon Motorsport. 2.3 seconds in front of MS JDR, and they are another 6 seconds in front of MS Lucas.
Blimey, look at that.
They're all your spare engines. I would imagine that's at MS.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it? That's some serious spares.
That's why they changed them over so quickly, because they just got everything's just ready to go.
I'd imagine as well, I don't know this, I imagine they practice swapping engines as well, just to try and quicken that change as well. Yeah.
And there you go, team names on them as well.
Very good.
For who owns them, so nice and organised. So back at the front, I'm just keeping an eye on this situation with the pit stops and who's going to cycle out where. So Core Blimey Racing 113 are now starting to move back up the order with these pit stops cycling through.
But, sorry, they're only just ahead of ABC Racing, according to my timing here.
Yes.
How's that happened? Does ABC have stopped twice?
Did ABC stop under full?
They came on. No, they didn't.
Oh no, they didn't. Yeah.
No, they didn't. So I don't know how they managed that, but ABC are only half a second behind Core Blimey Racing, despite the fact that they had a penalty.
Okay. Well, that is bizarre, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm trying to get my head around that.
Maybe they were quite a way in front, and I don't know how that one works.
No,
let's get them to do live timing again this time around and see whether it makes any difference, whether it shakes out at all.
Maybe that needs to happen, because ABC have only just been out there for a couple of minutes or so. So maybe they have not quite sorted themselves in the live timing just yet. Hearing that it is drizzling again out there on the circuit, but it is not heavy by any means. We have not seen heavy rain, and we are starting to see patches of blue skies as well, which are not going to produce rain.
I've also noticed as well an addition, or rather a re-addition to our timing screens this year, which of course you can get on results.alphatiming.co.uk /24HR/live. If you're viewing it on a laptop, we've got time on track as well, so we can see roughly where they're going to actually stop. So that, and obviously the amount of pit stops that have been made, we've been missing that for the last couple of years. So thank you to Alpha Timing for bringing that to us once again. Very helpful.
That's why I started to write down, I will continue to do, but the lap they all pitted on, so we'd know that this year. But I turn up and it's already on the screen anyway. So, so even less work for us, which is going to be helpful overnight when we're a little bit tired.
So Apex Twin Selected Works still haven't come in the pits. That's an hour and 50 we're coming up towards now for them. I will keep an eye out for them actually peeling off into pit lane. That's the 55 just come in of Accelerate Kent Brewery. They just made their way into pit lane, and we've got one of the TRXs in as well at 676.
And just as 690 gets a warning for contact, as does 62, the Bottas boys.
There goes Gracie Mitchell, still continuing on with the world record attempt, and we will keep you updated on how she's doing pace-wise. There comes your hire kart leader. I expected them in this lap around. Well it's like I've been doing this a while, isn't it? I knew that they were going to come in this time around. There they go. So your higher class leader, Apex Twin Selected Works, are in for their first pit stop. We'll keep an eye, hopefully, on whether they are going to double stint the driver, or whether they are going to head straight round and change driver. That's your the 1-2-1. That's one of the RAF teams, isn't it? That's the Precision Spitfire. So they are not back out on track, or if they were, they have come back in, and that's a whole frame. That is a brand new chassis. Well, I say brand new. That is a chassis that is ready to go, and is on the trolley now. And there's the axle coming out of that as well.
Blimey.
I think they may have a full rebuild here.
Yeah, yeah. And that's why, by the way, they're 15 laps down on the kart in front of them. Never mind the leader. They're 15 laps down on the kart in front of them. So our timing has them back out on the circuit, but actually that's not true. Clearly they're down on pit lane at the moment, still getting repairs done. That pit stop, by the way, for Apex Twin Selected Works, just to give you an idea of just how far they've stretched this and just what an advantage that might be for them later on in this race. One of the others they were running in a group with, the 233 BGMD car, came in over half an hour ago, just after the restart. Actually, it might have been, no, that is just after the restart. So that gives you an idea just how far they've been able to go in comparison to some of their rivals, or anyway, who were their rivals through that first part of the race.
And it was Bottas boys who ran out of fuel, wasn't it?
I think so.
Where have they shaken out now that they're back out? Just having a look through the order now to find where they are. They are 70th overall, 11 laps down on the leaders, but that is 3 laps down overall in hires. I'm going to wait for Apex Twin Selected Works to come back across the line in a moment.
Are they back out yet? I saw them come in, but are they back out on the circuit? Maybe they are. But the Core Blimey Racing, they're trying to stay in front of in 113. ABC Racing only 1.3 behind them.
There they go.
Yeah,
Core Blimey have just cycled through.
Yeah, so they're 1 and 2. We'll
and they are nose to tail as well.
Yeah,
so
they are, yeah.
Let's see if we can pick them up on camera. The hire kart 1 and 2, they're nose to tail. I think they'll be heading up towards the mountain section at the moment.
That is 113, 116. The 2 higher elites.
They're going to be in that group somewhere.
Yeah, they will be. It's a big, big group of karts coming down towards the 2 hairpins.
I see Met Police Motor Club is in that group. Trying to pick them out. Where are they? Oh, in fact, there they go. They're just coming into the wiggles now, into hairpin 1 as we speak, and hairpin 2. So you've got Ed Bars still in Core Blimey Racing. There they are on screen, just about to come out of hairpin 2, just there. So that is the fight for the overall higher class.
Suddenly the sun has decided to come out. It's bright all of a sudden. The weather today has been
welcome
bizarre.
to Teesside.
Yeah, well, exactly.
All seasons in a day.
The wind has just died down a little bit as well, but it's still pretty gusty out there. And still, that's going to prevent us from seeing the laps that we did last year. Cart off through the D chicane and a big spin for one of the hires through the D chicane. Needs to get going off the racing line and do just in time.
And just as the leaders come through as well, so hopefully will rejoin safely and does accelerated off the racing line very well maintained. Is that a helicopter overhead or something? Why are we
the
vibrating?
ground's shaking.
Why are we vibrating all of a sudden?
Feels like the whole commentary box is going to fall off.
I'm not making that up, am I?
No. Something was flying very, very low there.
It is a helicopter.
Very, very low flying helicopter
I'm
there.
going to try and bring you a shot of it, but
it's gone round the corner.
No idea where that's going to land, but you're not landing on our track, my friend.
Maybe the motocross track over there.
But yeah, I wasn't imagining it then. The whole commentary box was shaking because of a helicopter.
Yeah, the whole thing was vibrating.
Okay, but we're fine. Right, back to racing.
Anyway.
Speaking of flying...
It's a good job the camera operators are paying attention, even if we're not, because the battle for the lead in the hires has been on your screen between 113 and 116. There is 113 in the sort of darkish green and black suit at the head of the field. That's Core Blimey Racing. So that's ABC Racing.
Ed Bars is currently leading in the CBR one, and then it's Henry Trainer in ABC. In ABC. Believe if my memory serves, last year's pole position was set by Core Blimey Racing, and I believe that was Ed Bars, and last year's fastest lap was definitely set by Henry Trainer. Right. So we had pole position last year by our current race leader in hires, and fastest lap last year by our second place in hires, and then nose to tail.
Yeah.
So, fight's on.
Yeah, absolutely. Fight's on there. It's been a good race actually in the hires so far for these first 2 hours. And by the way, can you believe we're through another hour already?
Yeah, we're coming up on 2 hours.
2 hours gone already here. It's unbelievable. The pace of this race continues again. It's going to be like this for 24 hours as well. Sunset time, by the way, tonight is just coming up before 9 o'clock p.m., I'm pretty sure. And sunrise, I think, just before 6. So plenty of daylight hours just yet. It's not like... real-world, modern-day motorsport 24-hour races like you might see it at the Le Mans 24 hours or whatever, where they start at 4 p.m. or something ridiculous and it's night time in a few hours. We've got a good 8-9 hours before we see proper nighttime running here, as I believe it should be.
Yeah, I agree as well. It is the way it should be. But it also means as well, as a bit of action going on in front of the commentary box, as our leaders just make their way through once again. Yeah, it's the way it should be, but it also means that we finish a bit earlier tomorrow as well, which I'm very thankful for with a 4-hour drive home.
It's always better to be sort of, as well on the Saturday, you're asleep quite a long way before the race starts, or quite a long way up to, if it's 4 p.m. start, for example, that's a long time awake before you've even got to start 24 hours being awake in some cases. So, that's a very good thing for drivers and commentators alike. Race leader, by the way, has been into pit lane in the meantime. 43 MS Soko into the lane. They've been there for a little while as well. It's a little bit...
Oh, 43 in with a snapped steering column.
Ah, wow.
David's been in touch to say 2 minutes ago. We've got a car off at hairpin 1. I think that's the 6th. They've had some adventures already in the start of this race. That's the straight through crew. We've seen a few spins for those guys already. But yes.
Speaking of spins, sorry, final, second last hairpin, I should say. One of the hires. No big problem, though.
So now we have new race leaders. Paragon Motorsport in the 22 have taken the lead. And that gap has gone out to MSJDR.
Yeah.
4 seconds now through the traffic. David says the steering column on 43 is snapped at the top near the base of the steering wheel. But regardless, it's gone and it's going to need a new steering column. And they're quick things to replace. But then you've got to sort your tracking out and line everything up. And that takes time. A steering column swap is almost as fast as they can do the engine. You just whip it off, whip the steering wheel off it, pull it out of the runner that it's in, and put your new one, bolt your new one on. But then you've got to do all your tracking. And whether they're going to do that during the race is another question. It doesn't look like it because they're back out, according to live timing anyway.
I'm not sure.
Oh, no, that's MS Lucas I'm looking at.
Yeah,
Sorry.
not sure that is true. David says it's going to take about 6 minutes. I'm not sure that's from when they came in or when he sent that message, but they came in at 1:54 this afternoon. That was just under 4 minutes ago. The new column has just gone on. We haven't got a camera down there at the moment, but we've got David down there telling us. So new column has just gone on to 43. This is big for this race. The last year's second place, only 20 seconds off the win, don't forget, in 2024.
Yeah, they are absolutely flying along. MSJDR have brought that gap down again to 2.5 seconds, so they are closing back in. Seems that once they get a bit of a run where they're clear, they can be quicker than Paragon Motorsport. However, Paragon seem to be able to get the rub of the green at the moment through the traffic, but as we've said all race, it will ebb and flow. There goes ABC. So they're your second place first and second in hires are now being overtaken by the race leader in owners.
And there are 2 seconds apart now, actually, those two in the hires, by the way.
Well, there's Ed Bars there just coming through with the green helmet on.
Being overtaken every which way by a couple of owners. But yeah, that's a couple of seconds of an advantage now. And there you can see ABC in the background, so few in between them now.
And you can see your race leader as well looking over at the other hire carts as well. The other owner carts, that's the Boneheads that they've just put a lap down. And just kind of pointing and saying, come on, let me go. And then Boneheads look around and went, oh yeah, okay, we'll let you go. No problem. And slots in behind.
Just about 5 seconds to go, and in a moment we will have completed hour 2 of the British 24-hour here at Teesside. There we are. 2 hours gone, 22 still to go.
David has said, in fact, we can see it just exiting the pit lane. That's the 43, and Josh Folkus has now got into that cart. So apologies earlier on to Jack that I called it wrong, but Josh Folkus now is in the car. It didn't take the start of the race. Jack Morris did. Teesside Stig took the start, but Josh Folkus, multiple series champion here.
Hello. What's going on here?
That's one of the MS carts.
MS Window Doctor, maybe?
I think it is MS Window. I think you're right. Is it 171?
They're in pit lane. 171 is in pit lane. Yes, it is, yeah. And that's being taken all the way back.
So I'm sure we'll try and get a shot of what's gone wrong there.
They've not had much luck yet, have they, so far today?
No, they haven't. But 12 entries in the MS garage as well, in the MS awning this year. So it's
some of them
very, very busy down there.
Yeah, some of them bound to have issues at some point, I suppose. But no, we're hoping that this is all their bad luck out the way in the first 2 hours, because it's been a very busy first 2 hours for the mechanics and the other team members down there.
What is down that side? Oh, it's the weight post has come loose.
Oh.
That's the issue. So we were talking about this yesterday during practice, but the weight post has come loose, and clearly that's shifted that around and caused issues, possibly even lost the weight.
And this is, I was going to say, this is where the weight that is put in for different drivers, depending on how heavy they are, that's where the weight goes.
It's not locking in.
Not quite.
It's not locking in place like it should do. And yeah, we've seen these posts move around before, particularly in BPEC races. They tend to come loose. They're not welded in like they used to be. They give you options now of how you want them set up, essentially, whether you want a single post or twin post or however you want it. But used to be fully welded and fixed in place, and you sort of made your weight around what the shape of the post was. Not that way anymore, and work continues.
Yeah. So these owners' carts have to be 185 kilograms minimum. Obviously, that's cart plus driver. But if the driver is not, because the carts are just under 100 kilos, if the driver is less than 87 kilos themselves, which is just under 14 stone for those of you in the other metrics, the other units, you have to add a little bit of weight into the cart. But yeah, if that's broken, as you say, then you can't put that in. It might have come loose. I don't think it actually came off on the circuit anywhere, but I just think maybe it was rattling around or something.
Yeah, it's definitely a safety issue that's been caught by the team, I think, before it became
it wasn't a meatball, was
an
it?
on-track issue,
Yeah,
let's put it that way.
yeah.
So yeah, they've come in and rectified that, and that's dropped them down the order. So they're currently P16, but I think that's going to be 17th or 18th once MS Soko Select come through. So Soko Select now 5 laps off the lead with that penalty, but they have shown already throughout the race that there's plenty of opportunity for them to close that back up, and particularly 5 laps as well. Long way to go. If they run trouble-free, they're still in with a chance of victory. What we did say as well is because there's only 2 elite class karts this year, probably the best chance we've ever seen of a pro class victory.
Yeah. And at the moment, it's pro class 1 and 2 for Paragon Motorsport and MSJDR.
And I would throw in the mix as well, there's even a decent chance of a Clubman overall victory as well,
maybe,
because we've got a JDR2, a 4th overall, with King Brothers Racing KBR, they're 5th overall.
Yeah, I must say...
all of them on the lead lap.
Yeah, they are only 20 seconds off the lead, the Clubman leader. I must say, in the early part of this race, you know, there's going to be a good battle for the win in Clubman class, but I'm not sure the pace that they showed quite to begin with will be enough to challenge for the win. Maybe I'll be wrong, and that's entirely possible. But I'm not sure they will quite be quick enough to challenge for the win, unlike Paragon Motorsport, who you can see here. That is 22 you're seeing on your screen there, just coming across the start-finish line in front of us, leading again 2 seconds. You know, these pro karts definitely have the speed. I'm not sure across the whole entry whether the Clubman lineups quite do, but we'll find out.
Well, as you say, there is only one way to find out. But doing very well at the moment. So MS Lucas, 11.8 seconds off the lead as well. So that, I believe, most of that was through the pit stops. There is your overall race leader.
Yeah, maybe MS Lucas had to queue or something, because I thought they were ahead before, but maybe I'm wrong. They've just closed in now, actually. Less than 10 seconds between them and MSJDR. It's a close race at the front of the field, that's for sure. Top 6, I think, maybe 7 on the lead lap altogether. 7.
I think it's George Ludwell that's in the 42 car at the moment. If that was indeed the 42 that came past, difficult to spot with these identical liveries that we're running at the moment. We'll try and get them as they come over the line. That is your overall race leader. Alfie Briggs still in behind in 4.33. So Alfie has double stinted, as we said, that one. He's been out there for another 53 minutes since the initial pit stop. So we'll look for them coming in soon. 116 of ABC Racing has received a contact warning. Second overall in hires.
And they're losing time as well to Core Blimey Racing, aren't they? That's 4.4 seconds now.
Yeah, perhaps that's why there was risk-taking. They can see the leader just edging away. Lockwell Hill won 3rd overall and leading higher pro. Apex Twin Selected Works have shuffled down the order now after the pit stops, but are still 4th place overall. And doing quick times as well, a 1:20.8. They're the only team in hires in the 1 minute 20s. Well, that I can see all the way down to 43rd overall.
No, that is true.
Yeah, they're the only ones in the 1 minute 20s. Apex Twin Selected Works, once again, absolutely flying. They were 2/10 quicker than anybody else on circuit that time around.
And not like they're lighter on fuel. In fact, the opposite. They're heavier on fuel than everybody else. They've been in most recently. So a strategical advantage for them just to run a little bit longer than some of the others. They came in more than 20 minutes after some of the others, like Core Blimey Racing. Yeah, Core Blimey Racing been out there 36 minutes. Apex Twin only 15. So that's a pretty significant difference in fuel as well. That's not the difference. It is a pure pace advantage for Kart 3 at the moment.
Yeah, it actually they've dropped back into the 121s now, high 121s as well. So it might have just been a little blip in timing, but certainly an overall fastest lap of the race. They're the only team in the 20s, and yeah, it looks like 121.9 was their last lap around Core Blimey Racing and ABC, 121.7 and 121.8 respectively.
All of a sudden, overhead, the blue skies have...
Sun's come back out again, yeah.
have come across us, and we are in the sunshine. But again, as I look to the left of us, where the wind is coming from, and therefore the weather as well, another dark cloud. The only thing we've seen so far, though, of course, is just a bit of drizzle.
Well, that windbreaker that we've got right in front of us, that's changed direction.
It has a bit, yeah.
So now we've got a crosswind across the start-finish line. If you were coming across the start-finish line, it would be left to right.
Yeah, although you're quite sheltered, admittedly.
Yes.
But over there, it'd be worse.
Yeah, over there on the out by hairpin 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Pretty open, and that's going to be a strong crosswind. But what that will do as well, that'll be a crosswind down the back straight as well. It'll be a headwind through South Bank Corner. And it will be a headwind down to Rib Bend as well, so we should be able to see some overtakes down there, I would think, due to the slipstream effect. But it is swirling round as well. I can see that windbreaker has now gone back to where it was earlier on in the day. But it's definitely swirling round and changing direction. It's going to make it very tricky for the drivers out there.
And over the course of the 24 hours, by the way, the wind will dissipate over the course of the day. At the moment, it's hovering in the mid-20 degrees for now, and it is changing direction, as you say. By tonight, it will be down to about 15 and even less overnight.
And we've got splashes of rain have been reported at the mountain as well. So even though the blue sky is out,
well, it's here.
The top of the mountain section, which is just past these couple of corners here that we're looking at right now, and there's drops of rain.
Again, not really the place you want to hit rain first.
No, we said this is the corner where we're getting the reports from. Doesn't look too bad out there at the moment.
No.
You can always tell with these as to what the grip level is like, because it's what happens with the front end.
Yeah, yeah, and we'll...
if the front tyres are gripping fine and gripping well, dry conditions. It's when they start going straight on. That's when you know it's getting wet.
Yeah, you're not going to see them necessarily sliding around so much, sort of rear end first. As you say, they'll just and as you said earlier on, in case you weren't with us, slick tyres only available in these races. You can't come in and change tyre compound like you might be able to in Formula One or other such series. It's different to that. It's a slick tyre event, so there's no choice other than to carry on those unsuitable wet tyres, which at one stage may well be a real factor in this race. Over the start-finish line just a couple of moments ago, a huge clump of traffic, which included number 15, MS Urban Blue. MS Soko were just in behind them, but they've just been put a lap down by them, because MS Soko just 10 minutes out from their big repair they had to do, which has cost them 5 laps for the team that finished second last year.
Now, what you were saying a minute ago about the change of tyre compounds and things like that, the owner karts will run up to, I thought they were all getting 3 sets of tyres this year, but I've been told it's up to 3 sets of tyres. So some of them may only run 2 sets of tyres throughout the race. So we definitely need to change them, because you can't, now that we've changed onto the Bridgestones a few years ago, from the Bridgestones onto the Dunlops that we did a few years ago. Bridgestones out the window, you could get a full 24 hours out of that set, believe it or not.
One set?
Yeah. There have been teams that have done it. I mean, way off the pace towards the end, but they didn't have a stop where it takes them 45 seconds, 50 seconds to change the tyres over. So they saved themselves that, and yeah, it was difficult, but they did it. The Dunlops, you tend to get 8 hours maximum out of them. You'll see some teams will push it to 10 and then try and have a bit of an offset and that kind of thing. And some of them will change at 6 hours and then they'll run longer later in the race and that kind of thing. But yeah, the Dunlops will not last anything like as long. Excuse me. The Dunlops will not last anything like as long as the Bridgestones used to. So yeah, up to 3 sets. Most teams will use all 3 sets as well.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind as we go through this race. And of course, while we're on the subject of service, if I'm not mistaken, for the highest service opens at 11, something like service
around about
window?
10:30,
Half
yeah,
10,
something
11.
like that, yeah.
Okay.
And so what they have is they will have a mechanical service check.
Yep.
So they're all brought in an order which is determined at a random point in the race. What tends to happen is race director Kat will take a screenshot of the running order, or it might be from qualifying, or it could be from practice yesterday. It's a random order, basically. And what will happen is it will go up on the DigiFlag with your number and the service. It says service, and you come in and you have a minimum time that you have to be in the pits. They will check your brake pads over and replace them if necessary. You will get a new front set of tyres, not a set of rears, but a new set of front tyres will be bolted on to the kart. Everything will be checked over, make sure everything's fine. And it's also the time where if you've got a problem with your kart that you've been nursing throughout the race so far, that's when you want to get that fixed as well, rather than just come in and make an extra stop, take it down to the service bay. You can nurse it through to that point of the race. That's what you should do. Get it there, then they'll fix it for you there, and that's minimum time loss for yourself as a team. Then you go out and carry on, but you're not allowed to take fuel at that service stop, and you're not allowed to change driver either.
Okay.
So it is the same for every team.
And the time loss is the same?
The time loss is the same for every team as well, unless it's a serious issue that takes longer than that minimum pit stop time. Then yes, you're fine. And most of the guys are done pretty quickly, and you have to stand with the car or sit with the car until you're told you're able to go. They're normally done, as I say, pretty quickly. But that's what will be happening from about 10:30 onwards.
Yep.
It goes right through the night. It takes about 2.5 hours to get through them. And as I say, there is no advantage for anybody in that situation.
No, only issues, which of course we'll get. Could happen at any time.
Well, ideally, you want your service stop to be about 12 o'clock, don't you? Because you get your brand new front tyres. They've done 12 hours, and they've got 12 hours to go.
But as you say, it's random.
But it's completely random. So yeah, it usually is that if you're at the front, when the screenshot is taken, then you'll be one of the first ones in, and so on.
Pit stop for the clubman leader in the owners division, JDR2 into pit lane 434. So that's after an hour and 7 stints. So I guess this signals perhaps the start of a whole number of pit stops, maybe for those up towards the front of the owners division.
Well, didn't they pit under full course yellow?
An hour and 7 was under full course yellow.
Right. So they owe us that. So that's on schedule for them, is what I'm trying to say. We've got our leaders on camera now, nose to tail. Paragon Motorsport and MSJDR. So that was over a second when they came across the line. They're going to come through the wiggles in front of us here, and they are absolutely nose to tail. So Alfie Briggs about to possibly take the lead overall as they come past race for Ruben there in the higher class. Paul White still behind the wheel of that one as they head down the back straight.
Oh, black flag for Steel City Racers in kart 44. Is that the first black flag today?
It is our first black flag. We've had several warnings for people, but we've not had a black flag so far.
And they come straight in. There they are, right in front of us. So
that'll be a telling off from either Paul or Nigel. I'd prefer Paul, in all honesty.
They don't get a choice, and they will have to take their punishment.
You still get a very, very stern telling off from Paul.
Yeah.
But I prefer it from Paul.
Well, they'll have to endure that over the next couple of moments as you say on our screens, Paragon Motorsport and MSJDR continue to battle through the mountain, and there they come. now into shot and
Oh,
through.
they got bulked a little bit, didn't they, through that mountain section?
And is that MS Soko right in front of them
It
as well?
is, yeah. So Paragon are now getting a slipstream and a toe down the back straight.
This is good news for MS Soko because that shows they've been going quicker. They've actually unlapped themselves. They've been going quicker than the leaders.
Yeah, well, Falkus is traditionally one of, if not the fastest driver here. Years and years and years of experience of this race, the owner driver sprint series as well. So nice to say he's now unlapped himself, and that gap has opened up once again through the traffic between MSJDR and Paragon Motorsport. It has ebbed and flowed over the last 2 hours and 20 minutes between those two. We've also had MS Lucas in the mix as well. We've had obviously MS Soko Select. They gapped away at the front early on. MS Urban Blue have been in with issues, and they are currently 15th overall, but they were right in the mix as well earlier on. So they're just in front of MS Soko Select, but in fact, they're in front of them, only just in front of them on timing in sense of positions, track position, that's what I meant to say, 15th to 16th, but they're about 3/4 of a lap ahead. There's the 166 in rookies. Picked up a warning.
166.
Turn 1 sim racing. They've picked up a contact warning.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, curb warning.
Yeah, curb warning.
Apologies.
The gap for the leader just extends out to 1.7, so just as we were talking about it closing up, it extends back out again as the 22 continues to lead the field. Last in on lap 54. This is the end of lap 55 on this latest stint, so the full course yellow very much cut their first stint short.
Denise Thomas has been in touch on the comments. ABC Racing got their black flag for hitting the wooden blocks on the entrance to pit lane.
Right.
But they weren't hit by ABC Racing.
Ah.
And so the lap got reinstated.
Ah.
Hence the reason they are only a second behind CBR.
Thank you for that.
So
Very good.
thank you very much for that, Denise. That makes a lot more sense now and has helped us out a lot.
Yeah.
Keely Smith has said good luck to Teesside Academy and best of luck to Gracie Mitchell. That's Addison Smith's mum, who I think Addison will be going out very shortly, I would imagine, probably in the next stint or the one after for
hello.
Teesside Academy.
What's going on there?
The hire carts are just
handbags down there.
Yeah, definite handbags as they came through the D chicane. George Sutherland has said best of luck, Sloth Racing. Michael Burke still in touch about. He's saying the Dunlop SR1s, they have run for 12 hours. Yeah, but not if you want any grip left in them. Then we've got James Small saying, to all the Max Shields fans out there, he's about to head out on track. That'll be in the 42 of MS Lucas. And another shout out from Dominic to Apex Twin Racing. Of course, they've got 3 entries this year, one of which was leading for a while there.
MS Lucas, by the way, third place, still in this race. They're actually not that far away from the leading battle themselves. They're only 10 seconds off the lead. So after 2 hours 20, we've got 3 karts within 20 seconds as we've got karts off now through the second hairpin.
That was that was the 100.
And that looks like 6 that's pointing towards us.
So that's braking badly, and 6. Yes, we have seen adventures for them already. Unfortunately, they have not had a good opening to this race for the straight through crew.
Strange place to find yourself.
Facing the wrong way there.
Yeah.
It's a difficult. I mean, it's not impossible as we've just seen, but yeah, it's a difficult one to end up there.
Yeah, that's a bit strange, but there you go. Tyre wall repairs now complete from that Great Marshall down at hairpin 1 and 2. And the track's fully green again. So this is now, I'm not going to, well, no, I am going to curse things, but I'm going to say it anyway. This is now the longest green flag run of the race so far.
It is. You're absolutely right. We've also got ABC Racing in second place in the higher class. They are now 8.5 seconds behind Poor Blimey Racing 113. That's Gracie Mitchell, of course, on our world record attempt. Hi, Gracie. How are you feeling? If you can hear us. Not sure she can hear us.
No. Just not sure what's going on there. Repair to the bodywork?
Yeah, it's
it's
that's
a GoPro.
It's a GoPro being fitted.
Oh, forget
to the front.
Forget about the race, everybody. Put a camera on the front. There we go.
But no, I'm sure she'll just be having a rest stop.
Yeah. Have we worked out the laps per hour needed to get to 1,000?
Pedals, if you're still watching, or Poggy, let us know, because you worked it all out last year. Laps per hour, no. I don't know the answer to that, but I'm sure they will. But I think it was worked out at where you need to be on schedule every 6 hours.
42. There we go, 42 needed. It's 41.6 recurring, so we'll go 42.
Okay.
For that, but obviously you sort of want to get a bit.
We're on 107.
Well, yeah,
after 2 and a half hours. So
after 2.5, you want to get ahead of schedule, don't you? So you can just fall back a bit overnight and towards the end when you're more tired.
So 13 laps to get to 120, and that'll be the 3-hour target. So, yeah, we're bang on schedule at the moment.
And you should knock that off in 25 minutes or so. You should do 13 laps. So, being behind schedule at this stage would be a concern. It's
no. We're out, as I said, though, absolutely bang on schedule.
Yeah, absolutely. So
we've got the recovery quad.
The quad
it's not the recovery quad. It's just
the quad.
The quad.
Someone's having a go. The outside of the circuit.
That's Nigel.
Having a bit of fun.
That's Nigel Moore heading round, inspecting a curb
or a tyre barrier. That tyre barrier has been hit already today.
Yes, we've seen that moved a few times, haven't we? But yeah, just doing probably just doing a quick inspection of the tyre barriers, I would say, because there's been a few of them hit.
A chat to a marshal. Yeah, looking back towards that tyre wall that was hit earlier on this afternoon. Couldn't tell you who by now, but it's definitely that first right-hander into the left at the mountain section there, where the barrier was moved, and now he's back out onto the back straight again.
Let's see if we can pick up a fight in in hires. In fact, we've got a good fight going on between Race for Ruben and Teesside Tigers, both with the orange panels on the front of them. They are around about halfway round the track, so I'd imagine...
Is that? No, that's just someone with an orange race suit.
They're possibly heading down the back straight. We'll try and pick them out, and we'll try and get them on camera as well, because two teams that we know quite a bit about.
And, Teesside Tigers look like they've actually got past Race for Ruben on this lap, so watch for them coming around the wrong way round as well. There they are, just past our camera angle. And no, sorry, that was erroneous. Race for Ruben are still in front.
They're in the
Teesside Tigers,
and now they're heading through Howells and down towards Rib Bend. There we go. And there they are.
Just in the background, past putting a lap there on a couple of other hires.
And Race for Ruben have got back in front again.
Yeah, so...
I didn't think that Paul White would stand for that. from Lewis.
I'm not sure he actually did lose the place at all. I think that was slightly erroneous from me there. But yeah, they are certainly nose to toe here. And as you were talking about, I'm not sure whether it's before we came to air or just earlier on in the stream, two of the big favourites in the hires this year, once again.
Yeah, as always, perennially at the front of this one, and now they are nose to tail on track. And Lewis Jolly and Paul White heading through hairpin 1 and 2 now. There they are. They are... as we say, perennial front runners, but they know a lot about each other as well. They've raced a lot together. They know each other inside out. They're more than happy to work together. I would imagine that if one of them feels they're significantly quicker, they will put an overtake in and will try and pull away. I'd imagine that's what Paul White's mentality is. But Lewis Jolly, if he feels that Paul's just going to pull him along, he'll quite happily sit behind and push. But as you said, there was a couple of overtakes the last couple of laps, as they're starting to make their way through lapping traffic now. And Lewis will just sit in behind Paul and try and fill the gap that Paul creates and work his way through nicely. But that is for fourth place in higher elite, 27th overall.
Side by side, just a little bit wide there.
Oh, and there goes Lewis.
And there he goes straight through in kart 1. So pass down in towards the mountain section, just in a little bit of traffic there, as I think the race for Ruben Cart was just trying to get past a couple of other hires. Don't forget, these two are towards the back end of the lead lap in the hires, and there's only 7 or 8 on the lead lap now. There's a lot of lap traffic, even if you are in the hires class. MS Lucas and MS JDR, meantime, overall, also into pit lane right now.
Oh, and Paul White's had a very bad lap in terms of traffic as well. He's going to be about 3 or 4 seconds behind Lewis Jolly, I think, by the end of this lap. Maybe not quite that far, but certainly a good couple of seconds behind. As Jolly got very much the rub of the green coming through the traffic. Put the work in, got the overtake done at Rib Bend. That's Max Shields' dad, Barry. He's pushing the 42 around.
Has there been a... No.
So Max has now got into the 42.
Yeah, they came in 1 lap later than 433, by the way. They weren't on the same lap. So we'll see them rejoin quite close together, I would imagine, quite soon.
And there they go. That's Max Shields heading out there now. He's currently leading the Owner Driver Sprint Series Championship.
Just trying to spot them here if they're actually racing one another. I don't think they're quite together.
And there goes Tigers and Race for Ruben popping through the shot as well. So that worked out quite nicely, didn't it?
two battles together on the circuit at the same time. Teesside Tigers still in front in that race for position there. So KBR will get to second place. So you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. It's in number 77, the Clubman leaders.
Yeah, they're going to be... Where are they? 35 seconds behind, 34.8 seconds behind Paragon Motorsport. So they've actually done really well, haven't they, KBR?
Yeah.
Likewise, it was it was JDR2, wasn't it? Who have pitted twice. Yeah, so they were leading before the second round of pit stops. This is where it starts to get a bit jumbled up now, and we have to kind of wait now until right at the end of the race for it all to kind of shake out as to where everybody actually is.
In the last couple of moments, by the way, there's been 3 carts off all hires down at hairpin 1. It's that stage in the race where some of those mistakes are starting to come into effect. Now, there is the KDR cart on your screen there, by the way, on your screen. And coming... No, hand up. Is that to acknowledge maybe that they're coming in next lap?
And then got very Larry with a higher cart through the D chicane, side by side. We've had Karen Brewis has been in touch to say shout out to DB, who I'm guessing is David Brewis, who's getting ready to go out in the 58 for DWS2. So we'll keep an eye on their pit stops as well.
Is it James King or Ashley King driving 77 at the moment?
It'll be one of them.
It says on the back, but doesn't say first name, so there we go.
King.
Yeah, just King.
One of the Kings.
That's all you need. Especially when someone's got the same surname as you in the same team.
Oh, hang on. Poggy's been in touch. He said, Gracie Mitchell's camera is for the record attempt. That's what I thought. I didn't say that out loud, but I did think that that's what it's for. It's to record everything. And so it'll have come off, and then an SD card will have been changed or something.
It's like a fuel change.
Pretty much, 40 laps per hour, he's saying, not the 42 that we thought we had. So only 40 laps needed, only 40 laps, but 40 laps per hour. And then track pace appears to be slower this year, so that'll make it difficult. She needs to put a few more in the bank to give her time through the night and any full course yellows.
I think, though, because it's been a cleaner race and with less full course yellows, that sort of negates the fact it's a slower track this year, if you see what I mean. You know, well, we'll see what it's like later on, I suppose, but if there's less full course yellows, then easier to get more laps in one go. Yeah, it's definitely 42 laps an hour. 40 times 24 is, I don't know, 980? Something like that.
I'm only telling you what he said. Okay. David sent maths through.
Yeah, I know, yeah. I'm doing the calculations as well.
But, I've sent...
960, sorry. Yeah,
well,
be 40 odd laps short.
Anyway, Anyways. Meanwhile,
really
there's a
matter.
race going on. But currently sitting at 114 laps. So
going along okay.
Yeah,
for
very
this
much so.
time in the race, yeah. Going along absolutely fine. Where has the MSJSR car got to? Doesn't seem to be on pit lane at the moment, but has dropped a place to DWS quite convincingly here. Can't seem to see them anywhere out there on the circuit. Seem to be missing in 119. Don't know what that's all about at the moment, but they're dropping down the field. Don't know whether it's a timing glitch or not. We are not far away from seeing Paragon Motorsport, the race leaders, into pit lane. Jake Taplin is getting ready to take that kart over.
Yes. Jake Taplin, another driver with plenty of pace. We're all right, Adam. Producer director Adam. It's our first mention of producer director Adam.
It's not doing either of those things
so
at the
far.
moment.
Back once again for another 24 hours of punishment from the commentary team. If only someone could get him some carrot cake, just to keep him happy.
Viewers can dip in and out, but he's got to listen the whole time.
He's the whole reason we have hashtag Cake Chat, and we have a whole video of hashtag Cake Chat this year, and it's all his fault because he loves carrot cake. If anyone's got any carrot cake in the paddock and you want a shout out, bring it up to the commentary box, and you're welcome to shove it in Adam's face. Or better yet, bring it up to the commentary box and just put it in the bin in front of him, because that's where it belongs. Leader in the pits.
Ah, yes.
Leader is in the pit lane, so we'll see if we can get a shot of that. If not, the leader is currently in the pits. We've also got a contact warning has gone out for the 433 of MSJDR. They are third place overall.
66 laps, 64 laps, sorry. No, I was right the first time. 66 laps for Paragon. That's pretty impressive.
And another contact warning for the 116 of ABC Racing. That's their second, just in this stint.
Yeah. And they're losing time, even despite this, to Core Blimey Racing, who now lead by 6.6 seconds.
Well, that's actually come down. It was over 8 at one point. It was 8.5 at one point, yeah.
Well,
so that's come down by a couple of seconds through the traffic.
The point being, when ABC came out an hour ago, or 50 minutes ago, it was nose to tail.
Yeah, 100%, yeah.
So, yeah.
But no, it has come down a bit.
Trouble coming towards the front straight. A couple of cars in the grass, and a couple of carts also off through hairpin 4. There was at least 3 spun round. Is that either race for Ruben or Teesside Tigers with the orange front there, or is that a different orange frontage
that's
car?
A different one. I think that's...
No, it is different. Yeah, sorry. That is different.
I think it's 66. That's Catastrophe Crew.
That's a quite good team name. A bit cheesy, but I, don't mind it.
Catastrophe.
Catastrophe? That was a bit
with
of a
a
catastrophe.
K.
Yeah.
So Catastrophe.
It's it was a catastrophe as well.
And Crew with a K as well.
Yes.
So they're going for alliteration as well.
Oh yeah. Could it be called alliteration if you're just spelling wrong?
Well, it's K and K, isn't it? Car.
Yeah, but it's not. They're not words.
Dyslexia. That's what it is.
Yeah, there we go.
No, I've just seen them come across the start-finish line, and it wasn't Teesside Tigers, as you said.
No.
But Teesside Tigers and Race for Ruben are back together again.
With TRX Motorsport, who got overtaken by both of them last lap. They're about to come through Rib Bend and onto our cameras here.
There they are.
There they are, just coming around the corner. So they both followed through. I would imagine Teesside Tigers went through and Race for Ruben said, thanks very much, I'll follow you, thank you. And they move up to 25th and 26th overall.
Seems to be the way. So they are, as we said, we expected them to, moving their way up the order. Track Limits by Storm Group, third in Higher Elite. They've had a pretty anonymous race so far, certainly by us. Anyway, we've barely mentioned them because we've barely needed to. But they are hacking along quite nicely. Race for Ruben, actually, personal best lap last time around, a 1:21.7. 0.2 quicker than Teesside Tigers. And in fact, they were the quickest car on track that time around. In fact, the two quickest cars on track, Core Blimey Racing 113 did a 1:21.8. So those three are your quickest drivers at the moment. Core Blimey Racing 113 leading higher elite overall, and then Teesside Tigers and Race for Ruben 4th and 5th in class. But they're now, as we said, going to start marching their way towards the front, I think. It's one of those races where qualifying is obviously important. You want to get yourself good positioning. You want good positioning as well. You need a bit of luck when it comes to the full course yellows as to where you're going to shake out. But it is one of those races that is so long and the carts are so even that it does just come down to the drivers, and we do tend to see that the cream tends to rise to the top. It takes a long time. So we've got one of the TRX Motorsports, and is that the 6 again? That is the 6 again.
Yeah, looks like 6. Hard to see, and there's no way to get back on the circuit either.
There's a bit of a gap coming. There we go, but right in front of a couple of the owners, Cobb Builders, and in front of 43, MS Soco Select as well.
Yep, so they're now back to 5 laps down again, by the way. Just to update quickly on owners, sorry to interrupt. 433 in second place, now actually ahead of Paragon Motorsport, so they didn't come in on the same lap. 433 came in 6 laps earlier, but their pit stop was a lot shorter. They're now in front as Kart 2 goes for a spin through hairpin 4, that looks like. Is that one of the delayed carts?
That's the Army Motorsport kart. That's the one that we saw off at the outside of the D chicane earlier.
Right,
that needed recovery, which was... I'm not sure who recovered it, actually, from the trackside marshal. It might well have been Jean-Claude Van Sam, who we haven't mentioned either yet. We've got a mechanic down, or a trackside person helping, working for Teesside this weekend, who came to Le Mans, and he's called Sam.
Yeah,
and he's absolutely huge. He's he's enormous.
Did he pick the car up himself?
He's built like a brick. Well,
oh, right.
David nicknamed him the human forklift.
Yeah. He just picks the carts up off the circuit, takes them off himself.
All the mechanics down there, they call him Love Island.
Oh, right.
So he's got many nicknames, but
I'm sure he likes them all.
My personal favourite is Jean-Claude Van Sam.
Yeah,
and he's a lovely lad as well. He's a really nice guy, and takes it with the best of humour. There was a picture put on the group chat last night of the Ibiza final boss as well, and I was like, that looks a bit like Sam.
Yeah, well, there you go. It's the kind of thing you get here. And yes. Just going past the window, by the way, just as we were talking about that, the 3 leaders retaking their lead. So KBR, number 77, into pit lane, and they'll be back out again at some point in the next few moments. But just to say that the leaders are now the leaders again after 13 minutes.
The leaders are the leaders.
Yep, the leaders are the leaders.
The leaders are the leaders. Good to know.
Wasn't the case beforehand, but the leaders are the leaders now.
No, but now they are the leaders.
Now they are, yeah. So there you go. 4.7 seconds the advantage for MSJDR. In the first place for overall as well as Owners Pro. Of course, not Owners Elite. Not an Owners Elite kart leading the race currently after over 2.5 hours.
No, MS Lucas 10.6 behind. So JDR, with that stop, that earlier pit stop than Paragon Motorsport, managed to jump them in the pits. And going to have a quick look at who's out in JDR now. We've got, I think it's an orange helmet. So that will be George Robinson, currently leading the race in the MSJDR kart.
Another one off down at hairpin 1. It's almost constant now that we're seeing somebody down there.
Yeah, grip seems to be going slightly rather than coming in, particularly when you're offline.
Yeah, exactly.
Because when you're going side by side, particularly owner karts that I've seen trying to go round the outside of hairpin one, as we've lost 3 of them went round there. Gracie Mitchell was there. Josh Falkus was there in MS Soko Select. All of them made it through safely, but I think that was one of the JDR. It might have been Harry Hannum, I think, in the other JDR kart 434. I think he had like a half spin at hairpin 1. But yeah, and that exactly highlighted exactly what I was talking about. If you try and go around the outside at hairpin 1, there is grip available, but you've got to be pinching the other kart to the inside as much as you can, because if you're another half a kart width out of that, there's no grip at all, and it's like ice, and they're turning in and they're completely losing the rear end. There's nothing there.
And if you're trying to go down the inside either, there's a lot of dirt being brought onto the circuit. If you go across the inside of the curve there over the grass, you've just been forced out there by somebody else, you bring a lot of that dirt back onto the racetrack as well. So
there's a significant drop off on the inside of hairpin 1. It's a concrete essentially edge of the track. As we've got is that the 132 who's had an incident down at the chicane at the bottom of the mountain. That's Chukta Racing. But yeah, so that concrete edge of the track that you've got, you can use that to rail you round. Usually there's a lot of grip there, particularly in the wet, there's a lot of grip there. But what happens is if you get it wrong and you cut it too tight, there's a step of about 7 or 8 inches down onto the grass, and you can actually rip a wheel off doing that, and we've seen that happen a few times as well.
Maybe that's we didn't see what happened to that. Who was it who lost? Lockwell Hill 2. That's what they. Maybe that's how they sheared their.
Well, they were off on the outside, weren't they?
But if they'd have gone to the inside, sort of careered off across the circuit, if you like, I guess it's maybe it's a bit of a tenuous explanation, but it's maybe.
Not sure. That's very green.
It is. It's SK8, number 67.
Very, very green. Let's find out who's in the green.
It'd be one of those teams that are all in green, won't it?
Well, black and green suit and a bright green helmet. That's Adam Stainer. Has just gone out in the SKA.
See if you can make his mark. Very good. Sorry, I'll go. They were second in the club class for owners last year. They've moved up to pro this time around to see what they. Well, it says on our sheet they moved up to pro.
Yeah, but I think they're in club.
They are in club.
They are in club.
Yes. Looking to go one better. Apologies for that. So they're back out onto the circuit again. A battle 3-kart battle for 5th at the moment. 434 JDR2 just in front of MS Urban Orange. You might have actually got past them, and they have now as they just go across the start-finish line, I think. And just in behind them, MSJSR as well. So that's 3 for 5th, although JDR have lost a couple of seconds, and MSJSR are right behind them now.
I'll let you off that one. Do you know why? Because we've got MSJDR, MSJSR, MSJSR2, and JDR2. But JDR2 doesn't have an MS in front of it.
Should it?
Who knows? Yes, it should have an MS in front of it, but it
crikey.
doesn't. So we've got JSR, JDR, JSR2, and JDR2.
Excellent.
As well as identical liveries to deal with. Howard, you're going to feel my wrath.
It's not helpful.
It is not being helpful at all this year.
No. That's 747 team waving frantically at their driver. Not sure whether they just do that every time or whether they are just making sure their driver comes in this time round. I believe, by the way, we've got all 88 running again. It's my timing screen is showing RAF Precision Spitfires running again now. So I believe we have 88 in the race again.
It was a full axle rebuild. It wasn't a full reframe. They didn't take everything off and put it on that spare chassis that we saw out in the pit lane. It was just a full axle rebuild. I say just a full axle rebuild, but they are currently 45 laps behind the next kart in front, which is Apex Predators in 87th place.
That's about an hour, realistically.
Well, that's an hour if Apex Predators stop.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
But Apex Predators are still running.
They're an hour behind, so
they're an hour behind, yes.
Yeah.
At racing speed.
That's going to take more than an hour to catch.
Well, let's have a look. How far are our leaders ahead of the higher elite?
10 laps, 11 laps?
Yeah, 11 laps. So they've done 11 laps in 2.5 or 2 and 3/4 hours.
That's going to take whatever that is times 4, which is 10 hours, 11 hours. That's 11 hours.
Hold on, you. I'm glad you're good at maths. I'd have been there all day working.
2 hours, 3/4 plus times 4.
Crikey, that was Josh Volker slipping through the inside there, taking maximum risk over the curb on the inside of Howells. So Josh is not hanging about now, I think it's safe to say. Caution has been thrown to the wind in the 43 kart with that broken steering column suffered earlier on. Still P14, but currently, well, they were 3.5 seconds that lap faster than RAF Precision Vulcans for 13th place, and they're around about half a lap behind then SKA, who we saw just come into the pits.
Yeah, so heavy on fuel as well, whereas did we just see them in the pit lane? It's not
SKA.
SKA, yeah, sorry, yeah, I'm looking at the wrong one. RAF Precision Vulcans have yet to make their stop. They're surely going to be in a moment. They've been out there for an hour 17. And none of that was under full course yellow. This is a very long stint for them.
Just dipping into the live chat comments, Daisy Burners said, could you give a shout out to AMC Racing for what they are doing, please? Yes, absolutely. There's your AMC Racing one. And Luke Tinkin has been in touch and said, Matt Bistow for the win. I've no idea who Matt Bistow is, but all I need to say is...
Why?
Okay, all right. that one's clearly been lost on you. But
try that one with David here later.
People who are a little bit older might understand that one. People that were born any time at the other side of the millennium.
I'm not going to comment on which side of the millennium I was born, although I may have just made that clear.
People will understand that, I'm sure. They'll get back and in touch in the comments. So support coming in for Matt Bistow.
Do we have to say that after his name every time?
Yes, that's our new rules. Okay. And Marek has been in touch and said just supporting for Formula One. Formula None. Formula None.
Not Formula One.
Formula None. Oh, Black Flag as well for 747. They've been in... That's FSR Kobe, and they were in earlier on, weren't they, with the flat tyre issue, and they were off on the inside of the track as well, so they've had a couple of major delays. Well, now they've got a black flag as well.
Yeah. We will see if they've already... have they served that? No, it's been pulled, though. Warning for contact, meanwhile, to 589. That is High Row Motorsport Academy. Yeah, that black flag does still stand for 747. They will still have to serve that. They just got past Tockwith 1. They're up to 28th overall, but...
not for long.
Not for long. They'll have to regain some of those places they took overall from those hires a few months ago.
Battle for the lead. 1.4 seconds when they came over the line.
Wow. And MS Lucas are right there as well. 1, 2, and 3.
Yes, indeed. So our front three are coming right together. And they're just coming through hairpin 2 now.
Yep.
There they are on screen. So that's your leader in the 433. Right behind now Paragon Motorsport. And there, now we've got the front three in shot for probably the first time since the start of the race.
Certainly, since the start of the race, because even on that full course yellow restart, they weren't actually together with all the traffic around. MS Soco Select were a long way out in front at that time because of the way the traffic was working. So, it's JDR, Paragon Motorsport, and MS Lucas, 1, 2, and 3. That's 2 pros ahead of the elite leader.
So we believe it's George Robinson that's in 433. It's Jake Taplin that's in the 22, and we've got Max Shields in the 42.
Yeah, that's the current situation at the front of the field. 30 seconds, by the way, in front of 4th. and then you get to a lap down for MS Urban Orange, who ran quite well earlier on today, along with MS Urban Blue.
I've got a funny feeling Max Shields is going to go full send here. He's closing in so quickly on Jake Taplin. I think this is going to be a send into possibly South Bank corner. Don't think he's close enough here to do it at hairpin 1. Or is he? Yes, he is. There goes Shields through down the inside and then immediately returned either side of a higher cart for hairpin 2. Jake Taplin retakes second place and still holds on behind George Robinson in the 4.33. And there goes Shields through. I did call it right. He did do it to South Bank corner. So he makes the move there and moves up into second place in the 42 cart, leading our higher elite class, but now second on the road overall. And I don't think it'll be long before he makes his way past George Robinson as the front three, nose to tail, heading over the start-finish line to start lap 136.
Just over the curves, just off there through the D chicane as well. This is surely going to happen soon. Down the inside into Rib Bend, and there you go. Following through, double overtake. Paragon Motorsport get in front of MSJDR as well. So the leader, 4.33, goes from first to third in a couple of corners.
And that's purely down to the slipstream down into Rib Bend as well, taking nothing away from the drivers, but they get such a good slipstream down that part of the track at the minute that it's really helping with overtakes into Rib Bend. Very difficult part of the track to get right as well, particularly if you want to be offline. We've got yellow flag out there. I saw a hand up. We've got curb warning for the 4.34. That's JDR2. But the leader's now heading down onto the back straight once again. And it's now Max Shields that leads the way. Saw him close up, saw him close in, and he took the lead here, took second place away here, and then passed it and took the lead away at Rib Bend.
Off, and someone's helmet's come off down at the hairpin 1.
And we've got a Nassau panel dislodged as well.
This could be a stoppage. And there's more spinners here, just after the wiggles as well. A couple rejoin. And, yeah, can't quite identify that cart at the moment, but...
I know the 6 is involved again. They were the ones that followed in at that point of the track where the yellow flags were. So there was already the spin there.
That cart's not moving at the moment. Marshall just tried to drag it and wasn't going anywhere. So the yellow flag's waving. 21 hours, 5 minutes to go. We've had 1 hour 40 of green flag running without interruption since our last restart. Now that cart has been able to be dragged off the side of the circuit. The helmet has been collected, and we will go full course yellow.
Full course yellow, yes indeed. So second full course yellow of the race. The leader, Max Shields, will now be told to back the pack up as safely as possible. It's not going to be slowed to a walking pace instantly, but it is going to be slowed down significantly. In fact, he's doing that already. So what will happen is the back of the train, barring pit stops, will be the 20 cart.
Oh, yeah, pit stops are going to interrupt that slightly. So these three are going to come in nose to tail. What do they do in terms of pit stops here? Do they come in or stay out? They've only been out less than half an hour, so you'd imagine that it will be...
we're almost at a walking pace for Max. I think he just needs to go a little bit quicker.
95 is going to come in.
There goes the 95 race for Ruben.
It's going unbelievably slowly, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, he's doing the right thing in backing the pack up, but I think he needs to go a little bit quicker so that they're not quite coming to a standstill when they reach the back of the train, which is what's happening at the moment.
And that's going to create a crash if they're not careful as well. They're not being careful down the back. Race for Ruben coming in because effectively they've been caught a lap down behind the leader. The guys in front of them, the top 5, have all been able to come back around to the back end of the train, but the Race for Ruben were not. Yeah, so Corbline will be just in front of them. But I can't imagine many of them will just start to come in now. You'll have to queue.
I think Henry Trina's lost an engine. I think he's trying to restart it. But he's lost an engine. There's going to be a big queue at the pit bay as well, or fuel bay. Looks like we've got medics heading out on circuit as well. Driver's definitely moving in the cart and things like that, so they're just keeping him in, or her in, for safety reasons. Obviously, helmet came off as well, so it's obviously a big impact. But,
It looked like it. It looked to me like the carts had spun and some more were arriving on the scene fairly sharpish. So
we've got a bit of a split actually between the two trains.
We do, yeah. Somebody's slowing down.
Yeah, but Mac's doing a very, very good job at the front of this one to just back everybody up. And as we say, Medic making their way out onto circuit now. The cart will be put on the back of the quad trolley.
The spinner under trailer. Full course yellow here.
Yeah, so this is what's happened because they're coming down the hill too quickly.
Yes, they're all catching very, very...
and nobody wants to overtake under full course yellow, obviously.
No.
So, yeah, so that's what happens when they all accelerate and go down the back straight too quickly, and then...
Yeah, and then they all career into the back of the...
And then they fire into the back of each other because they're not looking.
Yeah, exactly. So the pit lane will start to empty out in the next couple of moments. I wonder whether one of these three will come in or whether they'll decide that being at the back end of this long, long train is probably not the best place to be.
I'll tell you what we'll do, Ewan. Because we're at the top of the hour as well, or coming up on the top of the hour, and it doesn't look like we're going to get going particularly quickly, what we'll do is if you run us through a current race order... And I will hand my headphones over to Ross McIntyre coming into the box for the first stint. And by the time you've run through the order, it'll be time for Ross to come on anyway. So let's take advantage of that and get going. So yes, I shall see you in around about 6 hours' time, around about 9 o'clock, when I will be back on. And yes, until then, enjoy the dulcet tones of Ewan O'Leary and Ross McIntyre.
Thanks very much, Tom. And as you say, we'll see you again in 6 hours' time. So the leaders stay out for the most part out there on the circuit. The cart is just being recovered through hairpin number 1, and as Tom says, let's run through the standings as it is at the moment. This is 21 hours to go, but since we're under full course yellow, I will do both owners and hires. At the very front of the race overall, it is MS Lucas, who are in a train effectively with Paragon Motorsport and MS JDR at the front end of this field. They've all stayed out under this full course yellow, and the pace has just been picked up a little bit here, just to try and keep from happening what happened on the back straight a couple of moments ago. So MS Lucas are the leaders in Owners Elite. The only other Owners Elite kart is MS Soko. They had that problem in the last few hours, I don't forget. They are 4 laps down, so they've gained a lap back at least since their problem. In Pro, Paragon Motorsport, as I say, are leading, but they're second overall, ahead of MS JDR. MS Urban Orange are in third place there. KBR are leading in the Clubman class for the owners. They're ahead of JDR2, MS JDR2, that is, and MS JSR2, third place in the Clubman owners category. What you're seeing on your screen at the moment is some pit stops happening down in the hires category. 113 is into pit lane after another 64 laps out there on the circuit. And Lockwell Hill have also come in a lap ago. I think they might have had to queue there. I don't know that. That's just a guess. That was 61 laps for them, and they are back out there on the circuit. They will be in a moment. That's 2 of the top 4 we were seeing earlier on who were running quite nicely. They both came into pit lane. So I will leave the hires for the moment, but I will go through them about half an hour or so when it all shakes out in a couple of moments' time. It's myself, Ewan O'Leary, joined by Ross McIntyre for the first time. Welcome to the British 24 Hours at Teesside Karting. It's been frantic so far. What have you made of the first 3 hours?
Yeah, I think frantic is a very good word to choose. Thank you very much, Ewan, and a big thank you to Tom for passing us the headset as well. Yeah, very, very chaotic first few hours. Obviously some great racing throughout, but a lot of issues befalling some big teams mechanically, which is a real surprise. So a lot of teams really down the order where you wouldn't expect them to be, and then a couple of full course yellows as well. This one, the driver that was involved in that incident with the helmet coming off, they have been taken off track. The kart is still there at the side of the track, so I believe we're going to be staying under full course yellow conditions for just a little while longer. But the sun is shining here at Teesside. Those few spots of drizzle that we saw earlier on dissipating away into the distance. So it's a lovely day to carry on racing, hopefully in not too much longer.
Yeah, hopefully, yeah. The dark cloud, I must say, although sun has come out, it's re-emerged again. It just seemed to be re-emerging quite a lot, and I don't think it is going to rain. I think the drizzle that you experienced a few moments ago is probably it for now. The Lockwell Hill kart that I was just talking about there has had a driver change. I think that's for Richard Cooper's getting into that one. I think into number 1, Lockwell Hill 1. That's 38 in the Hires division. So I think that is the kart that's running up towards the front end of the field, but I will just check in our notes. Yes, it is Richard Cooper, 4-time British champion in motorbike racing, so he'll be driving for the next at least an hour out there on the circuit, you would imagine. As we're seeing on pit lane at the moment, one of the karts just getting some repairs done. There is 42, and still that kart not quite recovered just yet, so we'll be under full course caution for just a little bit longer. This one now has been going on for just over 8 minutes after a 10-minute full course caution early on. But, you know, it's been a I don't want to jinx things, obviously, but it's been a relatively clean race so far, thankfully.
Yeah, touch on wood. I mean, it's a bit annoying, I think, for some of the teams that were getting this full course yellow now. This is right around the period, just coming after 3 hours into the race, where you kind of want to be settling into your own rhythm a little bit. You're on your own, almost out on the track. All the teams have split up. You're just making sure you're looking after your tyres, keeping your eye on that fuel, and just running your own race. But now, obviously, everyone has been bunched right back up. So for certainly the next 10, 15 minutes when we go to green conditions again, it's just going to be chaos. And obviously, it's not like the start of the race. Everyone is all mixed up, so you're going to have owner karts trying desperately to get through swathes of hire karts further back in the pack. Could be a little bit chaotic. There we see someone coming out of the pit lane after a little fuel stop. Looks like they'll be getting on their way. And the kart that was stranded at the side of the circuit down at hairpin number 1 is now being taken away on the back of the ATV trolley. So hopefully it won't be too long. We are going to get another lap of full course yellow, I believe, because the leaders are coming to the start-finish line now. And there is still a little bit of a split at the back of the pack as some drivers making their way out of the pit lane. But that is a good sign that we're ready to go soon.
Hopefully. As Tom was saying earlier on, I think they can call green whenever. So it might just be around another part of the circuit where green is going to be called in the next few moments. But yeah, 10 minutes for the first one, first caution of the day. Looks like might be something similar here. I'll try and keep account of how much time we're going to spend under full course caution here in this race. Hopefully not too much. And I think I didn't keep my I didn't keep a record last year actually of how much we got, but hopefully, or at least I think over the first few hours it's a little bit less than what we had. So that's good news for everybody. As some more drivers come down pit lane. Only one from the owners, MS Window Doctor, into the lane for now, but lots of hires into pit lane. Lots of weaving around on the back straight. You can definitely see that they are almost ready to go, and the race will be flag green in a moment. MS Lucas just in front of Paragon Motorsport, and then MS JDR. Those first three you can see in that line there are the first three in the race overall.
Absolutely, we have to remember different classes. We've got the elite for MS Lucas, the pros for Paragon Motorsport and MS JDR, but they are the front three overall. They're all racing together and bunched up together. Then there's a few higher karts behind them that will keep other drivers and other teams a little bit further back. They'll have to work their way through, but the front three, it'll be all gas when the green flag comes out, which it should be in just a moment's time as they're making their way down into the bottom end of the circuit. The final hairpin section to go before they get to the start-finish line. And I think we are getting ready to go green because I can see some marshals out of the commentary box window messing around with some flags, or we may be going again. We'll just have to wait and see. With 2 hours, 53 minutes and 45 or so seconds left on the clock, our second full course yellow of the race. And they are really bunching up now as they come through hairpin number 3. So I believe, Ewan, that the drivers are expecting to get going very shortly. So I think it could very well be time to get this race back underway. It'll be all eyes on those front three, the 42, the 22 and the 433. The front three overall in this race and the front three out on track at the end of this as well.
And Luke Rudman has gotten into the MS Window Doctor's kart, by the way, at the conclusion of that pit stop. The backing up of the field has really slowed things down round South Bank. Still under full course yellow, the yellow and black flag still showing. And now the green waves. So 12 minutes under full course yellow, and we are racing again with MS Lucas leading the way after 141 laps, just 1/10 of a second ahead of Paragon Motorsport, then MSJDR. First three you can see on your screen. There they go into Rib Bend. 1, 2, and 3, the race leaders. Back green again, just 4 on the lead lap now as KBR just a few karts further behind, tried to catch them up from 4th place as well.
Now coming up the mountain section, or move for 2nd place there. MSJDR had a little look on Paragon, and now maybe the switch back onto the inside as they start heading back down the hill, but no, decides to duck back inside. Hold position just for the time being as they head into the Wiggles section and then down into Hairpin 1, a little bit too far back for that 4.33 to make an attempt as it stands, but really pushing. Great drive out of the first hairpin as well, almost bumper to bumper there as they came through. Looks like everyone else a clean getaway. Most of the higher or the owner carts up at the front who weren't with those front three have managed to work their way through those higher carts okay. So we're starting to see at the front of the field 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 almost owner carts. Now a little bit spread out, of course, but all making their way through pretty cleanly. This battle for 2nd place, 1st place in the Pro Class still rages on. The 22 just ahead of the 4.33 as it stands as they come to start the next lap. It's all going to be the status quo, but everyone very, very close together.
And you might think that these restarts actually give you an opportunity, certainly as an owner's class driver, to set some of the best laps of the race, but actually some of the hires get strewn off the back of the safety car train. It's not quite a safety car train, but you get the point. They're off the back of the tail, and so it means that they're not quite, or they're going to be lapped very, very quickly here. We'll see them onto the back straight here now. You can see the leaders, and look at that already. Hires on lap number 2 after the full course yellow restart. They're already having to pass slower karts all over again, and there's a bit of a difference there. Paragon Motorsport just have to slow down slightly there for a couple of hires, and the leader, MS Lucas, going to be well over 2 seconds, I would say, out front by the end of this lap.
Yeah, it could be very, very handy for them. Of course, traffic, it's a huge part of endurance racing, and you have to make your own way through. MS Lucas, since they've got to the front, have been sitting there pretty comfortably as it stands, and yet that higher cart there just holding up and still holding up. Some of the drivers behind as they're all scrambling for position. 2 of them up the inside there. I believe that may have been the KBR and the MS Urban Orange carts as they make their way through, but the 42 now a pretty healthy lead, looking at just over nearly 2 seconds in fact as they come over the start-finish line on that previous tour, so already extending that gap out a little bit. I mean, I think what that 42 squad is trying to do is just establish what they had before the full course yellow, just get a nice bit of breathing distance between themselves and the 22, the 4.33 behind, and then they can settle back into the rhythm. Then they can just watch the tyres, watch the fuel as they make their way round.
A couple of tyres being shuffled down at the mountain section there as somebody on the restart had just dislodged those. So thankfully that has all been cleared again. But MS Lucas leading the way here. One of the other interesting things, actually, MS Urban Orange and MS JSR both trying to get themselves through these lead lap karts as they try and get themselves back on the lead lap. With these full course yellows, being on the lead lap is very important. Only 4 of them have managed to stay on the lead lap so far.
Yeah, and it's, of course, our front 4 as it stands, the 42, the 22, the 4.33 and the 77. Everybody else in this race is at least 1 lap down. So for the front runners, this is crucial. They have to try and keep pace with those in front of them as they're working their way through slower karts, working their way through the higher karts as well. Some 8-second difference on lap between the bottom end of the owner kart classes and the top end of the higher kart classes. So they are a significant chunk slower as they start making their way round to the top end of the circuit. Once again, through Rib Bend, you can see there the MS Lucas kart now 3.5 seconds ahead at the line last time. But those behind very, very tight. The Paragon kart, the 22, the 4.33, the MSJDR still so close together, and a few others getting involved as well. As there we see the 22 there running out a bit wide in front of those. That is some lap traffic in front of them that they're going to have to negotiate on their own accord. But still, the 22 and the 4.33 locked in a tight battle, not just for second place overall, but for the race lead in the pro class as well. So really, really tense stuff going on here, as there's a few other karts getting involved as well.
And not quite. Oh, and a spin through hairpin 3 for 2 higher karts. There's one driving the wrong way, trying to get back going again in front of the race leader. And that's not what the race leaders needed, as they were coming up on traffic for the very first time in reality since that restart, which took place only 5 minutes ago. We went back racing with 20 hours and 53 minutes still to go. Still a very, very long way. But when you're watching these races, it feels so important at this stage in the race to get what you can. MS Urban Blue and MS Urban Orange, by the way, have both made their way through on those guys battling for second place. So there's a number of teams actually unlapping themselves rather nicely at this stage.
Yeah, a few karts coming into the pit. The 33T, the Sport, making its way into pit lane. So we'll have to wait and see what's going on there as the racing up the front for second place overall. Still really, really tense. And you can see now starting to come up to a big gaggle of higher karts that they're going to have to negotiate. The leader's made his way through quite well. The 42 MS Lucas machine carving his way through the pack. But now, again, this huge 4-kart train, 2 of which fighting for position for that overall second place as they make their way through. Look there at hairpin number 2 on your picture. Just so many karts, some of them running off the road as they go 3, nearly 4 abreast, coming down into the South Bank, make their way through okay. But it just shows how chaotic endurance racing is and how quickly things can change. If you catch a card at the wrong position or you're just a little bit unawares, you can lose 1, 2 places just like that. So it's crucial for these drivers just to stay as focused as they can, stay absolutely on it when they're battling with someone else.
The gap for the lead again extends. Paragon Motorsport really being slowed down by this. 4.5 seconds it was there as they just went through shot. They're properly in traffic again now, and that's making things a little bit more difficult to see what's what. But there's no getting away from the fact that MS Lucas are leading this race, and it's an extending advantage as well that they have. Side by side for second there briefly as well as Paragon stay in front of MSJDR. Look at that. It's Taplin, by the way, Jake Taplin, who is driving that Paragon Motorsport 22. And he just had to keep an eye on what was going on behind him there on the way to the Wiggles. Now into hairpin 1. They're single file on the way in. Not sure if there was a yellow flag or whether they were just being nice and orderly, but looked like the latter maybe as they were going through there. More hires traffic, as will be the case once again, constantly for the remainder of this race.
Yeah, getting very, very tight out of that Zeppelin, just holding on. I believe it's George Robinson currently in the 433 MSJDR kart. So those two continuing to do their battle with 20 hours and 45 minutes just to sniff over that left on the clock. Huge move up the inside there into hairpin number 4. That is the Paragon 22 trying to make his way through a bit more of the traffic. Gets a kart buffer between himself and the 433, which continue to battle for second overall, the race lead in the Owner Pro class. So this is still really, really close out there. And maybe one of them will be thinking, okay, what can we do different here? That 433 just hasn't been able to find a way through so far. Maybe it's worth maybe dropping back, saving a bit more fuel, saving a bit more tyres, trying to go longer in this stint if possible, try and jump them in the pit lane. That could be a possibility. But who knows what the team are thinking. It's all up to them to make the decisions on the strategy. The 22 continues to make its way through nicely, though. Meanwhile, the 42, our race leader, and now 6-second gap at the line last time. Looking at it visually, I think that might be extended when they come to the line once again, because there we see the Paragon car in second place. They're just making their way through hairpin number 2 and onto the back straight. Meanwhile, up in front, it looks like the 42 is already making his way through South Bank, so a healthy advantage, but he does have a lot of traffic to contend with. There's a huge, huge gaggle of higher cuts just in front of the 22 we see now. It's going to get very interesting with the traffic there as he really nicely makes his way through on some of the carts there. Again, it just shows to go how cutthroat you have to be when you're getting through the traffic. You just got to spot a gap and go.
And that was so decisive as well. It's what you need from your driver. Paragon actually gaining some time there despite 42 making such good progress. In fairness, Paragon Motorsport haven't gone through this mess yet. Look at this through turn number 2. That is the entire field they've got to go through there, and they will now manage that on the way towards the mountain section. There's the leader, and watching in the background here for the for those chasers, Paragon Motorsport and MSJDR. It's, as I say, Jake Taplin driving for kart 22. Look at this on the back straight. 3 wide, looking to find a gap, and now into the Wiggles. You've got to get single file before this section, and they all just about do. It does seem that every time they just about are able to get single file in time, but I've no idea how after they come down the back straight there at absolute maximum speed, and somehow they get themselves single file just in time.
Yeah, really, really exciting stuff. I mean, you just kind of got to force your way in, I think. It's a bit like a 2-lane road merging into one, but instead of going at 30 miles an hour, in a road car, you're going at significantly quicker speeds in a go-kart. So a bit more tricky, but they've all been able to make it work. As you can see just behind these guys, still a huge train of karts that are coming into your picture in a moment. Look at this, the amount of hire karts we've got going through here, and the owner karts trying desperately to work their way through. Gap at the front, the MS Lucas 42 now back to 6-second lead. The Paragon Motorsport 22 now has a 3-second buffer back to the 433 JDR kart in P3. So that traffic has split them up a bit. So now they can just begin to settle back into the rhythm, begin just to take a breather, calm things down. But you say that, you're never really calm in a go-kart endurance race, are you? There's so many things going on all of the time. 88 entries into this year's 24-hour race here at Teesside. It is chaos out there at the best of times on the racing surface, and everywhere you look there is action to behold. As the leader now, the MS Lucas kart continues to push onwards, doing a very good job at the moment. Taplin behind the wheel, he's really in the groove, really flying along. Again, their nearest competitor in the elite class, the MS Soko 43, again front runners early on, but encountered that mechanical issue with the steering rod. They've been able to get back out. They are currently 4 laps down. They do have the time to make that back, but they're really going to need to get a move on over the rest of the race.
I think they've actually just unlapped themselves again.
They have, in fact, yes.
Are they 3? Well, oh no, sorry, you're right. No, 4.
No, it is 3. Yeah.
Trying to work this out. I think it might. Well, let's just find out. When they cross the line here, normally it resets itself properly, and it might be 4. I think you're right. It's 4. Oh no, it's 3. So they've unlapped themselves again somewhere. Not entirely sure where, because nobody's made a pit stop out front or anything like that, so I've got no idea. But we've got a black flag, meantime, for one of the hires in the club class. That is Newmarket Buzzing Hornets in number 29. They were 10th place in the hire clubman class last year, 46th overall and 25th overall in the hire class. They will come in to serve that black flag penalty. Not the first we've seen now. We're starting to see a few more of those as generally people start to make mistakes and so on at this time in the race.
Yeah, they have come in to serve that penalty straight away, but they're a bit further down the order as it stands. I think they're roughly 15th in class at the moment, and the 29, of course, going to be sat in the pit lane for a bit as there is a spin. Hire kart facing the wrong way. That's coming up to the mountain section. Marshall helping him push out the way safely. That's great to see that everyone is okay. Of course, a big thank you to all of the marshals this weekend for doing a superb job and making sure, as they get that engine restarted, that we can go racing as safely as possible for 24 hours here at Teesside. That was the number 37. Who's making their way going once again. That's the Pegasus rookie hire kart as they get their way going. A new entry into this year's race. A bit of a shame to see them spin, but looks like not a huge amount of damage done to their time. They weren't around for too long, and crucially, of course, they stayed out of the barriers. They can just keep pushing on.
They will carry on. We'll see how many positions they end up losing with that spin there. But yeah, not too much to worry about there for the overall. Anyway, in hires, by the way, we've only got 3 on the lead lap now, something like that. Anyway, ABC Racing, Corblimy Racing, and Apex Twin Selective Works 1, 2, and 3. Because of the way that the full course yellows work in relation to the leaders lapping the hires, it does mean that you can gain a lap, not easily, but it is possible. Of course, the chances increase the more you extend your advantage over the car behind you. So it is down to skill as well. But that has allowed the front 3 to get away just a little bit, and there's no hires battles for those leading positions there anymore. That's why we've been focusing so much on these owners. You're seeing them come through here, the hairpins 3 and 4. More hires just to get past. This is 79 and 77 racing away. 77 is KBR. That's the last kart on the lead lap, currently in 4th position, but is now nearly 20 seconds off the race lead of MS Lucas.
Yeah, it's not looking too great for them at the moment, as they're 116. The ABC Racing leading in the higher elite class has come into the pit lane by the looks of things. They were 4th place in class last year, and they will drop down to 2nd in class. Looks like the Corblimy Racing kart will take the lead overall in higher kart classes. So as they come through, and looking like, yeah, we'll have to wait and see what's going on with them. But the 116, according to our timing screens, is into the pit lane. So we'll see if that's a problem potentially or if they're able just to continue onwards and keep on pushing. 2 hour 38 left on the clock up the front of the pack in the owner class. That gap only 5.5 seconds between MS Lucas and Paragon. It's stabilised a bit. Lap times last time, a 1:13.1 for the 42 of the MS Lucas car. It's just crossed the line. Now we'll wait for the Paragon car to come across the line, which it does so momentarily, and that's a 1:13.9. So the gap now to 6.5 seconds. I think right now everyone is driving kind of where they want to be, but I think traffic's still just causing an impact on the lap times.
It should be a scheduled pit stop, by the way, for ABC Racing. That's 68 laps after they were last in. Now, some of that was under full course yellow, but then again, some of their first stint was under full course yellow as well. We have seen as many as 77 laps, though, from Apex Twin Selected Works, who are back out there onto, or still out there, I should say, onto the circuit. Let's, though, with 20 hours 37 still to go down to David, who's got a few updates for us down on pit lane.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of an update from Mark Mitchell, Gracie Mitchell, trying to break that world record for the furthest distance travelled by an individual in 24 hours. Mark on the radio, Mark the dad. We're 3.5 hours in. We are ahead of Delta, but how's she feeling?
I think she's feeling okay. She's had 2 stops now. First stop, she was just in and out straight away. Second stop, she took on a little bit of food, a little bit of drinks. We've just had a full course as well, so I just noticed she was just stretching her arms out, her wrists out, her legs, ankles. I think she's doing okay. Time-wise, she's sticking to the plan. She's not. I thought she might get involved with some racing, but she's sticking to the plan of roundabout averaging 1:15 lap times. I think we're currently about 15 laps ahead of again the predicted plan. So touch wood, everything's going really well at the moment.
Yeah, obviously full course yellows slow the pace, also limit the amount of laps you can do, but are also good for sort of easing that fatigue level. And as you say, her working herself, keeping herself loose, because it's very difficult to, you get into the rhythm and then you get out the cart, back in the cart, and you do start to stiffen up. But things going to plan so far. Plenty of people helping out in the background though for the team.
Oh, the support is phenomenal. It's just everyone just keeps coming up to me offering help, and it's unbelievable. It really is. And the support that Gracie's got, the amount of people that have come over and give her well wishes, and and like I say, we're doing this for the British Heart Foundation. We sort of a little bit in memory of Ange Hutchinson from Bobby's wife, who sadly passed. So we're sort of doing a bit of a fundraiser for the British Heart Foundation as well. But yeah, it's been phenomenal.
Yeah,
the support's phenomenal.
Buckets all around the circuit as well for those that want to get involved and drop a few in, so that'd be greatly appreciated.
Yeah. So we've got buckets in and around sort of the reception areas, the cafe areas. Again, we've got a few people that are going to help out, who are going to walk around with the buckets. So any pocket shift would be massive. It'd be greatly appreciated.
Well, she'll be due in at any moment, Mark. We've got the team over there, Gillian and Mum, your wife, and the lad in the blue, who I've no idea who he is.
So, the lad in the blue is Lucas, that's Gracie's boyfriend, and we've got Dave and Ange actually helping out. So Dave and Ange have been a personal trainer for the last couple of years as well. They have come down and, they've sort of pitched up, and everyone down, and again, everybody's support has just been unbelievable. It really has.
Wonderful. Mark, I'll let you get off so that you can help out with the next pit stop, and we'll keep an eye on the progress throughout the race.
Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, David, for that one. Back to the action out on the circuit with 2 hours and 34 minutes remaining on the clock here at Teesside. The sun has gone away, a bit of cloud coverage coming over, but we're not expecting any more rain. We did get that slight drizzle early on. The 666 card has been given a warning flag for curbs, so hopefully everything is okay with them there, and they'll keep an eye on the flags and make sure that they're not abusing the track too much. But out on the track, it is still as we were when we went down to David a moment ago. The 42 MS Lucas kart leads the way. That gap now up to 3.2 or down to 3.2 seconds, should I say. They caught a little bit of traffic. The 22 still leads in the pro class for Paragon Motorsport and the 433. The MSJD are still third overall, second in the Pro class as it stands. And then we've got a 9-second gap back to P4 overall, the KBR number 77. So a bit of a gap there for those guys as it stands, but crucially they are still on the lead lap, which is where they want to be. And crucially, as it stands, a lap ahead of their nearest competitors in class, the DWS2, the 58 car out there. So that's 77, running a very, very solid race so far.
I'll just continue a run through actually and go through the hires as well. I know they're in the middle of a pit stop window, but I'll at least tell you about the leading competitors. Cool Blimey Racing are still leading overall in the hires category. They are an elite team, of course. The current leaders have been for a while. They're about, what's the gap now between first and second there? 12.5 seconds, although the second place is Apex Twin Selective Works. They are the leaders in the higher pro class. Then you go back to elite, where Teesside Academy are leading Teesside Tigers. They've only made one stop so far today, but making 2 stops already. ABC Racing, Teesside Tigers just come in as I say that. Teesside, who is it? ABC Racing, sorry, have made 2 stops already. So have Race for Ruben as well, who are not that far behind ABC Racing. So their call to come in under caution there, under full course yellow, was not a bad one at all. Just in front of ABC Racing are TRX Motorsport, who are second in the hires pro class, ahead of Lockwell Hill 1, who were leading the pro class for quite a while. They lost a lap, though, in the recent past, so that's why they're down to third. Tockwith 1 are leading in higher club. They're ahead of Bargain Racing second and MFP Interceptors, who are third. And then the higher rookies are Barry R's Wacky Races leading, number 911, ahead of Speed in Squilberg. And then all the way down to 42nd, so 7 karts further behind, overlooking overall, is EDK 24T Yellow. They are 42nd overall, but third in the higher rookies. So that's how we're standing. 20 hours, 30 minutes to go. We'll do another update in another hour of who's in the podium places, whatever, all of the classes. But it's very, very early on. It's fair to say. And so can't take too much from those so far. And, of course, pit stops are happening all the time. Teesside Tigers were in last lap. Teesside Academy have followed them in on this lap.
Absolutely, a driver change for Teesside Academy as well. Addison Smith now in the kart, replacing Oscar Warsaw. A bit of a change up there. Let's see if that brings them any fortune. See how Addison can do out on the track and see if he can push onwards as well. Time will tell when they make their way out of the pit lane. But the 113 Cool Blimey Racing car now leading in class there. And their gap currently to the nearest car behind some 13 seconds. That's the Apex Twin Selected Works car in a different class, the number 3, but they are second in that bubble as it stands. So bit of a gap there for the 113. They can sit there pretty comfortably and not worry too much, as we're seeing now a lot of hands starting to shoot up from the drivers. So a lot of drivers beginning to make their way in as we're seeing more action out on track. There looks like there's a kart stopped coming out of hairpin number 1 with engine trouble. Can't quite identify who that is where we are in the commentary box, but they are off to the side of the circuit. Yellow flags waving, of course. But not in too dangerous of a position out on the track. The marshal there helping them, so hopefully they'll be able to rejoin. But right now, looks like they are pretty stuck. Whatever issues they be having, I think it may be that the left engine's packed up.
Well, it's running slowly. Maybe both engines have been able to get started, or maybe it's running slowly because there is only, maybe only one side. But no, it does look a little bit down on power, doesn't it? Actually, down the back straight. So that is. Or down the second part of the back straight anyway. So that's unfortunate for them. We might well see them come into pit lane, but at least we'll be able to see who it is then. A couple of driver changes, as you say. Ian Nilsson also going to get into the Teesside Tigers kart. Connor Lucas is about to get into 43. Not sure whether they have finished fueling yet or whether they're still doing that, but they have come into the pit lane after about an hour and a half, actually, out there on the circuit. Only 68 laps, which is one of the longest stints we've seen so far today, in fairness, but that is a little bit less than you otherwise might get because it was a full course yellow, as that kart that was struggling to get restarted does now come down pit lane as well. I'm not sure we're ever going to find out who it is, but anyway, that's that's back to pit lane at least, and maybe some repairs needed to be done down there.
Yeah, hopefully nothing too major with that issue for that hire cart. And yeah, we'll just have to wait and see if they're going to come back out. Hopefully, if there is an issue, it is easily solvable. As we're seeing some more moves being made up at the top of the mountain there. That was a bit tense as they made their way through Barbecue Bend. One of the owner carts having to weave its way through the hire cart traffic as they come down Bob Pope Straight. That looks like it was the 77 there that was making its way through. And that's the KBR kart, of course, currently leading in the clock class. P4 overall, the final kart that is not a lap down. There is the 11 being wheeled very, very slowly. What's going on there for them?
That'll be Gracie Mitchell doing the 24-hour attempt. Getting a little bit of attention, probably a bit of water, maybe a bit of food, maybe not yet. So just 3.5 hours into her 24-hour attempt. As an SD card gets changed here in the... no driver changes, obviously, for team number 11 today for Gracie Mitchell, but lots of SD card changes and a thumbs up to the camera as well as she heads back out onto the circuit as well. What an incredible effort for her. Long, long way to go, though. I know that we all say 20 hours and a half to go, it's a long way or whatever, but there'll be no one thinking that more than she is at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. It just looked a bit awkward the way it was getting slowly wheeled down the pit lane there, but the 11 makes its way back out with no issue, so Gracie will continue her quest for records here at the British 24-hour at Teesside. And of course, wishing her all the best, raising money for the British Heart Foundation this weekend as well. Another curb warning flag, that's for the number 12 machine. So we've seen a few of those being waved around here today. Of course, it is probably the easiest warning flag to get a hold of, unfortunately. But yeah, the number 12 cut, that's the Newmarket Hornets in the higher club division. So they have been told off and will requisitely, I'm sure, back off of the curbs with 2 hours and 26 here left on the clock. And, well, what we're seeing at the moment is similar to what we saw, Ewan, before we got that previous full course yellow, in that the field now beginning to stretch out as much as you can stretch a field out here at Teesside with nearly 90 carts whacking round. But we're seeing a lot of the higher carts, a lot of groups still very, very close together, still racing very, very hard. But in the owner carts, everyone's just a bit more split up, running their own race, having to dice their way through the traffic. So the owner cart race very quickly, as that was the 31 coming out of the final corner. We saw there just mounting on the curbs and getting onto the grass. Yeah, the owner carts, it's very much running your own race now and just getting down to business, watching your tyres, watching your fuel, etc., etc. But a lot of the high carts still out there racing at full speed. So we wonder now, starting to think about, is that going to have an effect on their fuel and tyres further down the line?
Black flag being shown now to the Too Slow, Too Serious team, who had to wait for the fuel bay to open at the beginning of this race. They missed the fuel cut-off time in Hires qualifying, which meant that they were not able to start the race with any fuel, really. They were waiting around. They only came in after 2 or 3 minutes. Had to wait for the leader to complete 5 laps before actually being able to get fuel. That's when the fuel bay opens in this race, so they were immediately behind the 8 ball. In the last couple of moments, I've seen a notification that says ABC and their number alongside. I don't know what that means, but I know what black flag means, and that means they'll be in the pit lane in a couple of moments. So there you go. That's why they're into the pit lane again.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to head back down to the paddock and go back to David once again. He's got another interview lined up with some of our guys in the higher kart classes.
Straight out the cart and straight into an interview for Sam Joel for one of the 3 TRX entrances in the 476. Sam, you brought the cart in position in class. Lots of congratulations when you brought it in, so I'm assuming the team are impressed with the stint.
Yeah, but I haven't had a chance to properly talk to him yet, but by the sound of it, they're pretty happy. So,
Mechanic was happy with his pit stops as well. He was pleased with the speed.
Yeah, the team has both smashed the pit stops. Both Chris and Clive have absolutely smashed them. I cannot imagine that with the other 2 teams they've done the same thing. So pleased to be a part of it.
So TRX in the entry in the British. We all always say the British is just the greatest spectacle in UK motorsport, with the class differences and the 90 or so karts barreling. What for you makes this event so special?
It's just like you say, it's, you've got so many classes, so many great drivers, teams here from all up and down the country and from Europe, all over the place. To be able to race up against this lot with this team as well is really making our mark now, and I couldn't be prouder. And this is just, it's my favourite track. It's just something else. It is brutal, but that's why I love it. I just can't get enough of it.
And obviously at Le Mans, the team took a trophy home for the spirit of the event that went to Amanda, who runs and puts TRX together. Just tell us a little bit about TRX as a whole.
Mate, TRX is a proper family. I could not speak highly enough of Amanda and the effort she puts in, day out, night in, night out. I've seen all the behind the scenes, and honestly, she is a proper workhorse. And the fact that she's been able to bring this group of people together is just, I've never seen anything like it. And, it's just such a special thing to be a part of. But yeah, every time I get in the car, get out of the car, whether it's here, Le Mans, BPEC or Daytona, whatever, I couldn't be prouder to be a part of it.
Well, good stuff. Well, people have been congratulating you mid-interview. I'm going to let you go and take the plaudits from the rest of the team, but quality stint. Hopefully you can stay in top 3 in class.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
A big thanks, of course, to David once again for that interview. TRX Motorsport bringing their 3 entries to the British 24-hour here at Teesside in 2025. The best place of them currently running in 32nd overall, but more importantly perhaps 3rd place in the Hires Pro class. So good to hear from those guys with just less than 4 hours gone here at Teesside. And look at that dark cloud over us at the moment. I mentioned earlier on that the only very, very slight chance of rain came with any time before 5 or 6 p.m. tonight. So as the darkness falls, I think the chance goes pretty much from 10% to 0%. But 10% is not much of a chance, is it really? We'd be very unlucky to be hit by that rain cloud, I think. But let's just hope. Let's just see.
Yeah, absolutely. Not dark enough to get the floodlights on just yet, though. So don't worry, we are still very much in the daytime here at Teesside. Just a quick note, when the floodlights do come on, we've been told that all drivers must change to a clear visor on their helmet by 9:15. So 9:15, 21:15 in 24-hour clock variant. If the driver in your car does not have a clear visor by that time, you will receive a black flag. They will get a penalty, and you'll have to waste time changing that visor as well. So crucial that the drivers remember to do that one. But of course, that's still a fair few hours away. As you can see, a black cloud a bit overhead, but still sunshine on some parts of the circuit as well. Yellow flags out down at hairpin number. That's hairpin number 3. And
yeah, that's because there's one coming to the front straight. There's a kart stopping here, and drivers are going to have to be very careful. That driver wasn't slowing down very much. It's kart 67. This is pretty, and overtaking side by side as well under yellows there, 78 as they came past. But that kart is absolutely dead stick on the way to pit lane. I hope that they have not run out of fuel. Not sure whether they're trying to... Oh, what has happened here? Now, not looking at the engine. Now, this is going to be very difficult to get this kart across the circuit under green flag conditions.
Yeah, it definitely is. I believe that may be the 59th Century Sim Racing kart. He's ground to a halt. Yes, it is the 59. It looks like it's the 59.
That was close.
Oh, goodness me. Okay, everyone take a breath. That was a bit too close for comfort. It is indeed the 59. Looks like it's a Pete Howard behind the wheel at the moment. Yeah, that thing is completely dead as it gets wheeled back in by one of the marshals after an incident that was a bit too close for comfort there, but luckily everybody is okay. So they'll have to stop back in. A real shame for those guys. And they were running pretty well early doors, so a big shame for the Century Sim Racing team. Hopefully whatever issues they have, they'll be able to rectify them and get back going again as soon as possible. Again, we've seen it quite a lot here, Ewan, already. Even before the first 4 hours are complete, a lot of mechanical and reliability issues befalling a lot of very, very strong teams out there. It's not the kind of thing you'd expect in a modern endurance race, as we've got another kart spinning there. That's coming out of the mountain section. Can't quite identify who that is. Another looks like engine stop as well. So that's just a spin and an engine stop. That happens. But yeah, a fair few teams encountering some serious issues with the machinery underneath them.
You say befalling, but to be fair, running out of fuel is their own fault.
True.
so and I suspect that might be I don't know. Obviously, we didn't see. I should have looked at the fuel tank from here. You can see, but yeah, we certainly saw. Which team was it now? It was Connor Botting's team. Forgot the name now, but yes. Century Sim Racing is not fuel. David Sullivan says. Thank you for that. Yeah, so it's something else, and I'll stop that point halfway through because running out of fuel definitely is their own fault, but not on that occasion for Century Sim Racing. Doesn't look like it is fuel. That kart certainly didn't have any power though as it was coming towards us, that's for sure. As another couple off down at hairpin 1, they'll get away with that. A couple more spins. It's the real action area, isn't it? Hairpin 1. Just sit yourselves there and you'll have a great time over 24 hours.
Yeah, one of the easier corners on the circuit as well, comparatively. Especially when you're considering the top end up the mountain of Barbecue Bend, how bumpy and quick that is. Hairpin 1 is kind of as textbook as it comes for hairpin. Nice and flat, you get on the brakes, you turn in, but seemingly a lot of people coming a cropper, maybe just trying opportunistic moves, shall we say. But yeah, just to confirm that, it was not fuel, we're being told, for the 59. I'd like to think everybody here is competent enough to not run out of fuel. But you never know, I suppose. Hopefully whatever issues befallen them, they can get back out on the track very, very quickly. There you do quickly see our race leader, the 42. The MS Lucas machine continues to whack around, and now an 11.1 second gap as he breaks the beam at the start-finish line this time. We'll wait to see where the 22 Paragon kart is and where the gap is. It's actually come down on this lap, now 10 seconds, so gap's massively fluctuating, traffic depending. So it is really going to change by a second each and every lap. And themselves, Paragon Motorsport, have a 10-second gap ahead of the 433, the MSJDR kart, second place in class, third overall as it stands for them. So lots of things to think about. Those guys all in a bit of no man's land in terms of their race exclusively. Still, of course, lots of chaos out there, lots of traffic to work their way through, but no real pressure from anyone nearby. Looks like some more issues. 174 going very slow. That kart got black flagged earlier, was brought into the pit after a few ABC flags, so may have got the black flag for ignoring the ABC flag, but they've gone back out. But yeah, the 174 maybe with an issue or maybe struggling.
They're too slow, too serious, that team, but not sure how they... or why, I should say, they were slowing down there on the way towards the D chicane. Here's the mountain section. We're just looking at here, the real steep climb. The camera flattens out this angle, really. It's pretty steep up this section. Elevation change always something you want on a circuit, whether it's karting or car racing or motorbike racing, whatever. You want a bit of elevation change on a circuit, and here it is through the chicane. And there's 42. Currently negotiating that, and again losing time on that last lap, actually 9.8 seconds, so 1.1 seconds lost 2 laps ago, 2 tenths lost again that last lap as well, but I'm sure it's just traffic.
Yeah, it seems to be. I mean, you can see there they've caught up to another big trend again. There's kind of like 3 big higher kart trains that I think the 42's just been unlucky enough to catch lap after lap after lap, which is why the gap is coming down, but it's not coming down by massive amounts. It was only 3 tenths or so on the previous lap. That being said, though, taking to the grass, coming through South Bank, making their way through the traffic. Oh, how'd you like that, Bottle? Goodness me, that was a bit too close for comfort, but got to make your way through any way you can. Warning flag for contact for the number 15. That's the MS Urban Blue machine, currently P5 in the Pro class, as they'll I'm sure, back off from that one. But yeah, that was a brave move by the 42. Knew they were losing time, and the gap now down to 9.4 between themselves and Paragon Motorsport. So I think they'll be desperate to get a move on. Not quite shoving people out of the way. Of course, you'll get a penalty for that, but just a little love tap, let them know that you're there, and just slightly move them, so to speak, as there we see them coming through Barbecue Bend and then down the Pole to Pope, straight the fastest part of the racetrack before you head into the Wiggles. And that 42 has got a proper move on, desperate to work its way through the traffic. And actually, just in front of where it's got to now is the 43 MS Soco machine. So the train where the race leader is, just in front of them was the previous race leader before they encountered that issue with their steering rack. So they're 4 laps down and potentially soon to be 5.
433 MSJDR into the pit lane. That's after 58 laps out there on the circuit. Their previous stint was 59, so that's absolutely on schedule as far as I can see anyway. That's nothing unusual. The black flag now shown to kart 62. That is the Bottas boys. That's the team who ran out of fuel earlier on today, by the way. And they'll just miss that black flag that time round, shown by the marshal. But hopefully they've seen it, and they will come into pit lane next time around to serve that. But yeah, that leaves us just 2 out front, 8.6 seconds apart, but they won't be far away from pitting either. MS Lucas went 1 lap further than 433 last time. Paragon went 8 laps further. We'll see how much further they go this time.
Yeah, of course, part of the game is your fuel strategy. How far can you make that tank last? And sometimes it's worth paying off outright pace just for a bit of lift and coast, just to save that fuel, get a couple extra laps. It could save you a pit stop at the end of the race, and that is the strategy battle that every team will be having. They'll have been having meetings all before this weekend, as there is 2 higher karts mounted atop one in each other at hairpin number 2. And someone's faring a bit loose. Looks like both of the drivers are okay. It's only slightly jacked up in the air, but yellow flags will be waving into that section. They're right on the racing line as well. As the black flag waves to the 116 as well. Looks like they've been separated and they'll both continue on their way, but there's a big train of karts starting to come into that section now. So one of the karts gets away well, both of the karts get away well. So lucky to see that everyone's okay and they're able to rejoin this race. But yeah, not quite what you want to see there.
Well, they were stuck for a moment, but they get back going again. A bit of a bump on the way to South Bank there as one of them tries to get back going. 116, by the way, is the ABC Racing kart, so they have been a big contender throughout this race so far, but will certainly drop down now. It's number 3 also comes in. That's after, now how many laps have they done? 80 laps, I think. That's even longer that time around. If the Blimey Racing team can do 80 laps, then they'll still be going on lap 200, which is over 40 laps away. They've only been out there for 45 minutes or so. And so the over 1 minute lead that Blimey Racing have, I think, is a relatively legitimate one at the moment.
Yeah, it may be, as we've got some problems there. Driver coming into the pit lane. Yeah, that's the car after the crash. Yeah, so front fairing hanging off. They'll be making their way into the pits. So luckily they were able to make their way back with little issues despite missing the front end of their go-kart, even if it is only really cosmetic damage, as we see some of the drivers making their way down the Bob Post straight before they get to the wiggle section. This part of the track, it's all nice and calm at the moment. There's a few karts coming through, yes, but no one's really squabbling over position. It's when you get elsewhere that everyone's just climbing all over atop one another and really fighting for every last inch of racetrack, as you can see some of the owner karts coming through and getting through pretty well, making their way all okay as it stands. So nice job there from them. All 3 abreast we see they're coming into the wiggle section. That's brave, but makes their way through all okay. They are all higher karts as they make their way to hairpin number 1 and then number 2. Yeah, it seems at the moment, Ewan, we've got almost like a congealment, I think is the word I pick. There's kind of like maybe 10, 15, 20 even karts all at one point of the racetrack, and then everyone else just a little bit more spread out.
A what?
A congealment. It is a word. It's like when things congeal. It like
no, that
stuck
doesn't.
together.
That's not an explanation. You can't use the word again in the description. What's the? Okay. Anyway, I'll get a thesaurus later. Meanwhile, off to hairpin 1, right in front of a whole load of karts coming past, and not sure which one that is. One of the hires going off into the grass on the outside there. So they get back going again without major problems. By the looks of it, only a very brief yellow flag down there. So have ABC Racing been in for that black flag yet or not? Because that was still showing again a couple of moments ago. And as far as I could see, it was being shown to them as they were driving past and not coming in pit lane. So not sure whether they're waiting again or what's going on there, or whether they've even served it yet. They might be in this real big gaggle here. That's what I'd call it, big gaggle of karts. They're not in that one. Trying to find them at the moment, as now it's being shown. And there we go. Driver's seen it. 116 in. Don't hit the wooden things here. And there you go. Through those walls quite nicely, and in to serve the black flag. So unsure as to what that is for at the moment. We'll try and get some confirmation of why. But that's a big contender in the highest category who have gone off and have had this penalty now.
Yeah, not something you want to be dealing with at any point during the race as a front runner. So ABC Racing, hopefully, whatever penalty it is and whatever issue has caused it, it's not the punishment not going to be too big. They can get back out and get going again as soon as possible. And you know, as they say, you can't win a race early doors, but you can certainly lose it. And penalties are one of the things that you really don't want to be coming your way, because even early in the race where people are still fairly bunched up and you can still make up positions here and there, it can really affect you. Contact warning for the number 78. Seen a fair few of those flying around. Again, we not horrendously long ago had the previous full course yellow, coming to about 45 minutes now, to be fair, but in the grand scheme of things, not too long ago, and still a lot of karts quite bunched up, so maybe a little bit of a pushing and bumping going on there, so they'll have been shown that. Let's not do it again. And the drivers, I'm sure, will acknowledge that and continue on around, as you can see there, making their way through the dogleg, the final corner, before they get to the start-finish line. Here we see...
Sorry, MS Lucas into the pit lane, the race leaders into pit lane. That's a lap or so ago. They're just getting their service now after 62 laps. That's their longest stint of the race so far, just going one better than what they managed on stint 2 of the race. That's the end of stint 3. The 22 car will continue on, because even if they only do 60, which they'll probably do more than, but even if they only do 60, they'll be out there for another 3 laps.
Yeah, so need to be a quick changeover for MS Lucas. Of course, they are leading considerably in class after the issues that befell the 43 car earlier, but they want that overall win as well. So they'll be holding on to and see what they could. Looks at the 433, the MS JDR card also came in a little while ago. They've dropped a few positions. So the MS Lucas card back out into 3rd overall. And the Paragon 22 now leads the way out on track. You can see 5 karts there coming through South Bank, making their way into the 3rd and 4th hairpins, the 2nd hairpin complex, so to speak. Still really, really tight racing out there, and still, as we'll see there is the 28 trying to make his way through, getting a bit close onto the tail end. All getting a bit hectic coming through that section, with a fair few karts all fighting for position and fighting for space out on the tarmac, but all making it through cleanly so far. Curb warning for the 261 machine. That's another curb warning that we've seen a fair few of those being thrown around. So hopefully everyone's okay. That's the JJH Racing kart in the higher club class. So they'll see that, acknowledge it, try and stay off the curbs as much. Of course, it creates a bit of danger if you take them too much. Can be a bit bumpy, can hurt yourself and other drivers around you. And of course, perhaps more crucially, hurt the kart underneath you as well. So you don't want to be doing too much riding of those over these 24 hours. We've already seen people coming in with bent axle, like the RAF squad, of course, came in earlier having bent a stub axle, ended up having to replace the whole chassis, which is why they are so far down the order, currently last, 38 laps away from the nearest competitors. 72 laps down overall is the RAF squad. Very much in it now, I think, just to complete the race rather than really challenging for position as it stands.
That's what, that's what it's all about, isn't it?
True,
over the course of 24 hours, lots of these teams come here just to complete the race. We were talking about this a little bit earlier on. Don't underestimate just how seriously some of the teams take it at the front of the field, especially in terms of leading this race, in terms of strategy, preparation, all of this kind of thing. But also, it's a great mix, isn't it? Because there's a lot of teams just here for a bit of a giggle, and they just want to get to the end of the race.
Yeah, that's absolutely true. Of course, just completing a 24-hour race is a phenomenal achievement. But you also kind of want to be completing it at the front as well. The RAF squad still going out there, still doing laps, and still showing that even with that misfortune, even with that issue, that they end up having to essentially build an entirely new chassis, which is a slight problem, unfortunately. It takes a bit of time. They're still out there and still pushing onwards, which is, of course, great to see. Coming up to 20 hours left to run then. Just over 4 minutes until we hit the 4-hour mark in this race. And after that previous full course yellow, which is coming up to about an hour ago now, it's all just calmed down a little bit. MS Urban Orange into the pits from P4 overall. The 125 makes its way in second in class at the moment in the pro class. So they'll make their way back out. Shouldn't lose too many positions. Looks like they've been up for about an hour and a half as it stands on this stint. So a very decent stint for those guys. Again, the longer you can get your stints really and keep pace as well, the better, because it later down the line will benefit you. You can have a shorter pit stop or maybe even skip a pit stop entirely. Black flag for the 122. That's RAF Precision Vulcans. So more problems for the other RAF squad that's out there. So it was the 121 machine that had that issue with the stub axle, and now they're the 122, the Precision Vulcans RAF team, now getting called into the pit lane for a penalty.
Absolutely, yep. So another black flag for them. 15th, they actually just served it just as it came through, just as quickly. So, I think so. Anyway, no, maybe not. We'll see when they come down pit lane. But they're just 4 laps now off of the lead. Once you sort of go below 15th, you start to get to some drivers who really quite are a long way off the lead. Of course, Gracie Mitchell next up, 16th place. But of course, finishing position is not really the prime worry for her. It's just about getting to the end of a 24-hour ordeal here at Teesside. Just the last couple of moments, Paragon Motorsport went over the line. They're about to do it again. This will be lap 62 of their stint. They are still the race leaders. And at that stage, I think KBR are going to take the lead, number 77. So that will be a change, as there comes 31 into pit lane. I think KBR were last in on lap 124, something like this. So it was about 4 laps after Paragon Motorsport, and that is going to mean about 4 laps or so of them leading this race in a few moments' time. But Paragon go around again. This lap 62 now begins for them. So yeah, they're leading well, but MS Lucas will surely regain the race lead here, and 433 has lost a lot of time compared to MS Lucas in the last couple of moments, as far as I can see. Almost a lap, so not sure where they've lost all that time, about 50 seconds or so, which they're now behind. We'll run through properly when the owners actually come out the pit lane and they all sort themselves out properly. But yeah, the 433 just seemed to have lost quite a bit of time.
Yeah, absolutely. Just been told there's rain down in the pit lane, in fact. It looks like it's going to pass quite quickly over the circuit. We're told the rain was actually fairly heavy down there, so that's something to consider about. Again, we weren't really expecting any rain at all this weekend, and we've had drops here and there, a bit of drizzle on now. Been told big rain in the pit lane, but I think that may have already passed. Yeah, it doesn't look like it from our commentary box window, so it may have just been a solitary cloud that's come over, dumped everything, and then proceeded to disappear in the distance, but just something to think about. And again, it's those little things. If you come into the pit lane, you get the rain on the visor, the mental rain, even if it's not heavy, even if it makes no difference out on the track, you see the rain and in the back of your mind, you're already a little bit worried. You start to back off subconsciously. So those things are the things that you need to think about in this one, as we're coming up to the 4-hour gone mark here at Teesside in the British Kart 24-hour race here in 2025. What a race it has been so far. Fantastic action. It is currently the 22 Paragon Motorsport Pro kart that leads the way, and they are doing a fantastic job. This stint's still going on. They're still not coming into the pits yet, and they've been out for a fair few laps now on this stint. The KBR 77 behind them in the Clubman class also yet to box, I believe, although they stopped slightly later at the last pit window. So we are expecting the MS Lucas 42 to regain the lead at some point, but right now the 22 and the 77 at the front of the pack, sitting very pretty.
This will be lap 64 for Paragon, who you can see on your screen there, coming around hairpin 4, and now onto the start-finish line again, ducking below a higher kart again and carrying on again out there on the circuit. So officially 4 hours gone in the British 24-hour, and Paragon Motorsport lead. We'll do a proper run-through when the owners sort themselves out in the pit lane, but it's a big lead, and it's over a minute's lead for Core Blimey Racing, because they have not come into the pit lane yet either, although to be fair, they're on the same strategy as Track Limits by Storm Group and Race for Ruben, who are rounding out the top 3. ABC Racing now a little bit further behind after they served their penalty 7.5 minutes ago.
Absolutely. Been told the 987 Barnato's coming into the pits, and a change of steering wheel for those guys. Of course, the higher kart the high kart teams, they are allowed to change the steering wheel. So we see a lot of them will put on, race-ready steering wheels, ripped out of a Rotax or something like that. So having a bit of a change there. Hopefully everything's okay. And, of course, something that doesn't take particularly long. So I think they'll have made their way back out onto the track, or will do shortly, as we're still waiting for that Paragon kart. We're still waiting for that KBR 77 to make their way into the pit lane, at which point we are presuming the 42, the MS Lucas kart that's currently running third overall, will make their way into the race lead once again. So we'll have to wait and see how it's all going to unfold over the remaining 19 hours and 58 minutes that we have here in the British 24. What a race it has been so far, as we see some of the drivers continuing to make their way through hairpins 3 and 4. And again, a slight train of higher karts as the owner karts continue to battle their way through them. Of course, all of them twin-engined, all of them running that Honda GX200, both of them double motors, so 400 cc's of power available. But of course, the owner karts not only do they have better chassis, slightly better tyres, but those engines race-tuned as well. So that's why they do have an, on average, 8-second advantage over a lap here at Teesside. So it does make quite a bit of difference between which one you are running. And there we see coming up to the top of the mountain section before Barbecue Bend. Of course, the Bathurst of the North here in Middlesbrough with that section there. Maybe not quite Mount Panorama Circuit, but it's certainly something as you head up to that part of the racetrack.
That should be. You should be on the marketing team. That's good. That's good. That is funny. 35 seconds, the current leading gap, and Paragon Motorsport are going to go again. David telling us that the team appeared to be double stinting Jake Taplin, who seems to have been in there for ages, but I suppose he has, an hour and a half, but that's a full course yellow included within that. So he's going to go again by the looks of things. David Brown is ready to take over kart 58. That's DWS 2, currently running in 5th place overall, and they are about a lap or so, maybe just less than a lap, no, it is more than a lap, behind their class leaders, KBR, who are definitively the clubman leaders in the owners division.
Yeah, double stinting. Interesting this early in the race. Either that's, I don't know whether that's a team call or whether Taplin's sat and gone, I'm really happy, I'm not feeling tired behind the wheel, and the lap times are good. Let's just keep me going round, try and make up as much time as we possibly can. So he's doing well there at the moment. And yeah, double stint, that's a big call early doors. That's something you typically see in the early hours of the morning, maybe, when you have your fastest driver, let's say, in the kart. Other teams maybe don't. Everyone's struggling a little bit for pace, the fatigue setting in for everybody. That's typically when you start to see double stints, not this early in the race. A big call there from the 22 Paragon Motorsport. But of course, what that does do as well, saves them time in the pit lane. So that's quite crucial for them. So in this battle for the overall lead, when we've got our eyes on MS Lucas, when you've got your eyes on KBR, who are both behind, of course, KBR yet to pit as well. As actually I say that, the 22 has come into the pit lane now. And there is the 747, who's ground to a halt, and that's slightly awkwardly placed there.
It's got a front left puncture.
Oh, yeah, that's gone.
That has got a front left puncture, and that car is not going to get back, I wouldn't have thought, without any sort of recovery. That is FSR Kobe running in 19th position. And there, the marshal is on the radio. Driver gets out, and that will be the end of that. It will need recovering here. They have not had a great race so far in 747. They're already 13 laps down after their issues earlier. I think that's their second puncture, by the way. I'm pretty sure it was them earlier who came in with one of the rear tyres had got a puncture earlier on. Might have been rear left, or rear right, sorry. I don't know. It was one of them. And now front left, along with maybe some suspension damage. We'll find out in a moment. Some steering damage, sorry. But let's find out as the drivers now slow down under full course yellow. Our third of the afternoon. Now let's keep our eyes on pit lane. See who's going to come in. SKA, number 67, into pit lane from the owners. Not many in pit lane. Apex Predators also in from the hires. But here comes some more of the leaders. 15 is in. Paragon into the pit lane as well. Paragon Motorsport in the pit lane. This is perfect timing for the race leaders.
Yeah, this has gone right into their hands. A little bit of Lady Luck shimmering their way as the 747 remains stranded and stricken at the mountain section. And yeah, that's a big go on the front left as well. That's not going to do their Hassa chassis any good, I don't think. But there we do see the ATV pulling up with the trolley. They'll load themselves up, get dragged back to the pit lane, but a real shame for the FSR Kobe squad. Yeah, that's played right into Paragon Motorsport's hands. KBR not coming in, so the 77 stays out, assumes the race lead. Again, we know they boxed a little bit later than Paragon Motorsport at the previous pit stop window, but as it currently stands, they may be trying to run a little bit longer. Again, I don't think this is going to be too long of a full course yellow, because that card is already on its way back down to the pit lane. Of course, we'll have to bunch all of the drivers up, so we will have to wait for that one, but I think as soon as we're done, we'll be ready to go again.
And don't forget that the 77 KBR team are a clubman team. This is the third category of owners' classes. You've got your hires, your elites first, then your pros, then your clubman class drivers and teams. And it's a clubman team who are leading the race currently. What an astonishing effort it's been from those guys. There they are, actually, 77. They're right in the middle of that train. I'm not sure how race... And we're green already. So that was a very, very quick yellow as race control were able to pull that 747 or out of harm's way, I should say, in quick time. Just 2 minutes. Our shortest full course yellow so far, coming after our shortest green flag run of the race so far.
Yeah, that was a really, really quick call on the full course yellow. I think it may have caught a couple of drivers out, actually. They just weren't expecting it to get called that quickly, but the track was all clear, and race control said, yep, we are good to go here at TSO once again, and we are green flag racing. Yellow flags waving, though. That's coming through Rib Bend. So why are the yellow flags? Is there debris maybe from the 747 from earlier on? Because they stopped at Mountain Corner a little bit later on. Either way.
No, it's pulled in.
Yep.
Screen again.
Yep. No idea what's happening there then, but we're all good to go then as we continue onwards, coming up through the mountain and into Barbecue Bend. And again, the pack not quite as bunched up as we'd expect from a longer full course yellow. A lot of the pack was still split up as a 313 get a black flag. That's a shame for them. That's the CBR team. So they'll have to come in and serve that one. But yeah, racing again, and not quite as split up as we were after the previous full course yellow. So a little bit less chaotic.
So I'll just go through the order quickly as we're on to the restart. KBR leading the race, but only by 11 seconds. They will have lost a lot of their lead, actually, as a result of that full course yellow, which didn't quite come out at the right time for them. MS Lucas will be in second place, but will assume the race lead at some point in the near future. It should be very near future, actually, for those to reassume the race lead. MS Lucas ahead of Paragon only by 0.3 of a second. It is very, very close for what will become the race-leading battle in this race. There's still a very long way to go, of course, but it's an important one as we try and spot them coming across the line here. There they are on your picture. They're going to come past us in a moment here, are the two leaders. Nose to tail, 42 ahead of 22. This is going to be the battle for the race lead.
It absolutely is. Of course, the net race lead still waiting for that 77 to pit, but they are so close. There are, of course, two different classes as well. The 42 in the elite class, our highest class here at the British 24, which only has two karts in it, and one of them, of course, the MS Soco kart, which encountered issues about 2 hours ago now with their steering column, and then the Paragon Motorsport kart in the pro class, and currently leading the way in that category as well. P3 overall they are, and still giving chase. The 42 a slight gap as they come down Pole Pope straight, opening up before making their way into the Wiggles, but then getting held up by some traffic in front. A few higher karts to make their way through, and you can see the 22 is pushing the 42. Contact onto the grass goes the Paragon Motorsport machine, and is there maybe damage there, because that was a big old whack to the rear bumper. Looks like they're able to continue, but again, if that's dropped the front bumper,
dragging?
Yeah, if it's dropped the front bumper, they'll have to come in and get that replaced and get that jack back up, so that could be a disaster for the 22.
There was definitely contact there. We'll get a bit of better vision ourselves as they come across the line here, but is that front end dragging on the floor? Not quite. I think it's okay, but that is not ideal. Coming into turn two, or the hairpin two, I should say, that was contact, and it will now be for the race lead as KBR come in on lap 191.
Yeah, that's allowed a gap to open up between the 42 and the 22 as well, so the 42 will assume the race lead once again as the 72 comes into the pit lane. Get a fresh tank of fuel, potentially a driver change as well if they fancy it. but we're not being told that anything is going to change there. But it is now the 42 back in the lead of the race as it stands. As fun as it was to have a clubman leading, they did need to box, get some fuel in themselves. Problem out there for one of our own, or hire cars, should I say. Just saw there at the back of the shot, driver sticking the hand up. Can't quite tell who that is from here, but they are going fairly slowly and are running well off the racing line, so they'll be making their way into the pit lane. There is now, once again, race leader, the MS Lucas 42, and continuing their fine charges. They side their way through the traffic, coming through hairpins 3 and 4, then the final corner, the dogleg, and onto the main very short straight. And they are running really nicely so far. Tyres look to be in pretty good nick. Driver looks like he's having a good time behind the wheel. He'll continue pushing onwards. So the Paragon Motorsport car 1.2 back after that chaos a moment ago with the contact. So still very much within shouting distance of the 42. All it takes is a little bit of traffic, Ewan, and they can be right back on them for the overall lead.
Well, absolutely. There is the orange helmet there of the race leader, kart 42. That's Lucas, MS Lucas, currently leading the way. I think I'm not sure who's driving actually at the moment, whether it's trying to look at the helmet there, as we've got trouble towards hairpin 1. That's cleared pretty quickly, that yellow flag. That's just where the leaders are coming through, so just as well that it's cleared just in time for MS Lucas to start to drive home this advantage. And yeah, this is a little bit of a gap now. 1.2 last time round. It holds just for the moment between these two. This is the battle for the race lead with over 4 hours completed.
Yeah, getting very tight. Again, there was that incident between them moments ago, the 42 and the 22. But continuing onwards, we thought for a moment the 22 may have had damage, may have dropped the front bumper, but they were able to continue. Jake Taplin, that is still behind the wheel of the 22 as well, so he's double stinting in the kart. And again, seemingly hasn't phased him at all. His last lap was 400ths quicker than the 42 MS Lucas machine. The gap's stable at around 1.1 seconds as it stands. Again, a bit of traffic, a small mistake from the 42. It can change in an instant, as the 42 does have to go the long way round of one of the owner carts. That's coming out of Barbecue Bend and onto the Bob Pope straight. So that will have cost him a little bit of time there. This Lucas racing machine still continuing onwards. Looks like it's currently Max Shields in the kart as it stands, and doing a good job and continuing that race lead. But again, it's oh so close out there. Anything can happen. We could get another full course yellow and we have to reset. There are so many ways where it could go wrong, and that's the beauty of endurance racing. Yes, a lot of it is luck, needs to be on your side, but you have to run fast and have to deal with whatever curveballs the racing gods throw at you, such as a slower higher carts getting in your way down a hairpin number 3. That was a bit sketchy, and as a result, as I said, you, and look at that, the 22 right on their tail once again.
So it's George Ludwell in the 42, not Brooker. Sorry, I've misidentified that. I can't tell the difference between red and orange, it seems. But they're battling away into turn 2. And look at that, down the inside at Rib Bend. There will be a change for the lead, I think, between Paragon Motorsport and MS Lucas. Slipping down the inside on the way into that fearsome right-hander. It looks like the 22, a pro kart, into the lead of this race in front of an elite kart. This is remarkable. The different classes all competing for overall victory here. And the 42 loses out on that lap with that pass down towards turn 2.
Sensational stuff from Jake Taplin and the Paragon Motorsport machine as he takes the overall lead on merit. Fantastic job from him, but let's see if the 42 can respond. Let's see if they can try and make their way back in front, or maybe they're happy just to sit there for a little bit. They've got quite a bit of clear track in front of them at the moment, so they'll get maybe about half a lap done before they encounter some traffic once again. But a small gap between them at the moment. Enough breathing room. I think that the 42 a little bit too far back to really make a deep lunge at the moment, but certainly close enough to be applying pressure to Taplin. Certainly close enough to be filling the back of his mind. The 28 contact warning is what the Digi flag is saying at the start-finish line. So again, a fair few warnings being thrown around here. That's the 28 and the 9 were giving contact warning, so it looks like those two may have had a small coming together somewhere. Still, though, The 22 holding on to that overall lead. Again, a pro kart in the overall lead ahead of an elite kart as they're trying desperately to make their way through the traffic. The roles reverse. The hunter has become the hunted and has to be the one leading the way through the traffic. That's what caught out the 42 last time. Wasn't able to get through traffic, and similar here now. The 22 big time held up, but the 42 is done so as well. Contact between the 42 and one of the higher karts there through hairpin number 1. Only ever so slight side pod to side pod, but they're able to continue going. Once again, that 22 holding on to a slim lead.
The happy thing seems to be that when you get caught up in traffic like that through the wiggles, it doesn't really matter because the track's so narrow at that point. At least the racing line is so narrow at that point that you actually can't get past through there anyway. So it's not the worst thing in the world as they manage to keep the lead here. So Ludwell will have to continue to find a way past on the way through this next lap. While there's just a brief bit of calm between these two, we'll give you a couple of updates on the 747 that brought out the most recent full course caution only 10 minutes ago, or that was pulled in, I should say, about 10 minutes ago. Had a bent steering column that has now been changed. Alfie King was the driver at the time, but has now got out of that one. And getting in has been Toby Wicks? I'll go Wicks. So that will be a driver change there. And yes, they're back out at least onto the circuit now. Well, it's back on the ground at least. Should be back out onto the circuit again pretty shortly. So unfortunately, a difficult day so far. 747 does continue, and unfortunately, they are back out. They're down to 57th though overall, and that's for an owner's kart. Quite a long way back.
Yeah, real shame. They've just not had a rub of the green in this race, really, just issue after issue before them, and a real shame. But now that Wicks is in the car, they can try and push onwards, see what they can do, as the 42 looks like has got back in front of the 22, and indeed they have on that lap. So our previous race leaders, Lucas Racing with George Ludwell at the wheel, after getting caught up in traffic and getting overtaken by Jake Taplin in the 22 Paragon kart. They have now swapped back around, but still neck and neck again. These two in different classes. The 42, one of our 2 elite karts out there. The 22, one of our many, many pro karts that we have out on the circuit, as they continue to push their way around. The 22 still hot on the tail, though. These two still racing furiously. Again, they have all stopped. The MS Lucas, their strategy season coming in a little bit earlier than the Paragon kart. So that is something to consider. Haven't been quite able to run as long in the stints we've seen so far, but still happy to push onwards regardless. Clearly not too worried about any strategy offset at the current point as they push their way through, as some of the Kaya karts in front of them get involved in a little bit of contact and making their way through all cleanly. Again, everyone just awkwardly sat in position. The owner kart still desperately trying to make their way through the higher karts. Of course, no blue flags between the two classes. You've just got to make your way through on your own accord. If you see a gap, 9 times out of 10, they're just going for it.
George Ludwell back now in front again of the Paragon Motorsport 22. So race lead changes, and MS Lucas back into the lead again here by just 3/10 of a second at the line. There they go through shot again, and a bit of traffic now onto the mountain. So nose to tail for the leaders, and there's the shot down the back straight. Where is 22 compared to 42? And through again. So back through, straight back through. Paragon Motorsport and MS Lucas having a wonderful battle at the moment, these two. But it's changing again and again and again, and now in towards hairpin 1. There it is, 22 in front of 42. All over again. What a great battle between them. I think it is still Jake Taplin, isn't it, who's driving 22 ahead of George Ludwell. These two putting on a great show for now. It's Taplin who's won out for the moment. And as they come towards the end of another lap, he will, looks like, lead them across.
Yeah, I got caught up in a little bit of traffic, did Ludwell, so held him up just a tad, but still very much within breathing distance. And still very much in the fight for the overall lead as well, as they complete another lap. Nearly 3.5 tenths of a second, the gap separating them at the line, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen on the timing tower. The 22 Paragon Motorsport kart back in front. These guys swapping places every single lap like it's going out of fashion, but it does make for some fantastic racing out on the circuit. Is again having to negotiate lots of hire carts, splitting them. One to the outside, the 22 went the long way around. The 42 decided to go on the inside, coming through Barbecue Bend. Didn't really have that much of an effect on it overall. It is still the 22 that has a slight lead, and the 42 has caught a little bit of traffic in an awkward situation. Yellow flags there as there's a cart round. I believe that might be the 233 by the looks of things that's gone round there at hairpin 1 and is stranded at the outer edge of the circuit. Will get going once again, and the yellow flags will be cleared. Good to see that they're able to rejoin with a little fuss. But yeah, just facing the wrong way. So yellow flags were waving, and that has once again held up the 42 as the 22 nearly contacts with the 941 there. So they're still desperately trying to weave their way through, but I think that gap going to be a little bit more than 0.3 of a second at the line this time.
Yeah, and having to weave through traffic left and right that time round was Ludwell, so not ideal. The gap is going to extend to over a second. But both of them in heavy traffic, as they will be for the entirety of this race. 88 carts started here earlier on this afternoon, and hopefully they'll all get to the finish as well. But that's a long, long way off in 19.5 hours. There they go up the mountain again, and there's the ebb and flow of traffic as Ludwell closes back in again, because Taplin just got caught up in a little bit of traffic and looks over his shoulder there. You know, these two both absolutely know they are in a race-leading battle at the moment.
Absolutely fantastic stuff out there on the racing surface right now here at Teesside as the time continues to tick away. 19 hours, 37 minutes and 30 seconds left on the clock here. Still a long way away from sunset and nighttime racing when the fatigue will really start to set in. But right now, everybody just calming down for a moment. It's been a pretty hectic 4.5 hours, or almost 4.5 hours so far, it must be said. But now everyone has a little bit of breathing room still, as we've been seeing in this race so far. The higher carts still forming some big trains that is making difficult for the 22 and the 42, our current race leaders, to make their way through. It is still the 22 that has a slight advantage as it stands. But again, as they're working their way through the traffic, it can change in an instant. You can get caught up in the wrong place. You can go around them in the wrong place and lose time. As there we see the number 5 in the pit lane. What is going on for the Apex Twin squad? Looks like something is being replaced at the back end. Is that a new chain going on potentially for the Apex Twin selected work squad? They're in the rookie class. Of course, the sister team to the Apex Twin Racing number 3 from Ireland. The team, looks like a new chain going on to one of the engines of the car. So problems there for the number 5. That's a real shame. They were running strongly earlier on.
I'm not very mechanical, but that's a shame.
You'd like to think so, wouldn't you?
Go all the way, will you?
But that's not ideal for them. As I said earlier, this is not the time for the mandatory service stops that will happen overnight, starting at about 10:30 to 11 o'clock, something like that. Those will happen for all the hires, but not yet. It's way too early in the race for that. Any trip to the mechanic bay is unscheduled at this stage in the race for sure. As was that the leaders coming past us again? Might have been 0.4 of a second last time around for Paragon Motorsport and MS Lucas, who are first and second in this race as it stands. There's 42, and there they are side by side. In fact, Ludwell gets right alongside Taplin, who just about squeezes through. That was nearly a 3-wide moment on the way towards the Wiggles. And they're caught into traffic, and now they'll dive down the inside of some more hires in towards hairpin 1. Taplin staying in front of Ludwell, who's following him all the way and goes to the other side of a bit of traffic there. 3 wide briefly on the back straight on the way towards South Bank. Taplin able to stay in front, though, quite nicely in that Paragon Motorsport car. Again, forced to just think about defending the inside line down into the final 2 hairpins. What a great battle. And there he goes down the inside. He waited for a moment and he dives down the inside there, does Ludwell. But a cutback from Taplin. Here they come across the start finish line again. Side by side for the race lead. But MS Lucas take it. The elite team ahead of the pro team by just 74,000 of a second last time round.
Yeah, still nose to tail. I would say normal order has been resumed, but, well, As with everything at the British 24-hour, anything normal is anything but that. So MS Lucas retake the overall lead. Paragon Motorsport down to second, of course, still leading in the pro class, though, that number 22 machine. But, of course, you want to be crossing the line and taking the checkered flag first overall, don't you? Even with, 19 and a half hours left on the clock. And we're thinking about wanting to lead the overall race. And the fact that we have a pro and elite car, two different class karts fighting for the overall lead is really fantastic. We see them going into the second hairpin now, and still the 22 of Taplin right on the tail of that 42 of Ludwell. This is where Taplin got held up on the previous lap. It was coming through the south bank, just caught a higher cart at the wrong place, held him up a little bit, and that opened the door for the 42. Could be seeing a similar thing now. In fact, the 42 goes to the inside. The 22 tries to follow him, isn't able to do so, as that's the number 3 machine. That's the coming in. What's going on there? But then hopefully everything's okay. Yep, as they come in. Looks like back in the car and able to get going again, so everything's all okay. No issues, just a standard pit stop, I think, for Comp Builders, making their way back out onto the track. Those guys racing in the owner clubman class this weekend. And but back to the action in front. Was that the 22 that's dropped back a little bit? No, still there with the 42. So the battle for the lead still rages on at the front of this race. Looks like the KBR 77 still holding on to third place by about 8 seconds as well. So they're doing a great job with that 77 squad to keep it on the overall podium.
They certainly are. MSJDR trying to chase them down, but where are these leaders now? There they are on your screen again here as they come around hairpin 2. That is in the owners division kart, and the orange helmet just up in front there, or red as it is really, if it looks orange to me. George Ludwell trying for MS Lucas, and behind Jake Taplin in the black helmet. You can just see him there in the sort of slightly more multicoloured chassis. You can see there the green, white and orange. Now closes in for Paragon on the way across the start finish line. So one of the karts in front of them just comes into the pit lane. There's the D chicane. Now through what we traditionally call turn 1 at Howells. Now towards Rib Bend, which is turn 2. Very easy to find yourself in the gravel trap on the outside yet, but so far today we've not seen any of it, which is very good. For 4.5 hours or so. And now they'll come through shot. There they are again. Absolutely nose to tail. What a great battle this is. And by the way, MS Lucas, who pitted furthest to go, only pitted 35 minutes ago. We might have a long, long way to go in this battle yet.
Yeah, 35 minutes ago, the last pit stop for MS Lucas. 22 minutes ago for Paragon Motorsports. They've got a big 15-minute advantage almost in terms of pit cycle. Of course, we have had a couple of full course yellows that have shaken things up. Some drivers maybe choosing to dive in a bit earlier or stay out, try and gamble on track position. So lots of things to think about with the full course yellows and how that affects the race. But what we do know is that the MS Lucas kart, the number 42, our current race leader, as you can see him there, Rodwell, as there is a lovely looking dog for you to all enjoy at home. Yes, dogs are allowed in the paddock here at Teesside.
Not on the track.
Wouldn't recommend them getting out on track or indeed in a go-kart. I don't know how well that would go.
Keep them on a lead.
Yeah, I mean, I know that you can get dogs that drive nowadays or something, but I'm not quite sure they'll be able to do this. But as I was saying before we got that lovely looking dog there, yeah, the MS Lucas, they will need to pit a long time, realistically, before the Paragon Motorsport 22. And indeed, behind them as well, the KBR kart. They last pitted 5 minutes or so before the Paragon Motorsport 22. So they have an advantage there as well. Second place in the pro class, in the owner pro class, the MSJDR 433, currently running 4th overall. They've just been given a contact warning. So don't want to be rubbing on the wrong side of the stewards for too long there, guys, because you are 2nd overall in class at the moment. And yeah, don't want to risk the wrath of the stewards and be getting yourself a penalty. So warning there for contact for MSJDR, the 433, currently 2nd in class and 4th overall. They are some 6.4 seconds back from KBR and from the overall podium as well. So that gap is coming down a little bit by a little bit every single lap. Although, as I say, that they've just crossed the line now and it's now 7.1. So maybe catching some traffic on that last lap as the 42 and the 22 as well coming to break the beam now. Still catching traffic. Still the 42 that leads this race.
That might have been a battle for position, both coming into pit lane there, actually. So, or was that a couple of people on different laps? It looks like it was. A couple of owners' carts coming in absolutely nose to tail, but not too much to worry about there. That was off the road at hairpin 1, and there's someone spun at hairpin 2 as well. Oh, that pole's right in the way, isn't it? Can't quite see what number that is, but there you go. They're just trying to look to rejoin whenever there's a gap in the traffic, and there is one now, just in front of 77, which is still running in third place. So MS Lucas still leading the way here, ahead of Paragon Motorsport. I should actually go through a whole run-through, actually, because we are on another half hour. So I will run through the order again as someone's off in a big way down at the hairpin 1. They'll get themselves out of the barrier quite quickly and back going again. So, MS Lucas lead overall. Paragon Motorsport are in second place. KBR are in third, but they are all class leaders. It is MS Lucas for Elite, Paragon Motorsport for Pro and for Club. It is KBR leading the way. Look at the Newmarket Buzzing Hornets cart getting some attention down in the Mechanics Bay. Corblimey Racing are leading this division, the highest division. They're an elite car ahead of Track Limits by Storm Group, who've raced up towards the top in that after that last full course yellow. Same for Race for Ruben as well, who played that last full course yellow really well as well. They have got themselves to third, and that's third, of course, in the elite class as well. ABC Racing are no longer on the lead lap, but they're fourth overall, and they're fourth in their class as well. And then next up, it's Bargain Racing, fifth place overall in the in the whole highest division, but first place in the club class ahead of MFP Interceptors. And then you get to the pro leader. So Lockwell Hill, the pros should be ahead of the clubman class carts really, but Lockwell Hill not in front of the top two in clubman just for the moment. Then it's LP BRT 2, number 9, leading the way there. And that is a recent change for position, actually. They've just got past TRX Motorsport. But that is the elite kart, up in number 9. You have to go all the way down to 31st overall, which is 11th place, or 12th place rather, in the overall highest division, before you find the rookie leader, and that's TTT Siders, who are leading the way in the rookies there. Meantime, while I've been going through that, Track Limits by Storm Group have come into the pit lane from second place overall in hires on lap 191.
Yeah, so coming into the pit lane, so they will likely drop down to third. I don't think they'll drop off the podium. I think the ABC 116 a little bit too far back to make a difference there. But I think the Race for Ruben guys a little bit close to try and get through. A couple of others into the pits as well. The 200 Boneheads machine in, the Army Motorsport number 2 kart in as well. So the Army boys doing a bit of work and changing up what they can. Of course, some others still in the pit lane for problems as well. The FSR Kobe 747 squad have been in the pit for a fair few laps now, repairing that bent steering arm after a huge puncture coming up to the top of the mountain that led to our last full course yellow. But most people seem to be running cleanly as it stands. The Newmarket Buzzing Hornets as well. We also saw some work going on with their machine at the back of the car. Some work being done on the engines. We've got a yellow flag out on the start-finish straight.
Just those that chicane before the pit lane being reorganised again.
Yeah, someone's knocked into that one. Naughty, naughty. It's that chicane, although temporary and just wooden blocks. It's there for a reason. You're not supposed to hit it as there is a driver spun round at hairpin number 1. And there we see the 31 owner kart making its way through with no problems. They were able to rejoin without any issues up the front amongst all of this. That's been going on. The MS Lucas 42 has managed to open up the gap in the battle for the lead to 1.6 seconds, as there we see the 333 kart has come to a stop on the start line right next to our commentary box. Looks like the left-hand engine came to a halt. They've managed to get that Honda going again, but I think they will be coming into the pits.
They are. So 333 down pit lane, as are Corblimey Racing, who will hope, I guess there's no queue down there, only one lap later than number 20, who they are racing. And so Race for Ruben should take the race lead unless they come into pit lane as well. They're just about to go over the start-finish line and they don't come in. So Race for Ruben should take the lead of the highest division, but it will only be on pit strategy before they have to come into pit lane. They've had 95 minutes out there without a pit stop for the moment, so a good long run from them and a half an hour run from us as well, as we've gotten rid of our full course cautions. We've had 3 so far, totaling 24 minutes of our 4 hours and 35 so far.
Yeah, so not too much time spent going at walking speed. Most of it has been at full chat race pace. As we see 4 wide there coming down the pole, Pope straight between some of the higher karts. That's getting a bit brave. They will manage to get back to single file before they make it through the wiggles and hairpin number 1 as someone runs very, very deep through hairpin number 1 as I say that. But yeah, 4 wide. That's brave, I'll say that much, but all looks like they got through cleanly as this group now makes its way into South Bank, one of the owner karts coming through. That is the 433, the MSJDR kart that's currently second in the elite class, 4th overall, and is still closing down on 3rd overall, the 77 KBR, the club and leader. Gap's now down to 4.6 seconds, so they are slowly reeling them in and are potentially looking at working their way back onto the podium places. You saw there in a picture one of the drivers making their way into the pit lane. The hand going up is the international signal for I'm coming in kart racing, and that they will come in for some fuel most likely and potentially a driver change as well. Bit early for tyre changes unless of course you are having issues or punctures or anything of the like.
178 in with the driver keeping not both of their hands normally where you would on the steering wheel. Something else going on there, rattling around maybe there. So 4 karts going in pit lane, one after the other. That will create a bit of a queue. I don't know if you've been down, have you spent much time down in pit lane just yet? It's quite a thing to see, isn't it? The sort of queue for the fuel bay that you generally get in these races.
Yeah, it's bizarre. It's not a very big pit lane for starters. I mean, you couldn't fit all 88 or so karts that we've got here in there at once. And of course, there's only a handful of fuel stations. For the higher karts, there's only a handful of repair stations. So, you know, when you come in, you need to have a little bit of luck on your side and hope that no one else is coming. Of course, the teams will be on that. Of course, they'll be radioing into the driver saying, can you stay out an extra lap because there's someone in the fuel bay. We don't want you sat there waiting for 15, 20 seconds and just losing time. So, of course, the benefit of modern radio technology means you can kind of get away with that, but it's so easy to do. You know, it's time to come in for your stop. You just pull into the pits, and there is 2 karts sat in front of you, and you just have to wait. It can be an agonisingly long time being there stationary. Of course, they're filling everything up as quickly as they possibly can, but these things, they do take time. So timing your pit stops, as well as, you know, having quick pit stops and getting the strategy right is crucial. You've got to make sure that there's no one else in there, so you're in and out as quickly as possible. Gap for the lead now up to 2.9, nearly 3 seconds between the 42 and the 22. Ludwell and Taplin, that gap now starting to open to the 42, resuming their pace, but again, they stopped for the last 15 or so minutes earlier than the 22 squad, so they will have to come in slightly earlier.
Absolutely, that will be in a little while. The Highers will be having their next pit stops first, though. Race for Ruben will be in next, number 95, leading the race, I think, for the first time, actually. I should know, I've been here the whole time, but I don't. 95 leading the way, though, Race for Ruben. Further behind, Apex Twin selected works are just ahead of ABC Racing. That's for 4th place overall in the Highers. But also, we've got only 5 seconds between Track Limits by Storm Group and Core Blimey Racing, who clearly have lost some time in their pit stop compared to the Track Limits team, because they were ahead before with Core Blimey Racing. They are now behind. They've just gone over the start-finish line in the last couple of moments. In fact, there they are. They've just gone through your shot there with the slightly more orange front to their machine. And we'll try and pick them up if they start to battle a little bit more a bit later. But 3.3 seconds between them, and pit stops make all the difference here. ABC Racing only 16.6 behind them, but don't forget they're on a different strategy. They last pitted 45 minutes ago.
Yeah, so they are running quite long, to say the least, or on the alternate strategy anyway, so they'll have slightly less time before they come into the pit lane, with 19 hours and 20 minutes left on the clock here at Teesside. It's been a fantastic day racing so far, and still plenty more to come. Of course, we will be with you. Well, not myself and Ewan, of course. We're chopping and changing. Ewan will be on the graveyard shift a bit later on, but we'll give him a break before that. Of course, we'll be bringing you all of the action. Myself, Ewan, David and Tom, all throughout the night, and all 24 hours will be live. We will be changing streams a little bit later on. If you weren't aware, this, of course, is the race start stream. We'll be swapping over to the night stream, I believe, at about 11 p.m, and then we'll be going to the race end stream tomorrow morning further down the line. So just to make you aware, if you come back and you wonder why the racing is suddenly frozen on your live stream at about 11 p.m, that'll be why. So just keep yourself in the loop with what stream we are live on. I believe the other ones are in the description in the down below the live stream. We hope you're enjoying all of the action so far. There's a bit of finger pointing going on over there between some of the higher kart drivers across the start-finish straight. Not too happy with one another, but they'll continue to settle their scores out on the track, I'm sure, rather than starting to maybe get a bit silly out there, but all making their way through okay as it stands. Back to the gap between the leaders quickly, 2.7 seconds, so it has come down ever so slightly since the last lap. I'm assuming that's just because they've caught traffic.
We've seen plenty of gesturing going on between some of these drivers so far. It's the kind of thing that happens over the course of these races. People just get very exasperated with each other. And, it's quite hot as well. Well, I'll say relatively. It will be when you're actually in the karts. It will be relatively warm. So, especially now with the sun properly out, the threat of rain, I think, is behind us. Although it was a very, very small chance of rain that we had. That's all behind us now. The only weather conditions to worry about is maybe a little bit of warmth here this evening, and obviously not in the night time, but about this time, and maybe towards the end of the race by 12 o'clock midday tomorrow. But also the wind as well, which, meantime, somebody has gone off at Rib Bend. That might even be the first incident down at turn 2 there. Somebody was picking themselves out of the gravel. Never a place you quite want to be. Thankfully, though, the threat of rain down at that part of the circuit has gone away as we go back to a couple of higher division drivers here into the final few corners again. Those leading battles getting closer. Core Blimey Racing now only 1.7 seconds behind track limits by Storm Group, who are in number 20, just in front, and not sure where they are on the circuit actually. This is not their battle, I don't think. They're about halfway around the circuit. This is another group of hires somewhere else around the circuit, of which there are so many, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Still very, very tight racing between a lot of the higher guys there as someone got really shoved out wide coming into Rib Bend and, pushed right out to the edge of the racetrack. I think that may have been some of the guys that we saw having a bit of a go with each other with the gesturing a few moments ago, so maybe starting to get a bit elbows out, the tension starting to flare, so to speak, as they are now making their way down the Bob Pope straight before we get to the Wiggles, which of course really important that you continue to work the kart through that part of the racetrack there, just continuing to work the front wheels, and that's a dive up the inside by one of the owner karts. I believe that may in fact be the 22 Paragon Motorsport machine that's just making its way through this group right here as they come down what is now the back straight before they get to the south bank, which does have a slight bank on that corner. You do say, again, we're not expecting rain, but we've seen it before in the rain. You can try and run a wider line around there, get off of the dry line. There's a bit more grip. It looks spectacular when you pull it off, but when it's dry, unfortunately, you really don't get that much pace advantage from running wider. Is someone off the road onto the rumble strips there, one of our higher karts. I believe that was the 55 we just saw going wide there, and indeed it was. So hopefully everything running okay there. Again, some fantastic racing that we are witness to at the moment. And a lot of the higher kart guys, Ewan, they're just sticking together out on the racetrack. It's not like the owner karts where everyone's kind of beginning to split up once again. We're just getting real big groups of 4, 5, 6 maybe higher karts. They're all sticking together and all battling. Yeah, huge groups around the circuit. And it's just what happens in these races, really. They all clump together. It's a very strange effect, but it seems to happen every 24-hour race. Just coming towards the line right now is that battle for second place, but will become the lead in the higher. They have got to be down to the dregs in their fuel tank. They've got to be pitting in surely at some point soon. Try and work out when they last came into pit lane. I think it lapped 124, which can't be true because that's 80 laps ago nearly now. 75 laps ago. It's an unbelievable amount of time to be going on one tank of fuel there for them, but it looks like that's exactly what they've been able to manage here somehow. Again, not sure how, but this is over an hour and 45, and surely not sure which driver actually is in that kart at the moment, but surely they've got to be getting out at the next pit stop. You would have thought. Change for a second. Meantime, as Core Blimey Racing get up ahead of track limits by Storm Group for second place in the hires. That will become the lead
I think, anyway, when Race for Ruben come in.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see when they are going to come in. Of course, they are the reigning champions of their class from last year. First place, not just in the high kart class, but in the higher elite class as well, taking the overall victory. As, there we can see. We'll just try and see what's happening there. Not entirely sure as there's a shot of the tarmac, but we go back to the action anyway. But yeah, the Race for Ruben guys, someone must have the most incredible throttle control to be able to get the fuel to last that long. Must be so patient on the loud pedal. That is unbelievable. So yeah, we'll wait and see when they're going to come in. But yeah, surely it's got to be sometime soon. Currently a lap ahead of Core Blimey Racing 113 and the number 20 Track Limits by Storm Group. So they should be making their way in surely at some point soon. Of course, the Race for Ruben again, they are of course the reigning winners from last year, and of course they do have some very, very strong drivers there. Paul White's the NRG higher heavyweight champion of 2024. Cameron McLean, the vice champion in that series last year as well, and he himself is a 4-time British 24-hour elite higher class winner, so he knows what it takes to win this race. Does Cameron McLean. He's certainly got the experience, he's certainly got the CV, the record to back himself up, and actually looks like, as I say that, they have come into the pit lane. So the 95 Race for Ruben squad, after an hour and 49-minute stint, has finally made the call to come in and get a fresh tank of fuel and possibly a driver change. That is an absolutely incredible amount of time to be racing.
That's a long, long stint. 77 laps. It's not the longest stint we've seen today. We have seen that length of stint from Apex Twin Selective Works, but it just shows just how much longer that is of a stint compared to what mostly we've been seeing here so far today. I mean, last stint for Core Blimey Racing was, 66 laps after a 62, 64 the one before that, and 62 the one before that. So, yeah, really, really long stint from Race for Ruben. But where will they come out? As Core Blimey Racing and Track Limits by Storm Group both go past the pit lane, we'll update you when they all go past the pit lane. We'll update you on where they all end up after those pit stops. But what an effort. And this is what's taking Race for Ruben up towards the front. This is why they are the reigning higher class division champions. They won this race in 2024, and they're putting themselves into the conversation for winning again in 25 if they continue with the strategy they're going on with at the moment.
Absolutely, the strategy game. It's one that you cannot ignore in a 24-hour race, as that is a spin down at hairpin number 4 and stranded in the middle of the track. One of the higher karts is able to get going again. That looks like it could be the 128, I want to say, maybe, as they rejoin the racing surface. And 126 potentially, in fact, the East League race repeat car. That's the 116 that's currently in pit lane, and getting some work done to the rear of their car, so hopefully everything okay for them. And, yeah, just wait and see what's happening on the 119, should I say. That's the JSR2 machine, a new entry for this year in the Clubbo class. It looks to me like a bit of work being done on the engine and the rear axle. And there is an engine on the floor, so I'm going to assume that there's an engine change of some sort.
Looks like an engine change. 119 were running in 8th position, inside the top 10 anyway. They're certainly going to lose out on that now. They get now lifted off of the blocks and onto the floor. Start the engines again. And that's taken a while as well. There we go, now finally underway. So 119 back into the race again after another quick engine change, but it's another MS kart with trouble. It's not been the best start to the race for them. They've had a lot of work to do in these first 5 hours. Have those poor mechanics down on pit lane. But they're still in the race, and that's the important thing. And MS Soko Select, by the way, are now down to 3 laps down. They were 5 down. They're now down to 3 laps down in 10th position. They are not out of this race by any means.
Of course, and still second in class. Yes, out of 2, but that's still a podium, technically. So showing that they do have the pace to be contending. So let's keep our eye on them. Again, there's still a long way to go in this. They could be getting involved late in the day. Yellow flags out. That's coming up to the mountain section. I can't quite see what's happened, but they're going to continue to make their way around. 17's getting the meatball flag. So the number 17 machine is getting shown the black and orange flag that is the TTT side of squad in the higher kart classes. And technical defect is the official message from race control. That's not something that you'll see very often in a kart race nowadays. Normally when something breaks, people are wise enough to come in themselves. So I wonder if they've dropped a bumper maybe or something along those lines. But yeah, the 17 TTT side of squad, a new entry for this year in the rookie class, being thrown the proverbial meatball, as you could just see there on the digital flag, just alongside the start-finish line. So they'll be making their way in shortly, hopefully to fix whatever issues that may be befalling them. But right now, clean racing all around. Just want to quickly go back to the MSJSR2 squad. As a result of their lengthy pit stop, I believe they are now down to 7th in class, 14th overall. So a bit of work to get back up there, maybe into the top 5, but we know that they have the pace. It's just about taking their time to get back up there.
So 19 hours 7 still to go in this race. Coming up to 5 o'clock here local time in Teesside. And still leading the race is MS Lucas. Actually, a couple of laps ago. They're both a bit slower last time round, actually. Maybe in the yellow flags. There's a nice place to watch from, isn't there? From the mountain section. Bit of a chicane through there. And a spinner through hairpin 4. Not sure whether they've got the hand up because they need assistance here or whether they're just acknowledging the fact they're bringing out this yellow flag. How are they going to get themselves back again here? Well,
Rallycross style by the looks of things.
Pull out wide and then here. Well, the problem is 88 karts, well 87 when you'll stop there. Not many gaps in 88. I'm not sure if we worked out how many meters per kart it means everybody has, but it's not very many. So there's barely any space to get back turned around. Here we go. Bit of a gap. Spot your gap. Here we go. Go. Oh, there must be a problem with that kart. It's not really accelerating at all. And this is a bit of an issue now, getting that kart back going again here.
Yeah, absolutely. To answer your question about how much meter you get 23.86 meters per kart at a 2.1 kilometer circuit like this. So a little bit of mathematics for you. I definitely did have to use a calculator for that one.
Oh yeah, I wasn't expecting you to do that in your head. No.
Yeah, no, I do have the maths ability of a brick, to be fair. But as there we see coming into the pit lane, is that the number 88 as it goes up onto the not quite jacks, but up onto the service area regardless. All 17, should I say, that has been shown in the middle flag. Now that's the 100 that's come in there. So what issues is that squad having as they make their way in? The driver will hop out, the fairing will get lifted off. Braking badly, number 100 machine. New entry for this year in the clubman class in the higher kart division. As they take the rear off, and is that more engine troubles that we're seeing? We've been seeing a lot of work being done to our Honda GS200 engines. It is standardised across all of the classes, although in the owner car class, of course, they are race tuned. Everyone using the same motors though, but a lot of work being done to them already in the 5 or so hours that we've had in this race so far. So, I do wonder if that's more issues that we're seeing there engine related for the 100 braking badly squad. We'll have to wait and see how long they are going to be sat there as the MS Soco team. And while they're back in the pit lane, the race leaders early on before mechanical troubles were coming from P10 on the road. Of course, still second, albeit last in the elite owner class. So hopefully they're not going to be there for too long. They managed to work themselves back up to 3 laps down from 5 laps down. So they have been gaining time. We'll have to wait and see what that gap's going to be when they come back out of the pit lane. I think if it's back at around about 5 laps, I think that's where roughly they want to be.
Spinner at the first hairpin here, and they are not going to be able to reverse themselves out of there. Yellow flag's going to be needed to cover this one down at the left-hander. The really difficult braking zone down there with a super narrow racing line with all the dust and the rocks that have been brought onto the circuit. Drivers trying to sort it out themselves. And this is difficult. This is where it gets really, really difficult, even under yellow flags. And here we go. There's a bit of a gap back in traffic here, but the driver's trying to frantically tell the mechanic what to do here. Get themselves back into the race again.
Yeah, I believe that might be the number 1. It is the number 1. That's the Teesside Tigers squad, who were 5th in class last year in the pro class. Yeah, they've been moved up to the elite. I believe it was the Teesside Tigers. Anyway, it looked like a number 1 on the front of the cart to me. Can't quite tell, unfortunately, from the camera angle. I just have to rely on what I could see from the commentary box window. But I believe that was them that went round. And yeah, they managed to get going again. That's the main thing. Teesside Tigers, if indeed it was them, currently running P6 in the higher elite class as it stands. That, of course, will have cost them a bit of time. But at the line last time, they were 45 seconds away from have actually overtaken them.
It was number 9.
Number 9, it may have been, because they have lost 3 positions on that lap, so it must have been the number 9, yeah.
Ironically, just in front of the number 1, number 9, LPBRT, who are down to 32nd now. And that's down below 2 more elite carts. Teesside Tiger and Teesside Academy both getting past as we have a look down on pit lane here. Actually, that's quite close to us, actually. Controls see me there.
A little bit.
Through the window. That's our window anyway. Our commentary box.
We're so easily entertained, aren't we, commentators? We're not a very smart species, no.
Yeah, that was basically just the people effectively who are on different teams, or whatever. Flag it. The thing you most often do then that's very close to the pit entrance. So waving a pit board or something to try and get your driver to actually come down pit lane, which can be a little bit difficult on occasion. That's what that area is used for quite often in these races.
Yeah, absolutely. Or just a touch over, should I say, 19 hours left in this one. 1 hour before we finally let Ewan out of his prison cell. He gets a break before he comes back for the graveyard shift later on, and I'll be joined by David Sullivan. And it is all calmed down for the time being. MS Lucas up the front. Just want to go back to the battle for the lead for a bit, Ewan. That gap's now up to 14.5 seconds between the 42 and the 22 Paragon cart. So that gap's really opened up over the last half an hour or so after they were battling so tightly earlier on. And then the Paragon Motorsport cart themselves, a very, very healthy advantage, nearly 50 seconds over the KBR 77. The MSJDR 433, we saw they were catching the KBR cart earlier on. Gap got down to about 3.5 seconds. It's now back up to 6.2. Yes, traffic could be having an effect, but I'm wondering if, tyres may be starting to get a little bit old. Fatigue starting to set in for the drivers as well. So I wonder if that is pace just starting to drop off later into the stint for some of our teams.
Just now a few seconds away from the conclusion of the 5th hour of this race, and we have a couple of battles on the circuit to market. MS Soko Selector just behind JDR2 for 11th place overall, as number 43 continues to try and work its way back through the field again. They're just about to come to the Wiggles now, and through past our commentary position here. Now, that's the Paragon Motorsport car included in that battle there. Maybe they're a bit further on than that, actually. I'm not entirely sure. We'll see where they are when they actually come past pit lane. But number 43 is trying to work its way back through the field again after trouble earlier on in the race, losing 5 laps, of course. And now they are back to 4 laps down, even despite having made that most recent pit stop here today. Where is it? Where is that car? That's not the one. Coming past the pit lane. 22 will also come past in a second here, by the way. And there's 22. There's 43. Yeah, there we go. Past a few hires. So there they are, ahead of 434. So JDR2 passed by MS Soko, who are back to 11th now.
Yeah, making their way back up through the field and only 4 laps down as well. So they have definitely gained time on the previous stint. Again, they were 5 laps down after coming out of the pits last time around. As someone, I think the 44 potentially threatening to get a black flag. He had the ABC flashing up on the board. And then a marshal, I think, just got a bit enthusiastic and started running out to the trackside with a black flag. Hasn't received it yet, but MS Soko definitely gaining time still on the race leaders, MS Lucas. Of course, the only other kart in the owner elite class is that 42 MS Lucas squad. But MS Soko, early doors at the start of the race, they were the pace setters. They were the overall leaders, of course, until as someone kicking up some dirt there as they take a very liberal view on track limits and try and rally across the grass. The MS Soko team, of course, had that issue with the steering arm. Ultimately had to bring it in, replace it, snapped it right at the top, really, near the steering wheel, which is a very, very bizarre place to break it. It's someone that doesn't really get a lot of strain, so I wonder if they maybe just properly whacked a curb and it knocked it out of fashion. But obviously they had to come in, replace that, cost them a few laps. I think it cost them 6 or so laps at the time. Now have half that with just under 19 hours to go. With now it's 4 laps separating them from the leader. So if that squad is able to keep this pace up, at the end of this race, they could very well be back in contention for the lead. And there is a black flag being waved, but not up on the digiboard, so I wonder what's going on there for somebody. We'll just wait and see.
44.
Yeah, 44. Yeah, they are coming in. So the 44 machine will be making its way into the pit lane. Hand goes up through the mobile chicane. They go, and they'll be pulling into the pits there. As we see some more hire carts coming down the back straight. Again, it's all calmed down a little bit. We're just I think we're starting to wait maybe for the next pit stop periods, which won't be horrendously far away.
Well, the next battle out there on the circuit, which I'm sure will be coming up rather soon, it's the race for Rubin car has actually got out in front of Core Blimey Racing at the front end of the hires. 10 seconds the gap between 95 and 113. We'll try and catch them if they do start to fight, but still 10 seconds between them. Then 4.5 back to track limits by Storm Group. Then MFP Interceptors, who are 4th. Another 25 seconds back, but behind them is Lockwell Hill, who've just gotten past Apex Twin Selective Works for the race lead in the Pro Hire class. So a change for the lead there after over 5 hours of racing. And that's Lockwell Hill really regaining some time after losing so much through the full course yellow pit stop procedures of earlier on. 38 was on the lead lap earlier, don't forget. They're now off the lead lap. Well, they're on it right now, but when they pit, of course, they'll be off it. So they need to get lucky with a full course yellow to bring them back onto the lead lap a little bit more legitimately.
Yeah, still time in this race, of course, to make places, but you want to try and get on it, try and get moving as quick as you possibly can. As we see here, some of the owner carts making their way through the hire carts that themselves are 2 abreast, coming through the South Bank side by side and wheel to wheel. Brilliant racing as 4 of them trading places all in one corner. That is fantastic to see. The 38 slides his way by the 28, even should I say. Oh, no, the 38, yes, should I say. Oh, that was fantastic action that we've just seen there as they come to the line once again. Still some very, very close battles going on here. Even this iron, and after a pretty decent amount of time without a full course yellow. Again, there is 88 carts out there on the track. More than enough, as we figured out, it's about 25 metres of track per cart, if our calculator was correct. So, yeah, plenty of action to enjoy, and still a lot of the hire cart guys just out there giving it to each other on the racetrack, really, really rubbing elbows, wheel to wheel, all the way through so far.
And that is the battle for 24th overall, by the way, on your screens there. Lockwell Hill getting past MFP Interceptors last lap, with the Apex Twin Selected Works team also not too far away in the 3 cart as well. So plenty going on down there in that part of the field, the part of the highest field. Now they come through the 2 hairpins. It's Lockwell Hill who are leading in the Pro Hires division. That's just a pass on the higher clubman leaders. And there's the 3. Trying to get past 508, if at all possible here. Down into hairpin 3. There's another look down the inside. I think that's 508 making a pass again. It is. That's another lap down. So they're both trying to get through. Duster's going to be kicked up here with 3 wide, almost coming off the straighten. Look at that hand outstretched there. MFP Interceptors do lose the place to the 3 cart of the Apex Twin Selected Works, but they lose 2 seconds to Lockwell Hill because of that battle there.
Yeah, losing time out on the racetrack, of course. Even though we've got impressive battles, you kind of want to be avoiding them in a realistic scenario, because you want to be making up as much time as possible on the track. But Apex Twin Selected Works, the number 3 machine goes through, and the number 5 machine, it is the number 3 machine, in fact, in the Pro class. So they do head through and continue onwards. The Irish squad, who set the fastest lap at the Le Mans 24-hour kart race a few weeks ago. So we know that it is a quick old team in there, and continuing to show it out on the track as well, up to 25th overall, 2nd in class, and 5th place, I believe that is, in the higher kart classes. Contact warning for the 119 MSJSR2. They've had a few of those now, I think. So need to be a little bit careful out there. They're currently running in a bit of no man's land as well, not really racing anybody. They're a lap down from the AMC Racing kart in front and 2 laps ahead of the RAF Precision Vulcans 1-2-2 behind. So they've clearly made that contact while getting through some other karts. As we've got a few into the pits as well. Race leaders, MS Lucas, the 42's coming, as has the MS JDR 433. So the 22 Paragon Motorsport kart takes the lead. 1 hour 14 stint for the 42. So pretty standard length, what we would expect. And again, the Paragon Motorsport kart as well. They've got a 15-minute extra they can go. They came in 15 minutes later the previous stints. They can get more laps in this current stint.
If anything, a little bit on the short side, actually, from MS Lucas. And they're back out there again quite quickly. Wonder if we can get any
Short
word
pit,
here
maybe. Yeah.
on what happened there. As, yeah, not sure. That was only a 59-lap stint for them, which is not very long, really, in the grand scheme of things. We'll see whether that is unscheduled, what was going on there. But Paragon Motorsport will now lead. 38 seconds should be the advantage. KBR won't get ahead of MS Lucas as well, so yeah, maybe it was a full pit stop and they just didn't lose that much time. Not entirely sure, but anyway, there goes Triple One. MS JSR racing away out down the back straight and on their way towards the wiggles at the end. We'll dive down the inside maybe of one of the hires, not quite on that occasion. There is another group of hires working their way through now. The 2 hairpins on this racetrack.
Yeah, running okay at the moment. Again, just look at this group of 4 here. All of them are squabbling for position as they make their way into the South Bank. As the sun won't be too far away from starting its descent as we start to head into tonight. But still a little bit of time, of course. It is still August. Longer days here in the United Kingdom as they make their way out and into the dogleg, the final corner. As that's the 1-2-2, the RAF Vulcan squad. And it's just worked its way through those karts there and done so with some tenacity. Really wanted to get a move on and get its way through. Of course, the RAF guys not had the greatest day in the office, unfortunately. We saw they had that huge issue earlier on with the 1-2-1 kart. Essentially had to build up an entire new chassis. And then the 1-2-2, it maybe hasn't quite been as quick as they would have liked it. I think itself has run into a couple of issues here and there, as well as they're too wide coming through the mountain section before heading up to Barbecue Bend, which we do see them heading into there now. Of course, so cool because a bike once caught fire there, got barbecued, does what it says on the tin. But luckily, no one's caught fire in this race, and hopefully we'll be keeping that way. But I tell you who is on fire in terms of the lap times at the moment, MS Lucas, back out of the pit lane. That last lap was a second quicker than the Paragon 22 up the front of the timesheet. So they are closing that gap back down. It's 38.2 seconds as it stands. That could be worked down and whittled away at very quickly if that 42 keeps this pace. We'll have to wait and see if they've got that and continue to do that over the remainder of this stint. Again, a slightly shorter stint, this one. Not quite a short pit, but it did mean they got out of the pits a little bit quicker. Less fuel to put in the tank, of course. As we're seeing, there's a big train of hire karts that we're watching now coming into hairpins 3 and 4. A few owner karts getting involved as well as the 22 now boxes. So the Paragon Motorsport, that's a 1 hour, 4 minute stint. That's a really short stint for the 22. But the Paragon Motorsport team, and the tap from behind the wheel does come into the pits.
In fairness, this is kind of the first stint we've seen without any full course yellow involved in it. So we're probably just seeing what a normal stint looks like now, just for the first time. That was only 53 laps that time round for Paragon. For MS Lucas, it was 59. For 433, 62. They did a bit better. 63, sorry. So, yeah, we're sort of seeing a little bit better what we're more likely going to see as longer green flag runs start to happen here. So maybe this is not unusual at all. And these are just the way that the pit stints are going to be from now until the conclusion of this race, of course, in green flag runs anyway. So, yeah, that's a definite trend. It's not that any of these individual teams have had real trouble. It's a definite trend now that these teams are pitting. This is sort of the schedule that they're on.
Yeah, of course, those guys, I think they'll be doing a driver change as well, because we saw for them that Jake Taplin did a double stint, so they should be doing a driver change this time by. New engine going on as well, or an engine's come off.
Oh, wow.
So is that maybe why they brought it in? Was there an issue? It must be, unless that's a precautionary thing. And the fuel tank, I mean, it doesn't appear to be completely empty, but now that they're in, they'll be going back out, and it will be a new driver hopping in with a green helmet. That looks to be Callum Tanner. And indeed it is, you can tell by the name on the back. So he heads back out. Did they even put fuel in that thing, or did they just replace an engine and get back out there? Either way, I believe it will be the 42 MS Lucas machine that will take the overall lead once again. And indeed they do. And they'll have nearly a lap's advantage. But it must be said, if that was an engine change, a very, very speedy one. So kudos to the 22 squad's mechanics.
It's going to drop them down to 4th even, maybe. Let's see, KBR are going to go past us here, and they do go second. 15 seconds off of MS Lucas now. And MS Urban Orange, I think, are going to go maybe into 3rd, or are they a lap further behind? There is a look at the engine, which is now out. Paragon Motorsport kart. Neat bit of kit, isn't it?
Yeah. If you wanted a bird's eye view of the Honda GX200 engine, there you go. Of course, being used by all of the teams here this weekend at the British Karting 24. Although those in the owner class are race tuned, those in the higher classes, they are just, as you get them straight out of the Honda dealership. So that's what they look like, I suppose, on your GX200 engine. But yeah, quick change there. Down to 3rd for Paragon Motorsport. So still leading in class. And we wait to see where the 433, or the 125, should I say, MS Urban Orange kart, they're currently 2nd in class. We wait to see how far back they are. But Paragon Motorsport, yeah, a bit of time to be made up. They are 57.8 seconds away from the race leader, 42.1 away from the KBR squad in front, only 6.7, more 6.8 between the 22 and the 125 in that fight. What is now the fight, should I say, for the lead of the race in the pro class, 3rd and 4th overall, and the 433 JDR team only a further 20 back. So the podium fight could be forming in the owners pro class. But meanwhile, that is KBR in the clubman class. We saw them leading briefly earlier on. 2nd place in the owners clubman class overall. That is fantastic for the 77 squad. You can see there on those flags flapping in the breeze, wind starting to pick up once again here at Teesside. Do you think that'll cause much of an issue for the drivers, Ewan?
Well, I think it's it has been an issue all day, really. It hasn't really dipped down loads over the course of the over 5 hours we've had so far. It very much does have its effects depending on the direction. It did turn around actually to be more of a headwind towards Rib Bend actually, more than what it was earlier on, which is a tailwind out onto the back straight. It's now turning round back to more of a tailwind on the back straight, and generally as this race will go on, it will die down. Actually, by this time of evening, the forecast I saw said that the wind was going to die down to more like 15 miles an hour or something, but it looks, which is about half of what it was at the start of the race. Looks like it's still pretty strong to me out there at the moment. So there's some pit box things going on there. Yeah, and by the overnight stint that I'm going to do, and you'll be there for as well, about 3 a.m., it's going to be down to about 7 miles an hour, something like that, barely a breeze. So that dying down effect hasn't happened yet, and I wonder whether that forecast may be revised as we go deeper into this race, because it was supposed to be just a Saturday afternoon thing, to be honest, rather than going into the evening. But as you can see, and we did just see with those flags a couple of moments ago on the stream, still fairly windy out there on the circuit, that's for sure, and depending on its direction, of course, it does have its effect.
Nobody seems to be struggling too much with the conditions ago, and again, no rain to be seen anywhere, so everyone pretty happy to keep trucking on, keep doing their thing, and keep putting in the laps. Gap between MS Lucas and KVR at the front now up to 15.6 seconds. So that gap is extending, and the elite class leaders, the overall leaders, continuing to put in a fantastic result. Of course, a new entry, new entry for this weekend, MS Lucas. Never been here at the British 24 before, and doing a fantastic job out there at the moment. Of course, there are only other competitors in the elite class who were second last year as well, MS Soco Select with that issue to the steering arm a couple of hours in. Running in P11 at the moment. Have unlapped themselves once again, so they're down to 3 laps down again. Not a threat now, but that pace that they're showing, I'm going to keep saying it over and over again while I'm in this commentary box. Keep your eye on that number 43 machine, currently in P11 overall. They were the early race leaders until they encountered that mechanical failure, and they are showing they still have the pace to be up there and showing how it's done. Their last lap was 9/10 quicker than the 42 out there. Yellow flag is out down coming onto the main straight. That's because someone's knocked into the temporary chicane put in. 4 drivers that are coming into the pit lane. So there's just a couple of marshals out in a runoff area fixing that one. So nothing to be too concerned about. Of course, when they fix that, it'll be back to green flag conditions down into turn number 1.
You don't get, you know, I'm not going to give you any guesses when the yellow flag comes out there as to why that yellow flag has come out. It's usually because someone's blown straight through the wooden box down there, and some poor marshal has to put them back in place again. But of course, when they do that, they don't get service with fuel, so they do have to go around again. Got to make absolutely sure that you get that right if you're on your last lap of fuel. But there you go. For the most part, it's been done all right. Just less than 6 seconds now between Race for Ruben and Core Blimey Racing. This is really closing in for 21st position overall, but perhaps more importantly, the lead in the highest class. Core Blimey Racing are going to be having a battle, I'm sure, shortly for the race lead in the hires.
Yeah, currently running a second quicker on the previous lap was Core Blimey than the Race for Ruben 95, so certainly closing in. Yes, there may have been a bit of traffic or a hold-up for the 95 squad along the way, but according to the timesheets, Core Blimey Racing feeling pretty quick as it stands. So we'll wait to see if they're able to get to the back and then maybe overtake as well. There is currently 5.8 seconds between them. We'll wait to see if that gap is going to extend when they next cross the line. The Core Blimey car has, in fact, it's actually gone up on this lap. It's now 6.1, so Core Blimey Racing on that time were held up. So gap fluctuating here and there, but the 113 I think is definitely coming. The 95 squad, they'll be on the radio to the driver telling them you're losing time behind, you need to push a bit more on the tyres. Okay, can you push them a bit more? Because that is the 676 is making its way out of pit lane. Looks like everything is okay. Just need to get the engine started for that, but it looks like they should be able to get going again very, very quickly, and they do indeed so. One of the TRX cars, of course, as they make their way going in the rookie class. Of course, a new entry into this year's event as well. As we continue going around, so we'll keep our eye on that lead battle in the highest class. Again, it is currently Race for Ruben leading. Not just in the elite class, but overall as well, with the Core Blimey 113 in P2, and the Track Limits by Storm Group a little bit further back in P3, but actually not too far away, about 7 seconds back from the Core Blimey car. So if something happens, if there's a full course yellow, those three could get bunched right up if they're not careful. Got some more changes being made in the... oh, that's the 676 that we just saw trying to leave the pit lane, the TRX cart. Looks like to me that is not starting, and that's not ideal. Unfortunately, it's something that you can't always avoid. The go-kart happened to Fernando Alonso once going into the 1998 World Championship final. They got there and the go-kart didn't start, and that was that. So I'm sure they'll be working to try and resolve whatever issue that is very quickly. You can see there another kart as well, getting things replaced on the rear end, so more mechanical trouble out there.
That's Mulsanne Racing. Named after the famous straight at Le Mans course. 36, dropping now to 58, 59, 60. Well, spot a congested part of the field there, actually. The mechanics go to work. A couple of problems down there, unfortunately, for those teams. This stuff is bound to happen over the course of a 24-hour race. It always does. Mechanical issues, mechanical faults, the general wear and tear of racing. Of course, these guys are being nice and gentle on these cars by any means. They're all with each other. They are racing properly hard. So this sort of stuff is bound to happen. That's up to the mechanics who will work all day and all night to service any parts problems that any of these drivers have. And of course, their busy service period which will come overnight, just around the halfway stage of this race towards midnight.
I do think that they are the unsung heroes, those guys and the marshals this weekend. They are putting in a monumental shift. And again, as you said, especially the mechanics with that service period, that's going to get very, very busy for them. It's a 3-minute mandatory stop for all of the higher kart teams. They will get called in at various points. It'll flash up on the digiboards. There'll be marshals holding outside saying you need to come in for your service stop. You pull into the service area. It gets a quick check over by the mechanics to make sure that everything's okay on the higher kart. But you have to, as there is a kart taking a very liberal view of track limits coming out of the D chicane, the opening corners of the track. And actually there is another one as well who gets it very sideways and nearly comes together with what looked to be the number 1 machine. But as you come in for your hire kart service call, you have to sit there for 3 minutes. And of course, during that, no refueling, no tyre changes, no driver changes, none of that. It is just a check by the mechanics to make sure that everything on the hire kart is mechanically sound and you are able to continue onwards and they don't need to repair anything as well. So yeah, a big, big thank you to all of the mechanics, the marshals, everybody here this weekend enabling this fantastic event to go forward. Once again, 34 years, I believe it is, of endurance racing at Teesside in 2025, as there appears to be a kart spinning down at hairpin number 4.
There is a kart off at hairpin 4. Thankfully, the grass is not very wet this year, so you can get yourself back off of the grass down there, thankfully. But no such trouble, and the fact that the kart didn't have to turn around on the racing surface helps. Just get back going a little bit quicker. Sliding through as well onto the front straight, 434 on that occasion, but thankfully all is well down there. So many of those just small individual spins, but they add up over the course of a 24-hour race. They certainly add up, and there's another one to add to the list, although I'm not keeping count. It'd be too many to keep count of, but yeah, another one to add to that. MS Urban Orange, meanwhile, coming to the pit lane as well. They now drop to 5th. Behind Paragon and MS JDR as well, so that leaves just 3 on the lead lap, with MS Lucas now leading KBR by 17 seconds and over a minute behind Paragon Motorsport in 3rd.
Yeah, really getting a shift on now. Just want to slide back to 18th place overall at the moment. That is the number 11 of Gracie Mitchell, who of course is running her record attempt to try and get the longest distance covered, or the most amount of laps completed, should I say, in a 24-hour kart race. And she's the first woman to attempt it as well. She's already got that record nailed in when she took the start of the race. And again, doing the whole 24 hours solo, an incredible achievement. She's currently 18th overall, has done 234 laps. If my math serves me correctly, I think that'll put her around about where the record I think is currently was set last year. It's about 1,008 laps or something along those lines. 1,004. Thank you very much, Ewan. So I think, if my maths is correct, she'll be actually pretty close to that, possibly even beating it. So we'll have to keep an eye on her. But she's doing a fantastic job as it stands. Currently P18 overall, of course, raising money for the British Heart Foundation as well. So a fantastic cause there for her efforts as all. That's one of the owner karts getting very, very close to some of the higher karts, having to side their way through the pack as they come through the mountain section and around Barbecue Bend. Yeah, that was a little bit too close for comfort, but able to get going and with little issue as a result as they now head down Bob Pope Straight and into the Wiggles. I think it was the 121 RAF Spitfire squad that we saw there, and indeed it was. Those guys, again, lots and lots of laps down. They're currently at 75 laps down and running last out of everyone again after that mechanical problem they encountered early doors in this race. And I did overhear some of the, while I was waiting, I was just stood at the side of the grid at the start of this race. And the only thing that I really took from all of the build-up was that the RAF teams really, really wanted to beat the Army team. So
yeah.
I think, to be fair, the other squad is currently ahead of them. So, know, they're doing well on that front.
Yeah, RAF Precision Vulcans ahead of the Army Motorsport team. Yeah, that's true. So what's the gap between those two? It's quite a big gap, actually, down there, isn't it? 10 laps already. Those are the karts that have started to have problems. By the way, at current speed...
Oh, full course yellow.
Oh, we do have full course yellow. Now, that's with 18 hours 34 to go. And that is after 1 hour 19 minutes green flag running, which is the second longest run of the day after the 100-minute stint we got at the very start of this race. Now, it's more likely to be an advantage in the higher karts class, and Lockwell Hill won, number 38, straight into pit lane, as is the right call for them, I do believe. Now, what is the problem here?
I think it may be up the mountain section because it's out of our view from our commentary box window here. We're down by the start-finish line, and I definitely can't see any stricken karts anywhere, so that's my assumption is someone's come to a stop up the top end of the a red flag.
A red flag.
Oh, dear. So something serious has happened then.
1 minute after that full course yellow, we are under red flag conditions here in the British 24-hour at Teesside. And so we will hear the engine sounds dull for the first time in 5.5 hours here. And some of the drivers are coming to a dead stop. Some of them are carrying on at full course yellow speeds. So we will see and just get some confirmation in a moment as to what's gone on and get that news to you when we can. But red flag waves here in the British 24-hour at Teesside. And as I say, we'll get news to you when we can. A couple of teams came into pit lane before red flag was waved, but after full course yellow was waved, so also not sure what happened to them. They're forming up effectively in one long line, just on the start-finish line here. A couple of drivers came to a stop sort of side by side. Can't quite see. I think 126 might be one of them. Can't quite see on the other side of the window here who came to a stop first. But all in one line out of the final corner. They're just going to park up and park into one long line just while we get whatever needs to be sorted under red flag here.
Absolutely. So while everyone comes to a stop, of course, red flag, but the timer stays ticking. So while we're experiencing this delay, and of course, hopefully it won't be too long, we're going to go back to the paddock when we spoke to Gracie Mitchell a little bit earlier on, and she's going to talk us through her solo 24-hour attempt.
So thank you for joining us, Gracie. Gracie is currently out on the circuit, but we filmed this on Friday. Just a quick chat to go through why we're doing this attempt. So it's a nightmare scenario, Gracie,
Yeah.
is this. It really is. It's absolutely unthinkable. What has brought you to this decision of madness to come and do the 24-hour solo?
Yeah, well, obviously, I think it was last year when Chris had obviously broke the record again. And literally, I remember on the way home from that weekend, me and my dad was just kind of talking about it. And I just impulsively said, I reckon I could try and give it a go, really. And obviously, we looked into it, we did a bit of research, and actually noticed that no female had even attempted to do it either. So not only have we applied to do the overall, which is obviously set by Chris at the moment with 1,004 laps, I'm also going for the female solo. Obviously the record itself, quote unquote, is greatest distance travelled as a solo in a 24-hour kart race that's outdoor. So obviously that's what I'm going to be going for. It'd be great if obviously I can achieve both of them. I feel obviously my preparation is definitely going to assist me in achieving that, but I think it's still going to be nice to kind of set that female record as well to encourage maybe others to attempt it.
And what are we doing this for? Are we raising money for charity?
Yeah, so obviously the charity that we've chosen to do this year, obviously it's quite personal, close to myself. Obviously we're doing it for Ange. Ange and her husband Bobby used to run obviously still do, the BPEC championship, which I used to compete in when I was a bit more present on the pro car endurance scene. Sadly, Ange had passed away, and I just thought it was really nice to kind of carry on that British Heart Foundation charity and raising awareness for it, like carry on the legacy obviously from what Chris did previously. So that's obviously what we've chosen to do.
It's definitely a cause that's very, very close to us all here. that have been in and around the BPEG paddock and the Pro Kart paddock as well. So really, really worthy cause, and yeah, thank you for doing it. So 1,004 laps is the record.
Yeah.
Do you think that's achievable? Are we going for it 100%?
I'm definitely going to go for it, obviously.
Great.
I think, as we all know, endurance racing, never mind 24-hour kart races, you know, they're so unpredictable. It's loads of variables that can affect the result, you know. All
Not least of which 86
weather.
karts on track.
Yeah, exactly, you know, the hires, they're very heavy, you know, if you do have a collision, it can cause a bit of damage. So it is going to be dependent on, obviously, you know, how I'm feeling within myself, weather, because as you know, rains, you're going slower, less laps, and even just like my own tiredness and mechanicals is another big thing that's quite unpredictable as well.
Well, that brings us on to the next question, which is how much practice have you done and what's the preparation been like?
Yeah, so obviously there's been different aspects of training that I've had to look at, not only the physical side, but the likes of your nutrition. So for my physical, the gym, multiple times a week. Obviously I've got Ange and Dave Burns, who I actually train with a couple of times a week. Just upping that training's been really important.
And what's the gym sessions been like? What have you been working on in the gym?
Obviously splitting it up so that overall, every week I am,
Recovering.
Training.
And recovering.
And recovering, obviously, but training,
yeah,
like my whole body, because as we know, karting is so much more physical than what people think, even obviously from my neck, the arms, the core, the back, the legs, you know, it's all important to include. So they've been really helpful with helping me improve that and supporting me on like guidance on what to do with supported coaching sessions, and also implementing more cardio as well, because as you know, it's not only strength, it's your heart being able to actually keep up with.
It's called endurance racing for a reason.
Supplying obviously your muscles with that oxygen as best as it can for as long as it can is obviously going to be really important.
During the race, obviously, while this goes out, you're going to be on track out there. So, what's the situation for the race? How are you hydrating yourself and eating? Have you got a plan in place for all of that?
Yeah,
How's
so
that
obviously we've all prepped like pre-made, you know, like pasta pots. I think obviously pasta is going to be the main.
A lot of carbs.
Yeah, a lot of carbs.
Yeah.
Carb loading has been a big thing, and obviously using energy gels as well. But we're looking to use them later on in the race. You know, the last 6 hours or so, because I don't want to be relying on them the whole time.
Do you want to know what my preparation was when I used to do a stint?
Yeah.
I used to take 2 ibuprofen, 2 paracetamol, and a can of Red Bull.
Oh. See, Red Bull makes me tired.
I don't think that's going to be
yeah.
anything remotely close to what you're going to
But
be
yeah,
doing. So.
and then obviously hydration's a big thing as well. Using hydration tablets, just things like that. Just small but regular. You know, I don't want to fill myself up too much to the point where I'm just feeling like I'm going to be sick.
Exactly.
Obviously, I don't want to be overhydrating to the point where I'm needing the toilet every 2 seconds. Obviously, but just having that right balance and just keeping them topped up, because as you know, as soon as you're hungry, as soon as you're dehydrated, it's really hard.
It's already too late
to bring it back up.
Correct, right.
So, yeah.
So we've got QR codes on the cart, which I'm sure we'll be able to see. QR codes on the cart, and they're also dotted around the track, so people can use those links that are on the QR codes, and what they'll do is the first one actually takes you to all of your socials, so we're well covered in that respect, but the second one is actually, it takes you to your own personal online shop, and what we should let people know is that all the profits that are raised from this weekend from the shop, that everything's going to the British Heart Foundation, so well worth getting involved with that. We've also got some giveaways here at the track as well, so we've got buckets dotted around the track as well that are going to be raising money, but we've also got, for larger donations, we've got some croc badges as well.
We've got croc badges and water bottles. So I can't exactly remember the exact value, but I know that you will be able to find them around. I can imagine like the reception, the cafe and whatnot.
Anybody that gives a larger donation is going to get a croc badge.
They can just get one.
Yeah.
So it's just a nice little
I love it. I think it's a brilliant idea.
It's like I think it's just different ways that people can donate, you know. Some people might just be the case of a bit of spare change in the buckets that obviously will be around. Or online, the GoFundMe page that I've got set up. I believe links to that can be found on the second QR code, which is obviously to the link tree of all my socials.
Yeah.
If it's not on there, it's definitely in my link in bio on Instagram and Facebook, which you can find me at Gracie Mitchell Racing. So that's another way. And then obviously, like you mentioned, the merch page, croc badges, water bottles. It's just, you know, there's all sorts of ways that people can get involved.
Brilliant, and every penny counts as
Definitely,
well. So whatever you can afford to donate, please donate. So let's wrap up with talking about some of the other things that you're doing when you're not trying to, you know, break yourself in a 24-hour kart race solo. What else are we doing? Yesterday, for example, where were we? What were we doing?
I was at Anglesey driving their 4. Obviously, Sean Goff from Optimum Motorsport had invited us along, gave us the opportunity to test that. And it was a great day, you know, first time in that car, first time at the track, really good progress, really enjoyed it.
How did you find the car?
It was really good actually, I really enjoyed it.
Compared to, let's just compare it to an Iberian supercar in a Ginetta G55, which you also do, and then let's compare that to the Fun Cup that you also do, and then also karting at Le Mans. So are you the busiest woman in motorsport at the minute?
Obviously, it's been quite difficult to just try and tie everything in, you know, focusing on my own career side of motorsport and the commitments I've got with that. Obviously, Iberian Supercar Series with Tockard Motorsport for that as well. We're halfway through the season with that, and I think we're sitting around top 3. It's a bit complicated because there's like a championship for the Spanish rounds, championship for the Portuguese rounds, championship for both. But the team's great. You know, we've got a really strong foundation that we've obviously built upon with the first half of the season, and then obviously the single seaters. We're just kind of keeping our hand in with that as well, as obviously my kind of medium-term, long-term goal while I'm in that age range. F1 Academy, which obviously is single-seater. It's effectively just an F4 car. I don't think there's much difference, if at all. So obviously, hopefully next year, getting that budget, which obviously I am looking for sponsors.
Which is
the
the main goal is get to F1 Academy,
get on that
and then
global stage,
see where we can go from there. Well, you've certainly got the talent and you've certainly got the personality for it as well.
Thank you.
So yeah, really, really good luck with the race. We hope it goes really well for you and everything with your future career as well. It's been lovely to talk to you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
That's Gracie Mitchell doing a 24-hour attempt here at the British 24-hour here at Teesside this year in 2025. Of course, the race will resume when we can. The race under red flag at the moment. We will bring you any news when we get it, but for now, we'll, in case you haven't seen it earlier on, see the Paddock show where David and Tom walk through the paddock, looking at the owners and hire teams in the 2025 edition of this race as a preview to the 2025 24 hours. So here is the Paddock show while we're under red flag here at Teesside. Still 18 hours 20 to go. We'll have more news when we have it in a few moments' time.
Hi everyone, we're here for the British 24 Hour and I'm Gracie Mitchell, and this weekend I'll be taking on the greatest distance travelled solo in a 24-hour outdoor kart race. But first, I'm going to take you on a paddock show.
Whoa, I don't think you will. I don't think you will. You've got enough to do this weekend. Give the
Let me steal
microphone
that,
to
thank
Mr.
you.
Butterworth and we'll go and do what we do, Tom.
Thanks, Gracie, for the lovely introduction there. We'll be having a chat with her later. So yes, welcome to the Paddock Show for the 2025 edition of the British 24 Hour. First of all, we're going to nip over and speak to the guys in Apollo, I think.
Yeah, well, there was a few more here before, but let's surprise Nottage. Harry, 24 Hour, we're in with Paragon for this one. We've done one already this year over at Le Mans, but in with Paragon in owners this weekend. Feeling good?
Yeah, car's feeling mega, mate.
To be fair, when I arrived yesterday, you were out in the car and you were going through the wiggles at a fair rate of knots, chucking it around like a dog toy, really. Kart looks like it's handling reasonably well.
Yeah, we're struggling a bit with the rear, but other than that, we're trying to sort it out. Once that's done, it'll be sweet.
So the kart was chucking you round rather than you chucking it round?
No, I was chucking that round, but it weren't sticking.
Good stuff. Right, let's carry on and keep the show rolling. Tom's found someone.
Vernon. Vernon, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm really good, thank you. Really good. This must be about your 30th, 40th British 24 Hour. Not that I'm saying you're old or anything.
Something like that, yes.
How many have you done, do you think?
I reckon 25, maybe.
25 24 hours. So
something like that, yeah.
One for every year this side of the millennium.
Basically, yes. yeah, exactly that.
And who are you with this year?
I'm with Porsche Sport.
Okay.
Number 26.
Been out yet?
No, about to go out in the hire kart now and give it a go. Not been in the kart for a year, so it's going to be fun.
Great stuff. All right, well, we'll catch up with you later. If you've never witnessed Vernon driving, the man is an absolute machine.
He is an absolute machine.
I
thought you were going to get run over by an absolute machine mid-interview as Paul backs the fork truck into the paddock. Yeah, we'll head into the top paddock first, Tom, I think, and then we'll swing round and head through the bottom paddock and try and catch most of our owner drivers.
So we've got 21. No, is it 21? 21 owner teams.
Should we get a live update, Tom?
Yeah, I've already spoken to Alfie.
Yeah,
and I wanted to call him.
Direct feedback, Alfie. He's covered the Alfano up. It's like being at Red Bull pre-season testing. He's covered up some lap times. How are we feeling before the 24?
Not too bad. I mean, it's been a year. Well, it's been a year since we've raced around Teesside competitively. Second time in a Haas kart around this track. Usually it's always been a mess, but I have a lot of confidence in the team, a lot of confidence in the kart, and progress this week has been mint. Can't complain at all.
Good stuff. Brave choice as well, the white suit. Obviously hoping it doesn't rain.
No, I mean, I think it's dry forecast. It was dry forecast last year. We got the suits made for the team this year for BPEC, and even with the weather for the BPEC season, we've been all right. But it's just working on the kart at the same time as wearing the suit. Obviously, you can see the oil all over it, but that's about it.
Alfie, I just wanted to ask as well, or rather, you were telling me earlier. So you've got the white suit, which we've said is pretty brave. But Oscar's got a green helmet, and is it a green suit as well?
He does, yeah. So we have been mistaken for Mario and Luigi.
There we go. Right, so they're going full Mario Kart, Mario and Luigi. Alfie being the Mario side of that pairing.
Of course.
We've got
two RAF teams, Tom, this weekend as well. Are you heading in?
We dive in. How's it going?
How you doing? Yeah, not by yourself. How you doing?
Yeah, pretty good. Right, so two teams this weekend. Who have we got driving for them?
We have a mixture from the RAF, and we have a Navy individual as well who's helping us out.
Okay.
We've got lads from Marwen, Blythe Norton, Leaming and Wellington doing between both karts. Yeah.
Okay, who's the most senior member of the team? Let's do it in terms of rank.
Rob Small is our senior with experience and rank.
Which means he's got the least amount of control over anything that happens in the team, right?
Absolutely, yeah. We don't trust him with anything.
Okay, guys, well, lovely to meet you all. Thank you very much.
This side of the awning thought they'd escaped, Tom, and they have not escaped. 7 kart by the look of it, gents. So that takes us up to 6 different chassis on the track this weekend. Practice so far, when did you arrive?
Arrived on Tuesday, set up Tuesday, got the kart ready on Wednesday, started out yesterday, just getting like small teething issues out of the way, and as you can see right now, wasn't handling very well at the front, so just getting some changes in now, I'll go back on track, and just pray that the changes have actually worked.
Yeah, it does seem quite grippy. We've had a lot of drifting on here the last couple of weeks, so even offline does look to be quite grippy. There's plenty there, so hopefully no drizzle, because if not, then it'll be like a sheet ice.
Yesterday was fun when it was raining.
Yeah.
A couple of lads were out when it was raining, and it was good fun watching. I was on the side, so I was happy.
Oh, played a blinder. Good stuff. Tom's already on his way out of that side, and Cameron might have to follow me. I don't think he can squeeze through that.
So six different chassis this weekend.
6 different chassis.
So we've got Apollo.
Yes.
Which we've just spoken to a couple of guys from them. We've got a 7 car. We're going to go around and see MS. We've got a chat with Marcus as well that I've tried to arrange.
From Wraith. Yeah. Obviously, you've just spoke to Alfie. He's on a Haas.
On a Haas.
And we've got Boneheads there on a right chassis as well. Go that way, Tom.
Let's grab a quick word with Adam. It looks to be the second busiest man in the paddock this weekend.
Give me all of about 2 minutes.
2 whole minutes. So we're going to
have to fill for 2 minutes.
Tom.
You guys fill. Give me 2 minutes.
Oh, but is it?
Let's go and speak to Paragon.
Is it a pit stop style 2 minutes? Right.
Let's grab Will.
Oh, Tom's going to have a chat with Will.
Will, how are you?
Very good. You?
Yes, feeling absolutely fantastic, despite last night's antics. Yeah. So talk us through Paragon. What's the team? Who's in it? Yeah. Chances for this weekend?
So it's me, Arthur, Tappers over there, Callum and Nottage. I mean, chances look good. I mean, Murray's put a sensational tune on the kart. Nottage is rapid, whole team's rapid. I mean, chances look good for the win, I'll tell you.
Fair enough, thank you very much. This hat made a big appearance last night, didn't it? Very popular.
Yeah.
Just mind how red his neck is. I think Davey's going to try and grab the guys here.
No, Adam's roped in some help from Mark Tate to try and bring this 2 minutes down. Right, are we nearly there, Adam? I think you're stalling. I think you're stalling in a hope that we'll move away and go and see somebody else, and I don't think we will. We can make this paddock show last as long as you want it to.
Have we only got 3 in the team?
No, that's
because we've got 3 names on the side of the chassis.
No,
that's all.
That's BPEC.
That's BPEC.
So Adam appears to be just tracking the front end up here. Bit of caster, Adam.
Yeah, caster's faster, isn't it?
Ah, of course. Loads of it.
Caster's faster. 2 seconds, boys. Let me just...
Come on.
You're not live, are you?
Pretty much.
Well, yeah. It's a one-take special, this, Adam, and you
these
really,
are the benefits of live filming.
You really are ruining it for us. God, do you know who finds it? Do you know who finds it funny, Lewis? Gary Hall finds it funny. Gary, we're back.
Hello.
We might as well. You're joining in on the fill process. We see you once a year when you come and spanner for Adam at the British 24. Are we on spanners again?
Tomorrow night, yeah, I'll give him a hand. Yes, obviously. Wheel changes. We've got to be fastest again this year. Fastest last year, fastest this year.
Yeah, roped into the night shift.
Yeah.
Whether you're racing or whether you're part of a team and helping out, there's just something special about this event, isn't there?
Yeah, it's the only one I come to. I don't go on the BPX now. Last time I seen a go-kart was this time last year. So I come down, don't mind helping him out, and he's all right on a good day. But he's all right. He's all right.
So,
put up with him, don't you?
Well, you do. Hopefully you don't have to do any caster in the race, because could take him out of contention, Tom.
It takes an hour. Right, do you know... Well, that's a good point, actually. The engine changes that these guys do, you've never seen anything like it. They are super, super quick. Oh, do you know what we should do? We should talk about race control in Apollo.
We will. Just bring in and we'll just show you what happens during one of these engine changes quickly. So, underneath here, 2 engine mounts there. They normally have somebody down there waiting. 2 engine mounts off, 1 and 2. Throttle cable up on the top here. Fuel on the front there. 1 engine off, 1 engine on. Chain guard comes off as well. Pop back on. Normally get 1 off and 1 back on. The cart is off the ground and back down inside a minute when we have the need for an engine change. I think he's free now, Tom. Get him before he finds another job to do.
Yeah. Right, so Adam, walk us through the team this weekend.
So it's quiet this year. 3 teams. We've got Paragon over there. I've got a higher team, which is James, who used to race with Therapy. They've roped a team together to to come and do the race, and obviously Father Steve over there with the OAP corner, we call this one.
OAP corner. All of pension age-ish.
Yeah, so no elite teams this year. Just with it not being a BPEC Championship event anymore, we decided to have a break because we've been very, very busy this summer, and the lead up to this, people don't see how much time goes into the lead up of a 24, so we were like, no, we'll park it this year, probably on another go next year. But yeah, just a quiet awning for us this year.
So chances for the car, of course, Nexus winners on Apollo last year as well, so first time an Apollo car's won the 24-hour. Do you think you're going to go well this year?
Murray over there, fingers crossed, if his drivers keep it together, if the pace they've got, and if they have a clean race, I would like to see him in the top 3. I think, yeah, right under the bus there, Murray, no pressure, pal. So yeah, I think they'll be in pro, and we've got a couple of clubman teams. If we can get a podium with the clubman teams, we'll be over the moon with that.
Brilliant stuff. All right, thanks. Go well, and we'll catch up with you during the race as well.
Good. Busy time, of course, for Apollo outside of the pro karts. They're developing cadet chassis, Tom, in both Hondas and in the Rotax and Waterswift classes. So busy time for Apollo. They've got half the team here. They've got the rest of the team.
Wilton?
They've got at Wilton, and they've got some of the team at Kimbolton as well. So plenty of development going on outside of pro karts. But you know, Adam there sticking with his roots, and obviously the team doing well in BPEC. Paragon, I think, have got a really good chance. Not only in pro, but with the limited number of elite teams this weekend, Tom, I think they've got a real chance of an outright podium. And if ever there was going to be a team that was going to win that wasn't an elite team, given that the limited numbers this year are in that elite class, we could well see a pro team take an outright victory if a few of the favourites come into harm.
Yeah, I think there's definitely a good chance of it. Well, the outright victory, yes, is definitely on the cards for a pro team this year. But well, I mean, we're definitely going to see at least one on the podium, aren't we?
Yes,
we've only got 2
certainly.
elite teams this year, so we're definitely going to see a pro team on the overall podium. But how many we get on the overall podium, I'm not sure. David, let's nip into the Army guys first, and then we'll go across
let's
to
go. We'll see if they can recruit Tom.
So we're going to go and grab Marcus here, who's like he's the builder of the Wraith chassis. So, hi Marcus. Can grab you quickly. So just talk us through the Wraith chassis that we're running this year. First time it's been on the track in the British 24 hours. So just talk us through it, how it's gone this weekend, and what your hopes are for the weekend.
Yep, it's going right for our first time here. No problems at the moment. Just finding setup for it because we're all new to it. So is the Army are new to it. And just working out the tyres as well. So we're running old tyres until tomorrow. New tyres, probably change all the setup again for it. And
just enjoying it.
Just enjoying it, and it's touch wood. It hasn't fallen apart yet.
Yeah, well, that is always a good sign. And these guys as well, they only signed on at 9 o'clock this morning.
Signed on 9 o'clock this morning. They come up, Wales, Cambridgeshire, to help the Army out, and they decided to help the Army out and also run their own car.
Have a go themselves.
Yes.
Brilliant stuff. All right, thank you very much, Marcus. We'll slide over and have a quick chat with George. So, George, you're part of the Army team as well. We've got to show the back of George's suit as well. Pretty nice.
As well.
So, George, talk us through the team. Talk us through how it came together with the Army side of things, and what you all do, and just talk us through the team.
So I've been with the Army team itself for now. This is my 3rd season in what we run in the Armed Forces Karting Championship. This was an opportunity as a team, as a cohesion piece, to run into a bigger endurance event. And T-side, you ain't going to get much bigger as far as I'm concerned. Myself, I've served in the Army 13 years, part of the Royal Logistics Corps as a marine engineer. Within our paddock, we have 6 drivers here for this weekend. We also have 4 mechanics. Split with those responsibilities is other roles, such, for example, I do the cooking for the team as well. I also do the marketing side. We've got chief mechanics, we've got team managers. There are varied roles. You have to double hat in a lot of places. My piece on T-side circuit, one, it's massive. I think it's a very technical track. It's huge. Like, there's a lot to remember, a lot of corners. So finding our feet here has been a bit of a struggle. We, much like as Marcus has said, we're on used old tyres. So we know the grip levels aren't there yet, but that should improve come tomorrow. Using Wraith chassis. This is new ground to us, as he mentioned, but this is a partnership. Marcus wanted to see what his product can do on the track. We now know that this is his first opportunity at Teesside, and we are honoured as a team to test that chassis and hopefully give it the result it deserves.
Well, you're certainly going to push it to its limits anyway here this weekend. So great stuff. Thanks very much, George, for talking to us. And I'm sure we'll try and grab George for the commentary box during the race as well. David's over that side, and he's going to head into MS.
Well, it was, but the Isle of Man contingent was here, but they've moved over there, so I'm going to head over there and have a chat with them. Well represented again. Drivers from the Isle of Man. Dan, always good for an interview. I was just saying there with the Isle of Man, always well represented at the British 24. But more familiar to us, known as the Isle of Dan, because it's the only name for anyone that ever lives there.
Correct. If you want to race karts, you need to be called Dan.
So we've had, well, Crosley's not here, but in your kart we've got you, and we've got Dan Martin as well. So who else is in the Triple One?
We've got Westy, Craig and Ike, wherever he is, hiding.
Probably doing what he's done all morning, leaning against the barrier at the D chicane.
Or disappeared to the toilet for suspiciously long periods of time.
Oh, is it nerves because he stepped into the Triple One?
Nerves or, yeah, bad dinner last night.
Oh, well, I don't know where to go from there, Dan, so I'm going to move on and let Tom do some talking. You've killed me.
I'm going to grab the busiest man in the paddock if you can spare us 30 seconds.
Of course. Anything for you, Buzz?
How's it going, Howard? How many teams have we got this time?
We've got 12 out in the race, but we've brought extra carts. We actually brought 18 carts, some of the test carts, but we've got 12 out. 11 of ours, well, 12 of ours, but one's Gracie, who's doing the world record attempt. Yep. See if she can beat Pedals from last year.
Yeah.
So everything's going okay at the moment, but it probably won't.
Well, that's always the way, isn't it? Plan for chaos is the general rule.
You can't fix it till it's broke. So that's the general rule of thumb. You know, just do your best you can in prep, and then when it breaks, we'll fix it.
Of course, the full factory works entry that I like to call it, the 43. Who have we got in that this year?
Yeah, so we've got the three normal drivers, which is Josh Falkus, Connor Lucas, and Ryan Cannon. And then added to that is Jack Morris, who's a regular with us anyway in different teams. Teesside Stig. And Jack Dex, who runs the JDR Rotax wing of our operation. So on paper it's a good team, but who knows? You know, one high cart in the wrong direction and we'll all be going to sleep at midnight.
Exactly that. Even with 12 carts as well. So hedging your bets, but yeah, great stuff. And yeah, good luck for this weekend. Okay. Go well.
Thanks.
Cheers, Howard. Thank you very much.
Gracie Mitchell stickers are appearing all over the paddock.
Are they?
I've been stickered. Right, let's head in the awning. See if
have
we
a
can
quick
have
wander
a chat.
through because we're running tight on time now, David. Believe it or not,
We are tight on time, but you see, plenty of prep going on. Tyres going on, rims down there. It's very, very busy in here, say, with 12 carts. A minute ago, Dan said he didn't know where Ike Needham was. We found him. He's in the corner, hiding all by himself over here. There he is. Right. I was sort of hoping that Connor was in here, but he's not, because he's evaded an interview, and I thought I could maybe box him in a corner.
We'll try and get him on
but
for
he's not in here, Tom, is he? So, yeah, right.
We'll try and get him onto the commentary box for the commentary box for a quick chat during the race.
It's been about 4 years, and I thought I'd succeeded when I pinned Falkus down for an interview, but I need to complete the set and get a Connor Lucas interview.
All right, well, we'll try and arrange that as well, but I think that's going to bring to an end the Paddock Show for the owners for this time. So we'll catch you in a moment with the hire car entries.
I really want to do like a Neil Warnock where I walk up and just go.
Well, without further ado, let's get straight into the Paddock Show for the hire kart teams 2025.
Lots of them, Tom. 67 hire entries for the 2025 British 24-hour. We've got no idea what the order in because it's a random cart allocation. Everybody picks a cart by number, then they just come and find the one with the corresponding number in the seat. But we found the police immediately.
Oh, or have they found us?
I don't know. Hello. Do you know what? Because when I went, we found the police, and they went, oh, Lisa's going to do an interview for us.
You do this every time?
Yeah, well, no, you do it to yourself. Yeah, if you'd have just kept quiet, we'd have chatted to one of them. Yeah, but you went and then you just sort of tuned. Come on, I'm getting slightly distracted by the fella in the gold trousers. So we've done Le Mans, slightly different conditions because it was beating down with sun in Le Mans. Very different for the British, very different challenge as well.
Yeah, this wind isn't like Le Mans, is it, at all? So, although I'm fat and heavy, so I'm happy it won't blow me off the track, but we'll see, won't we?
Yeah.
We haven't done any laps yet, so.
No, so we get 2 hours of practice. Like I say, very different track to Le Mans. It's much more physically demanding, is the British.
It is, yeah. I mean, it's a lot bumpier, isn't it? And corner down there, it's going to hurt a lot, isn't it, really?
It's the infamous rib bend, what makes the 24 what it is. Right, we're going to carry on. Tom's already found someone.
I'm with the guys at Sloth, with Sid the Sloth as honorary mascot.
Looks like me.
That's it. Sid the Sloth himself is over getting his steering wheel taken off so he can get fitted. And he's actually got a suit that looks identical to that, so when he walks over, you'll see what.
Has he got a face that looks like that as well?
A little bit, but you can't. But he's got a ponytail on the front and the back.
Oh, okay.
You can't miss him.
Okay, so talk us through the team.
Well, generally, I don't really know much of them because they all worked at Extreme. In the years that I was away, I've only returned in the last 4 weeks.
That's Extreme Karting Edinburgh.
Yeah, that's correct.
Let's give them the plug.
So, Craig's been at Extreme Karting for 15 years now, so anybody who's worked there will know Craig. He's the guy who entered the team this year and seems to be the one who's most desperate for a good finish.
And what class are we in?
Whatever the novice class is. I'm the only person who's had a chance at doing the 24 before. These guys are all brand new to it. But last time I only did 2 stints, so I've not had quite as much experience as some of the other.
Well, last time you were here during the day and then you went to work at Larkhall the following day, didn't you?
That's correct. On the Saturday night, as I drove up the road, Dan Sterling, the track manager, drove down the road, and we passed each other somewhere on the A66.
Gave each other a wave. Well, lovely to see you back. I like this. I like the helmet.
Posh Spice.
Posh Spice, yes.
TTT siders have played a blinder just by having one of the best Nassau panels that we've seen, just so that we can. It's a nice, easy spot, Tom. That's what we like as commentators.
We certainly do, and
we don't like making
it looks like
hard.
an umbrella, and hopefully we won't need one.
No, we're going to have a quick chat with Bottas Boys.
Oh, hello. Great name, but you spelled it wrong. It's a U instead of an O.
Bottas Boys.
Oh, yeah, true. Yeah.
So to be fair, yeah, probably. It sounds like a boy band does Butters Boys. Bottas Boys. Connor, tell me the story. If you don't, if it's not, we're good.
Okay, so my old man in 2022, for his 60th birthday, thought it would be a good idea to race the British 24-hour. He was raising money for various charities. Spent most of the race at the back end of the grid with a lot of help from other drivers. And in November, after 1 year battle with cancer, he passed. And I thought it would be fitting this year to race as Bottas Boys in honour of him, and my 3 teammates were all quite close to him as well, so it's nice to know it means as much to the other 3 as it will to me, and we fight till the end.
Yeah. Basically broke out the BPEC squad from 23.
Yes, yeah, hopefully it goes a lot better in 23 because we only finished, we did Pro Kart and we only finished 9 laps ahead of the higher class of winners, so it'd be nice to finish ahead of all the other higher karts again, but in higher.
Yeah, so are you wearing the 23 Prime suits as well? You all fit in them?
Alan just struggled to get it on. I've been running mine this year to try and break it in. Again, I've put on a bit of timber since, but it fits, just.
Good stuff. Connor, thank you, mate, and I'm sure he'll be proud of you, mate.
I've grabbed Danny Bean.
For the Danny Bean song?
Not literally, no, we forgot the Danny Bean song, but Danny Bean, for those of you who don't know, one of our regular racers in the Owner-Driver Sprint Series as well, going very well this year.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah, and we're in the BJMD team in hires, which I've just sat and worked out is Brandon, Jake, Danny and Matthew, but there's also Seb. who we've not mentioned in the team name.
Yeah, he was a late entry.
Right. Just throwing him in, but not bothered to change the team name.
Yeah, that's the one.
All right, so hopes for the race?
Finish it.
That's it?
Yeah.
Just simple as that. Good stuff. All right, well, nice and easy. And good luck and go well. Lots of sponsors as well on that one.
Tom, I've jumped straight into the middle, like the difficult area. Freddie, in with quick finishers. We did Le Mans, we're doing the British. But tell me the story behind the team.
Well, the team started from Team Sport Newcastle. There was a group of about 4 of us doing member events, and then just gradually grew as we started doing social events and just trying to get more people karting with us and just have a laugh, really, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, and we've got a lot more members now.
Yes.
And we do like to wear our race suits outside of racing as well.
Just a little bit, only for special occasions like the F1 movie, which was fun. It was fun. Well, I think people thought we were actual racing drivers, which was quite a fun experience because we were posing for photos and free popcorn, mate. So
free popcorn.
Free popcorn.
Well, every cloud. Right, we're going to keep the show rolling, but I've lost Tom. He's all the way up there. He's found the man with the gold trousers.
Right, I'm over here with Speeding Squealberg. Hello. Brilliant team name. I love the Nassau panel as well. You can the Bigfoot panel you can see here. All Jurassic Park based. I love it. All full team kit as well, which you can see on the back. So just introduce everybody. Who are you? What's your experience here? What are we doing? Apart from a 24-hour, obviously.
I'm just here to make the teas and coffees. So that's my role, and obviously look good doing it, of course. No, I'm Barry. I'm the clown. We've got 2 Bens, James and Christian. This is our 3rd year at the 24 T-side. Looking forward to it. So, yeah.
Okay. What team name were you last time? Because you weren't Speeding Squealberg, were you?
Yeah, so first year was I'm with Stupid, what's your excuse? Once again, I'm with Crazy Eye. Then last year was JK Racing. And then this year we've decided to go for Speeding Squealberg.
I love it. I genuinely do love it. And you've got lights on the kart as well, which makes it easier for us to spot in commentary.
Still time to tell if the lights are going to work properly or not.
What colour are the lights?
Multicoloured.
Okay, that's all right then. So long as they're not red, green or yellow, you'll be fine.
Cool. I'm going to do 2 here, Tom. I'm going to speak with Richard Cannon to start with, mainly because walking through the paddock on the way in, you pointed to the Lockwell Hill karting badge and went, you make sure you mention us a lot, but you can mention yourself a lot. We've done this for years now. Every year you tell me you bring your helmet, you bring your suit, and never actually race. Are we going to see you? You did?
I had one go. Yeah, I had one go last year when everybody was tired, so that's when I jumped in it.
I've seen you go around Lockwell Hill. You can pedal. You know what you're doing. Probably the fastest cannon in your family.
I'll leave it to the younger ones now. Let them have a go.
I want you to answer the controversial question. Are you the fastest cannon in your family?
It depends on all sorts of things. If it's wet, yes. If it's dry, sometimes.
Still yes.
Yeah.
Good stuff, Rich. All the very best. Got 2 Lockwell Hill teams. I'm just going to step in here as well and have a quick chat. We'll start with Max. Max, we're racing a bunch of friends basically in your team. Tell me who we've got.
Finley Marshall. We got what I think is Danny Bean though this
but
time,
but
it's Isaac. Rowan, Finn's little brother, maybe Max, and wherever Freddie's gone, and Marty. So
yeah, so we've got plenty. Just here to enjoy it, I'm guessing, or pick a podium up.
Hopefully to win it in rental, but do what we can do.
Yeah, good stuff. Right, Tom's over there again. He's keeping it easy. I'm going down the middle all the time.
What I'm doing is I'm coming down this side and then I'm going to go down that side and David can do all the hard work down the middle. So, steal up this way. Where's he gone? Oh, he's here. I didn't even see that. Right, Ashley, another one of our, former now owner-driver sprint series drivers. So racing in Hires in High Road Motorsport. Talk us through it.
Yeah, we're with High Road Motorsport, so we do a lot of track days here, getting kids out of karts into cars. So we got a couple of race clears, me and Max Coates. So yeah, we're trying to progress and bring kids up from the karts to the cars and progress on to being racing drivers, really.
So getting them on the ladder, but with a roof over their head.
Yeah, that's potentially we are. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
And how's it going?
Yeah, we've had our first track day here a couple of weeks ago. Went really well. Had some good drivers. They're ready for Croft now, so yeah, really good. Really enjoying it as well.
Brilliant. I think I'll probably see you there, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So hopes for this weekend?
Just keep it out the gravel, keep it on the black stuff, really, and let them do
Well,
as
a lot of
best we
people
can.
are saying,
Yeah.
Just keep it out the gravel at Rib.
Yeah. First corner is always the worst one, isn't it? When you're out in it and there's 80 odd karts hitting that first corner, it's just keeping it on the black stuff and getting round and keep going.
Have we got a strategy yet? Who's taking the start? Do we know?
Yeah, Kieran. Obviously, Kieran was in Rotax a couple of years ago, so he's going to be doing the start for us this year. So it's new, first 24-hour for him as well. So see how it goes.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy it. If it's your first one, definitely enjoy. Thanks for talking to us. David?
I'm in the middle, Tom. We've got a random kart allocation as somehow Newmarket Hornets and Buzzing Hornets have ended up next to each other. Traditional Nassau panel for the Buzzing Hornets, but somebody spent a couple of quid and got a new one for Newmarket Hornets. Ayrton Senna inspired, and seeing as you've got the hat on as well, we'll have a quick chat. We've been doing this for a long time. We came out of EKL and Northampton Karting League and things like that. We're still turning up there every year for the British 24 Hour. What makes it so special?
Oh, it's just the pinnacle of the year for me. This absolutely is. It's what we got, 90 karts going around together. Absolutely love it. Bring the two teams. We based at Red Lodge. Take drivers from there. Get as many as I can. We've got new drivers in the Buzzing Hornets team, so they're more of the rookie team. Established team in here. Last year, 3 hours away from our first ever trophy. Engine goes. Back we come again. New strategy. New driver in the lineup. Hope for the best.
We've drafted Lewis Nursing. Is he the secret weapon?
We'll find out in 36 hours.
Good stuff. Right, Tom's over there. He's found Core Blimey. He always finds Core Blimey racing.
I do always find Core Blimey racing, but the reason is that they're normally at the front of the field as well, so it gives us plenty to talk about. So Ben Winter I am with, and Ben, well, first of all, talk us through the team, and then talk us through a little bit about what you do when you're not racing in 24 hours.
Oh, okay. So Core Blimey Racing, we're running 3 karts, which we pretty much have done since 2018. We managed to win in 2023, which was a rain-stricken race.
It was mildly moist, that one, wasn't it?
It wasn't an official 24-hour, let's put it that way.
That was the one where we'd have been better off with a submarine.
Exactly that one, and we did have one, luckily, that we went karting with. So that was a really good year. But we raise money for charity every single year. I think last year we raised over 1,600, which is incredible.
And who are you raising money for?
So this year we're raising money for Guts UK. One of our drivers in the team has got something to do with that charity, so we're supporting that one for this weekend. So there is a donation link on our social media that we'll really appreciate if people wouldn't mind. We're getting told off, but I won't have time to talk about my other stuff.
No, you can. Yeah, tell us.
Oh, super. So, yep, I've got a new role at Kart Silverstone, brand new kart track opening up later this year. Bookings have gone live today for the rental karts, which is really exciting. So they could book from 1st of December onwards.
So it opens on the 1st of December?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, that's what you can book from.
Right, okay. Yes. So there'll be unofficial testing until then?
Oh, definitely.
We'll have a soft opening. We'll have a soft opening down at Silverstone.
I'll definitely be having a few goes. So.
I'll look for my invite on the emails. Lovely to speak to you, Ben. Thank you very much.
We had loads of people up here, and then they all got told to leave, so we don't. So we'll talk about some karts. That's A66 Higher with Paul Franklin on the front of theirs. Big fan of Boom. They've gone for green. Not many teams have green, so nice, easy spot for us.
Well, likewise over on the far side.
I just want to quickly give a shout out to Team Yellow Racing, because at Le Mans they rocked up and bought us some yellow Fanta in 35-degree heat. That's a yellow Fanta, lemon Fanta in 35-degree heat. Absolute heroes.
So we've got ABC Racing, of course, with this beautifully bright livery. Henry Trina in that one. We've got the Teesside Academy car as well. Normally we speak to some of these guys as well. As we said, the grids just had to be cleared, but we've got Addison Smith, Joseph Yao, Oscar Warpit, Morris on the panel
Fought for
there.
that. Big shout out to TRX as well. Their team boss Amanda picked up our sort of Spirit of the Event award at Le Mans for running 3 teams. They'll have a three-team entry once again this weekend.
We've got Mild Runnings, another great team name as well. Not Hot Runnings, not Cool Runnings, Mild Runnings. Love that one. It's up there with Speed and Squealberg for me.
Yeah. Tom, has your steering wheel been fitted?
It's not, no.
No,
That's
we'll
why
carry on then.
That's why we're here. Another one with a lovely individual looking Bigfoot panel as well. And I like the helmet as well. We're not going to have any trouble spotting that one, are we, on the paddock? In fact, let's grab a driver. Tell us who you are and where you come from.
I'm Jack, and I'm from Birmingham area.
Okay. And what's the hopes for this weekend?
To finish the race.
Okay. A lot of people have said that.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of confidence in finishing by the sound of it.
It's an endurance race. The aim is to finish.
Well, the clue's in the name. It is an endurance test.
Exactly.
Okay. So, other than that, if you make it to the finish, where are we hoping to be?
Yeah, let's just say first.
There we go. Confidence. I like it. It's in the bag. Beautiful.
One of the drivers from the 36 has arrived just in time for a chat, although he is holding paper in his chops. Good. Tell me about your team this weekend.
So we're Mulsanne Racing, and this will be my 9th race, so hopefully we can finish quite high up this time.
You've been there or thereabouts for a couple of years. We hoping to take a trophy.
Hopefully. We've been a little bit unlucky, but I think this year we've got a strong team. 5 drivers, it's going to be a hot one, so I think a lot of teams will put their best drivers out first, tire them out, and then hopefully we can make some places up at the end.
Good stuff. Right, where's... Oh, he's still talking. Is he talking? Have you got any... Tom, have you found someone?
I've got the 666 car of the Spirit of Formula Karting, and we are a multinational team.
Yes.
So
we come from Spain, from Granada, from the south of Spain.
Beautiful, lovely part of the world.
Wow.
How are you finding the weather here compared to Spain at the moment?
40 degrees today, yesterday.
40 degrees?
Yes.
Slightly different here then.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like really cold, really windy also. Yesterday a bit of raining. We are not used to all the rain and everything, so yeah, it's so different.
And experience in the wet karting, have we got any of that?
Yes, there in Spain I've done a few rainy races. I think we are really good. Let's see.
And on slicks?
On the slicks, yes.
Okay, right, brave, confident. Okay.
From India.
And we've got an Indian driver as well, so all the way from India. We've got Spanish, and we've got English drivers in the team, or British drivers in the team as well. So, yeah, lovely to see you all, and thank you for joining us, and thank you for talking to us. David's down here.
I'm down here. Kart but no drivers for cartwheelers. Just want to give a bit of a shout out to Jonathan Allen. Himself and his partner Alice announced in the week that they're expecting a baby in December, so congratulations to both of them. And a team I support this team because they're from Sheffield and so am I. That's Steel City Racers.
But I also like the livery because it's a bit of a throwback to a 90s Williams style.
Yes, it is.
96 and 7?
Yes.
Style of livery.
It is, yes, but we can't mention the exact
No,
style.
we can't mention this style, but you'll work it out, I'm sure.
Bonato have gone for the traditional, very subtle livery for their Nassau panel once again.
I'm still wondering whether we're going to get an animal helmet cover coming out. Animal from the Muppets.
Chalmers in the final stint.
Yes.
The honey monster. Mind the
oh,
weighted
yes, I
seat.
nearly fell on my backside then. But yeah, we get Rob Chalmers out normally for the final stint of the race with some kind of honey monster or animal from the Muppets sort of helmet cover. Always provides a lot of hilarity.
Yeah, highest Tom. It's a massive class as always. We expect the elite runners to be at the front, but in all classes I think it's going to be very, very strong, be very difficult to pick winners, and that's what makes Highers such a special class.
Indeed, everybody's on identical equipment. It really does come down to the team, the drivers and the pit stops. putting it all together. As I said earlier on, it's called an endurance race for a reason.
It is. Talking of teams, Tom, we've got a team of 4 in the commentary box. We've got myself, yourself, we've got Ewan O'Leary returning from last year, and a new name in Ross McIntyre, who we can't wait to welcome in the commentary box. It'll be yourself starting. Excited for another one?
Always. Cannot wait for this one. I mean, just look at the field here, and then we've got, what, 22 now, I think.
22 with a late entry
owners as well, yeah, with a late entry, which we covered in the owner paddock show. So yeah, raring to go. Cannot wait. Absolutely buzzing for this one. It's going to be another cracker.
So it's time to head up to the commentary box for the greatest spectacle in UK motorsport. It's time for the 2025 British 24-hour race. On commentary for the start of the race, Tom Butterworth and Ewan O'Leary. Hello and welcome back to the 2025 British 24-hour race live here from Teesside Autodrome. We're currently under a red flag situation due to start the race again in around about 10 minutes time. For those that are either just joining us or that have been waiting on the stream, or for those at the circuit, I am pleased to report that the driver involved in the incident is responsive and has been taken to the local hospital via ambulance. But I'll repeat that again. The driver involved in the incident has been taken by road to the local hospital after what we'll refer to as a medical emergency. So we will be restarting this race in around about 10 minutes time with what will be a full rolling lap under yellow flag, full course yellow, and then green at the start line as we resume with 17 and a half hours remaining of this race so far. So thank you for those that have been patient. Thank you for those that have been understanding, and appreciate that those of you that have been waiting for an update. It's important for us to address the situation at the circuit first before providing any speculation. So incredibly grateful for those of you that have stuck with us and that will stay with us through the remainder of this race. On commentary for the first time, I'm David Sullivan, alongside me Ross McIntyre for his first British 24-hour. Ross, we're your first curtailed somewhat, but enjoying things so far?
Absolutely, David. It's been a brilliant event so far in 2025. Of course, sending all of our best to the driver involved in that incident, but glad to hear that he is as okay as can be. And of course, 10 minutes until we get racing again. But aside from what's happened in the past hour, it's been a really entertaining spectacle. And I was saying to Ewan earlier, of course, a big thank you to Ewan O'Leary for hopping in for the opening stint at the Common Rocks. He'll be back with you from midnight till 6 a.m. for those night owls watching along. Yeah, lots of chaos happening out on the track. Lots of the big names, the big teams out there running into mechanical issues and having problems. So the order very much shaken up. We saw an owner Clubman kart leading for about 15 minutes in the form of the 77 KBR. They are still currently second on the road. Should be rejoining you now. Apologies for that. Just had to quickly be quiet in the commentary box so that the restart procedure could be relayed over the PA to the drivers. So we are going to have, just to reiterate, one rolling lap under full course yellow conditions before we go green. But as I was saying, yeah, order very much shaken up. If you've just joining us, you haven't seen any of the action yet up the top of the field. It is the 42 MS Lucas Elite owner kart that leads the way at the moment. The KBR 77 Clubman kart in P2 and the Paragon Motorsport 22 in P3 overall. And all three of those in different classes as well. So it's been very exciting stuff. And we are hearing engines being fired up now. So it shouldn't be too long until we start getting on our one, I suppose you could call it a sighting lap, I suppose, under the full course yellow conditions before we get racing again with 17 and a half hours remaining.
Yeah, there looks like a few karts are going round that were either in the pit lane at the time, just to join onto the back of the train. As has just been stated by the race organisers, the pit lane will be open under the full course yellow, so as soon as teams cross the start line, they can peel straight off into the pit lane. Obviously, that will benefit those towards the front of the train rather than the back, because those at the back may well find the queue is too large. But it will be the 100 kart that will bring us round to start this restarted race. That's the Braking Badly entry, who are in the Clubman class, their first time with us at the British 24-hour. So just making sure all of our karts are started. So rather than allowing team members on, our marshals at the circuit have been round and are just starting all of our hire karts. Our owners will also be started. And then we will green flag them on what will be a full course yellow lap to recommence this race here this weekend. So I say we're probably around about 5 minutes away now.
Yeah, not too long from getting going. The low rumble of those Honda 4-strokes beginning to fill the air once again here at Teesside. And of course, the order all a bit mixed up in terms of where they'll be starting and where their actual position is in the race. Again, it's the number 100 that will be leading them across the line to take the green flag. And they are some way down the order, even within the higher karts classes. So, yeah, could all be a bit chaotic, as we will, I'm sure we'll expect, as they now are beginning to get moving. So we will have a slow-paced full-course yellow lap, and the pit lane is open, and the 100 is coming straight in from the front, and a few others I'm sure will be as well. We saw some drivers were in the pits when the red flag was flown, so we were right in the middle of the higher karts pit cycle window. So I'm assuming we are going to get a few come in. I can see the 121 RAF Spitfire squad coming in, another couple of higher karts as well. So they'll all be coming in. A fair few of them might be staying out, as someone's actually spun as well on the start-finish line.
One of the TRX entries, can't pick a number out on the rear end, but what I do know is one of the karts is going to be coming in with a snapped pull cord. So the side effect of restarting the engine after that red flag. What I would say in the live chat, thank you to everybody that's wished the driver well. We're not going to mention names on the live stream or in the live chat, which we appreciate, obviously. Respect the fact that people have been asking questions as to why there's been a red flag, so won't be mentioning any of them comments in that bulk there as to why there's been a red flag. But further down, I appreciate that we've had a lot of people in the live chat saying that they hope the driver is well, wishing them a speedy recovery. We echo that, of course, from TSK-Motorsport Media and everybody here at Teesside Karting and Teesside Motorsport. So we are very, very grateful, and I'm sure the driver will be as well, of all those get well soon messages. The field making their way round then towards hairpin number 4 for the resumption of the 2025 British 24-hour race.
It's just been told it's going to be an extra additional lap under full course yellow. I think there's a bit of a split that's formed while they're going around, so we're just going to give them the opportunity to bunch back up again so we can go racing as safely as possible when the green flag does drop. So one extra full course yellow lap. You can tell there from the black and yellow checkered flag, that is the full course yellow flag, so everyone at reduced speed before they'll all bunch up again. Everybody mixed up in the order depending on where they were when the red flag came out and where they stopped on track in comparison to where they actually are in the race. So lots of things to consider out. Could be a bit interesting, especially as the owner karts have to filter their way through the slower, higher karts. So that is something we definitely need to keep our eye on the first few laps. Couple of other drivers starting to peel into the pit lane. I've seen one come in. Couldn't pick out a number on it, but it was a higher kart in about the middle of the pack as they make their way through. So this should be the lap we resume our racing in just a short moment.
126 is our now de facto leader of the train, because the 3 karts in front all came in the pits. So the 100, the Century Sim entry, and the kart behind. So the 126 with the silver helmet going down the back straight towards South Bank will be the driver that should see the green flag as effectively the first driver to resume this race. So they're making their way around that 126. That'll be Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat, who were a very late entry. Raced at Le Mans as the number 40, but they will race as the number 126 this time. They will be the ones that will resume this race. And the 2025 British 24-hour is green once again.
Here we go then, racing. Already some contact between some of the owner and higher karts as we slide our way through D chicane as we get racing once again, but they're all coming across the line. Some guys haven't actually made it to the green flag yet, but they will have seen the green on the green flags waving, the digi boards going green, so they'll be pushing for maximum pace as well. So it'll be the 126 that de facto leads the pack, as you said, David, and then we're just waiting to see where our actual race leaders are, where our class leaders are, as they come across the line. A few other drivers dipping into the pit lane just behind the timing tower on the left-hand side of your screen. They cut across the D chicane and head through a mobile bollard chicane that's been set up. But it all looks clean as we get going once again. You can see the 42s making its way through the pack. That is the race leader as it stands. The MS Lucas machine in the elite owner class, just scything his way through the pack as they have been for most of this race. Looks like the 77 KBR kart is into the pit lane. So that was second overall, leading in the Clubman owner class. They've come in, should be giving the overall second place back to the leading in the elite owner class. That's or the pro owner class, should I say. That's the Paragon Motorsport 22.
Yeah, KBR into the pits. We've got MSJSR in as well, who were third in the pro class in the 111. So drivers unable to be changed during the red flag situation. So we were kind to them. We allowed them to go to the toilet.
Get a drink of water as well.
Yeah, so we did allow that, as we see the 58 of DWS2 running down round Rib Bend, second in class. And is that Paragon making their way through? No, it's not. That's one of the MS entries in the black and red livery. A few issues for them earlier on. I was up at the far end. We've got, that looks like a BJMD round, the 233. Danny Bean at the wheel of that kart was off on the outside of hairpin 1. We just about caught that as on screen. There is the 22 with Callum Tanner at the wheel. In front, that looks like we've got Curtis Yule in the 119 MSJSR2 entry. That team made up of drivers that regularly compete in the Teesside Sprint Championship here on the fourth Sunday of every month in the Pro Kart class and in Junior Pro Kart as well. So they've got a mix of drivers that have either raced juniors and are racing in the senior ranks here this weekend, as the 476 of TRX Motorsport pick up a warning for curbs, which is almost certainly on the exit of the D chicane.
Yeah, seeing a fair few of those being flown today. It is quite easy to clip the inside curb of the D chicane at the left and just fire yourself straight over and take what I like to refer to as a very liberal take on track limits. So they'll get a warning flag, get told not to do that again by race control. And I'm sure they'll take that one on board. As got a few races starting to form. The 22, the Paragon Motorsport machine, still making its way through the pack. It's got through the 119. That, of course, is a bit of lap traffic. The 119 JSR2 kart, they're down at P14 overall at the moment. I believe that's P7 in class. So a little bit behind, but still got to work your way through. Of course, no blue flags here at Teesside in the British 24. You've got to make your way through the traffic on your own fruition, so it can cause a little bit of chaos as the race unfolds. And we've got a contact warning for the 433 JDR machine. That's in P3 overall, P2 in class.
Harry Hannum in that, I believe.
Yes, they've just gone across the start-finish line now, and they're about 1 minute and 15 away from second place in the Paragon Motorsport kart.
Yeah, just whipping through the camera shot down there at Rib Bend is the 433. It's the second one in that train of three. So we've got Paragon and then the 119 JSR2 kart, and then it looks to be the two JDR karts in fairly close company with each other. Certainly one of them in the middle of that train of three owner karts going down the first part of the back straight after Barbecue Bend.
Ooh, getting a bit busy. That's coming through hairpin 2. Lots of hire karts tripping over one another. A few owner karts trying to make their way around as well as they'll head down into the South Bank. Seeing a few more coming through the wiggles there. Then a bit of a quiet moment. A few karts running in no man's land, so to speak. No one really in front or behind them for a bit. But as you can see there, look at this gaggle of karts all tripping over one another through hairpin 4.
Waved yellow at hairpin 1 as the 999 Met Police machine is facing in the wrong direction.
It looks like they've been able to rejoin without any issues, though. So the Met Police guys, they'll be continuing onwards. Also showed up at the Le Mans 24 race. One of their drivers, Craig Holtzinger, actually flew to that in a microlight, which is pretty impressive, it must be said. So a shame to see them going around, but I'm sure they'll get straight back on track and keep on pushing.
Yeah, we have a little bit of fun with Met Police Motor Club. Not so much this year at Le Mans. Last year at Le Mans, both of their entries, the 999 and the 101, was caught speeding in the pit lane on 2 occasions for each of their 2 cars. Much to my delight on the commentary for that one. I might have lost all my senses for 3 or 4 minutes.
It's not a great look for the police to get caught breaking rules, is it?
No, they did pick another penalty up at the start of the 24 this year for a very successful T-Pack on another kart right at the start that incurred the wrath of the clerk of the course. So, just proving they can do it, just not in the circumstances that we'd like them to do it.
Yeah, absolutely. But still great to have the police with us here this weekend. Of course, other emergency services are available depending on where you are in the country. Bit more racing going on here, coming through the dogleg. Some higher karts almost bump drafting their way through the D chicane there. Just nose to tail already as the number 15 is making its way into the pit lane. That's the MS Urban Blue kart. They have the fastest lap of the race on lap number 12 with 1:12.369. Coming in from P4 in the owner Pro class, and that's P7 overall. So they'll be coming in, presumably for a bit of fuel, potentially a driver change as well. Again, during the red flag, driver changes were not allowed as they're 4 abreast coming down the Bob Pope straight, trying to make their way through and into the wiggles, but they'll all head in single file eventually. Yes, the pack a bit more spread out perhaps than we've seen over the course of the race, but still furious action everywhere you look.
Yeah, they come together, you ebb and you flow. The 778 of Wii Racing is the kart in the middle of that trio of hires. As down the inside goes the 111. Just going to try and pick out who is in that 111 at the moment. So it comes round, but yeah, Wii Racing in the 778. Another team making their 24-hour debut here this weekend at Teesside. A 5-driver entry for that team with Clayton Kelly, Phil Beckett, Martian Axamit, with Harley Preston and Eamon Yates in that car. I was trying to pick out a colour on it at the moment, but they all have the same colour suit, which makes them look cool. Commentator's nightmare.
Yeah, absolutely.
We tell Century Sim off for this all the time. King Brothers Racing, they need a telling off as well. They've all got the same suit. They need to just have the same design. Just have like a yellow stripe on one and a green stripe on the other, so we know who's in your car. We'd like to give you some credit.
Yeah, instead of us staring at you trying to figure out who you are through your helmet design, and some of them can be very similar as well, as we're seeing 3 abreast on the exit of the South Bank.
Lockwell Hill 2 getting hung out to dry on the outside in the 39 machine.
Yeah, a little bit too close for comfort there. Had to get out of the throttle or run onto the grass. Chose the former in that situation, but still on the back of this train. A couple of owner karts making their way through. You can see, I believe that was the 43 MS Soko kart, who did lead this race at the start. Started from pole position, but of course, issues befell them, and they are currently P9 over 3 laps down. They have been making steady progress. As I was saying earlier, that's the 26 coming in. Checks just trying to get the engine fired on the left-hand side. All ready to head back out again. So the 26 will make their way back out onto the circuit. That is, of course, Ultra Sport Squad, a new team for this year in the Clubman higher class. And
fair bit of experience in that, though. Jitesh Prajapati, he did Le Mans a month ago. Vernon McCallum, and we spoke to him yesterday as part of one of our paddock shows. He said that he believes this to be his 25th 24-hour. I think it's his 742nd 24-hour because he's been doing this since the dawn of time.
Yeah, well, I mean, even if it's a new squad, you can still have a wealth of experience in your drivers. I mean, we've got some very, very young drivers out there this weekend. We have some slightly more experienced drivers, I think is the term that they prefer to use.
Tuccia Racing have got the biggest, I think, spread of ages. They've got one driver that's 16 and one driver that's 70, I believe, for the 132 Tuccia Racing. In the owner ranks, 58 DWS have probably got the highest combined age, we believe, of a team. If it wasn't for David Brown, I think they'd be even higher in terms of an age average for that. But Steve Nichols, Mark Tate, David Brewis, all, we'll say, more in the experienced years. I've done Gareth Plackett a disservice as well, saying that David Brown was the only younger driver in the team. But
Yeah, so but they've got some experience in that 58 DWS kart, currently running second in the owner club ranks, and with KBR's pit stop a few moments ago that puts them into P5, DWS are behind them and are on the same number of laps by the look of things as KBR. Yes, they are.
Yeah, so on the same lap, fighting then for the lead in the clubman class. Because on pace, KBR have been running in the top 3 overall in this race, but I think that red flag just caught them out a little bit, threw them out of their pit cycle ever so slightly. So they're back down to P5. There's still a long way to go in this. 17 hours, 13 minutes and 35 seconds left on the clock. So plenty of time to work their way back out and back up the field. As what we're seeing on track at the moment is there's kind of one massive gaggle of karts out there that's maybe like almost a 20-kart train that's forming, and then everyone else is kind of running around on their own a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
and
all
then in
gonna
2
get
laps'
crazy.
time, that train will have split into 4 gaggles of 10, and it's sort of less noticeable, but certainly down the back straight towards South Bank, we've pretty much got a line of karts all the way past the 43 entry that's currently got Jack Dex at the wheel of that, pretty much all the way here to the number 37 Pegasus kart, just making their way through. And so particularly with the many hires that are there, it's difficult sometimes for the owner runners to make their way through. That's James Small in the number 42 race leading kart. You can see there, lining moves up in his head before he even gets to the corner, knows where the higher karts are going to go, sliding his way through and trying to extend that lead at the front, which is currently out to about 1 minute and 10 seconds. So almost, I think, we'll be putting a lap on the 433 MS JDR kart. We'll try and keep an eye out on that because we could have a leader with a 1 lap gap at the front, which will be most advantageous when it comes to the pit stops when they're due. Now, on the timing, it's sort of telling us that these drivers have done sort of longer stints than what we'd expect. That's because they were stationary for a fairly large period of time. So we'll keep an eye out. We've got a yellow flag because we've got a kart off on the outside of the D chicane. They've turned themselves in the correct direction, and the race continues for them. I appreciate that I'm only 45 minutes into my commentary stint, but I believe it's very important to break out the traditional Jaffa cakes and follow it up by the traditional Haribo.
Living life large in the commentary box here.
In the commentary box. From what I heard earlier on, the arrival of bribes in the commentary box has been particularly low this year, of which I'm going to express my grave disappointment at that and ask the Paddock to step their game up a little bit.
Yep, as always, we in the commentary box are available to be completely and totally biased if you so wish. You will have to bribe us. Said bribe will be accepted. You know where we are. Come and knock on the door. Come and throw some snacks our way.
We'll either talk about your team or tomorrow, which is more importantly, if you're near your rival, the commentator's curse very, very real, of course, and we'll talk about your rival and tell them how good they've been. And then shortly after, all of their wheels will fall off.
Yeah, and it will all happen at the same. It will be like a cartoon explosion. It does happen. I've seen it before. Please do come and knock on the door and give us some bribes if you do so fancy. So we can see some of the drivers making their way through Barbecue Bend and heading down the Bob Pope Straight and back down the hill and back onto the flat section, or well, as flat as you can get here at Teesside. Coming into the final sector, into the opening chicane section. Still some owner cars trying to squeeze their way through. That was the 1-2-5. The MS Urban Orange car made it 3 wide heading into hairpin 1 a moment ago. Desperately trying to make up time there. That was a huge, huge lunge. You can see 4 abreast coming down the back straight. I believe that is still the 1-2-5 making bold moves. Awesome stuff from them. Really want to get a shift on. They're currently P3 in class, P4 overall. And currently waiting to complete their lap, but I think they're about 30 seconds behind the Paragon Motorsport number 22 kart. So time to be made up. As you can see, they're all of them trying to fight over not a lot of racetrack as they come into the dog leg. As that was someone almost getting some airtime through the final corner.
Yeah, Sloth racing on the inside in the 32. They do get airtime through the D chicane. So they finally got what they were trying to get through the chicane earlier on. So they were squeezed to the inside by the 62 of Bottas boys. Connor Botting in that kart at the moment, as we've got a kart stationary at the top of the mountain. Engine restarted in one of the higher kart entries. Looks to be the 25 of EDKT Yellow of the English Deaf Karting 24-hour team. So looks like they had an engine stop at the top of the hill. That was restarted by the marshal, and they are back out on track. Looks like we've got Jasper Fitzgerald Wolf in that kart at the moment with the green helmet, and we've got another car on the grass on the inside with an engine problem as well, I think, on the entrance into hairpin 2.
Yeah, we've been seeing a fair few engine problems today. Those Honda GX200s have been running amok and running afoul of some of the drivers. And yeah, another car coming to a stop that you can see can't quite pick out.
There was a fair few of them earlier that didn't have any go-go juice in them.
That is true. To be fair, I think, I'd hope after the red flag in a pit stop cycle, you'd hope that they do have some fuel in them. And they have managed to get going again, that one, whoever that may be. So maybe just coming to a stop for whatever reason, but still going very slowly to the outside of the track. So that, to me, says there is some sort of mechanical problem. Either that or staying well out of the way and letting a big train of karts go by. As you can see, some more drivers making their way through Mountain and Barbecue Bend. Heading through there is the 1-2-2, the RAF Precision Vulcan squad, the highest running RAF squad after the Spitfire team encountered issues earlier on.
That kart that was on the entrance to hairpin 2 is going very slowly down the back straight towards South Bank on one engine. So we'll be visiting the pit lane very shortly. We'll pick a number out as it makes its way around. We've got a spinner at hairpin number 3 as well. So there's the rear end of the kart. We'll pick a number out as TRX go very, very wide and almost introduce themselves to that slow-moving machine. So it looks to be the 18, I think, of Apex Predators. The 4-driver entry of Luke Sills, Sam Clark, Brian Rolt and Chris Ramsey heading towards the pit lane. And indeed it is the 18 as they come past the commentary box in front of us.
Hopefully won't be too long of a stop going to fix that issue quickly, but might need to take the engine out, have a look, maybe stick a new one in. You see some clouds starting to come over here at Seaside once again. The weather being a bit temperamental today. We've had some sudden drops of rain earlier on. We've had sunshine. We've had clouds as the 434 gets a warning flag for curbs. That's the JDR2 entry, currently 11th overall, 4th in the owner clubman class. So again, I'm assuming that'll be for the exit of the D chicane, bouncing over the curbs at the second right-hander there. See a few more karts make their way. Big train of higher karts making their way around the mountain section before Barbecue Bend. 3 wide there, that's the number 2 machine sliding through. The Army Motorsport owner clubman car. Again, not been the greatest race so far, unfortunately, for the Army team. Had a little bit of issues, struggling for pace a little bit, unfortunately, out on the track.
Well, they had a lot of issues earlier on when they had to put a brand new axle in the back end of the 121 machine. So yeah, a few problems for that car, but the team worked incredibly hard to get them back out, and that really is something that sort of is the spirit of this event. We don't see many teams packing up and going home. They do like to get it done. They like to get back out the track. There's the 18 in and onto the mechanics bay. We saw them coming about 5 minutes ago. Ross, I know that you had a break, you had a red flag, but this is a little one. To your left is the gentleman that I've arranged to have a chat with. It's been a long time coming, has been this conversation. You've got you're bigger head than me. You might have to extend that. Although not a bigger head than Ross. He's got a majestic mane of hair on the top there.
It's the ego, David.
It is. It isn't. That's why my head is so small.
Also, I heard the plea for food, so I got one for each of you, straight from Italy as well.
Absolute hero. Straight from. What were you doing in Italy?
I'm half Italian.
Half Italian?
Yeah.
I wouldn't have guessed.
It's where the looks come from.
Of course.
Yeah, and the speed.
Oh, yeah. So on commentary right now, David Sullivan and Pepe DeMarco, the only person with an Italian name that sprung to mind
Who's the commentator in Formula? Is it Formula 2? Davide Valsecchi.
David Valsecchi.
Yeah.
Yes, the first driver, I believe, to win the GP2 champion that didn't get an F1 seat.
Ooh.
Yes, I think there's only been around about 4 or 5 of them. But I believe he was the first driver that in that sort of ladder when they put GP2 in that wasn't able to make the step. There was no seat for him.
Wow.
Yeah. So
Talk about hard done by.
Yeah, but thank you very much for leading me into that pointless bit of knowledge that I have. Talk me through your kart. You're in the I forget whether you're in the 125 or the 15. You're in the 15.
Yes, 15.
I should know. I have notes in front of me that I spend literally days creating.
Yes, it is very comprehensive. Honestly, it's really impressive. Where did you get all of our info on Suzuki? Because I didn't send it.
Who's your team? Your team
Did
boss?
Ocean do it?
Ocean, yeah.
Oh, he's on it.
Yeah.
I didn't know he was that good at it.
Genuinely, this is all. I say it's a labour of love, but it opens up sort of, not doors, but it gives me an opportunity just to introduce myself to teams. And then, like even now, I'm getting messages right now in the middle of racing from teams that just basically like, yeah, can we? This has happened, that's happened, this happened to us years before. So not only are they pinging through on the live chat, but I'm getting them on Facebook Messenger as well. Hyro Motorsport in for a driver change in the 589 machine in our higher kart class. So they'll be heading back out onto circuit. Already seen Ashley Savage in that kart earlier on when I was down in the... See, I don't always get everybody, you see, but I do get all the drivers. I just don't get all the kit.
I think the issue is that this came out in grey.
No, I deliberately do it in grey.
Really?
Yes, because then if I need to get a pen out and write over it, I can write over it.
It's almost like you're incredibly experienced.
It's almost
at this,
like
David.
I've done this since 2019, isn't it? At the British 24 Hour. We've been racing the 24 Hour for a lot longer than that. 35 British 24 Hours, I believe, we've had now, including this one.
Are those the gaps? Because they look a lot closer than they did when I looked at it about, well, half an hour ago.
They are the gaps, yes.
I'm very happy seeing that. I'm a lot happier than I was 10 minutes ago now.
Yes, so you'd be a lap off the lead by the look of things.
Oh, we're about 3 laps off the lead.
I shall have a look.
There's a few big gaps. Oh, no. We're
2 laps. 2 laps
I
off
think
the
my
lead.
team are going to be screaming with joy at this point.
Who's in it?
At the moment, Kieran Harrison has jumped in, so...
Double stack him. He's going well.
Well, actually, so interestingly, Kieran Harrison, he's starting to become a bit of an old man. He's getting some back issues.
Oh.
At the ripe old age of about 25.
I'm incredibly sympathetic because mine twinges on a very regular, almost hourly basis.
Yeah, right. So we got to this point where we were thinking, does his back last? Will he be able to do the double? So we've actually got a 5th driver in.
Oh,
a heroic super sub.
And have you had to call upon them yet?
They're already here. They've been helping with pit stops. We've had one of the fastest pit stops of the event as well. So,
are you keeping him a surprise? Are you going to unveil him like the stick?
Well, I'll leave that up to you. I can write their name down if you want, and then you can choose when to reveal it.
I shall allow you to write their name down with
a black pen as well.
With a black pen,
not a grey.
No, well, yeah, that's a good idea though, isn't it? Writing it, putting the kit in grey.
See, I almost said it out loud as I wrote it. Where's the helmet?
Wasn't he in a different car at the start of this weekend?
Yes. And we see, no,
it's all right. We've just got an engine change going on for one of our higher kart teams down in the pit lane. So we'll just cut to that briefly. So engine off. That's why, because the top plate had snapped, so everything would have still been attached, but that would have been wobbling around and would have been affecting fuel flow as the pulse pump for the engine is on the underside of the engine plate.
That is an amazing mess.
It is. Bottas boys, so made up of effectively BPEC drivers. They broke out the 2023 BPEC lineup of Bottas boys. Connor Botting, Owen Spears, Alan Lowes, and Alex Bomberg in that number
group.
62 kart. Now they were having issues early in the race with fuel flow, The problem was the fuel was flowing through the engine far too quickly, and they were unable to sort of make the fuel last to that sort of 1 hour 30, 1 hour 35 mark. So they were coming in and the engines were running a little bit rich. Potentially that engine, because that one has just been changed there on the number 62 Bottas Boys
I was going to make a little joke of if you press the accelerator more, you'll get more fuel flowing in, but...
Oh, contact through the D chicane, the 433 entry with Harry Hannum at the wheel. Not the first time either that 43 entry has got itself involved in skirmishes that it doesn't necessarily need to this early in the race, of course. We're only some 7 hours in, but certainly that was one of them moves that you make at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, not 7 o'clock at night, making their way through there. But elbows out and all that. You can almost tell the Rotax drivers.
It's so difficult as well to try to find the right kind of spot to go for a move, especially when you catch a higher car in the wrong place and you have that little moment of oh, maybe I can make that work, and maybe I've got to sit behind.
Yeah, obviously around about 8 seconds of that. There's Gracie Mitchell in the 24-hour attempt soloed by Gracie Mitchell. Still going, because I think we're going for 2 records this weekend. Obviously the first one, the furthest distance travelled by an individual, unlikely now to be broken given that red flag with the time of continuing. However, Gracie, the first female driver to have attempted this record, so will likely break the record for the furthest distance travelled by a female. And I do say likely because you can't just turn up and do 1 lap and get a record. You apply to do the records. We've got a car off on the outside of hairpin number 1, rejoining the race and looks to be at race pace. So both engines still going on that one. So back to what I was saying about Gracie's. When you apply to do a world record, they then go, okay, here's a reasonable target. You have to beat the reasonable target. So you can't just turn up, do 1 lap and go, yay, give me my plaque.
Yes.
So you do have to have a minimum target set. So
Do you know what that target is?
Haven't got a Scooby-Doo, but thank you very much for throwing me under the bus.
No worries, no worries. I think Gracie's running from the MS warning, so maybe I can have a little gander around and get some info for you.
Yes, please, if you could. And obviously, if you see Gracie and you're in one of the undercuts, feel free to bump draft down the straight and push her along towards any possible records. So when are you due back in the kart again, you said?
Well, you say back in the kart. I've not been...
You've not been in yet?
Been in the kart since Friday morning, for that matter. So
the nighttime specialist?
Yes, that's kind of... Well, what we've realised is whenever I go to sleep, things go wrong. So I've now been banned from sleeping. We'll see how that works out at 7 in the morning when I have, my morning stint. But I am going to be going out in about 2 hours. So Kieran's out, then comes our super sub, and then I'll be out after that.
So he's not really a super sub if you're using him this early into the race. Kart round on the way through. Looks like that could well be the 65 Kartastrophe crew, and right on cue with their name, they've had one going through the chicanes.
Yeah, their rear end looks really unstable as they got on the brakes into hairpin number 1, so I wonder if there's slightly more of an issue going on with that kart. So we'll probably see when they jump on the brakes and into hairpin 3.
Yeah, there's one in there as well that I think, I'm just looking at, they basically got overtaken, one round the inside, one round the outside, that may well be picking up problems. We've got a big gaggle of karts coming out of hairpin number 4 at the moment, so let's see if anybody arm up and comes through as the 22 Paragon entry makes its way expertly through. Callum Tanner in that kart still. Don't know if they double stinted that 22. He was certainly in the kart earlier on prior to the red flag, and I do believe that they have been in the pit lane fairly... No, they haven't. They've been out actually for a fairly decent amount of time, including that red flag. But with that and the driver being additionally arrested, potentially he might end up double stacking that one, but we'll see.
I'm trying to figure out if they're... I think they are due a pit stop quite soon. They've been out on circuit for 1 hour 52 and half an hour... Actually, probably nearly 50 minutes under that red flag.
Yeah, so I think they might have another 15 minutes or so before they're due in. But actually, in terms of time, all of your top 4 are within a sort of 20-minute, including the 125 MS Urban Orange, who are looking at a 140 stint at the moment, so probably going to have an extra 15 minutes or so before they pit. But the 42, the 433 and the 22 Paragon Motorsport car likely to pit within the same 10-minute window.
And actually, speaking of those top three, we might have a bit of a battle on as well for second place quite shortly. There's only 3.5 seconds separating them, so we'll have to see what the lap times are looking like. At the moment, it looks like the MS JDR team has a slight pace advantage over the 22, but that could come down to anything from where you've caught traffic, whether there was a mistake on that lap,
Well,
and so
of course,
on.
the 22 was scything through what was probably around about 10 karts at hairpin 4. You do have that sometimes, don't you? You just meet the traffic at an advantageous spot. Sometimes you end up getting blocked in behind and having to sort of change lines to open up the run down the back straight a little bit more. But Youssef, pleasure to have you join us in the commentary box. I am going to have... I'm not handing back to Ross. I'm going to hand over to Grace.
You've got more guests.
It's because Ross was rude earlier when I got Jaffa cakes out and stuff and never had one, so I've just been them off for the rest of the stint. There you go. No more. And now he's getting up. Now
he's coming for the Jaffa cakes now.
Now he wants a Jaffa cake. Now he's tucking in. As we commentate now on Black Flag. We commentate on a Black Flag. Jaffa cakes are out the window. That's BJMD in the 233 have picked up a Black Flag. They'll try and pick out where they are on track. Now, not sure whether in here it's for contact or whether that's for an incident in the pit lane. But we'll keep an eye out for when they head back in and who is in that 233 machine. It was Danny Bean earlier on.
Does that mean there's 2 black flags if it appears twice? Have they been a very naughty boy?
I'm not quite sure. It normally means they might have missed it once. I'm just going to have a look to see when they were last in the pit lane. 35 minutes ago. So I do think they've still got Danny Bean in that car with that black flag. So we'll keep an eye out for when they peel in. Driver change in the commentary box as well. Youssef Bin Zahale, exit stage left, replaced by one of our junior pro karters from the Teesside Sprint Series in Grace Matthews. Grace, hello.
Hello.
Welcome to the commentary box. Right on cue for the black flag. We're looking out for the 233 machine making their way round. As you can see, loads going on out the window. There's the 233 coming through the chicane, and indeed it is Danny Bean at the wheel, one of the regulars from the Teesside Owner Drivers Pro Kart class. Grace, down to watch the 24 this year. You were going to drive it, then you weren't going to drive it, and then there were no seats left, from what I'm told. You were going to do the British, but then you weren't doing the British. Tell me the story.
So my mum was like, all right, okay. So I actually, fully enough, got offered a drive from Danny Bean and a few others. But then, yeah, my mum wasn't sure that I'd be ready to do it and I would be fit enough to do it. We were okay. Because we did the test day just before the Teesside Sprint Series. And then, yeah, I got offered Le Mans off the academy. But then we decided that Le Mans was too far, so I could do the British. By now, it was like a week before, like 2 weeks before the race, so I was like, has anyone got a drive? And no one had any spare space left.
You know, it's the first year, in fact, that when I've been doing my sort of scouting round, trying to find information, that some people have gone, yeah, we're doing it, but we need 2 or 3 drivers. Do you know anyone? There must have been one year, I think I placed about 5 or 6 drivers in cars. In comes the 434 of MS JSR2. Looks like Jack Stewart was in that one. I'm just going to cross Josh Adams out. He's had a transfer. He's been transferred out of MS JDR2 and he's moved into MS Urban Blue in the number 15 machine. So they're in for pits. But given that you've been here since Thursday, with nothing to do really, you've just been enjoying the atmosphere building for the British 24-hour race. Has it just made you want to do it even more?
Yeah, because I recognise quite a few of the owner karts from BPEC and things. So I'm like, oh, I know them, and I'm watching them go around, and I'm like, it's weird because normally there's MSJSR2 who do all the BPEC and that, and I'm down there helping them out, and it's like I've got no one to help Spanner, but I'm also not driving, so I don't really know what to do with myself.
No, we're talking in the commentary box. I'm surprised Toby hasn't put the commentary box camera on yet. Why? Can we have...
Oh, no.
There's a commentary box camera. Normally you just cut to it mid conversation. Sometimes it goes picture in picture and it's quite small. Sometimes we just get it entirely up on the screen. Quad down there as we've got the tyre wall being rearranged at the bottom of the pit exit. So it looks like someone's gone wide onto the grass and spun across into the gravel into the tyre wall. That's then shot gravel all across the pit exit. So drivers being told to slow down. So if you're due to pit now and you're on the radio, please do tell your drivers to slow down a little bit on the run there. We've got a black flag for the 433. MSJDR 433, class leading, second place. MSJDR receive a black flag and they will relinquish the class lead to the 22 of Paragon Motorsport. Five wide down the back straight as we do go picture in picture into the commentary box live here from Teesside Motorsports. You might remember Ross McIntyre. We did have him on commentary, although we have binned him off for his dislike of Jaffa Cakes. He will be back in around about 5 minutes' time when I finish chatting with Grace Matthews in the com box. But we have the MSJDR 433 due into pit lane for a black flag infringement. The driver has just seen the flag and acknowledged it with a slight arm up off the wheel to go, "What, me?" Yes, absolutely. And probably no surprise given that you have been collecting warnings for fun in the last half an hour or so. Gracie Mitchell there on the screen at the moment. Grace in the number 11 coming through the field all the way around the outside and just slotting into between the carts at the D chicane and continuing her quest. So, have you picked out a team that you're supporting this weekend as the work continues down on the pit exit?
I know a person who's watching which would like me to support 119.
Oh. And the person watching is?
Mr. Ollie Clegg.
Mr. Ollie Clegg. And how do we know Ollie Clegg?
From Teesside, actually.
Yeah, we do. Good friend of yours, I believe.
Really good friend of mine, yeah. But no, I think there's so many I want to support. I think really, though, I'm rooting for Gracie because she's doing it on her own, and obviously she's got a very hard task ahead of her.
Yeah, we spoke to Mark around about 3 hours in when at the time she was in front of the Delta by around about 15 laps. But yeah, going really, really well, Gracie. Obviously the red flag not making it easy for her, but she'll carry on and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, I was speaking to her dad earlier in the pits and they were on about like different strategies and that they were going through. So I think she might be able to make the time up because they did leave about 10 or 15 laps for her to make up. So we might be okay if she puts her foot down a bit.
Good stuff. There is the 119 cart that you were speaking about a few moments ago coming down the hill, I think behind this one. Yeah, so if we can just hold for the 119. It's the same livery as Gracie's cart that's coming up and over the hill. Looks like we've got William Howard in that one at the moment, Grace, by the look of things. There we are. White helmet MS suit. Yeah. That is William Howard, one of our junior pro kart drivers here at Teesside. Now that team made up of, of some junior drivers, some senior drivers, but obviously they've all had to apply for a dispensation to race because they're effectively under 16. Now they are well known to the championship, and as we can tell from pace, they've been very, very good. They did have an issue earlier on, I believe, though, with an engine change.
Yeah, I think their engine sort of decided to blow up, so that wasn't great for them, but luckily, hopefully they'll make some time up.
Yeah, some very, very quick drivers in that 119. Can you tell me a bit about them, Grace, in that 119? Who have we got?
So we've got Liam Edmonds, we've got Curtis Yule, William Howard, Reese Cranston and Rossi Costello.
So Reese started the race, I believe, in that kart.
Yeah.
We've seen Curtis Yule's been out in it. We've seen William Howard.
We've seen Rossi out as well.
And Rossi's been out, so it looks like we'll have Liam Edmonds next in then for stint number 5. Looks like Newmarket Hornets in the number 12 head into pit lane for a pit stop. We should be seeing the leaders due, and I do believe the 42 may well be in the pits shortly. If not right now, we'll keep an eye out. No, we've still got, but obviously the MSJDR car is in for their black flag, and they'll be due to pit at some point in the next 10 or 15 minutes. They're back out on track now. The 433 MSJDR car is making his way around hairpin number 2.
I wonder what they've been brought in for.
I'm going to go with contact, but again, only surmising. Normally, if they've been in the pits recently, it's because they've been too quickly through the pit lane. Curb warnings are generally, unless it's the team doing it every single lap, so it's usually contact for the black flags. Certainly was earlier on, as we've got cars stopping on pit exits and rejoining. That looks like it's the 200 of Boneheads who have been in the pits and had a driver change. So we see the field running down towards the right-hander at Rib Bend. Grace, thank you very much for joining. I'm going to get Ross back in. He's had sufficient break.
I've escaped my Jaffa Cake prison.
Excellent, thank you very much. I hope you savoured every mouthful of it.
I did indeed, yeah. Thank you very much to everyone who's just come in.
I was going to say you haven't bought them back, but that's because I'd kept them. They're on the right-hand side of me down here. So I'm going to let you do some talking, and I'm going to tuck into this one.
Absolutely
Still on camera.
Still on camera, so live on the air, you get to see David Sullivan eat a Jaffa Cake. Oh, he's gone now, that's a shame.
Probably for the best.
But yeah, no, one of the things I was just keeping an eye on, I was just keeping an eye on the timing screens, and that, well, actually, they've just come into the pit lane, but the 43 MS Soco kart that was leading the race early on pace, very much still catching.
Race leader's in.
And the race leader's in as well, so the MS Lucas kart is in as well. So both of our owner elite karts have come in, the 42 Lucas kart, the 43 Soco kart. While they were still going out there, the Soco car, even though it's 9th and 2 laps down as a result of those mechanical issues earlier on, is quicker on pace, roughly 5/10 at a minimum a lap. And with 16 hours and 42 minutes to go, if they keep this up across the night, they could very, very well be in with a shout of being back up at the front by the end of the race. So make sure you keep an eye on those ones, of course. The race between the ARM and the RAF 122, the Vulcan squad, that's one that we're keeping an eye on as well. The Army team 10 laps down, but we've seen the RAF running into a bit of trouble earlier on with the 121, had to replace the rear axle. That took them a long old time. And of course, we know how fierce the rivalry is between all of the services teams. I messaged my friend who races for the Navy kart team. They're not here with us this weekend, but I messaged him asking, where are you? And this is how the Army's doing. And he didn't tell me where he was. He just had some very choice words for the Army team, the kind of words that you wouldn't say on television until after 9 p.m. So tells you how deep that rivalry runs there. But yeah, very interesting keeping an eye on those times. So do keep your eye on that 43 Soco squad. There's the 42. Change of tyres for the race leader. So a fresh set of Dunlops going on. And they'll be heading back out, hopefully not too long. Looks to just be tyres, fuel. And they'll head back out, get those done as quickly as they can.
I'm trying to spot who we've got on there. Who's on tyres there? Barry Shields on left tyre, Connor Lucas there on one side. Carl North on the chief mechanic of the 42 there with the back of his MS hoodie. Mick McDonald, Jake Rucker, one of the drivers there in the black with the white arms. So engines fired. Richie Hall on the left on the black hoodie as well. Kart going. Are we going to double stack James Small? No, I don't think we are. George Ludwell getting back in the seat of the 42. And I'm going to have a look on that when it comes around. It looks like that rear bumper looks a little bit stoved in, so don't know whether they've had a hire car introduced to the back of that. They don't normally get it with the owners because the owners have sort of slightly compressible front noses, but we'll keep an eye out on that, certainly when it comes past the commentary box. Just going to dip into the live chat shortly. In fact, no, I'm not. I'm going to dip into a message I've received on WhatsApp. And when I say message, I mean absolute abuse from Anthony Pogson, who has screenshotted the video of me on screen and asked when it's due.
Well,
at which point I would like to tell him to go and take his head and put it down a toilet. It's a good job I like the bloke, although slightly less now.
Yeah, don't want to get on the bad books. I mean, we do take bribes, but also if you annoy us in the commentary box, we won't be nice
Oh, I'll
to
definitely
you.
call you out, but cheers for that. I did tell him I dropped a few kilos, and he just put wallet, question mark.
Yeah, less said about that one, the better. Just want to quickly touch back on the Force. You said it had a slight kind of dent on the rear bumper. There was contact with the 22 earlier on. I wonder if that was the outcome of that, because it was a pretty big whack. I didn't notice anything at the time, but I do wonder if that came from that incident. It was a couple of hours ago heading into hairpin 2. And we thought as well for a little while, myself and you, we thought it may have dropped the front bumper on the 22, but they were able to keep going. Didn't have to come back in and get that lifted back up. The 22 does now lead the race. The 42, after that change of rubber, drops down to P4 overall, so it is an all pro-class podium overall at the moment. The Paragon Motorsport 22 and P1. The MS Urban Orange 125 in second. The 433 JDR squad in P3.
The 62 is back in once again. Looks like that is off schedule because they were in the pit lane around about half an hour ago. So looks like we've had another pit stop for the 62 of Bottas boys, who in terms of driver lineup are incredibly strong, but looks like they're a bit shy on luck at the moment. Knock at the commentary box door. Put it down and put your shoulder through it.
Well, they're trying to come through anyway, but we'll go back to the action. Looks like the track limits by Storm Group, the French squad in the number 20, they've come into the pit lane. So they've dropped down to third in the higher class, in the higher elites. That's enabled the 113 Core Blimey Racing up into second place. Race for Ruben, who won here last year, of course, in the higher class. They still lead there as well.
More people in the commentary box. I'm going to let you talk to these people, Ross.
Okay.
Now, I recognise the name on the waistband there as somebody who asked about 20 seconds into the race, how do I get to chat on the live stream? So I'm going to hand the headset over to the man desperate to chat. I don't know what he wants to talk about. Now he's trying to delegate other people to chat. So he was keen early on. Giving it big licks after 20 minutes of the race.
Gets up on stage. He's about to step out into the spotlight.
He's bought them all in, and now he's bit his tongue, hasn't he? Kart round at hairpin number 1, facing the wrong way. Local yellow, and then we re-emerge back out onto circuit there. So just going to have a quick look. So have you just come to spectate, gents, or does actually one of you want to talk to us? They do want to talk. They do want to talk. Right, let's have a quick look.
Well, while you figure that out, we've got another car into the pits. It looks like it'll be an engine change on the left-hand side. The Honda GX200 unit going into that one. Figure out what car that is in a short moment, but yeah, very quickly trying to undo all the bolts and bits to get that out and stick a new motor in the left-hand side. That is the Bottas Boys 62, who we did see come into the pits, and we did say, David, that looked unscheduled. That'll be why, an issue with the left-hand side engine. So there'll be a new Honda motor going into that one. Getting that changed as quick as they can before they head back out onto the racing surface. Of course, every second you're sat there in the pit lane, even if you're trying to fix a desperate mechanical issue, is time you are losing out on track. It's time you are losing to your competitors going at full race speed.
Right, which one of you fellas is talking then? There we go. So he wanted to talk to us, didn't want to talk to us, and now he's been told that he's got to. Bring yourself in, Richard. Come on. There we go. Multinational team for the 666, and you're about to tell us all about it.
Absolutely. Welcome into the commentary box from the Spirit of Formula Karting 666 squad, Richard Levitt. Richard, great to have you here from us. Yeah, as we said, multinational team going on here. You got guys from Spain, India driving with you as well, a couple of Brits, of course.
Yep.
What's brought you all together here at Teesside?
Well, some of us raced together. I was living in Spain and racing with a couple of the Spanish guys. They love all the endurances, and they asked to find one in England, and it had to be the biggest British 24, I suppose.
Well, not just the biggest, the British 24, but yeah, great to have you guys with us. Talk us through your race so far. How's things going for the squad?
We're doing all right for the first time. I think we're about 4th in our class at the moment, so we're going to push for a podium, hopefully. We've been pretty clean. We've had a couple of offs, but we've still got 16 hours hopefully we'll go a few more places.
Yeah, fingers crossed. Actually, look at the time it's going. I think you've just dropped down to P5 in class with all the pit cycles going on at the moment. So still, that's running in the top 5. Not bad to go, and especially with 16 hours and half an hour.
And only one of us has been here before.
Exactly. So you guys are doing very, very well. Obviously, all very experienced
Well, it does
karters,
help
but
that 2 of the team in Spain, they have got a Granada karting club. So they've got plenty of experience in Spain.
Yeah, that's true, but of course you still need experience at the track as well. So you guys learning as you go along, but doing a very good job of it. It must be said, there's a bit of contact between 2 of our higher karts there. That's down in hairpin number 1, but managed to continue onwards cleanly. So what's the objective for you guys then coming into this one? Is it just finish, or do you want to finish well?
Well, the guy that done it last time, they come in at P60 last year. So this year we're just aiming for a top 20. Top 20.
Yeah, top 20. P48 at the moment, so you're doing better than last year. And again, still a long way to go. What's the plan for the night stints? Are you in a night stint?
I don't like the nights.
Oh,
my eyes do not like nighttime racing.
Yeah,
I love it.
There's light, so it's basically
I just can't. I can't do it. My eyes don't let me do it.
So you're avoiding the lights, and who've you shelved your duties onto then?
The famous David Harvey, I suppose. He's going to get the most of it.
So yeah, So yeah, what kind of splits are you guys doing then in terms of time on track? Is it kind of 1 stint per drive? Are you doing double stints?
We're waiting for the night time for the double stints.
Okay.
And then maybe in the morning.
So kind of just chopping and changing every pit stop.
Yep.
You know, just giving everyone a go, and then see how you run over the night.
We're trying to run a full tank to a stop.
Okay.
If possible.
Yeah. So how far are you getting? Are you achieving that there or thereabouts?
Yeah. We're doing that. We've had a couple of easy ones under the safety car. Always help, gain a few. And then we're just going to push to the finish now, hopefully. We're all good and keep clean, no penalties. And go from there.
I mean, that would be the ideal plan. You're only a lap down from P3 in class as well, so potentially a podium on the cards here if you continue to show some good pace and things go your way.
Well, 16 hours, a lot can happen there.
That's very true. But
and we are pretty strong.
Yeah. Is that like you're keeping your hopes up, or you just kind of...
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I'm not really necessarily worried about the podium so much. I'd rather find an overall P20 or above. But a podium would be good, I suppose, for a first time.
Yeah, absolutely. And quickly, talk us around a lap here at Teesside. You know, what's it like actually being out there in the car?
Oh, it's crazy. Rib bend is absolutely the hardest corner I think I've ever tried to get right every lap. It's impossible. You get air time every time you enter it. Then you get the S-bend up the hill is brilliant, really good. The track is brilliant. It really is good. I don't even know. I've only just come off, so I'm a bit
tired.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you've
we
done
actually
well.
have our driver on the track at the moment from New Zealand.
Oh, that'll be
Martin.
Yeah, Martin Pearson, who's out there at the moment. Not sure where he's.
I don't even know what times he's doing
on the track at the moment. I can have a look
we'll
for
get
you
him in live
on the timing. Where are you? 6:66. Last lap was a 1:23.4 by the looks of things. So you're running there or thereabouts. I think you're not. Yeah, you're just coming to the end of a lap now, actually. So I can give you a live update as Martin comes across the line shortly. 4:33 comes into the pit lane in the meanwhile. And as we wait for you to cross the line, should be a few more seconds. I think he's just rounding the final few chicanes. Wait to see him slide by our commentary box. Let's see if he goes any quicker on this occasion. I think he might be in the middle of a battle potentially as well. Still waiting for him. He's maybe a bit further around the track than I thought he was, but he's just coming across now. There he goes. And that was a 1:23.1. So yeah, kind of
getting better.
Yeah, so getting there, getting quicker.
I do like the pro karts and the higher karts on the track at the same time. That is in Spain. That is a no-go.
Yeah,
that is brilliant.
I mean, what's that like from the higher kart perspective? We're all used to hearing it from the guys in the owner karts who are obviously much quicker and want to get through. What's it like having those quicker karts trying to get through you?
You need to have eyes everywhere, absolutely, because they do not. I thought they would be a bit lenient with the rentals being open-wheeled, but they don't. Absolutely crazy, absolutely crazy.
Yeah, just adds another dynamic to the race, another thing you got to think about.
We did the D-Max 24 at MK, and we was in the D-Max, so we've got the knowledge of going past all the slower karts, and now we've had to experience everyone doing it to us. And
is it not a touch depressing watching them just
it's
go by and shoot off?
Demoralising, it so is. But it's fun at the end of the day, and we love it.
No, why else would you be here? I mean, you guys still running well as well. Again, as I said, P5, not far off opponents. It stands at still 16.5 hours to go. Long way left in this one. So heading into the night, just keep running your race and see what happens, I suppose.
Just keep going. Just keep out of everyone's way. Stay clean. Try and work with people, not fight people.
That's brilliant stuff. Well, David,
thank you very much.
No, thank you very much. Does anyone else from the squad fancy stepping in while we're here? Yeah, go on and thank you very much, David Harvey. And now we're joined by Javi Ceballos. Javi, how are you doing?
Yeah, really good.
Well, great to have you along with us. How's the day been for you so far?
It's been really good. We've been doing like great lap times also. The track was really good also. The drivers, everything really good, yeah.
That's great to hear. And what's your plan going into the nights? Are you doing a lot of the night stints or are you getting some sleep in instead?
I don't actually know because I have to talk with the team, but I'm looking forward to the night because this is my first 24 hours race and I've never raced during the night, so I'm really looking forward to it.
Well, so first 24 hours, how have you found it then so far? Are you tired yet or are you still good?
No, I can do like 3 more stints if I want it.
Wow, brave. Well, we'll see how you go into the night, but best of luck is all I say. I mean, I've also never done a 24-hour race, so I can't tell you from experience what it's like. But yeah, that's fantastic to hear. And you're enjoying the whole event so far at the British 24?
Yes. All the people are really nice and everything. All the facilities and everything is really good. I'm having like so much fun with this event. So to be my 24 hours is going to be like so memorable for me. So yeah, really good.
That's fantastic. And I've been told, I believe you do a lot of endurance racing back in Spain,
yes.
If that's right. You know, even if you haven't done a 24-hour, what's the difference kind of with the Spanish competition compared to the British?
The main difference, for example, if we don't have like the 2 engines in the car, we only race with 1 engine, well, like the typical cars. And also the format is a bit different. For example, in Spanish, the same guys that do the qualifying is also starting the race, so we can't change that driver. Yeah, also some like little difference, but yeah, in the general concept is more or less the same.
That's fantastic. Here, Javi, thank you very much for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the race. There's anybody else from the squad fancy stepping in, or it's all shakes of the head? So do you want to say hello to your mum quickly?
Yeah. Hola a mi madre y a mi hermano, que lo estarán viendo in Spanish.
Javi, thank you so very much for joining us. Best of luck for the rest of the race. I think that's all the 666 squad have for us, unless anyone else wants to dive in. So, guys, thank you very much for joining us in the commentary box. Best of luck over the rest of the race for the Spirit of Formula Karting, bringing some international names here to the British 24 at Teesside. So we'll get David back on the microphone very, very shortly. 16 hours 26 left to go on the clock. It is the Paragon Motorsports who leads, but the 22 has come into the pit lane. They are still on their regular scheduled cycle. Yes, according to the live timing, if you're looking at it, they have been out for 2 hours and 20 minutes into this stint. Granted, there was a red flag delay, but from my own maths, I believe they are on cycle. That being said, though, that should be giving the lead to the MS Urban Orange squad, the 125.
I believe so, and that'll be could be our 5th or 6th race leader so far. Paragon with Urban Orange about to inherit the lead, the 42, the 43, KBR as well have led part of this race. So we've had a fair few, and it's been a very up and down race for some. Technical defect for the 113, Core Blimey Racing, who are 2nd place in the higher ranks and 2nd place in Elite as well, have got a technical defect. Now, it's one of our higher teams. We'll keep an eye out on roughly whereabouts they are on circuit. I think mid part of the lap for Core Blimey Racing. White Nassau panel on the big foot for CBR. There is CBR trying to pick out what that technical defect is for that kart.
Can't quite see anything visually out the commentary box window. We'll have to have a look when they come around the start-finish line. Of course, they'll acknowledge the flag. They'll make their way to the pit lane on the next lap. Will face the wrath of the black flag if you don't obey the meatball.
If it's something that you can't see immediately, have a look at the rear. If they could have had an exhaust come off. So it doesn't look to be anything front end, Nassau panel, nothing big bulky at the back, so the big plastic cover. But trying to keep an eye out for that 113 machine. There's the 113. They're coming in and left side exhaust missing on the 113. So they'll pit. They will be able to take fuel, but they have only been out on track for 16 minutes. So an unscheduled stop for the second place hire kart team, the 113 of Core Blimey Racing.
Yeah, real shame for them. An unscheduled stop and an unscheduled fix, but one of their drivers, Matthew Davis, he is a mechanical design engineer at Cadillac Formula One team, so you'd like to think he's got the know-how to sort these things out. Probably just a quick engine change on the left-hand side.
They'll probably not even change the full engine.
Yeah,
They'll probably just
stick a new exhaust on.
Whip the bolts off and drop the exhaust on to that one. But as I say, unscheduled, and after only 16 minutes, probably not even worth heading to the fuel bay for that one. Ollie Davis in the wheel, at the wheel. Core Blimey Racing, who had been on pole position in this class for the last 3 years until today, when that streak in hires was broken by the 38 of Lockwell Hill. Waved yellow flag Century Sim Racing round on the outside of hairpin number 3. It was Sam Barrett who took the hire kart pole today with Lockwell Hill, as we've got a cloud of very, very dry Teesside dust being thrown up on the outside of Rib Bend.
Yeah, rain, what's that? Never heard of it. Only a few sprinkles earlier on. The sun is very well shining, even if it is beginning to set here at Teesside. And probably won't be too long until we're starting to think about getting the floodlights on as we head into the night and get ready for some action under the lights here at Teesside. So just to recap, as we are now 20 minutes left until it's 16 hours left to go. Leading the way overall, it is, for the first time, the 125 Urban Orange machine with the 22 of Paragon Motorsport in P2, both of them in the Pro class, and then the Lucas 42 in P3 overall. They're in the Elite class. Third place in the Pro class is the Urban Blue number 15. Second place in the Elites, and second, unfortunately, the final runners in the Elites is the Soco 43, but making very, very strong progress after those issues. They're only 2 laps down, though they were 6 when they rejoined the race earlier on. In the Clubman class, it's the 77 KBR machine, P4 overall. They still lead the way in that. The DWS2 number 58 is second. And then P3 is the Scar 67. They are P10 overall, so a fair few number of karts in between second and third there. Down in the higher kart classes, in the elite category, it is Race for Ruben, the number 95, the reigning winners here in this category. They lead the way by almost a lap from track limits by Storm Group, the French squad. ABC Racing, who have just come into the pit lane. They were dueling with third place with Core Blimey, so both second and third and fourth, should I say, into the pits in the elite groups. Whoever gets out first in that situation is going to be taking the lead, or taking P3, should I say, in the elite class. Then moving onwards, it is Lockwell Hill number 1, the number 38 machine. They are leading the way in the Pro class. It is Apex Twin Selected Works, the number 3 in P2, and TRX, the 476 in P3. As we got there, a car off the road, that's coming down into hairpin number 1.
37, that's Pegasus round, and at the moment just having to wait for a gap in the traffic. No overtaking, though, as we've got that wave yellow flag. All drivers abiding by it until they're past the incident, which is great to see. And Pegasus are back on track.
Absolutely. Just quickly finish off the rest of the top 3s for you in the other 2 classes we have left. That is owner Clubman, or hire Clubman, should I say, and owner or hire rookie. Get there in the end. It is Bargain Racing leading the way in Clubman. Newmarket Hornets in second, and Eat Sleep Race repeat in P3 in the rookie class. Speed in Squilberg, the 45 leads. EDK 24T Yellow in second. And then in P3, Have a Go Racing, the 690. That's a quick rundown of the top 3s in each of the classes in this one. And we'll get back to the action.
Sorry, there a very natural reaction to Will Stevenson in the 77 KBR kart, throwing it into a gap that was a Pro kart and a millimetre wide into the D chicane past one of the hires. They are pretty much racing this like it's a sprint. But doing very, very well so far on that 77 KBR entry. Just going to dip into the live chat a little bit. Just Sarah saying, wishing speedy recovery to the driver earlier. Amazing response from the medical team. I will echo that. It was a superb response, and we'll also echo our well wishes as well. MG Motorsport was referring earlier on when we were talking about a driver that was 70-year-old and believes that he's still got a hope of racing again. So feel free, get a team together, come and do the British 24. It's very, very good. Marcus Gilby saying James Small leading in the 42. Well, he was at the time you sent that message in. George Ludwell now in that kart as well. Paul White messaging at the time saying that he could see us. Well, not surprised. The commentary box has got massive windows, and we'd expect nothing less. Jacob Underhill saying who to support. Well, I can almost certainly guarantee that he'll be following one of the 2 JDR entries, maybe even the 43 as well, because if I am correct, and I usually am, unless I'm speaking to my wife, I believe Jacob races with JDR, and I think he took part in Kart Masters a few weekends ago as well. Did Jacob Underhill last weekend, in fact, at PF. So yeah, I believe that Jacob races with JDR. Ollie Clegg, who says that he is definitely Grace's mechanic. I think there's more to it than that. And Monica just saying good luck to Century Sim. We'll be back into the live chat as we go, so feel free to get in touch with us in the commentary box. Let us know who you're supporting as the 855, the English Deaf Karting 24 blue entry, peels off into the pit lane. Looks like they've got an engine problem.
Yeah, shame for them. Saw them going a bit slowly coming out of the second hairpin. Ham went straight up coming out of hairpin 4. They knew there was an issue there, so they'll be heading back in. And hopefully that can be a quick change and they can get back out there as quickly as possible. We're getting to that phase of the race now. Maybe a little bit of fatigue starting to set in. We've seen some new tyres be bolted on already. Some haven't, so tyres will definitely be a factor going forward from here as well. I'll expect coming up to the next round of pit stops, if people haven't made them already, we'll be seeing tyres going on then. So this is right around the time where it's all about just running your own race. Even if you're with someone else, it's just about keeping those lap times consistent, hitting your mark. So when you do go into the night, the track temp starts to drop. There's a spin down at hairpin number 1. That looks to be the 401, I believe that is. That's gone round there. Yeah, it's all about just making sure that you're going through and making sure that everything is okay.
404 round on the outside of hairpin number 1. That's mild runnings. Currently not runnings at all because they are facing in the wrong direction. They're just waiting for a gap in the traffic. They are, but turning very slowly. Now, they could be on one engine, or it's the fact that the carts are very, very heavy. I think they're down an engine in that 404 mild runnings entry, and as they go down the back straight, now looks to be up to pace now, but they're so heavy that they're very hard to turn. The slower they go, the harder to turn. Oh, that was a little bit tight. The 10 entry of Le Petit Bouchons 3. The number 10 Belgian entry was on the outside and getting squeezed with a few other hires as well. So they all managed to survive, which is the most important thing.
Yeah, it's all well and good being very risky. Look at this coming into the wiggle section. How many carts can you count as they make their way through there? Some of them side by side as well through the hairpin section. See the 433 muscling his way through. That's the JDR.
Oh, we've got a cart on the grass. They tried to squeeze the A66 cart off and didn't realise that the A66 had backed out and almost turned themselves across the bows of the A66 entry. I'm going to pick out who that cart is when they came round, but yeah, they tried to do a little bit of a side pod job and didn't realise the cart in front of them had actually, or the cart that was there, and actually was allowing them to take track position. So it was the A66 cart at the front. It's the 261, the JJH cart, that was trying to get a little bit feisty and nearly took themselves out for a moment there.
Yeah, bit on idea. It was all cart off at Rib Bend, right in front of your picture into the gravel.
Oh, he's done well there to get them out by themselves.
Yeah, good effort to keep the engines going as well. Couldn't quite tell who that was, unfortunately, as they came in backwards. It'll be them, whoever it is, going slowly on the outside.
Yeah, let's see if we can get back. Yeah, let's see if we can pick out. Well, we're not going to pick out who it was, because by the time they get round here, they'll be back up to full racing pace again. So, whoever it was, you've got away with one.
Yeah, lucky. We see everything almost in the commentary box. But
Oh, the leaders of the club class around the 77. I said earlier on, we've got 2 hires off as well. It's the A66 car again. And is that JJH as well? Have they continued their squabbles for an entire lap? I believe they have.
Well, let's keep an eye on it. This could get a bit elbows out very, very quickly.
Well, I said earlier on about that 77, about Will Stevenson driving the wheels off that car and maybe taking too many risks too early into the race. Didn't see the incident, but normally no smoke without fire.
Yeah, we'll push onwards regardless for the time being.
No requirement to come in the pits, so it looks like there was no damage and just a trip around for that 77. But in terms of that, lost them about 7 or 8 seconds to the 58 DWS car. They hold the lead still, though, to the 77 KBR entry.
Again, leaders overall earlier on as well in the Clubman class. A phenomenal achievement. Still running P4 overall as well. Showing great pace. Last lap of 1:14.847. That is quicker than the current race leaders, the Urban Orange 1:25. So showing they've got what it takes as the race starts to enter its middle phase. With not long to go until 16 hours left on the clock. Looks like whatever drama was happening a few moments ago with some of the high cuts, looks like that's all calmed down now. Not seeing anyone else spinning around in front of our commentary box, but I'll keep quiet just in case. Someone's engine looks like it's stopped, heading into hairpin 2. There's a car being brought to a halt. Marshall going over to check, and the driver frustrated, waving about frantically, trying to figure out what's going here. Is they're still going in there at full racing speed.
Black flag for the 34. If that's hires, that's Cartwheelers. Number 34 entry with a black flag. And on the, I'm trying to pick out whose cart that is. It's got on the.
Yeah, it is Cartwheelers, yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out who that is on the outside for. It could be the Tockwith entry, potentially. Just picking out the Nassau panel colours of that one on hairpin 2. Now, if we can, he's going to go on one engine back to the pit. So if we can find out who it is from the South Bank camera, coming back at the slow cart, but it could well be the 178 Tockwith Motorsport entry. We're going to get a little bit of glare. It is the one. I am good at this.
You'd like to think so.
I couldn't even see it. I could see the side corner of it, and I'd just gone off the colours. But it is the 178 Tockwith Motorsport higher entry making its way round on what appears to be both engines now. In fact, I think it could well be back up to pace. Might still require a trip into the pit lane, as looks like that's the 434 getting stuck behind it. Was it 433? As the Tockwith cart does indeed peel off into the pit lane to have that problem looked at. As we mentioned just before that, the 34 Cartwheelers, black flagged and invited in for a conversation.
Yep, to be a fly on the wall in the office of the clerk of the course. Hey, it'd be interesting to understand what that would be for, but they'll be coming in, have a quick word, and then maybe sit there for a little bit, and then they'll head back out onto the racing surface to continue.
You didn't tell me you had a nickname.
Did I?
You didn't tell me, that's the problem.
Do I have a nickname? I didn't know I had a nickname.
Big Mac, apparently.
Oh.
According to Zach Sweeney.
Oh, yeah. Right, Sweens. Yeah, well, I'm the one reason that he's the reason that I'm here, because he was too lazy to drive over and decided to go to Snetterton instead. Don't know why you do that instead of coming to the British 24. But I hope you're enjoying yourself, Zach, or whatever, and I hope you're enjoying the show alongside everybody else who's tuning in wherever you may be watching around the world. Got another driver who's just stuck the hand up there coming into the pits, I believe, unless I'm seeing things, which is also possible. I think I just saw a brief flash of it on the picture. And look, were he 3 wide coming through Rib Bend there, I saw for a second. That's very brave if they were.
Lotwell Hill, one of them entries there in the black and yellow Nassau panel. Looks like Sam Barrett back in that, the pole man back in, as we've got some more hires going side by side. Oh, he's not happy. Le Petit Bouchons not happy with the car in front of them. Let's have a go and figure out who it is. The 577 that he's not particularly thrilled with, and helps him out of the way at hairpin number 1. We'll move on from that.
Yeah, got through it in the end. It's all fine. Everyone take a breather. as I said earlier, maybe a bit of fatigue starting to get in. You can see some of the drivers just getting a bit frustrated out there.
Yeah, it's starting to get to that point in the race, particularly as well for those drivers down in the pit lane that are about to go out, that they will need to ensure that they have a clear visor on, because in around about an hour's time, the sun will go down. And it's quite important that you can see where you're going. So you're not going to want to have a tinted visor on for two reasons. A, you won't be able to see where you're going. And B, we won't let you not see where you're going. And you will be invited into the pit lane to change your helmet and or driver. So we will make sure that that everyone is nice and safe. So just going to see if we can pick up a kart going down the back straight with a green Nassau panel. I think that's a 690 of Have a Go Racing. Red suit, black helmet. I'm just going to do some directing at the same time. We've got a waved yellow because we've got a kart stationary on the outside of 4, and Boneheads are through the wall at the chicane in the 200. Now, I had a message from them earlier on saying, important news, we made it further than last year, which is good, apart from now, because I've taken the opportunity to bring that message up. So Boneheads have gone either straight through the wall, or they've got a problem. Driver is out and trying to fix whatever it is, but we may well, particularly because we can't hook the owners up in the same way we can to the hires, up onto the back, we may well have a full course yellow to retrieve that kart. Driver's still assessing the situation.
Oh dear. Kicking the air. Really angry now.
Yeah, he's fist punching, he's shadow boxing.
Well, frustrations and tempers boiling over there. That's a real shame.
Max Verstappen did that kicky thing a few years ago, didn't he?
Did.
And he made he got memed he got memed for a few weeks for it, didn't he?
Yeah, that could well be a full course yellow. Still waiting to see. It's still only local yellows at the moment, but yeah, the driver clearly and very visibly frustrated, beside himself almost. We're just waiting to see if they're going to move the card out the way. We are going to slow the race down. Not seeing anything just yet, but yeah, that looks like that could be, for the time being anyway, pretty terminal to me.
I think it's Andrew Brooks in that cart at the moment, just discussing with the marshal. Now, we have sent the recovery cart out, but I don't know if they're going to. They can't hook that up. It's got a very different fixing on the front to the higher carts that have got a gap right behind their full wraparound. So they've just gone out. I think they're going to try and see if they can fix it on track. Now, if that's Nigel Moore, he can fix stuff with the best of them, and I think he might push it home actually, rather than send the quad out. Nigel Moore, I'd have beside me all the time. He could fix anything, and Tom's got a fantastic story about that. So they're going to try and they're going to push that one home, covering it under yellow flags and moving everybody to the inside. So again, if you're on radios, you tell your drivers to move to the inside down that back straight, as we're going to push the 200 back into the pit lane all the way around the outside of South Bank.
Yeah, it's a long old trek that, isn't it, as well, when you're going at a crawling speed. Just losing further time out there. And then again, if it's a terminal issue, how long is it going to take to repair back in the awning? It's anyone's guess, but that is really devastating for the 200 Bonehead squad. They will, of course, make it back to the pit lane. They are getting that assistance and getting that push, but it's just frustrating. Again, we saw the driver earlier beside himself. The team, I'm sure, will be equally as annoyed as the rest of the field makes their way around. Again, having to go the long way as well to let the race continue around. They're getting local yellows around them, so drivers should be backing off. And, of course, no overtaking into that section as well. But, yeah, that's a real shame for the Bonehead squad. But at least, I suppose, they have got that push back. It's better than nothing.
Yeah, they'll be heading back in, as looks like everybody is maintaining the single file until they are past the incident, and then they can go racing once again, which is good to see. Everybody being respectful of the yellow flags and the pusher cart as well. indicating as to which side the kart will go past. Now the local yellow moves to the start line, and I'm going to have a quick look as what's there. Just trying to figure out. I think chain snapped potentially on that kart. Left rear side potentially. Boneheads have dropped a chain. If they have, it's not critical in terms of, you know, that kart retiring from the race, which they did last year. They didn't see the checkered flag, unfortunately, for the 200 of Boneheads. So they had a brake issue last year. So hopefully it's not critical and we'll get to see that kart back out.
Well, fingers crossed. We'll keep our eye on the pit lane. Another way, that's already cost them a lap or two, and they'll be probably plummeting a bit further down the order as well. Now, they are currently the last owner kart out there on track in terms of position. The FSR Kobe 747, who's had a whole host of issues today.
I'm expecting the 77 in at some point fairly quickly, because he's gone past for the last 2 laps with his arm up in the air. So whether he's trying to signal in, but expecting to see that KBR car in the pit lane very, very shortly. Having a quick look on timing for them, they have been out for 1 hour and 20 since their last stop, so I would be expecting to see them coming in for fuel. The one of 4 teams still on the lead lap at the moment for that number 77 KBR. There's Dan Bugard now in the driver over from the Isle of Man, or the Isle of Dan, because that's basically what they're all called over there, in the 111.
Yeah, the 77, to be fair, was able to run a really long stint earlier on. So they are able to go that 1 hour and 20. They seem to be very, very good at managing the fuel loads. So, yeah, you are absolutely correct, David. Chain just now, that's well and truly off on the 200.
Yeah, so the wheel will be off. Engine will probably be off as well. So we can have a quick look at what's going on.
Slipped off the back.
New chain going on there now. So what they'll need to do though as well, they'll need to loosen the engine off to drop the chain over the clutch. Now I'd have gone clutch first personally. And we'll just see, have a look at that rear axle. The camera's just going to move around out of the way. Now you've got to go clutch first before you go sprocket. There's no way of getting it over the clutch if you want to keep the chain tight unless the engine goes. Obviously you have to get it off completely. So I'm just going to go underneath that car, get the engine off and then throttle back on. Now just a quick bit, the box at the top there, that yellow one with the flashing light, that's the transponder. That's what tells us every time they go over the timing line, in case anybody was wondering what the flashing box is. If anyone's got any brand new questions, it's obviously not, not describing perfect substance, it's obviously in the car. But, anything branded, throw it in. It's all good. So that engine just getting loosened up, and they'll pop the chain up and over that clutch. Good. Hopefully we get to see Boneheads back out sooner rather than later.
Stu's got it sooner rather than later.
Seems to be taking him a bit of time to sort this stuff.
No, I think it's going on back there now. That could be the engine stop.
Looks like the KVR squad's coming to the pits. Meanwhile, the 77 made it 1 hour and 22 minutes in that stint. Pits from 3rd place overall. They will drop back to 2nd in class. The 58 DWS will be on the same lap. So, assuming, well, they themselves have been up for 1 hour and 24, so they may well be not far away either. Yeah, even if they stay out for a lap or two longer, I think they won't be far off coming in themselves. So we'll wait and see how that's going to unfold. So the 77, as is the DWS 2, will assume the lead in the Clubman class. He's still struggling to get that chain on with Bonehead's number 200 for the time being. I think there must be an issue with the stockpile or something, because they're still not able to get that chain on, and it's taking quite frankly far longer than it should have. So maybe some issues elsewhere with the motor.
Yeah, just going to take the chain guard off as well. They might go for a full engine change here actually. The reason that the chain may well have snapped could be if that engine was seized and the other other one's still going, and indeed it is. It's going to be a full engine change. It looked like it was just going to be a drop chain for the 200 of Boneheads, but we're going to go for a full engine change here then. There's a contact warning for the 433, not for the first time, I would add, for that 433 picking up the contact warning. It's almost at the moment like they've almost got lots of eyes on them for the wrong reasons at the moment. So, no, we've got both engines on. Wow. We're going rear axle on the 200 Boneheads car. We couldn't see on the other side what it was, but we're going full axle, I think, on that 200 Boneheads machine. So big developments down there as the sun begins to fade away here at Teesside. Ross, I'm going to sub you out again. Unfortunately,
back to my Jaffa cake.
Back
prison.
to your Jaffa cakes. I'm going to sub you out. We're going to tag in Jared Fox-Whiteley because he's bought the cake, and I want to have a chat with him. What cake? What cake have you bought, Jared?
I don't know actually.
What do you mean you don't know? Who bought it?
My dad.
Your dad bought it. Quality. What's it? It's cold. Where did he buy? Where did he bring it from? The Arctic. Oh, school cake. He's bought school cake. What a hero. Do you know what school cake is? Yeah. What school cake? I've just heard Max Shields say, what school cake? Bearing in mind that he's still at school. You're not at college, you've done your GCSEs and you haven't started yet. Don't start with me. Don't come into my workplace and start trying to act like the big dog. I'll set Big Mac on you over there and he'll kick you out. Right, so school cake in the combox. Jared Fox-Whiteley on the ones and twos with the headset on. Jared, decent couple of weeks for you. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it's all right.
No, give me some detail, Jared. Don't be getting all shy.
I did Kart Masters.
You did Kart Masters. In fact,
Yeah.
you finished on the podium at Kart Masters.
Yeah, came P3.
Why have you gone all shy?
I don't know.
Like, literally, you talk loads, and now you've stuck a headset on you. We can even get you on the screen if you want. Yeah. I don't know why them two are gearing it big uns behind you, because it's not like it just stops at us. It literally goes all the way through.
Yeah, the Billy's, mate, honestly.
Yeah, so last weekend in Junior Rotax at PF at Kart Masters, you finished on the podium, a superb third place for yourself and for Jack's Motorsport. Obviously, you've done plenty of laps around here. 24-hour last year in hires for a team won by Max's dad, actually, in a very drunken auction at our end-of-year presentation, which was one of the shortest auctions I think I've ever had. We started, Max's dad just put his hand up in the air, shouted out a very reasonable price, and we went, yeah, that's a deal, we'll take it. Waved yellow flag at Howells on the run down to Rib Bend. Not quite sure why. Oh, because somebody sat in the D, she came backwards in the pillar that we can't see. I think that's the 404 of Mild Runnings, who've then got back onto track. Yes, it is. So the waved yellow was just beyond that, was just up in the air, nice and high, so that everybody could see it. So, Jared, obviously, yeah, you've done a few 24s and won a few races around here as well.
Yeah.
Now, tell me about them, Jared. I'm looking for words.
Oh, well, last Teesside 24, it didn't really go well, but we had an engine, like an exhaust fall off, so we didn't have much power, but that sort of ruined it. And then Le Mans 24 this year, we came P3.
P3. Your sprint career around here, probably one of the most successful we've had. We've got kart stationary on the outside of hairpin 2. We've got a owner kart of that. Is that Cobb? No, it's not. That's the 434, the second of the two JDR karts going wide on the outside. Kart stationary on the outside of hairpin 2, just looking to get going again. And they're going to go on one engine, I think, down the back straight and back to the mechanics bay. So we'll cover that under local yellow flag. Arm in the air from the driver. I think that could be the 45, is it, of Speed in Squealberg, and that's not where you want to go from whomever that is in the higher kart behind. Going high and wide behind them, under a waved yellow flag. Jared, let's see if we can get more than one word out of you this time, Because bearing in mind, you interview really well, actually, when they stick a camera in front of your face at Kartmasters and stuff like that. So I don't know why you're all shy on the com box. Is it 'cause if I do that, like it's a proper interview, do you think we can get a few words out of you? Talk me through your cadet career here at Teesside.
Yeah, it was all right. I think I did 3 years in it, and I won in my last year before I moved up to mini, and then I did 1 year in that and won that, and then I moved up to junior and I won that, and then I did a bit of pro kart in the year after, but then we decided that it'd have been better to commit to the Rotax in sort of like the UKC and PF clubs.
So we had we certainly came through the Teesside Sprint Series here. Jared mentioned the Cadet Championship in 21? 22 Cadet Championship here at Teesside. Then moved into mini, then into juniors. Actually played a fairly big part in my lads championship in 23 in Honda Cadet. He spent most of his races on the bank giving him instructions. And at one point, my wife said, Joshua won't take instructions from me. He said it has to be Jared. And you were basically made to stand on the bank and direct. And sort of let him know what the gap was and things like that. So thank you for that, greatly appreciated. Boneheads get their car back, hopefully on track. Changing what we believe is a rear axle, still going on to Boneheads, but hopefully get them out. Okay, just do me a favour, Jared, and just step this way slightly so that we can see Max and Addison in the background as they were trying to hide earlier on. There he is, little Max, who, again, another driver who always likes to talk, but then as soon as he comes in the com box, we'll push somebody else forward. So, Jared, thank you very much for coming to join us. Greatly appreciative, of course, of the school cake that I imagine Ross and I will eat before Tom gets here, so he's got no idea it was ever here. So, yeah, thank you very much. Jared, feel free to pass the headset back to Ross. Ross is over there. I know you were looking over for Max and Addison to see if they wanted to join in, but they both looked like they were being a little bit shy, so we'll let them go. So back into the live chat just quickly before we get Ross back in. Loads coming in, actually. A big shout out to Guy Bailey, big fan of the commentary. Ollie Naylor, unable to make it this year, raced with Lockwell Hill last year, but unable to make it this year. I know he enjoyed it, and hopefully we'll see him back. And to all the Naylor family, hopefully we'll see them back in a kart. I know they've gone 2 wheels and gone motocross. Hopefully we'll see them back in the 24-hour. MG Motorsports is saying that only a few hours till the sun comes up here. They haven't told us where here is. Is that any change for the 4 as well as the tyres? No, it's not. Turning the engine on, ready for when that kart goes on the ground. So the 434, the second of the 2 MSJDR entries, just in at the moment for scheduled tyre change round about the 8-hour mark. Of course, 3 sets of tyres. 24 divided by 3 is 8. So most of the teams coming in.
Fresh set of Dunlops.
Yeah, going in, cart's ready to be lifted. Alfie Briggs on the front end, using the other JDR cart in the 433. Weight just about to be added to bring the drivers up to that minimum weight limit for our owner class of 108 to 5 kilos. It looks like we could be missing a weight post or a weight to the side. Indeed we are. So all the focus on the pit stop for the tyres, but a few valuable seconds potentially lost as they got the cart back up to weight, of course. They don't want to come in underweight, that's the main thing. So we've got a cart off on the outside. They've gone.
How's he ended up there? That's well out of the way of any of the racing circus.
Yeah, it is. So he's gone round hairpin 1 by the look of things, and then through the tyres on the outside. Marshall's running to assist, so no overtaking at hairpin number 1. As the tyre wall will be placed back together. So Marshall just directing the driver as to where he can go. So still covered underway for us, and we go full course yellow here at the 2025 British 24-hour race to recover the kart. I think from the middle of the circuit, so the pace will be slowed behind the race leader, which is currently still the 42 of MS Lucas. They had a gap of 1.2 seconds to Paragon Motorsport. Big shout out, the 171 is back out on track. We saw the camera following that 171 earlier. That was the kart that was involved earlier on in the medical emergency, so good to see the 171 kart back out on track and circulating as the recovery quad goes to collect the higher kart on the outside of hairpin number 1.
Could be seeing a couple of karts diving into the pits, maybe. The 122 RAF Vulcan squad, they've been out for a little while. Hour and 7 minutes since their last stop. Cobb Builders, the number 3, they've been out an hour and 12. So they may use the pack slowing and bunching to their advantage and come in for not quite a free pit stop, but as close as you're going to get here at the British 24. As it must be said, the quad bike with the trolley is already onto the back of that kart, so it may not be the longest full course yellow we've seen. We had one for 12 minutes earlier on. That was a bit of a while since we've last had one, though, so we'll see if this is going to have any effect.
That one we saw earlier on, that 12-minute one, was really good. I think it was Matt Shields in the leading 42. Had that pace down as the leader. Let's see, Paragon are there. There's the 42, the race leading part of George Ludwell. Now, that for me, he should be down to like a literal walking pace. Back everybody up. Give himself 5 or 6 laps of clear track as we go green, which is not on the race leader on the start line, which is different. Because normally we do wait for them to come round over the start line, but we are green once again then, with 15 hours and 47 minutes remaining.
Yeah, decided that everything was clear and it was safe to go racing, so we are back underway. It was 1.2 seconds separating the 42 Lucas car and the 22 Paragon car when the yellow was thrown. Just trying to figure out where they are. I think they might be a little bit closer than that as a result, as we can see there. Is that Gracie Mitchell getting out of the car and preparing to get back in after a break, I believe?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was. She's still running as a moment. She was out there for a 1 hour 9 minute stint. Again, she's running in her own kind of private little class, so to speak. She's not out here for positions. She's just here to do as many laps as she possibly can and take some records along the way, hopefully. Although the overall record after that red flag delay may not be going her way, she's still well and truly on for the furthest distance covered by a female solo in a 24-hour race here at the British 24, which is fantastic to see. So just a short break, maybe a trip to the toilet, get some food down her, and then the number 11 can head back out onto the circuit. So looks like the gap between, looks like that the 42's actually benefited massively at the end of that full course yellow. The gap now up to 4.4, so they've got away well and managed to get through the traffic very, very cleanly. Just trying to figure out where they are on the track now. I believe they may be just at the top of the mountain. Can't see them out the commentary box window as it stands. In fact, yes, I am. They're coming into hairpin 1 now. And yeah, the 22 a little bit further back. So possibly held up in traffic, the Paragon Motorsport machine. They're still holding on to that second place and with no pressure behind as well. The 125, the Urban Orange car, some 40 seconds away.
747 in for... Is that for tyres, or did they have another problem when it cut to us? Just starting that right rear engine. So 747, who actually qualified on pole position in the club class, but have had a plethora of problems throughout this race, including a right rear puncture, a left front puncture, both in different incidents for them. Bent front track rod and bent front stub axle. 43, just going to try and pick out whether they've been in the pits recently. Nope, still Jack Morris at the wheel. 55 minutes into that stint for the 43 as they try to drag themselves back onto the lead lap.
Yeah, I mean, they're already only a lap down now. They've made incredible progress, and P5 overall as it stands as well. They've just got through the 58 DWS2 karts, so they've made fantastic progress since their issue earlier on. With 15 hours and 45 just under left on the clock, they stand themselves a real chance. If all continues to go their way, they continue to show this good pace, they stand a real chance of being back in the fight for the lead. Coming into the last 5 or so hours, maybe even potentially before then, if the pace is that good. I mean, their last lap was a 1:13.3. The last lap for the leaders, a 1:15.4. Yes, traffic may have been involved in that slightly slower lap, but the point still stands. There's lots of dust being kicked up into hairpin number 1. I think someone has decided to take the rallycross route and has gone well off the track. Somehow on the inside, you can see there's loads of dirt now on the circuit into hairpin number 1. That could cause a bit of drama in the later on periods if someone's trying to stick it up the inside there.
Yeah, certainly could. So, keeping an eye out as we've got loads of them going into hairpin number 1, just trying to pick out who was heading through. Dipping into the live chat as well as MG Motorsport just confirming from Australia. We normally get some good views from over there with himself and from Michael Burke as well. Ian Young saying good luck to the RAF team. His son hopes to join that team next year. That'll be Aidan Young. He races in the Super 1 Championship with Tom Day Racing. And in fact, further down in the live chat as well, he has asked whether the skull cake is better than the cake that they bribed me with at Wilton Mill last weekend. I'm going to sit firmly on the fence.
Oh, come on, David, make a decision.
Well, no, because I had 2 cakes at Wilton last weekend. Because so the story goes that he messaged me in the week with a bit of a before the event with a story regarding his son Aidan joining the RAF team, and was asked if we could sort something out. And I was like, right, let's wait till the final round of that season when we go to Shennington. It's a former airfield track, and I think that'll be a nice tie-in. We'll have a chat then. And he says, well, come and see us anyway. We've got some cake. And then it turns out he mentioned it to everybody in their awning, and then it turned into a bit of a bake-off. And they had loads of cake going. So, like, here's my cake, here's my cake, here's my... Now, luckily, they didn't ask me to judge, because as you can see, I'm firmly sitting on the fence between that. But what I would say is that they had a school cake that was very delightful, and they also had a chocolate cake with icing on and a very large chocolate button on top, which was delightful. So at the time, we were about to do some interviews, and the camera guy messaged and went, I'm down at the podium whenever you are. I went, well, I'm in Tom Day Racing eating cake, so you're going to have to wait for 5 minutes. So I got my priorities right, and I'm very grateful for that. Jake Brooker just confirming earlier on that the 42 does have a damaged rear bumper, having had a higher cart go through the back of it, and very much wake Jake up whilst he was in the seat. Said he's got a bit of a hurty neck, but I think he'll be fine.
Well, I think the only thing I've really taken from that is you're a very bribable man, David.
We've already established that.
Well, there you go. Bring us cake in the commentary box. Again, we are accepting bribes all throughout the race. If you bring us food, we'll be nice to you.
I'm about to tuck in. I don't care who hears it.
Fair enough, but we'll get the report on whether the school cake's any good or not in a brief moment.
Me and Tom did a whole video about this that'll be going out later in the stream. It's delicious.
I have been hearing a lot about the cake on between the media crew, to be fair, so I look forward to it. Back to the action very briefly. Meanwhile, the Lucas car still leads the 42 by 6.2 seconds. Paragon Motorsport still second, the 22 leading the way in the pro owner class. The DWS2, the KBR kart, should I say, even this 77 has dropped off a little bit. As
two off.
There's a 2 off. That's coming through the mountain section. One facing the wrong way, one off the road. It was the 178 again.
Top width.
Yeah, they've had a few issues. We saw them going slowly earlier on and now getting sent round facing the wrong way, but they do rejoin fairly swiftly and can continue onwards. I don't think it was a quick spin either, so shouldn't have caused any major issues for the machinery. And they'll push onwards nonetheless. You can see just how many karts are bombing down the hill, down the Bob Pope Straight. 88 entries into this year's British 24 here at Teesside. An absolutely phenomenal number. Me and Ewan worked it out actually a little bit earlier on. It's a touch under. Every kart has 24 metres of space, or just a little bit less than that if you do the maths.
Yeah, I do it on time. It's about one kart every 0.8 of a second.
It's just incredible. It is just incredible.
Which I believe, if you do it in NASCAR terms, is meow, 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 meow.
Yeah, sounds about right. There's a lot of go-karts going around this weekend here at Teesside, but it just means there's so much excitement. And, we hope you're enjoying the show. And, of course, if you're in Middlesbrough, feel free to come on down and check it out and see what's going on as well.
To be fair, so many people do that don't normally race in this event. The amount of sort of cadet drivers I've seen from the Sprint Championships, and I'll run through a few that I've seen. Sebastian McCarthy, I've seen Andrew McCross, I've seen Adam Roberts, who races in Junior Pro Kart. Edward Rice here, because his dad's racing in A66. They just come. I've seen Morgan Cooney, who races Junior Rotax, just come out of Honda Cadet. Every year, that family, Morgan Cooney, his mum and dad, they come and watch the start of the race, then they go and watch the stream at home, because they're about 10-15 minutes away. Then they come at about 10:30 at night to watch the pit stops. Then they go home again. Then they come back tomorrow. So it's that they really just enjoy this event and just sort of get into it. And it's great. I think we're probably going to be seeing the floodlights going on in the next 10 minutes or so. In fact, we've already started on the temporary floodlights being turned on, and then the circuit floodlights on the permanent loop on the what we call the national circuit down at this end. Okay, cool. So we head towards the bottom of the hour with 15 hours and 37 minutes to go. MS Lucas lead and are extending their gap at the front out to 8.3 seconds now on that previous lap. In the 42, George Ludwell still at the wheel. Paragon Motorsport, Callum Tanner in that one. In the 22 are in second place. MS Urban Orange in third place in the 125. MS JDR, despite a black flag around about an hour or so ago, are in fourth place. MS SoCo Select, an early problem for them with a snap steering column, sent them tumbling down the owner order. They're back up to P5. DWS2 now leading in the club class from the 77 of KBR, because KBR have been in the pits in the last 20 minutes. We expect DWS in the next 15 or so. MS Urban Blue are 7th. MS JSR, the 111, are in P9. SKA are in 10th place. So that completes your top 10 in our owner ranks. In hires, your top 10, Race for Ruben lead from Track Limits by Storm Group in second place. Apex Twin Selected Works are your leaders in pro, third overall. ABC Racing are in fourth place. Le Petit Bouchons 2 are next in line there, P5. Core Blimey Racing, despite that issue earlier on with the broken exhaust, are in front of Teesside Tigers. BJMD, despite a black flag, are inside the top 10 as well. MFP Interceptors lead the club class in front of Newmarket Hornets and Bargain Racing. And in our rookie ranks, it's Have a Go Racing in the 690, leading from TT Teessiders and the Spirit of Formula Karting, who you spoke to about an hour ago.
Yeah, I can see the guys. They're just the 666 squad. They're just outside our commentary box, actually, just where they stood at the moment, holding out the pit board, giving the driver information on what's happening. You can see the sun really starting to dip behind the trees now. Looking like it's going to be a lovely Middlesbrough night. The town going to be buzzing after Borough 1-0 against Swansea earlier on at home at the Riverside. So I'm sure all the football fans in the area are delighted. And why don't they come on down and watch some fantastic racing as well here at the British 24 as we begin to gear into our night action.
Earlier on, I said Nigel Moore could fix anything. Well, I've just used my initiative. I don't have a knife for cutting up the score cake. So I've just used one of them wire things that you get for basically holding bags together. to basically just drop my way through the score cake, and it's cut through it perfectly.
That's quite impressive.
I really am smarter than I look.
That's actually quite impressive. I'll give you that one. It's obviously a very, very professional environment in the commentary box. You know, cake is only a $5 a day, I've heard.
Yeah, honestly, if people were tuning in for professionalism, they certainly are not going to find it here with me.
Well, the cake is, you've eaten some of it. Sounds like it's all right, so I'll give it a go in a bit.
It's delightful. I'll finish that bit off there because I did break half of it last time out.
Yeah, that sounds like that works for me. As you can see, coming through hairpin number 1, the 433. They're currently P3 in class P4 overall. The JDR cart making its way through a bit of traffic. You can see here, that's coming into Rib Bend. A few carts trying to work their way through. There's a high car overtake, I believe, there. Wasn't quite sure what that was. There's someone very slowly making their way out of the pit lane by the looks of things. And still, drivers all just squabbling for position, desperate to find any inch of road that they can, especially at the bumpy top part of the circuit. It's very, very physical here at Teesside with the amount of bumps that you have to negotiate and contend with. There's a number on your spine, there's a number on your ribs. Rib bend's called that for a reason because it will do your rib in if you're not careful. As you can see, that was very, very tight. Was that the Urban Orange cart, I believe, the 125 sliding its way through some of the traffic? Very, very brave on the inside, if it was. See, all side by side through the dogleg, 2 carts going through there. Very, very tight. The rest of them all snaking single file for the time being. Everyone at this phase, I think, just waiting for the next group of pit stops currently. Again, what we're seeing very similar to what we've seen throughout the race so far up the front of the pack. The 42 MS Lucas squad, they're on about a 15-minute leeway on the pits compared to the 22 behind. So they need to box about 15 minutes earlier than the 22 Paragon cart. So you'll be seeing them dive in a little bit earlier. The gap currently between them, 8.2 seconds. So not very far away, to be fair, as the 22. Still very much within touching distance, especially with 15 and a half hours left to go.
Certainly is. Into the live chat, Travis Malinga getting in touch. He raced last year. I think he was in the 103 Rethink kart, 103, 104. They normally have 2 entries in. Just saying gutted not to be there. Love from Kansas to everyone, especially the Apollo crew. Go Paragon, they're doing well at the moment, 2nd overall, currently leading their class. Aaron Watcott saying pattern emerging here with the score cake. Absolutely, pattern emerging, that's definite. Big fan of cake in general, if I'm honest, as you can tell from my body shape. Cole Clark Racing, who joined us for Le Mans. First time they've not done the British 24 for a few years of Cole Clark Racing. Thank you to Andy Clark for getting in touch, as always in the live chat, as the 31 is in the AMC entry, who are racing and raising money for Andy's Man Club. Now, we've had a couple of scratch cards going around where you could basically pick a number 1 to 100, put £2 in, and the winner basically takes half, and half goes to the charity as well. So the 31 AMC entry in at the moment just for their tyre change. That's going to go back down onto the ground. Who's jumping in that at the moment? Going back out in that 31. Looks to be Connor Cran. Rest of the team, Alan Burns, Kyle Burns, Macaulay Parnham, James Kay and Riley Matthews. So Connor Cran taking that kart back out onto track for that AMC entry, currently 6th in class, 13th overall.
Yeah, another team out there raising money for a good cause, which is great to see. Of course, you do see it at endurance races. People turn up and, they're not just racing for themselves. They want to show that it's a challenge, and they want to help themselves push to this challenge by giving themselves an objective to raise money for a good cause. Things like that. So that is great to see, and great to see that they are raising money for Andy's Man's Club as well. Yeah, great charity. There's a lot of work out there for mental health. 15 and a half hours left to go.
Don't wish it away.
Don't know.
Best weekend of the year.
I'm not wishing it away. I wish it was going on longer. This has been fantastic so far. I just saw the 5 at the end of 15 and went, yeah, that'll do. 15 and a half hours left to go here at the British 24 at Teesside. And the floodlights are well and truly on now. The sun dipping behind the trees over at the mountain section. Won't be long before we are plunged into darkness in Middlesbrough. as we can see. Oh, is there a car? I think has stopped because I can see the recovery quads just coming down the Bob Pope straight. So is there a kart stop somewhere that we can't see, or is he just out for a laugh?
No, he could well be using the quad to go and turn the floodlights on down that far end of the circuit. Just so it might be a little bit easier. Saw the 43 MS Soco kart looking down to the right-hand side towards fuel, potentially earlier on as well. Oh, side-by-side round hairpin number 4. So, yeah, potentially expect the 43 to go into the pit lane very, very shortly. So we'll see whether they come in. 15 and a half hours to go. Joined in the commentary box by Ike Needham. Ike, first of all, let's talk about your race in that 111. We qualified second.
Yeah, I mean, I just went out with a kart that I knew from the week testing prior that it's going to be a good kart. I mean, we spent all week perfecting it, me, Dan Bogard, Dan Martin, Stephen Westwood and Craig Johnson. So we got the kart to a level that we're all very happy with. So it's a very good kart, very fast kart, as evidenced by the fact that, I mean, second at the British 24 Hours is probably my best qualifying ever.
It's a superb effort. Yourself as a driver have been sort of continuing to improve year on year, month on month, in fact, I'd say. However, I think sort of the realities of motorsport have really come home today. Yeah. And I'm really pleased that you're in. I'm really pleased that you've come to talk to me. We've got an advantage by contact for the 404 just on the screen now. I know you've just come in with Tom, who it looks like he's going to scribble something on a bit of paper, despite the fact that he could just talk to me. We like each other, Ike. We really do. Or do you want to do the talking, Tom? No, we're good.
I just want to say something.
So yeah, no, and we are going to get there. I'm sort of doing a soft intro, Ike. That's what I'm doing. This isn't my first rodeo, and Tom should know that.
We're not very good at soft intros here.
We're not doing soft intro. I was halfway through a soft intro until Tom started writing stuff down. I was about to say, I think realities and today certainly for yourself, as we've got a cart off one of the TRX carts down in the gravel at Rib, that certainly some things are more important than motorsport today.
Yeah. He's all right. He's awake, he's responsive, and the first thing he asked me is how his helmet was. So he's still got that famous sense of humour that we all hate.
Yeah. So yeah, good to know that he is responsive. We've been, rightly so in my opinion, very sketchy on what information we've provided on the live stream, other than that we've had a medical incident at the circuit. We haven't gone any further into that out of respect, and until we'd either spoken to yourself or to your mum, that was the right thing to do. But I'm pleased that you've come to us. I'm pleased that you've been able to relay that your dad is okay, that he is responsive. Obviously, we'll take all the time necessary to make sure that he is okay, of course. Are you back out at any point, or have you?
So originally, the plan was, because they were worried about me and my headspace, my amazing team, and everyone around us in the MS awning were worried about my mental state. Because, of course, it's, let alone any anxiety that one might have as a person anyway, to have that happen to your loved ones within eye range. Yeah. I mean, like, it's going to take a toll on you, but me and my dad and my mum all decided that if anything was going to take my mind off of it, it would be doing the sport that we've all come here because we love it. So
well, it's very difficult to think of anything else when there's one kart every 0.8 of a second on track, isn't it? And I think I admire your courage, and I'm pleased that you're going back out there. The race leader is in, like the 42 of MS Lucas, in for a scheduled fuel stop for the 42 of MS Lucas. So they'll be taking on a full tank. Looks like we've got Barry Shields on pushing duty.
Oh, we do. He's a very, very adept man at the pit stops with all those BPEC years experience.
Certainly is. Engine started there, on the move for the 42. Just going to keep an eye out on who's going to jump in that 42 car. It's James Small. Yeah, we just had George Ludwell in. And James is off and on the way. So quick that I don't think they had a chance to lube up the chains.
I think likely would have been done when they changed the tyres, no?
Well, no, because he's fueled there, hasn't he? So he's fueled and round. So normally we've seen most of them doing chain lube every single time. But when you're leading a race and every 10th counts, Paragon then retake the lead as it ebbs and flows between the pit stops. But really pleased that you're going back out there, mate. Really pleased that that your dad's responsive. And a big shout out, of course, to the medical team and everybody that responded incredibly quickly.
Oh, it was amazing. I mean,
now that I know that it's okay, I'm gonna. So I was walking back from the camping area at the time, and was walking down the hill just as I saw the marshal pick up the flag. And so didn't see the incident, but saw the aftermath and the speed in which, and I'll mention names now, the speed in which Paul Franklin and Nigel Moore arrived at the incident, followed very quickly by the paramedics and Bella Franklin as well, who's also trained. It was life-saving, and I'm going to say that, and it really was. And I'm pleased that you're going back out, and I'm pleased that your dad's responsive. And what I'm actually going to do, if it's all right with you, is I think that we'll just leave it there for the time being.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm just going to mute for a minute or so. Send him my love, mate, please do. And we're back.
Yeah,
we're back.
Emotions running high a little bit, but for
the
right reasons.
Tom and I, we come here once a month, and we commentate on drivers, and we do sort of laugh and joke that we only ever recognise them with their race suits and their helmets on. But in the same thing, when you're coming somewhere for once a month, you meet people, they become acquaintances, then they become friends, and it was a very difficult moment that those were on track at the time and out on the far end of the circuit, and I'll like I say, now I've spoke to Ike, and now that he has mentioned certain things, and that's fine. But the whole team that train for events like that at Teesside, and we do always sort of say it, the way the medical team wave yellow flag at the D chicane, the way that the marshals here are trained to a standard over and above, and the way that they deal with issues and the speed in which they get to issues is superb for me. The way they work, and a huge credit to them. So I'm just going to run. Obviously, what I managed to witness, I've already shouted out Paul Franklin, already shouted out Nigel Moore, who to them it will just be they were just doing their job on a day and they were needed. But huge shout out to them. Shout out to people that won't even realise that the role that they played in that incident, just in, stopping people going where they didn't need to go at the time. People that I witnessed, Joanne Morris, Amy Morris, who came round to try and stop people going through. And thank you to everybody, actually, that was going to go up to a barrier and respected the fact that we had an incident going on at the circuit, and who couldn't go to their tent for half an hour or so, and respected the fact that we weren't allowing them to, so that at a time where somebody required privacy, they got the respect that they deserved. So thank you to everybody that that was there at the time. Thank you to the staff. We appreciate it. And there's a race going on, Ross, so we'll crack on with that.
Yeah, there absolutely is a race going on, of course. It was a stark reminder earlier that some things are bigger than racing in life. And, it hit us in the face earlier on today. But, we are so lucky that everyone is okay as they can be, and that we can continue on here at the British 24 with 15 hours and 19 minutes left on the clock. Race leaders, the 42, the Lucas squad, they came into the pits about 4 minutes into a go, so they've dropped down to third overall. Again, we had a 15-minute overlay between themselves and the 22 Paragon Motorsport squad. They are now race leaders, but they are yet to box. And the Urban Orange 125 squad, in P2 as it stands, they are on an alternate strategy. By the looks of things, 45 minutes since their last pit stop, so they might be trying to shake things up a little bit. I wonder if they're going to try and short pit this time, maybe bring it in a bit earlier, see if they can move things forward and shake things up heading into the night stint. So it's all to play for up the front. The KBR 77 is a bit of a distance off the DWS number 2, the 58, which leads the way in the clubman class. The 43 Soko into the pit, the second and final of our elite runners, of course, leading early on in this race. But they have worked themselves up to be only one lap down with 15 hours left to go, which, as I mentioned earlier, a phenomenal performance.
MS Soko Select, the 43 that's been charging back through in the pit lane, at the moment, on schedule as well, 1 minute and 22 since they were last in. Paragon, the 22, expect them to be in a few moments' time. Marshall running, but can't see a flag, so I'm going to try and figure out if there's any particular reason as to why we've got... no, we're just going over there. Right, going to dip into the live chat before I do an announcement in a few moments' time. Mick Ludwell saying big shout out to George Ludwell in the 42 as the floodlights firmly on now here at Teesside. Sunset officially is in around about 3 minutes' time, hence why we've got the lights on. Shout out to Leonie Howard as well, just saying shout out to husband George Howard, or Curious George as we know him in the number 2 Army Motorsport machine. And black flag for Boneheads in the 200. Is it technical, or has one of them lived up to the team name?
I mean, they're currently down in 59th place overall after that to change. The whole roll axle really not been going their way over the last couple of hours. Just trying to see where they are on track currently. Can't immediately see them. And we'll wait and see what their reaction is when they come to the line, because whatever the reason that they've been given that black flag, I'm sure they'll be a little bit annoyed.
Coming through here, doesn't look anything technical, and normally it would be a mechanical flag, so don't know if he actually clocked that on the overhead gantry when he went past. Normally drivers will arm up and acknowledge as we see the 11, no, it's the 111 of Dan Bougard in the MSJSR kart going down the back straight. Back into the live track, Izzy Burnett saying big shout out to British Army karting, first time in this go on, lads. So I hope they're enjoying their first British 24-hour race. Michael McDonald as well saying let's go sloth racing in the Highers, running the number 32 machine. JG Karting, shout out to Gracie Mitchell and Max Shields. Good luck from Jake Gibbon. Can't wait till he's old enough to do that. Well, he's going to have to wait a few years. I think he's only 9. But good to see they're eyeing this up. Got a kart change potentially there for EDK24T. I don't know whether it was blue or yellow. Let's have a look, see if either of those are in the pit lane.
As the action continues out on track.
Boneheads are in then to serve that black flag.
Yeah, so that should be hopefully not too long of a stationary moment for them. Again, coming into the pits, 59th out of 88. They're out there at the moment. And crash test dummies. They've been in the pits for a while. I don't think they've retired, but the 46 has been in the box for quite some time.
They are hires, and generally the team here, if they can't fix it fairly quickly, they'll take the Nassau panel off the front, which has their transponder attached to the back of it, put it on a different cart. They'll take the wheels off so that there's no advantage gained. Is that Army? Are we down at Army Motorsport there? Can I just find out?
Looks like it.
Can I just have a quick? We are down at Army Motorsport. So you could tell by the quality of the bed. Driver off at rib and backing it into the gravel.
That could be a full course yellow.
Yeah, it's beyond this. So if we back to the mountain camera and just try and pick up who's gone in there on the outside. Good to see they've got out of the cart because they're very heavy to push. So they can get him onto some firmer ground and heading back up. So not a huge amount of time lost. Could be the 45. Potentially speeding Squealberg up onto the back straight. All bright yellow suit there. I think it could be the 45. We'll confirm when he comes back into shot. Should be fairly easy to spot because it looks like a highlighter pen.
Well, wait to see when they emerge.
It is the 45 of speeding Squealberg with their Jurassic Park inspired Nassau panel.
It's certainly easy to see as we're seeing some lights starting to come on the carts now as well. Of course, you are allowed to have LED lights on the carts. Most do. That's the first one I've seen. I didn't quite catch who it was because it just caught my eyes. They were going past our commentary box. Of course, the only rule with the lights, they're not allowed to be green, red or yellow.
Or flashing.
Or flashing, for that matter, either. But you can have any other colour. That one was blue, which was nice and picturesque. So keep that one in mind. Keep your eye out for that one. We'll have to figure out who that is that's turned that on.
I told the team in the week that they should have just a tiny little light on the side of the cart that they change colour every pit stop to let me know that there's been a driver change and who's in it.
Well.
Really good idea, but I can't remember it for every team, so just spotting them is fine.
We've got a couple coming on now. I think people have seen the lights and seen the darkness coming in, and now we're getting the displays.
I think that could that be EDK24T potentially in the 855 with some lights on. I think it could be, because I think it could be Alan Thompson in that. So I'm going to keep an eye out.
Well, they're coming round now through the last corner in front of our commentary box. We've got two. We've got one that's blue and one that's purple. Blue is the 911. Purple is the 655 by the
855. It has Alan Thompson in that for the second of the English Deaf Karting team entries.
Yeah, lots of bright colours up there. And David, I believe you said you had an announcement you wished to make.
I did, but I forgot what it was.
Oh, well, I can tell you what it was, because I remember what it is.
Oh, yes, yes. I'll let you do it.
Go on, then I'll do it. Happy birthday to Lisa Nichols in the Metropolitan Police number 999 machine, turning 26 today, and choosing to spend her 26th birthday in the prime of her life here at the British 24 in Teesside.
Well, she doesn't really have a choice, because her dad's racing in DWS, her brother Adam runs Apollo, who are running the race-leading Paragon kart, so she wasn't really going to be anywhere else.
I was kind of going to go for the other. She's chosen to be here on her birthday.
She has.
She's not that she's been forced to come here.
You can always say no.
Well, she's the one who said yes, so happy 26th birthday to Lisa Nichols for the Metropolitan Police Squad.
She got an interview in the Paddock show yesterday on the grounds that when I walked up to the team, she went, oh, I was like, that's it, you're in.
It's the easiest way to do it. You've got a microphone in your hand. You find someone who looks like they don't want an interview and start walking away, and you just go, no, you come here.
Normally, I arrive somewhat stealthily from the side and then just go, tell me about your race, and just straight like, and then they can't run away because you're just sort of taking them by surprise. But yeah, so we had a chat with Lisa. But yeah, happy birthday.
Yeah, hope you're enjoying it. Squad's doing okay so far. So yeah, the 999, you're not last. I'll leave it at that. But no, genuinely, the Met Police.
They're qualified.
Doing very well.
I think they qualified 6th at Le Mans in Le Mans Hires, which was just higher carts at Le Mans. 46 carts on that capacity grid entry on the circuit Alain Prost about a month ago, and they qualified P6, well inside the top 10 for the Met Police Motor Club. And now the floodlights are on. You can actually see a little bit more when you're looking back. You can see the line, the actual single file of rubber line through the chicane that you couldn't see earlier on, because now when the lights are on, it sort of shines the rubbery surface shining up off the track as we've got. There we go. That's Connor Botting's helmet of the number 62 Bottas Boys as he takes off his tinted visor and replaces it with his clear one, ready for the night stint.
We've got 25 minutes left to do that if you haven't done so already, or you face the wrath of the clerk of the course and the black flag. Of course, want to basically make sure that people can see at night. That's the basic idea around it. So, yeah, make sure, again, just a public service announcement, if you haven't done so already, make sure that before 9:15 you are putting a clear visor on your hat before you go out.
Can't remember if it was 9:15 or 9:15, but yeah, they'll get shouted at if they go out with one now, that's for sure. So good to see that some drivers taking heed of what they've been told.
See a few of the... Oh, that's round. That's the 31 coming on the exit of the wiggle section before they make their way into hairpin 1. That's the AMC Racing Machine, 14th overall. And attempting to chase down there with the JDR2 squad, the 434. And I think, got it a bit wrong into the final wiggle, so to speak. Of course, the wiggle section, not to be confused with the Children's Entertainment Band. And just spun round, as there we see some of the younger members of the paddock enjoying the action here at Teesside, of course. A whole family affair here at the British 24. The paddock, yes, while they are competitors on the track, many of them firm friends off of it, and many of them bringing friends and family along for the ride this weekend. And I'm sure everyone absolutely loving all of the action here at Teesside. As you can see that the high cart's really starting to get aggressive over that final curve at the dogleg. You're seeing more and more of them really start to mount up on the right-hand side. The owner cart's staying a bit more off it, maybe just slightly stiffer chassis. You don't want to upset the balance of the cart too much through that part of the racetrack. Yeah, some of the high cart guys, I say that was someone trying to barge somebody out the way coming into the mountain section. I think we may have got away with it as well. We're not quite sure who it was. But definitely getting a bit elbows out through there as we're looking to try and go 3 wide, coming down the Bob Pope straight.
Boneheads are back out after that black flag earlier. They were the owner cart making their way through. Cart with the lights through there, of course, is that EDK24T entry with the yellow helmets as we get a contact warning for the third of the TRX entries, the 676, being alerted to their indiscretion on the overhead gantry.
Yeah, contact warning there, so they'll be a little bit more careful. As up the inside there goes the 125, second place, the Urban Orange cart, who is chasing down the Paragon Motorsport 22, who's in the lead as it stands, although should probably be coming into the pits at some point in the next 5 minutes, judging off of their stint length, 1 hour 18 as it stands. There is also 40 seconds between first and second out on the road. And again, the EMS Urban Orange squad only 3.5 seconds ahead of the 42 in P3, the elite squad of MS Lucas. As there we see drivers, clear visors on, preparing for the opening night stints, which are not too far away at all now. And again, this is where the money is really made, racing into the darkness. How well can you deal with the temps dropping, the track temps dropping, how does that affect the kart underneath you, the rubber? Does it run better during the nighttime affairs? It's all to play for. It's what makes a 24-hour race such a thrill and such a fascinating spectacle, is you get these change of conditions that are unavoidable, and it can completely flip the race on its head. So we've got all that to play for. The temperatures are already dropping quite significantly. I can feel it in the commentary box now.
It does help a little bit on fuel. You can go a little bit further as it goes cool, but then it goes a little bit too cool. The engines actually start, certainly for some of the hires, it's not unknown for the hire kart teams when they get their new tyres at the service stop, normally around about 10:30 onwards, to then go and set their fastest lap of the race, because the air temperature is cooler, the engines work a little bit better, and they've got brand new front boots. So that does sort of help sometimes, but as you say, starting to get to a point now where tyres, particularly on the hires on the front end, are in the last few hours of their lifespan.
Yeah, be definitely protesting every time the drivers turn in. And the driver's probably thinking about getting a new pair of boots on at some point. As we see, was that someone reaching down to grab something on the cart there? I thought I just saw.
If they're going to the right-hand side, it could well just be looking to see whether they can see the line of the fuel. Now, your race leaders, Paragon Motorsport, are pushing the envelope really for an owner team. Hour and 20 minutes for them. So really are pushing that sort of boundary of where they're going to go. And at the moment, haven't really seen them look to come in the pits. There they are at the moment in the 22. Lights on for that kart. Now, they wouldn't have been on before, so it looks like they've got sort of a button to turn them on just for the driver. And I can't remember the last time I saw Callum Tanner not in that kart. He was in it pre-red flag earlier on, still in it now, so it looks like he's double stacked that kart, but will be likely to be coming in. Now, to the best of my knowledge, I think we've only seen 2 drivers in that kart.
I think you may be right.
We often see that tactic employed where, owner car off on the outside, looks like it could be the 125 on the outside of hairpin 4, so should be able to pick that up. Is it the 125?
Waiting for it to come into view. It's the 15 by the looks of things.
15, yes.
That's the Urban Blue machine. That's 4th in class, and now dropped down to 7th overall. As a result of that off, should surely be coming into pit lane. No, they're going to keep going round by the looks of things. So clearly no damage to
no damage in 50 minutes. So they've got another half an hour or so before they come in. Now, they've set the fastest lap of the race, that car. It was in the first 12 laps or so before traffic really got involved. Car off on the outside of hairpin 1 as Dusty's fired up and waved yellows briefly. Ocean Back started that car, I believe, and set the fastest lap of the race so far. The 3 of Apex Twin selected works with the fastest hire car lap of the race. 326 laps into the race, so only in the last 6 or 7 laps, as the temperature drops, did they set their fastest lap of the race in that number 3 machine. And I'll be very interested to see who's
22
in it.
coming in.
Race leader into the pits then.
Yeah, Paragon Motorsport. I mean, to be fair, you say you don't remember the last time that you saw anybody else in the 22 apart from Callum Tanner, but of course Jake Taplin also double stinted at the start.
Yeah, he did. Oh yeah, Nottage started, didn't he? Harry
Yeah.
Nottage double stacked, then Jake Taplin double stacked, and then Callum Tanner was in it. But I'm saying Tanner was in it pre-red flag, and hasn't been out of it since that red flag. So will have double stacked. I'd be really interested to see who else goes in that number 22 Paragon kart next, because we still haven't seen Will Young or Arthur Thacker yet. So still got 2 drivers in that kart that we haven't seen. Yeah, not at all jealous on that one. Spudrus, wait, can someone explain the colour class system? I'm support race for Ruben. I know they're in hire car. Absolutely, right. Let's just run through that. The 3 owner classes have different backgrounds, yellow, red and black. Yellow are elite runners. Red are our pro runners, as MS Urban Orange, a pro runner, take the lead. And our owner clubs are black backgrounds. We've got 1 driver with a darker blue background, that's Gracie Mitchell doing her solo run here today. And we've got then into our higher ranks. Our higher elite are light blue on the background on the timing. Our pro runners are the pink backgrounds. We have green for our club runners, and then orange is our novice runners as well. So we that explains the class system. We'll probably run through that again at some point throughout the race when asked to do so. So as it stands at the minute, 9 hours in, MS Urban Orange lead from MS Lucas and Paragon Motorsport, with Paragon recently pitting from the lead, having not only taken on fuel but also changed tyres as well. MS Urban Orange will be due in the pit lane, I think, in the next 15 minutes or so to hand the lead back to the 42 of MS Lucas. Kart off on the outside of the D chicane. Just going to try and pick a number out on that. Can't, as one of the Le Petit Bouchon entries is ready to take a driver change. So let's just have a quick run through the top three in all of our classes then. We'll do it class by class. Elite, it's MS Lucas from MS SoCo Select. In Pro, MS Urban Orange lead Paragon Motorsport and the 433 of MS JDR. Club runners, DWS2 are in front of KBR and SKA. That's your top three in that class. Higher Elite are your top three in Elite as well, with Race for Ruben, Track Limits by Storm Group and ABC Racing. Then we've got our Pro runners, with Apex Twin Selected Works leading BJMD and Lockwell Hill 1. Your club runners, MFP, Interceptors, Newmarket Hornets and Bargain Racing, but they're currently in the pit lane at the moment, so may well hand that third place over to Eat, Sleep, Race, Repeat. And in our novice rookie class, we've got Have a Go Racing leading from EDK24T, gap in that class 18 seconds. Le Petit Bouchons 3 also on the lead lap in that class, but they are just in the pit lane for a on-schedule driver change. Change as well in the commentary box. Ewan O'Leary, his stint comes to an end, and I'm joined by Tom Butterworth.
Except that was Ross McIntyre.
It was, wasn't it?
But okay.
But it was,
hello.
It was a quality segue until I paused it up.
It was. How are you, my love?
I am absolutely fantastic, Flower.
We've got the dream team back together again.
Certainly do. Got
the
some
commentary
cake
wife
here.
is here. Yes, I've just have we put on the hashtag cake chat video yet?
We haven't. I thought I'd save it until we're both here.
Okay.
So that's that. Also, as Boneheads are in for a driver change, I hadn't referenced it earlier because everything was getting all exciting. But Rob Chalmers from Team Bonato turned up with
a bag full of goodies.
Bag full of goodies.
The traditional 24-hour bag full of Bonato goodies. So thank you very much.
Have you seen their
Rob?
team T-shirts this year?
Yes, lovely.
Yeah.
They've got my initials on them as well, which is even better. I'm taking it personally. Personally invested in the team. The other thing that I should mention as well is MS Urban Orange, as you mentioned a moment ago, will be in the pit shortly. They definitely will be in the pit shortly, and I know that because their driver's got a tinted visor. As David has a mouthful of cake. So they will definitely be in the pit shortly.
Done an hour and 10 anyway.
How? What is the cut-off time for tinted visors?
About now-ish.
About now-ish. Okay. Well, yeah, we'll definitely be in shortly as Oscar War comes in front of the commentary box.
When I say now-ish, what I mean is, kart stationary on the outside of hairpin 2, facing the wrong way as well. Just turning round, so looks like they'll be facing, going back in the right direction. When I say now-ish, it'll be whenever the race director deems it dark enough that it's dangerous. But everybody was told at the driver briefing, if you think you're going to go out when it's going to get dark, heed on the side of caution.
Yes. Well, they are due in shortly anyway, so that's not going to be an issue for them, I'm sure. It is still fairly light out there. It doesn't. It looks on the camera a lot brighter than it actually is because they. The camera does a lot of compensation work. We've got the 67 in.
Third place, SKA from third in class.
Well, that's a change of tyres, and everything looks fairly routine there, with the exception of Howard Lucas at the back. Changing brake pads.
Brake pads. They've got
right,
quick release pads. He tells me he can change brake pads faster than they can change tyres.
And let's see. He is
front right still on. Rears are a bit harder. You've got to go a bit deeper with the wheel nut.
I think they've beaten him. Not by much, but they've beaten him. And they are brand new slicks as well going on there, so they've not been scrubbed in yet, which is an unusual call. Normally in practice in the morning, you'll go and scrub at least one of your sets, if not all three, if you're using 3 sets, of course. To get that shine off, because you go out there and it's like driving on ice for the first lap and a half, maybe even 3 laps. I know that's something that Pedals was concerned about when he was doing his 24-hour attempt last year, was this exact situation where he's going so slowly, he's just got overtaken by a hire car into rib. Because he just there's just no grip there.
Yeah, you put them on and you basically turn the wheel, hit the throttle, and go straight on.
It's like driving in the wet.
You go straight on with your wheel turned to the right or left for about 40 metres until there's sufficient heat in them, and then all of a sudden they get enough grip to go. But that first lap, incredibly sketchy. It looks like we've got...
Still got enough waft to get past the hires down the straight. That's not an issue. But he's seesawing at the wheel through hairpin 1 and 2 to try and get some heat into the tyres.
I think it's Matt Bishop in that car. Pegasus are in the 37. Kart is in with a problem.
Have we
at the same time at the 132 of Tuccia Racing are in with a problem. That's a glazed brake, a heavily glazed brake disc, because they're trying to cool it down before they can work on it.
Has James Burke of the aforementioned previous
He's coming in tomorrow morning.
He's coming in tomorrow morning.
Yeah,
okay.
He was going to come in, but then we obviously had that incident on track, and then he's had to leave. He'll be back in the morning, so he's going to come and have a chat with us around about the 6 a.m. mark. So yeah, I know what's happened there. There's a brake protector, and he's just moving the brake protector off the brake.
Because it's probably been rubbing on the brake disc, which has caused
heating
the brakes to overheat, and then cause problems.
No-go stop.
Yes. Why you no stop?
In the same way that the engine no-go barks sometimes.
Correct, yes, the exact same. And normally followed by a hand gesture.
Yes.
And also, I would like to say a personal thank you to David in the commentary box, because I can see that he's already got the Haribo out.
Yes, that one's open.
Is it?
Yeah.
Allow me to fire in.
I opened them earlier, and Ross didn't immediately tuck in. So I banished him and chatted to 2 other people.
Yeah. Like, what's wrong with him?
And his recovery was I made him eat a Jaffa cake.
Okay. On air?
Well, no, yeah, it's not like it was his first one. It wasn't a trial.
No, I mean, we just subjected him to Jaffa cakes. Like an initiation. I'm dying because I've got a flake of sausage roll pastry from the cafe.
Oh, is that what you were tucking into earlier?
Yes.
It smelled delicious, by the way.
Yes,
I thought it was a pasty.
It's still hot from the oven. And it's got stuffing in it.
Oh.
So it's like pork and stuffing.
That's a shout.
Roll. It is. They are beautiful, by the way.
Sam Wright in saying shout out to RAF 122 from Tom Lucas. He raced last year but can't because he's out of the country for 4 months.
We won't ask why.
Well, he's probably doing some RAF-y things.
Yes, I would imagine, yes, but let's not ask.
No.
And definitely not ask where he is.
No. But if you could arrange a flyby, that would be quality.
If you can arrange for me to have a go in a Typhoon, we'll give you all the mentions that you want.
Yeah. So, if tomorrow we do get a low pass at around about 11:30, thank you, greatly appreciated.
Well, we've already had a low pass from a helicopter, haven't we? Were you here for that?
I was.
It came over so low that the whole commentary box started shaking.
Yes. And then it went that way, didn't it? And I don't know if it landed somewhere over there, but I was aware of its arrival. But I didn't see it. But
We've got somebody off.
South Bank.
Hairpin.
No, it's Oscar War. Oh, Teesside Academy 28.
Hairpin 4
is off with and that is a problem.
That's a long way off.
You don't go off there.
No.
By yourself. And even you don't go off there with somebody else. That's the problem. That's a track rod. I'm calling it now. We saw one early doors with Lockwell Hill.
It's definitely not straight on that, is it?
No, we saw one early in the race with Lockwell Hill where the track rod bolt sheared. And I would not be surprised if we saw the recovery cart or the recovery quad. And they say quad because even if they hook that up to a cart, they've still got to get it off the grass, and he's in far.
Yes. Well, it can be dragged back there without too much difficulty. But we actually saw the recovery cart in full action quite early on in this race, and it was surprising how quickly it got them back.
Yeah. We've seen it. They've been out and pushed a few of the owners back. Boneheads had some problems earlier on with a rear axle issue that they did a rear axle change about half an hour after telling me that they were just happy that they'd gone further than last year.
Yes.
Where they had retired with a brake issue, but looks like they have fixed their problems of Boneheads. Did have a black flag problem about half an hour after going back out on track. But
are you logged in as TSK on YouTube? Or not
I
yet?
am on that one.
On this one?
But I don't know how to do a poll.
Okay. Adam knows how to do polls, though, doesn't he?
Where's your scaffolder?
No, he's from Eastern Europe.
Oh, fair enough. Still got that TSK car, Teesside Academy cart down at the far end of the circuit.
That's the pusher cart just coming through the shop there as well. That the one with the all black panel and the flashing yellow light on the back. So that's going to get the Teesside Academy.
To be fair, Nigel Moore's in it. He's probably making up places.
Is it Nigel? Is it Nigel driving it?
Yeah, of course it is. Does everything else. It's got some pace, I can guarantee it.
Yeah.
I can guarantee it.
He's just unlapped himself.
Yeah. Right, just going to, whilst we're recovering this cart, and Tom will keep an eye on it, just going to have a quick chat, quick look. Just to Sheverson, shout out to the 690 Have a Go Racing. Well, they are leading their class at the moment. Mason Turner saying, nice pit stop, go on, James. I think that'll be for James Small in the 42. Bazman, I think that's Barry Packer. Super Baz from Le Mans, Tom.
Baz, Super Baz.
Superman, Baz.
Baz, Super
yeah.
Baz,
who
Baz, Super Baz.
Definitely had his pants on over his race suit. Super Baz. Ian saying good luck to everyone. Commentators doing awesome job as always. Oh, so we have got. Did you create that? Did you learn how to create a poll by yourself?
No.
Well, there's one in there now.
Okay. I didn't do that.
Oh,
what?
Yeah.
Where's that come from?
Best cake for a 24. Probably Adam behind
us. Oh,
us.
definitely, because he's put carrot cake at the top, hasn't he? He is a wrong'un, that boy.
Right.
Did you hear earlier on what I said to do with regarding the carrot cake?
I did not.
I said if they want mentions, bring cake. If they want Adam to be happy, bring him carrot cake. If you want us to be happy, bring carrot cake into the commentary box and then put it in the bin in front of him.
I'd volley it like fully across the circuit.
Just bring it in and put it in the bin.
Slippery surface flags out the D chicane. It's covered in carrot cake as Dave's volleyed one across the circuit. Oh, cameraman Rob's in. Cameraman Rob, would you like some school cake?
Are you joking? What is school cake?
What is school cake? What, did you not go?
Is that why he's cameraman Rob? Cause
yeah. Did you come out of the womb holding a cannon? And I mean, not like the army kind.
Like a K-C-A-N-O-N.
Yeah.
A canon.
Yeah.
Or
click,
a
click.
Nikon.
Job done, isn't it? It's like, yeah, I don't need them GCSEs. I've got me a JVC or something. I don't know if they make cameras. Yeah. Oh. I'm logged in as myself, so I'm going to vote.
We've got 21 votes already.
Yeah.
If any of them are for carrot cake,
mate, it's doing
then
surprising.
Find another channel.
It's doing disgracefully well.
Oh, God, find another channel. Yes, Adam. Hold on, let me mute myself so I can have a chat. Do you know what? We've had a change for the lead because MS Lucas have retaken MS Urban Orange.
They're
both are in the pits at
in
the
the
moment, but they
pits,
did
so-
overtake them on track pre-pit stop. So do you know what we'll do? We'll line up hashtag cake chat for real. And for those of you who haven't seen what David and I look like, be very afraid. Ah, Teesside.
Do you know how we always talk about cakes, mate?
Hashtag cake chat.
Hashtag cake chat. I've got a surprise for you. Come this way.
No way. What is this, David?
Bring yourself round, sir. This is going to be like MasterChef, but without the controversy.
This is proper hashtag cake chat.
We're going to tuck in, Tom. We're going to have a bit of a trial.
What have we got?
We've got golden syrup cake, millionaire shortbread. I'm not sure the technical term, but school cake.
Yeah.
Which everyone's had at some point.
Always with the school cake.
Cookies. I believe you're familiar with them.
I'm definitely familiar with cookies.
And that's Rocky Road with its older brother, Biscoff Rocky Road.
Oh.
And some cheesecakes, but they're just for display.
Yeah, I think
we can't open them.
Right. Well, without further ado,
what are you going for first?
I'm diving in for the golden syrup cake.
Okay.
I'm going to have a little taste of that.
I'll...
Thank you for this, by the way.
It's all right. Most
lovely.
welcome. Thank you to the cafe at Teesside.
Yes.
For arranging.
I'm going to have a little bite of this one, since it's closest.
I'll take
that
the
icing
next
looks
selection.
thick.
It does, doesn't it?
Well,
you've got the end
I'm diving in
section
with
as
my
well.
fingers as well.
Straight in.
Yeah.
Don't take a massive bite. No, you go first, because I'll have to fill while you're
Well, that's
chewing.
what I was going to say. We can't both eat at the same time. Right. Okay. Well.
We've got paper scissors for this.
Try that.
Oh, just icing.
What's the icing?
Are you going to eat either end?
Oh, it's vanilla.
Is it?
That is delicious.
You're quite right. Yes, it is. Vanilla.
Right. So I've had the cake and I've had the icing. Now I'm going to put both in together.
It's going in. I'm making quite a mess over here already.
This is talking with our mouth full. You see, what we're doing now is we're saving you, the audience, from doing this on the microphone, which is what we normally do when we're commentating.
When we are live.
Yes.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to use a knife on the shortbread, but I'm going to try and just.
How's that working out for you?
Better than expected, but not perfect in any way.
It's gone well. I'm going to have a much smaller piece than that.
I'm currently holding 3 pieces, but I'm going all in something that I can describe as quite classy.
Oh my God, it's just falling apart. I'm making a right mess. And now I've lost my sunglasses.
The shortbread ratio is bang on.
Do you feel like a millionaire?
I do.
It definitely makes me feel like a millionaire. Right,
Eat like a
find me a
millionaire.
bit of that Biscoff Rocky Road.
Oh. I've decided that cutting's overrated. I'm just going with a stabby motion.
Well,
hang on. There you are, mate.
Oh, thanks. So the cafe here at Teesside, this is kind of what, I'm guessing this is what David wanted to...
sample.
Wanted to kind of showcase, that's the word. Wanted to showcase, didn't you, David? Because it's, we talk about it a lot, but we never actually do any filming in here.
No.
So over there is obviously where you queue, but you've also got your menus over on the wall as well, and the selection changes throughout the day.
And at 24, it's open the entire race.
So for the full 24 hours, and there'll be a breakfast menu, a lunch menu, a dinner menu, and then another breakfast menu for the full length of the 24 hours. So they are really, really busy in here, and definitely unsung heroes as well, because they keep the entire paddock fed and watered.
It is so warm as well in the.
Oh yeah, behind there.
Oh, yeah, so warm.
We've just been behind there. But
we think we've got a hard job. We really don't. In the grand scheme of things.
Oh my god.
I've tackled the other one. That is also delicious.
Oh my god.
Would you like to develop that any further, Tom?
I'm thinking about moving in with this.
Tom's going steady with the Biscoff
With the
Rocky
Biscoff
Road.
cake. Well, thank you very much for this, David.
Would you like a cookie, Tom?
Do you know what? I'll save it for later.
We'll save a cookie, but we
Because
can't. We can't finish.
I'm going back in for this.
But we can't finish without skull cake. Now I'm going to cut that two ways.
All
one
right.
down there, and one down there.
Okay.
And one for you. And this
Sample
is.
the
I
skull
think
cake.
this is the best way to end. We end on
Cheers.
skull cake. Cheers.
Cheers. That was a big bit. And a big shout out to the cafe as well here. Just for the record, that wasn't my idea. I had nothing to do with that. I was told
Wasn't my idea either.
About-
but I was well up for
a
it.
minute before we're doing hashtag cake chat for real life. And there's a tray appearing in the cafe that we're going to eat. And I ate all of that under protest, believe it or not. It didn't look like it, but I did.
But it was delicious, wasn't it?
It was
Tom?
delicious. It was absolutely delicious.
Right.
And a massive shout out to the cafe who are going right through the 24 hours here and before, because they've
Yeah.
been serving breakfast as we've got somebody off big time at
Hot.
hairpin 1.
That's
And
a
he's trying to go the Kimi Räikkönen route, and he's going to find out very shortly that is...
No, there's a gap. It's just not big enough to fit him through.
Yeah, he's Räikkönen'd it.
Yes, yeah.
He's gone full Räikkönen. Just out of shot, well, just in the middle of the shot, but at hairpin 1, just past the yellow flag. And he, has gone for Kimi Räikkönen's. There he is, right, or she, of course. He's heading. The marshal's heading round now. Yeah, so driver went off. Driver tried to rejoin by cutting through the tyre gap, a la Kimi Räikkönen in Sao Paulo, and then has quickly found out that the gap isn't wide enough for the car. Ironically, if he travelled further round and done a full Kimi Räikkönen,
He'd have probably got
there is
through.
a big enough gap.
Whilst we're just recovering this cart.
Oh, hang on. Are we needing a recovery because the marshal's not?
No, I think he's still working to try
Okay.
and get him free, but would like.
It's beached itself as
yeah,
well. That's part
naturally,
of
he'd
the
like them to slow down. We've got a black flag, have we, or is it a warning? It's a warning, I think, for the 95.
96.
96, yes. There they go in the higher class.
Just to give you an update on the poll that's going on as well.
A controversial poll, by the
yes,
way.
a very controversial poll because you can tell that Adam has done it and how much of a wrong he is.
Because he's done it wrong.
Because he's done it wrong, right? So first of all, he's put carrot cake on there, which doesn't belong on there. Secondly, he's put flapjack on there, which isn't even a cake. I'm fuming.
He's fuming. Tom is
First
fuming.
poll of the day, and he's ruined it.
Come back, Tom. Don't leave. Come back. Come back. I'll get rid of him and keep you.
I'm out. That's the sound of a squeaky door. As I go out of it. Poof. You've missed us being together, haven't you, people?
We're too late in the race for this, Tom. We should have already done a stint together and already, by normal standards.
We've got. Mr. Bisto is out in 67, SKA Racing.
Mr. Bisto?
Yeah, which I said earlier, Ewan was on, and it was early on, and somebody was saying, I can't even remember his first, it's right near the top of the comments. And I said, Bisto. And it just fell on deaf ears.
Well, I'm struggling to understand it.
Are you?
And I'm a smart lad. I'll let you scroll through and see if you can find it.
No, I can't go back far enough.
You're providing me this without the context that it requires, Tom.
It's like the slogan of Bisto, isn't it?
Well, I know our Bisto, yeah. But
yeah, Bisto.
The driver's not called Jeff Bisto.
No, he is. He's called something Bisto. He is.
In what car?
Well, they're saying 67 on the comments, but
Well,
I don't think it's SKA Racing.
No.
Do we have another 67?
Sebastian Francis, Brett Crow, Adam Stainer, Alex Checkett's Matt Bishop. I'm not convinced that any of them like a mug of gravy. I do like a mug of gravy though, Tom.
Are you kidding me? You'll actually sit and drink a mug of gravy?
I could have a mug of gravy.
I mean, I could have one, but I'd feel very dirty afterwards.
I'll have an OXO every now and again. I'll have an OXO. I like an OXO.
And a Bovril.
Yeah, I like them.
You get Bovril at the football.
Yeah,
but
no, I'll have an OXO at home.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen.
Don't serve them in the cafe.
I bet they could.
No. Janet Webster saying, promise to bring cake next time. Now, you better do as well, Janet, because your cakes are sensational. A regular appearance in the combox. Adam Churchman. Funny story about Adam Churchman. I was trying to find him on Facebook and just messaged a completely random Adam Churchman asking what his race suit and helmet colour was. And he replied with, I ain't got a clue what you're on about, mate. And I just didn't even bother replying.
71 votes so far. We'll let it get to 100, I think, before we close the poll.
Yeah,
but there is a clear leader at the moment, and that's probably because only 2 of them are actual cakes out of the 4 choices.
Correct. Basman, well done to KBR. Keep up the good work, guys. What have we got as well? Just Toshiba saying, can we go through the colours? I ran through them about 20 minutes ago. Hopefully your message was after, or it was before I ran through them. But if not, message again and we'll run through. Luke T. I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce Luke's surname, so I'm going to go with Luke T. Saying, Team SKA67, keep up the pace. And Janet Webster cheering on everyone, especially Gracie Mitchell.
Connor Jupp has asked what is the net top 3 now. So let's try and bring you that. So Paragon Motorsport are currently leading with MS Urban Orange, who are P2 with MS JDR 3rd. MS Soco Select 4th and MS Lucas 5th. But I believe MS Lucas have just changed tyres, which is why they've dropped down the order.
Yes, they are off strategy.
I don't think Soco will have.
No.
Yet, because they had issues early on with a broken steering column, which I'm told by everybody who's seen it and was around it at the time, as we've got somebody else off at Hairpin 1 now, everybody who was around it and saw it at the time, that they've never seen it break where it broke. No, it's unprecedented.
Like right at the top, Tom?
Yes.
Right underneath the...
But it's where the bolts go into the boss or something.
No, just under it. Literally off, sheared completely, just underneath where the boss was.
So so unprecedented, never happened before. So that's what held MS Soco Select up, but they are still on their charge back up the field. Quick look how far behind they are. So they are only a minute behind the overall leader at the minute, Paragon Motorsport. So they're back on the lead lap, but I believe, but they do owe us a pit stop as well, as do Paragon and as do MS Urban Orange. They've only pitted 6 times, but they've only just been out 12 minutes now. So MS Urban Orange are the ones that seem to be going longest, with the exception of DWS2, who have only stopped 5 times. But they've been out there an hour and 26 minutes now. So they will be in shortly. MS Urban Blue come in to the pits from 6th place, an hour and 22 minute stint. So DWS2 are doing what we'd like to call the offline strategy.
The save loads of fuel.
Lift and coast, save loads of fuel, keep out of the pits as much as possible. And so they've been in 5 times so far. So they're going to be in shortly because they're coming up to an hour and a half on their stint. But that's helping them along, and they are currently leading the owner Clubman, and they're leading it by 3 laps from KBR. So not sure what's happened to KBR.
I know what's happened to KBR because Ewan O'Leary's been pit lane reporting, Tom. They lost nearly a minute trying to, let me put it in the nicest way, locate the driver's seat insert.
Locate it?
Yes, because he's lost it.
Oh, right, okay.
See? Yeah, there we go.
Right, okay, so like lack of preparation for pit stop. Is that what you mean?
Possibly. At which point, they cut their losses and put the previous driver back in for a double.
Right, well, but yeah, I mean, could have done that without losing a minute. But sure.
Well, yeah, but they didn't know that they were going to lose a minute, did they? So, yes, that's it. All the sugary ones are coming out. Right.
That's the Haribo, by the way.
Yeah, just having a further look as well as to what else we've got. Adam Keeling, Alfie Keeling's dad, getting in touch saying chocolate cake all the way. He doesn't have a YouTube login, but
that's a plane, by the way, if you can't make that out.
It is.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Super Baz.
I ain't getting no plane.
What was going on here? Right. There we go. Back up to speed with my comments.
Where's the poll gone? Has he took it down?
Oh,
no.
It's been done. 83 votes. He's finished it 17 votes early. But your clear winner, chocolate cake.
So he can't count. He can't cake.
Right. We've had some explanation. It is Matt Bishop. Matt Bishop enjoys dry Bisto. So like straight from the pot.
Right. I think.
So.
Yeah.
Right, that makes more sense.
18 people chose flapjack.
I'm guessing that's Gareth McCarthy as well, who's asked, what's worse, David, carrot cake or dabbing? It's definitely carrot cake for me, because I love a dab.
It's carrot cake, but only just. Luke Dodman Racing asking, have you ever eaten a sausage roll backwards?
What?
Is that where you eat the sausage first and then the pastry? I don't know.
How can you eat it backwards?
Or do you eat it walking backwards?
Trying not to lower the tone here, but it's double-ended. You can't eat it backwards.
I don't know what the script is.
You're going to need to enlighten us on that. Ross O'Meara has been in touch too with the absolute correct answer of
DWS. Sorry, Tom. DWS black flag for DWS, the class leading DWS kart in 7th place or 6th place now for DWS 2. They've got a 3-lap gap, but they've been given a black flag.
We'll try and get to the bottom of what that was. And we'll keep you updated with where they're going to shake out as well. So Ross O'Meara has been in touch to say, out of the only 2 cakes on there, it has to be chocolate cake.
Correct.
So Ross O'Meara, 100% correct. That's the right answer. That's why we like you, Ross, and that's why we miss you racing.
Yes, Stocky F1 saying, well done to Harrison Pugh behind the wheel of the 116 ABC Racing. Aaron Watcott saying, is it pork rib bend when the 999 go through it? Do you know what? They'll not be happy with that from you. Oh, kart going slowly at hairpin 2, going again. They'll not be happy. They'll be around to have a chat and they'll get their notebook out.
Well, based on what happened in Le Mans, no, they won't, because I don't think they're even real coppers.
Well, they did a perfect T-pack at the start
of this race, yes, but they properly messed it up yesterday when they broke the Bigfoot panel.
They certainly did. Adam Churchman as well saying, shout out to number 16 Boom, up 39 positions, the highest of all hire karts in terms of positions gained.
just having a little on-air discussion there. Yeah,
No,
so...
off air.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said.
You said on.
Yeah, but that's not what I meant.
Oh, cool. Well done, mate.
Ever the professionals. That's Elliot has been in touch in the live chat and said, I've watched from the start. God, this has been long but fun. Now, Elliot got in touch earlier on and asked for a shout-out, and I said, no, Elliot, you can't have a shout-out.
Did you say this was long?
Because I'm really funny like that.
Did you say this was long? As in, like, a full day long? That's how 24-hour races work. That is the moon. The moon is in the sky.
Yes. Our first mention of the sky. Martin Webster's been in touch as well to see good to see KBR running well. That's Martin Webster of Maple Motorsport. Martin Webster.
Oh, Maple Motorsport of non-Canadian Maple Motorsport.
Yes, they're not Canadian, but they love their maples. And it says good to see KBR running well. They'll gain back that time lost. Great bunch of guys. Seabear's on as well. Seabear's in the comments. Welcome, Seabear.
Oh, a technical defect now for the 58.
Oh, so right. So this could end up being a double stop for DWS.
Yeah, well, they've not been in for their black flag yet. So mechanical.
Have they
for
definitely
DWS.
not been in for their black flag? Because they've been in.
They're still
5.
they're still P6.
But they were
still
on 5 stops, weren't they?
They're
So
still P6.
they're still on 5
so
stops.
yeah, and they've not pitted recently, I don't believe, Tom. An hour and 10 minutes, so this won't be too bad for them, Tom, I don't think. They've been out an hour and 10. They can fuel as if it's a normal stint. Just trying to figure out where they are, because if it was a black flag, they wouldn't have been able to take on fuel. There they are in the pits there, and I don't know why. We'll try and figure out. They'll not be down the mechanics bay, but because that's for hires only, but they may well come into the pit lane. So we'll see them coming through. A few people going running.
They'll come through the pit lane in a second. Oh, that's not them. That's
a 111. No, it's not. That's the 119. That's Rossi Costello getting in the 119.
That's them with the same livery as the 111 and the 43 and the 42. So I'll let you off with that confusion.
It's all right. I should have probably waited till finding out which driver was in.
That's Steve Nichols.
He's
out
of the
58.
Yeah, out of the 58. Is it Steve Nichols? I think it's David. It is Steve Nichols.
That is Steve, yeah. And
there's
David Adam
Brewish
as well.
Yeah. So they're walking round. Cart's getting pushed. Round is that 58, and Murray Adams is on pushing duty.
Doesn't seem to be like he's bouncing too badly like it's an axle. Doesn't seem to be flat tyres. What's gone on there then?
Could it be visor related?
No.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not yes, but confident.
What, that it's not a visor-related mechanical flag?
Yes, because it didn't look particularly tinted when he walked past.
Well, no, I didn't think so either.
It
But
looks yellowy.
But they've come straight through the pit lane and are doing a
stop,
a tyre change, because they're in the tyre change bay. So,
but it might not be a tyre. It might be tyre change and whatever else they've got to fix.
Yes, maybe so.
But they'd been out an hour and 36, so they were due a stop anyway.
Hour and 10. No, hour and 36. Yeah, what? Ooh, wow, how? Wow, how?
Wow,
yeah.
How wow.
Yeah, how wow.
How wow. Such a child.
Ban Fujiwara, as part of Alessia. I think that's actually Colin Palacio. Sad news not to be there this year. Good luck to their fellow teams, Cobb Builders and the Armed Forces teams. Sorry, we can't supply any cakes this year. Brackets carrot cake. I'll let you keep it, if I'm honest with you, Colin. And by keep it, I mean pop it in front of the front wheel of your car and then drive over it.
Drive over it, yeah.
Cheers.
So, Seaver's been on as well. It's sad that you can't be here with us, Seaver. Again, we missed you at Le Mans and we miss you here as well this weekend. Seaver, of course, multiple champion in both events. in the higher class runs as kartevents.be, although I think they're running as something else now. Is that correct?
Yeah, they've changed
team names. Steve, let us know what you're running as nowadays so we can give that a shout out. We've got Liam Archer saying quick finish is doing amazing from a bad start. Keep it up, lads. HNV Pork FN has asked, do the commentators sleep? Well, yes, we do sleep, but not obviously on air. Although sometimes we can be accused of missing things. Michael Weddle has been on saying those calves are to dream of. I'm going to guess he's talking about Murray.
Possibly so.
I reckon they're Murray Adams calves because his thighs are like tree trunks. But again, Michael, lovely to have you with us as always. And why aren't you driving this weekend? Where are you, Michael Weddle, and what are you doing? Who else have we got? Bradley Hill, loving the stream, getting the urge to come and watch. Can you just turn up and watch? Or do you need a ticket? Yes, absolutely you can turn up and watch, but I would recommend not bringing a car unless you want to park in Ripon.
It is busy. They're called Bellamese Racing now. Kartevents.be. I've just found it on the face ache.
Pork FN has asked, do they swap commentators or keep the same ones? Well, we're on 6-hour rotations with a 3-hour crossover, so that answers that. Josh Mercer again been in touch. Again, lovely to have all of the legends are back and in the comments box. Michael Weddle, Steve, Josh Mercer.
You've put Mercer in the legends.
Mercer's in the legends box. Yeah, of course we miss him massively. Yeah.
Oh, I miss him, but I saw him last week.
Yeah, well, you saw him. I haven't seen him for ages. His sound is Josh.
He's quality. Just started his own business actually. The karting coach. Doing some coaching. He's been working with RCE quite a lot.
It's kids at fullback, isn't it, mostly, I think?
But no, he's been working with RCE, who take part in CKC Super 1 and stuff, and he's their driver coach, and he's really, really good, is Josh Mercer. Who else have we got in the live chat that we need to discuss? Peter Knight. Did you mention Peter Knight in the Legends box?
I didn't.
No, he's handy. Here's Peter Knight. He's done a few 24 hours here as well.
Okay.
Just saying best. Somebody's pressing the heart button, or that's Josh Mercer. It's like.
Yep, there it is.
Yeah. Yeah, the heart button going loads.
Just scroll down to the bottom.
Good lad.
See?
Good lad. He's not refreshed his screen that much since last week when he got a new VPN.
Moving on. Moving on. Right, I am going to grab the roaming rig and I'm going to grab the microphone and I'm going to go on a little wander and see who I can find. I've got my hoodie with me as well, so I can keep toasty, and my jeans are keeping toasty in the cupboard just in case I need them for later.
Teesside Ted's off for a walk.
Teesside Ted. Here we go. Right. Any recommendations? Any suggestions, David?
Don't come back.
You are so mean. So mean.
Love you, mate.
Burn. Let me go to get some Savlon for that burn. Wow. Harsh. Right. Who can we go and grab then? That's up on the bank. Who is nearby? And who's out towards the top end of the paddock? I'll just grab some random people, shall I? And just have a chat.
Genuinely, I would like you to go out, and I don't want you to speak to anybody that you know.
Okay, I can do that.
Find people that you don't know.
Yeah. All right.
And I'd also like
I'll take my notes with me.
And I'd also like you
talking
to
to this one as
start.
well.
Would you like a clipboard?
Sure.
I think I've got one. I'm going to see if it's still where I thought it was.
Because what I'm going to do as well is pull up live timing, and then we can talk to people and find out how their race is going.
It's not where I thought it was, Tom.
Oh. Well, that's disappointing.
It is, isn't it?
Right.
Oh, no, it is.
Oh,
it's
is?
just that the side is black, and so is the clipboard.
Okay.
Also, if you could start each one as if you're Cilla Black, please.
Like I did in the Paddock show?
Yes.
What's your name?
Where'd you come from?
Where'd you come from? But I'll do what's your name and what's your team name instead.
Yeah, of course.
All right, let's go do that then. Challenge accepted. Teesside Ted on the move.
So Tom's getting dispatched outside. He will be coming back, that's for sure. Curb warnings for the 6 and the 31 entries, both in hires actually, the 31 in hires rather than the 31 in owners. Picking up warnings there. Matthew Wormsley saying big shout out to 31 Nathan Markey making his debut, all the family watching and cheering him on. That'll be the 31, as I say, in our higher class. Just now whip through the notes back there. We have them stapled together. He's part of the Formula Non team, I believe. Yes, he is. They've got 8 drivers in that team. So thank you very much. Liam Archer, quick finishers, doing amazing from a bad start. Keep it up, lads. Who else have we got? Getting in touch. Definitely need pictures of a 22 pit stop. Murray's a legend. He is very, very proficient. And to be fair, he managed to push that 58 through at a fair rate of knots as well. Let's scroll right down because it's been getting getting a lot of love on the live chat. So I'm just scroll right down to the bottom, and we've actually got one. Paul Lyford saying controversial one. Where do you stand on courgette cakes? On top of them. Normally with a fairly big boot. Can't say I've ever tried one because I don't know if anybody ever would. But thank you for getting in touch. So just having a quick look. In fact, I'm going to come back to the live chat in due course because Tom Butterworth is outside and he's found somebody to talk to. So we're going to head outside to Tom Butterworth. So we'll come back when we've just sorted out a slight audio problem outside, but we'll be back to them. We've got 14 hours and 10 minutes to go, so we will go back outside to Tom shortly once we've sorted everything out. Waved yellow at the mountain and waved yellow at rib. So it looks like we've got somebody off at the bottom of the mountain section. And they have been cleared because the waved yellow is in down at Rib Bend. So circuit is fully green once again, with 14:10 on the clock. So I think we're going to go back outside to see whether we can get some noise this time out of Tom. No, turns out we didn't fix the problem. So we're just going to test that outside of just going live. The joys of live TV, everybody. Sometimes it goes well, and when it does, nobody notices. And then when it goes wrong, everybody notices. So we're going to swap the microphones. And see if we can sort it out. So thank you very much. We'll be back in a few moments' time with Tom outside. Now, Seaver saying if his teammates are willing, they'll come back to the UK and race. I'd love to see them lads in an owner team with Seaver, Kenneth, Jules Van Hall as well, who won Le Mans in 2024 as a 3-driver entry. Would love to see them have a go in the owners. Elliot asking if the commentators have ever raced this track. Yes, actually. I've done 3 British 24 hours, 2 in hires, 2009, 2010, 1 in owners, 2015, and then I've been on comms here since 2019 for the British 24-hour race. Le Mans, we raced that 24-hour race, both Tom and I together in a team with some friends of ours in 2023, and then we went to the commentary team in 2024. Kart round at the hairpin number 1 as we go yellow briefly at that hairpin, and then back we go once again to a fully green situation. So thank you very much for that question. It's the nighttime fully settling in now here at with 14 hours and just under 10 minutes to go. Emma Briggs would like us to ask Alfie Briggs to stop doing pit stops in his white race gloves. Now, we're not on the PA, but if someone could just tell him to do it, to not do the pit stops in his white race gloves, that would be great. Not the best choice of colour, you know, to be doing pit stops in anyway for Alfie with the white race gloves. Elliot just asking, do we still race? I don't race because my son races now, so that's where the budget goes, unfortunately. So I've took one for the team. I do enjoy a hack around every now and again, but far more important that he gets to enjoy the experiences now as a driver. So that'll be, and he may well be racing this event next year. This year sort of came a little bit too soon for him. We weren't entirely sure he was ready for the stint length, but he certainly did prove us wrong a few weeks ago at Shennington, where he completed his first BPEC 6 hour at the age of 12 in a junior kart alongside Ted Hall. A team of 2 completing a 6-hour race between them. They agreed at pre-race to do 1-hour stints just to make sure that they could get there to the end. So they did 1 extra pit stop, but they were very, very good and did incredibly well between the 2 of them. And a massive shout out to them both for that. They're really, really good, and did receive a lot of plaudits from those in the BPEC paddock, and we're sure that both myself and the Hall family are incredibly grateful for those words of encouragement towards our drivers. We might have rectified our technical problem, and if we haven't, we're going to try anyway, as we're back outside to the dulcet tones of Tom Butterworth.
So I found my first victim. I didn't have to walk very far from the commentary box. So what's your name and what's your team name?
No speak inglese, senor.
Well, that went well, didn't it? Talk us through it, come on.
Yeah, okay. Our team name is Schuchter Racing. The 5 of us are from the north of Scotland, north of Inverness, and we've got an adopted team Englishman in the team.
So he's south of the border, so he's the ringer?
Yes, you could say that. Victim.
With respect, he seems a bit younger as well.
He is, but our youngest driver's out there just now. He's only 16.
All right, okay, so he's only just made the grade as well then for age-wise.
And I'm 70, so that it levels the playing field.
We're balanced out at like an average 40 then.
At best. Well, no, because they're coffin dodgers as well.
Right, so who's the quickest then?
fat boy here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Heavy haulage guy.
Heavy haulage, heavy right foot.
All right. So how's the race been going so far? There were some difficulties earlier on. How's it been for the last few hours?
By and large, it's okay. We had to change a complete braking system. The brakes gave out, so that cost us quite a few laps. But you know, it's the same for everybody. Everybody's got their share of issues. So by and large, it's been good, and we're so glad that the weather stayed dry.
Well, I remember you guys from Le Mans last year. Didn't manage to make it over this year, but did make it here. So you did Le Mans last year, but not the British, and now you're doing not Le Mans, but the British.
Yes, and next year, hopefully, we'll maybe go to Spain or Portugal, somewhere else.
Oh, there's talk of a Spain race next year.
I saw online there's a 30-hour race there. So that would be interesting.
Right. All right. Well, let's see if we can get you over there and get us over there more than anything. So hopefully we'll enjoy that. Right. So we'll throw back and yeah, come back to me in a few minutes.
All the best. Thank you very much.
And we're back in. We're back, and that guy is backwards through the camera shot. That looks like it's cartwheelers in the 34, going straight through the camera at the bottom of the mountain. So. Craig Harris in the live chat saying, you and Butters eating them cakes remind me of the two old guys off. I think that could be off the Muppets rather than off the Puppets, but I've definitely been called a Muppet before, so I'll take that. Jack Watson saying, what's for tea in the combox? Shout out to the two RAF teams, the 121 and the 122. Well, what's for tea? Earlier on, I had some lovely rice and pulled pork, which was delightful, just before I came on air for my 6-hour stint. Charlie Brooks says, I'll buy carrot cake for you. Well, if you're down at Clay Pigeon when I'm likely to next see you, and you do buy me carrot cake, I will probably throw you off the balcony like it's a WWE Royal Rumble. I'm not buying it. I tried it, in fact, here a few years ago. Our director, Adam, who's just told me that Tom's found somebody else to talk to, bought me some carrot cake and made me try it live on air, and for that I generally despise him. But Tom's found somebody else to talk to. He's down at the far end of the viewing area. I'm not sure who he's with, but let's go and find out.
And for my next victim, what's your name and what's your team name?
Nathan, LPBAT 1.
There we go. Okay, so we found our second foreign driver of the day. Of course, the first one was just a joke. But Nathan here, driving for LPBRT 1. Now, English is not your first language, so we're going to try and make this as simple as possible. How has the race gone? And what are your hopes for the rest of the race?
Not very well. We have a little problem. So we have 4 laps to lose. So we are now at the 8th place on the category. But yeah, we enjoy. It's really a fun race. We try to get back to the podium, but it's not very easy. We have 2 laps to now on the podium, so we try.
Still a long way to go, so good chance of it still coming your way.
Yeah, thanks.
All right, thank you very much. And that concludes our second one. We'll move on for another.
And we are back once again with the renegade commentator in the com box. So thank you very much. Just having a look to see whether Tom's gone off to try and find somebody else. So we might have to find a second commentator while he's off doing the interviewing. But I did say to him, off you go, find some people, and find people that we don't know. Just random people, because you don't know people and then you talk to them and then you do know them. That's generally how making friends works. thank you to Chubbo, who's getting well into things. So everybody seems to be a big fan of the 67. Isn't a massive fan, clearly, of putting all of his comments in one comment. He's just spamming us, but that's good. That's good for traction, good for viewing numbers. So you keep hitting us with loads of individual comments. So that's good. Craig Harris bringing up that time that Tom French decided to park his cart right in front of mine. Whilst out on track. Waved yellow flag at hairpin 1. The Met Police Motor Club have gone on an undercover mission. It turns out they're on the grass. Oh no, they're back out of undercover now, and we're going back down into the paddock because Tom Butter has found another friend.
And for my next victim, what's your name and what's your team name?
My name's Barry and I'm part of the team 45 Speeding Squealberg.
Now, I've just realised you had the gold trousers on yesterday, didn't you?
That's correct.
Right, so I've already spoken to Barry, but I'm still going to carry on this like I haven't spoken to Barry already. I'm just going to style it out. Barry, how's the race been going so far? You were, to my knowledge, leading the class earlier on, but talk us through how things are now.
Yeah, we're doing really well at the start. We've had all of the drivers have had the stints. We're now back onto our first driver back on for his next double stint, so he's going to be on track for the next 3 hours. We were first in class. 3 hours. So we're going to be doing an hour and a half in, quick fuel, and he's straight back out.
The double stinting.
So okay. That's all 5 of us now will be doing double stinting until the morning.
What's the thinking behind the double stinting?
So apparently there's maths involved. I was not part of that setup.
I'd be well out of that.
Yeah, so I was just told this is
when you involve maths and then involve the human body, generally speaking, the two don't go together.
Yeah, I mean we've had one of the lads had a bad crash yesterday in practice. He got a bit of whiplash. I think he has come out and said he'll donate some of his time if someone wants to take it. So it's why not. But it is what it is. I mean, we're currently 8th at the moment, I think, in class. If we can squeeze a podium by the end of tomorrow.
How far off the lead?
Oh, I honestly couldn't tell you.
A lap and a half.
I think.
So top 8 covered by a lap and a half after. How long have we been going?
13 hours left.
So 10 hours.
Yeah.
We've been doing 10 hours and you only separate by a lap and a half. Oh, well, it's definitely doable then.
Yeah, well, I mean, I went into the gravel track down the river.
You sound despondent, but hope is definitely not lost.
Yeah,
that's only a pit stop.
But the downside is I have to finish the race.
Right, okay, all right. And are you going to get some sleep?
So I'm going to hope I can get maybe 3 or 4 hours.
Okay, were you up at 7 o'clock?
6:30 this morning.
6:30, right, okay. And you're going pretty much straight through with a double stint?
3-4 hours and then, yeah.
Have you got another double stint before the end of the race?
No,
so you're off till the end of the race and you're still not going to sleep?
But I'll be up for maybe 4 or 5, come down and do some pit duties.
Okay.
I just like being part of it all, man, it's only once a year.
I understand the excitement, however, yeah. Wrong. Right, we'll move on, and I failed my challenge for finding people that I haven't already spoken to or don't know, but I'm going to move on anyway, and I'll find someone.
Gold pants on.
He does need his gold pants on, but yeah, we'll move on and find another random for you. Okay, all done.
Just over the 10-hour mark into this race then, here for the 2025 British 24-hour, and there's a contact warning for the 433 of MSJDR. It's been 2 hours or so since they got a contact warning, but it would appear that normal status has been resumed for the 433, who've been very robust at times, let's say, in that MSJDR entry. Paragon still leading then from that second place MSJDR. with MS Urban Orange. MS Lucas on the lead lap, the only other team on the lead lap. And it would appear that Tom Butterworth's quest to find friends continues down in the paddock.
So I'm down here with Mark Mitchell now. I was told to look for Mark Mitchell, and I didn't have to walk very far. I walked about 10 feet down the paddock, and there he was. He's everywhere. So Mark, give us an update on how Gracie's doing. Where are we at versus the record?
Well, we're still going. I think now is the turning point now. I think we're trying to manage the adrenaline levels. We're trying to keep her going without forcing her to keep going, if you like. Trying to obviously making sure that she's getting her food and she's getting a drink, which she's at the point now where she doesn't want to eat, she doesn't want to drink. So we're having to manage that now. She's starting to get a little bit of pain in her ankles. I would probably say now we are around about 25 to 27 laps behind schedule. We've obviously had the unfortunate event earlier on, but at the end of the day, that's more important, a lot more important. So, but she's still going strong. Fitness level, she feels okay. It's just, I think, a little bit of fatigue setting in now. So we just need to manage it. She's fully aware. She's still sticking to the lap times, the plan. She's managing that really, really well, I think. Obviously, if we keep going, we sort of, as we are, which yourself, it never happens, we think we can sort of bring back the deficit within about 7 to 8 hours. And we should be back on target.
That is good news. Even better news is that she sounds to still be feeling all right in the car as well. A little bit of pain in the ankles, that's to be expected. How's her neck holding up?
She actually turned around when we asked her how she was feeling. She actually said her jaw was hurting.
Yeah, I get that. It's what you clench. Sorry, you can't say that like that. You clench when you do. I started having to drive with a gum shield in, believe it or not, because it actually, although it felt weird in the mouth, it actually helped because I grind my teeth when I was driving. It's just because you're tensing up when you, particularly through like South Bank and Hairpin 3, your whole body tenses up and your jaw goes with it.
She's never drove this long, and obviously she's done a lot of training, she's done a lot of preparation, but we never truly know where we're going to be.
So 1,004 laps we worked out at 42 laps an hour. To break the original record that was set last year was 40 laps an hour.
Yeah.
So we're thinking about 7-8 hours we're going to be back on par.
Hopefully, yeah. Obviously, again, that's pending no
she is staying out of trouble so far.
Yeah, she is, and like I say, we're managing a pace. We're sort of consistently in and around the 1:15, 1:16 times, which is where we were at. We sort of give ourselves. On the 42 laps an hour is like 85 seconds, a minute 25. We're sort of aiming at around about the 1:15, 1:16. So that's kind of giving us 47 laps. So we're kind of getting them 5 laps back.
Yeah.
Obviously, the plan was to try and get them banked.
Yeah.
But obviously now we're on the back foot, and we're just going to keep going. We're just now it's the whole plan's fluid now.
It's just everything. It was always in motion from the second the Union flag dropped, wasn't it? But we wish her, as always, we're keeping up with how she's doing. We're wishing her our very best, and of course she's raising money for the British Heart Foundation as well. So we'll. There is the links are dotted all around the track. If you're here and you're watching at the circuit, there are QR codes dotted all around the track, and you can go to what's the website for Gracie's Linktree that's got the Just Giving on it.
Yeah, so she's got the GoFundMe page. So on any of the socials, it's in a bio. We can just go directly to the GoFundMe page, and you can donate through there. Obviously, on the site and the track in the cafe reception, we've got buckets going. There's going to be a couple of volunteers hopefully tomorrow. I'll be just wandering around, just asking anybody for any loose change, pocket change. Ange Falkes has said she's going to go around and tip people upside down, and
if you know Ange, you believe it.
But no, I mean, I said before, I was talking to David earlier on, and the support has just been fun. We didn't expect this. You know, what sort of, I suppose a year ago, I thought it was just a bit of a throwaway comment, a bit of tongue-in-cheek.
When pipe dream, yeah.
When she sort of said, I think I could do that, having seen what Pedals did. And then, we're here now, and I'm astounded and so proud.
I was just going to say, you can hear how proud you are.
Yeah, I just can't imagine what she's going through. I really can't.
Well, this will be probably the easier part of the race, believe it or not, because it's dark, it's cooler. You know, you've got the tiredness of everybody else around, but I think this will probably be the easiest part. Where it will get harder is when dawn starts to come. That's when we started to see real issues with Pedals, particularly with his neck and things like that. So we'll keep everybody fully across what's happening with Gracie, and thank you once again for talking to us, Mark. And yeah, please follow that link and donate whatever you can to the British Heart Foundation. Thank you.
We are back as we are under a partial yellow flag out on the circuit, as we've got a cart being recovered by the recovery cart round hairpin 4. You can see the flashing light on the back of the recovery cart there, coming all the way round them into the pit lane. I'm going to try and pick a number out, and it's the 44 of Steel City Racers, I believe, in that 44. We'll turn the notes over. It is Steel City Racers in with a problem then. Carts down the far end. There was a question came in earlier on asking who was in the 241. That's the Happy Days entry of Bruce Healy, Craig Smith and Dale Sterling. The fourth driver is Dean Fraser, and he is in the cart now. So that's the one. That answers that question. So thank you very much for that. Cole Clark Racing, they're going to turn in for the night and a long day. Good luck to the marshals and the team on their night stint. So obviously Andy Clark and his wife are both marshals, and we thank them. Sive saying, can we have a view at the mechanic garage with the mechanics? Yes, we can, and we'll be probably doing more down in the mechanics bay in the next half an hour fully as well. There's your mechanics bay. That will make Sive happy, mainly because it's not his cart that's going up on the ramp. We've got on tonight in Stars in Your Eyes. You will become a cart as you come through the big cloud on the outside. So that's clearing now. And now we can see everybody again. Hey, Stuff saying, shout out to hubby Rob Small in Cart 121. That's one of the two RAF entries. Of course, that's RAF Precision Spitfires in the 121, RAF Precision Vulcans 122. Andrew Mather. Pleasure to have you along, Andrew. Appreciate that you'll be working yourself this weekend. British Championships at Kimbolton. For Andrew, currently in his second season now as the commentator for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, having done many 24 hours here before my time and during as well, and really pleased to not only see Andrew get that British Championship gig, but really making it his own as well. The sort of knowledge and energy that Andrew brings to them British Championship streams, I think, has really elevated it, and really good to see him sort of succeeding, particularly now that it's a full-time gig for Andrew now being a commentator. Really good. It's a small niche of people in the commentary circle, and we are very supportive of each other, and generally when one of us can't do something, we'll get in touch with somebody that we know, and we'll generally always pick up gigs from each other when it comes to availability. Tom's back in the comm box, and he's worked alongside Andrew on many occasions.
Been on holiday with Andrew.
Have you?
Well, in a manner of speaking. I went to
You went to Le Mans, yeah.
I went to Le Mans.
So I was just
courtesy of Andrew.
Yeah.
Not, I mean, he didn't pay, but...
No, I was just saying before you came back in, Tom, you'll have caught half of it, how great it is that Andrew is the commentator now for the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships.
Yes, big love
seeing
for
him
Andrew.
sort of go, what's that, upwards somewhat. Offwards he goes in a high kart on the outside of hairpin 1. But yeah, I was saying it's good to sort of see people get them opportunities, and deserving people as well in Andrew. I'm really, really pleased for him.
Lovely, lovely person. And we wish him all the best in his future career, as always. And his goal was, when I went to Le Mans, was to get the British, and then he wants to kick on from there. Probably still doing the British, but doing other things as well. One of which being he wants to be on the full Le Mans production, doing commentary for that.
Yes.
And of course, when he is on, he'll fully reference, I'm sure, his 24-hour experience from Teesside.
Well, to be fair...
And if he doesn't,
mate,
I'm going to hunt him down.
Well, no, because we got name dropped at Kartmasters, not me and you, but this event, the British 24-hour, got mentioned at Kartmasters last weekend. Because I messaged you, I was like, Tom, they're talking about this. They're talking about our event.
Oh, he's there. He's in the comments.
Yeah, that's... that bit there is where I was speaking about him. Oh, no, further up.
Oh, here we go, yes.
Yeah, and then he's thanking us for the kind words. And he didn't even have to bring us cake for that. We meant that without cake. If it was cake and juice, he could have thought we were lying. But I'm all in.
Anyways, lovely to have you with us, Andrew, as always, yes. And what a great weekend at Le Mans that was as well for the 100th year, as somebody's just gone round at hairpin 1 on the inside. That's going to be...
sketchy.
Yeah, he's getting back on all right, but they're 3 wide coming through hairpin 1, and everybody has made it out all in one piece.
Yes. Yes. Right, I'm going to just do a few more live chat comments and then do a bit of housekeeping after that. Siver just asking, what team is Gracie racing in? Gracie's racing all by herself.
In a team of 1.
In a team of 1. So she'll be in the seat because she's in a team of 1. Was ahead of schedule as well at the time earlier on when the race was red flagged for a period of time. Was Gracie, but she's still out there going strong in her number 11 entry.
Mark thinks about 8 hours to get her back on par. What?
Right.
Okay.
Things are going on in the commentary box that we've got a camera and I've no idea why we did. Right. Well, I know why the director didn't put it on.
Right. Tell you what. There's commentary cam. I'm going to duck out the way, and we've got Kev, and we did have producer Adam also doing star jumps, but he's a big lad, and I think he'd probably done enough first time round. He's going to pull something now. Careful.
Adam's out with a hernia.
Adam channeling his inner Patrick Bamford.
Leeds.
Or
to give them their official title, Dirty Leeds.
No, he's a fellow Leeds fan like myself, so yes, it's welcome.
Yellow flag at the mountain. We've got a slow cart at the bottom, and they could be down an engine. No, they're not. They've got up the hill. They're fine. Generally, if you only have one engine, you really struggle.
That looked like MFP Interceptors, who were running very well early on.
I wouldn't argue with you.
They were leading. They are still leading higher club. I'm going to get their lap time next time around and see whether I'm right. Would you like a bit of an update further down the order? 41st place, Barriar's Wacky Racers.
We do like Barriar.
And we do like Barriar. Great name as well. They have just set a personal best lap time.
Oh. well into the race.
On lap 386.
Fastest lap of the race earlier on went on like 326.
Yeah, it's Apex Twin have got it at the minute again, haven't they? Yeah, so they've put Pete Barr back in.
Stacking fastest lap trophy so far after Le Mans as well.
Yeah, lap 326 for them. Race for Ruben put theirs in on lap 333. Track Limits by Storm Group on lap 291. So there has been a bit of a golden hour.
Yeah.
LPBRT put theirs in on 349. 312 for Teesside Tigers. So something happened around that 300 lap mark, which was about an hour ago. So when I just came on air, that all of a sudden fastest lap started being put in. I think that was around about sunset as well. So probably just hit that golden hour. Although, what are you hitting me for?
I'm waving because we need to go to the night stream, Tom.
Oh, right.
And if I'd let you carry on talking, the sun would have come back up.
And on that note...
Right, ladies and gentlemen, and a very offended Tom Butterworth is giving me a very aggressive side eye. In the description below, where it says the race start, is a second link for the night stream. So if you open that up in a separate tab, and we'll be heading over there in a few moments' time to begin our night stream. At which point you'll find out whether Tom is going to be giving me the silent treatment, which I think he may well be. I'll confirm in a few moments. But yeah, we are going to head over to the night stream. Open that link up. You'll miss about a minute's worth of the action, but then you'll be with us all the way through the night until sunrise tomorrow morning. So please...